When the sun comes out, I will go outside. When it breaks through clouds, I will give a smile. Lets me know that I'm still here. Sometimes I want to run away, run away, to find good times again, to find all my old friends. Good times, I said good times, find my friends again. I said I wanna have good times, good times, find my friends again, and good times, I said good times, find my friends again. I said I wanna have good times, good times, find my friends again, and up, and when I cry, I can see this city through my watered eyes. Lets me know that I'm still here. When my eyes clear up, I will go outside. I'll imagine you're still by my side. Lets me know that I'm still here. Sometimes I want to run away, to find good times again, find all my old friends. Run away, to the nearest place where I'll find all my old friends. Good times, I said good times, find my friends again. I said I wanna have good times, good times, find my friends again, and good times, I said good times, find my friends again. I said I wanna have good times, good times, find my friends again, and again. I said I wanna have good times, good times, find my friends again, and good times. I said good times, find my friends again. I said I wanna have good times, good times, find my friends again, and
how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we win, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we win. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll,
It's more than emotion. I feel I'm never gonna stop. 'Cause I
lyrical sound again. Every them with the lyrical sound again. With them with the lyrical sound again. With them with the lyrical sound again. Every them with the lyrical sound again. With them with the lyrical.
Welcome into the PPC Qualifiers. It has been 3 grueling weeks for all these players to make it now finally to the group stages where we actually get to see who's going to be playing in that PPC all year long afterwards. So my name is Finch. I'm joined here on the desk, the Consortium of Knowledge, the Bomb King set, whatever it is you want to call it, by Kresnik. Happy to have you with me, man. How are you doing today?
I'm doing really well. I'm super excited to see this because this is going to be a day that kind of sets the tone for literally months to come for the PPC.
You're exactly right. I mean, I think it would be hard to make too big a deal of this day and how important that these matches are because only some teams are going to be able to make it out of this into the actual PPC. So let's take a look at that schedule here first. These are the matches that we're actually going to take a look at today. Obviously, this is not all of the matches that are going to be happening, but we'll be updating you throughout the day about the ones that we're not looking at too. So we're starting out in Europe. We're going to look at 2 sets from there. Then we're going to move on to Brazil, and we're going to close the day out with North America. But as I said, don't worry, we're going to be updating you all throughout that process the entire time. So let's take a look at those group standings as well. As you can see, it is going to be split up into 2 groups in each region. So we'll be starting off in Group A, first things first. And this is a pretty tough group in Group A here in Europe. I think Europe is probably the closest region, I don't know, out of all 3, Kresnik. It looks really tight. It's
super stacked. I mean, just looking at Group A at the bottom, Sour Team, a team that was taking maps every week coming up to week 3 where they finally did manage to qualify. So even just having that talent all the way stacked through, it's going to be really competitive, I think, from top to bottom. And the first match, Rosvet versus Chroma Space, I think will show that too. Chroma, the only team to take a map off of District 69 in week 1.
Yeah.
And Rosvet, I think, making it decently far in the bracket, losing out to Flashpoint in the end, but still taking down some strong teams on the way week 1.
I think so too. This is not going to be an easy path for anybody to make it through, and I really think we are starting off with a bit of a very close match to begin with. I don't know if I would necessarily say that either of these teams are the teams you immediately think of as like the top in Europe, but I do expect it to be a very, very competitive match, as you said, between Rosvet and Chroma Space. This first matchup that we're going to be looking at. Is there anywhere in particular that you think that you would want to look at to try and have an idea of how this match is going to be going in particular? Any matchup that you're keeping your eye on?
I mean, not matchup-wise, but map-wise, I don't want them to go to Brightmarsh.
Okay.
If you're Rosvet and you don't ban Brightmarsh, I don't know what you're doing against
Chroma
this
Space
team.
makes the comeback there or something, right? It
they
seems
just
to
win
happen.
it. They beat District 69 on it. It's the only map.
It didn't look like they were going to. We were like, all right, let's get Brightmarsh over, and then we remembered halfway through, oh yeah, they just win this. By the way.
Exactly. And I don't know. For Chroma Space, I'm definitely looking to see. I want to see the main tank perform. Ovim has done great, but he's going to need to keep that up, his historical performance, I think, if he wants his team to do that. Main tank is a pretty pressured role, I would say, in this current meta. You have to be under so much fire from these strong back lines or these flankers that are wrapping around. You have to know when to back up. So I think a lot of pressure on the main tanks for both teams to be able to rotate around their own team.
Well, sound like it was Splitstone. I think that was the one that we're going to be taking care of here first. You just saw the map bans come up here as well. I know you were talking a little bit about Ovim. He's going to be going up against Overlord, I suppose, specifically in that main tank role, too. And you're right, there is sort of a lot that's kind of fallen down to that role. I mean, it's not quite triple deeps where they put so much on just that one guy, right? But still, quite
prayers for Wadu, by the way, about that.
Yeah, not easy for him to try and handle that. But still, it does feel like a lot of the responsibility sort of falls to you, finding your spot on the actual point, finding some time and trying to help out with the backline too. It's a lot of responsibility that falls down to that role.
Yeah, and you have to know when to rotate off, I think, is the biggest thing, because otherwise you just stand there
and you're a target.
You're holding, and then they just fight around you. They win a 5v4 because you're so focused on getting that objective time. So you got to know when to rotate.
You got to make sure that you are playing that role at a high level if you want to make it into the actual PPC. So let's get ready for the picks and bans for this very first map. It was indeed Splitstone's Quarry that we're heading to for this very first map, and Furia is already removed. That's no surprise to me. Usually what we see is Furia and Genos both taken off the board, and you don't have to rush whoever that next support is in most of those cases. But it looks like that's not quite the case here. Furia and Ruck is taken off the table. We'll see if where their second ban chooses to go, and it's Rom taken away. So we'll see if maybe that Genos does get prioritized.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too shocked to see it go early, but some teams are also kind of falling off on it. The damage boost is huge, but teams just want their sustain sometimes. They just want to be able to keep themselves alive. And Barrick, speaking of the main tank for Chroma Space, Barrick going to be able to keep themselves alive. He has so much self-sustain. And just for a note, this is not on the patch that went live yesterday.
Right.
This is on the patch from before that. So all those nerfs to Barrick sustain are not there. He still has double time at the level it was, field deploy, all those cards that are going to be helping him tank through all this damage from a Luminary boosted Bomb King.
Not bad at all, right? BK paired with that Genos. Not a bad way to start things off here for Rosvet at all. But it looks like Chroma Space are going to make sure they've got this front line established. Barrick and the Khan both picked up. And if you're able to play this Khan at a high level, then maybe you can kind of cut out some of that extra value from some of this backline. You can grab them quickly, get them in, and take care of them right away. I like this first 3 picks here from Chroma Space, but I don't know. Genos BK is hard to argue with.
Yeah, especially inside that quarry side and having a Khan. BK is going to be able to detonate those bombs right over Khan's shield to make it really difficult for him to hold that side lane. And now with a double off-tank composition, this Khan, he'll be able to stun one, but if they both run it down on him, he can't stun them both.
You need help.
His options certainly will be a bit limited. It's going to be Ying selected as the support. So I was wondering, Chroma Space are the ones that ban the Fury away and then pass on Genos to take this Barrack first overall. So I was wondering where we were going to see them end up going next. Do you like the Ying pick here?
I think it's really solid. It's a good go button. With Furia banned, Furia has the Inflame as that, but Ying
has
the
real go button.
Ying has the supplementary one, the one that does it through raw healing, and Eevee on this map is phenomenal. Used to be a almost mandatory pick, I would say. You can do have a lot of mobility with it. Going to be a lot of running away from that Androxus for sure. He can chase you down and do a ton of damage with that Cursed Revolver.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Whose job is it to kind of keep tabs on this Andro, man, who's going to be kind of up with all that verticality, causing problems for this backline so often? They got to make sure they don't let him just kind of run wild this game.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think it's going to be a lot on the Victor, but the Victor also has to not get 1v1, so the Ying is going to have to balance from being up top and supporting the people that are fighting inside.
Well, game number 1, Chroma Space and Rosvet. Let's head on down to Splitstone Quarry.
Thank you very much, Finch. Game number 1 of set number 1 of 6 today. 6 best of 5s, 2 from each region, starting off here in Europe on Splitstone Quarry. Goremizer joins me to call set number 1 of the day. And Gore, you look at the Chroma Space lineup here, and it's kind of a battle of the win rates up to this point, where Victor is yet to win over in Europe and Eevee is yet to lose.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see which one of those can maybe pull themselves ahead. The problem is Victor isn't, I mean, he's capable of carrying a game on his own, but a lot of it is just going to be supplementary damage. I expect him to finish off or set up a lot of kills for this Eevee. And then it comes down to Defit versus Adam, right? How exactly is this Eevee going to be able to come through and show up? And who wins this side duel to be able to get back to the backline?
Yeah, and I think that Hayes on this Bomb King, he's going to be Luminary boosted up. He's got a big role to play here as well. An early flank duel between Defit and Adam. Does not go either way as the Eevee's able to blink herself out alive. But Ovim, he's caught down in the corner. Rosvet, they find themselves the first blood in this game. Void Grip, that's going to counter out some of what that Khan is looking to do some of this game, Gore, trying to stun out some of those priority targets, and Corio, unfortunately, without that dash, he falls as well.
And you can see exactly what Kresnik was mentioning right there. Hayes does it perfectly. Shield goes up, cool. I'm going to aim about 15 degrees higher now, and you're still going to die, and that's the bad part of Khan into this. Khan is still great. Vortex Grip is really good. His ult is really good, and that's what he's bringing. Yes, the heal can be solid as well, but against this Bomb King, I mean, they're just going to run him down.
F3O picks up the kill on Ovim. Rough start to this game for the Barracks. Stun down goes Coriel. Hayes finds the kill as well. 90% for Rosvet now on the point. 99. Nobody in range. Chroma Space not there to contest. That's point number 1 on Splitstone. Convincing fashion for Rosvet.
I mean, with how the roster, I should say, for Chroma Space is, you expect this to be close, but you kind of expect them to be driving everything, right? And it's just so interesting to see how off-kilter they are. I mean, they have not found a single footing to rest themselves on. Chroma Space just now using that Ice Storm to try and stabilize a little bit, but it's not enough. I need more out of Adam, but the problem is that when it comes down to this trade against the Androxus, Androxus is a little bit stronger so far. He's been hitting more shots.
Yeah, Defit has been getting the better of that duel, and it's been a tough game for the front lines of Chroma Space, and Hayes is going to move his way right on through. Absolutely demolishes Nalubka there as Nepo falls as well. Into the flight there. Adam looking for the final shot, but Hayes finds it instead. Poppy bombs backwards. 3 down for Chroma Space as Rosvet continues to move forward.
And that's another thing to kind of look at here. It's not just Androxus who's been deadly to this Eevee. Bomb King on his own can 2 to 3 tap her. Put a Luminary on that, and it's guaranteed 2 bombs to kill her. She only has 1,800 health. She's not going to live long if Hayes decides to throw anything towards her, let alone a couple of autos. So he's going to be able to kind of run the show in that department. It just kind of feels like there's a lot of solid picks on Chroma Space, but they picked them after their counter was available on the other side.
Yeah, Corio has been doing his best to stay in and stay aggressive as 2 kills from Adam maybe stall out this push. Corio on this Khan has been doing his best to move forward, find some stuns, lock down a few members of Rosvet, but he's immediately getting cleaned up upon dashing in. There's just not the same follow-up that you would hope for.
And honestly, I think the biggest thing is going to be what team wants to commit a little more to this push. I mean, PackBet have a lot more that they can drop that I think will open up the door for them, whereas so far Barrage has already been used, but Chroma Space might have to use more to hold this off.
They're going to have everything except for the King Bomb, and even that will charge up pretty quickly. Chroma Space with 4 ultimates of their own. Ovim may have to drop down that Dome Shield through time and space. Ice blocked out by Hayes, but Corio falls just the same, and so does Adam. Once that immunity wears out, good grenade around the corner. It's gonna grab the kill onto Defit here. So you got a few members of Rosvet still pushing in. Dome Shield is used by Chroma Space, and the respawns are gonna be closer from them here as well. Madara still working in the back line on that Makoa. He will be in range for this contest, but with Hayes dropping, becomes a lot more difficult, and now there's only 3 members left. This is looking like a good defense for Chromospace.
It's come down to a kill Ovim show. They're just trying to burn him down. If they can do that, they can keep this going, but it's so difficult with the respawn proximity here for Chromospace to keep him locked down.
That was an important, I think, defense to get yourself on the board after the way that first mid-fight went. You do spend the dome shield for it, and on the other side, through time and space, used a little bit previously, so not too much spent. That sort of answers your question. The dome shield was enough to kind of delay that push, but you still have some good ultimates going into this.
I would argue they're pretty lucky, Chromospace is, that that was enough to delay it, because it was used a little early. Like, it was used in time to give you about 2-3 seconds left in the round before overtime started, which was plenty of time for Rosvet to be able to come back in and step their way onto that objective and keep it in overtime. If Ovim goes down there, if they didn't have respawn proximity or if they had just slightly longer respawns, then Chromospace is looking at a 2-0 right now, and they're definitely not happy about it. But luckily, like you said, a good defense for them. This round, I think Coriel has to go big or go home.
He uses the dash just to get in range, but that's going to grab up that Makoa, and Madara finds his way back into the fidget spinner and the shielding just for a little bit of tech to stop himself from being stunned. Coriel's using these dashes just for a little bit of gap closing right now, maybe sensing a moment to get aggressive. They move through. Only 1 kill on the board so far in this round, but that's an overpower down.
It's using those iframes that he has during his shout, making sure that he's like, cool, I can be immune for a second, I get this heal off, I can come in. Not only being aggressive like you said, but making sure to zone out that Bomb King so he can't be as big of a role.
Well, I stand corrected. Illusory Rift was used at the beginning of the fight, and Coriel is not going to be able to battle shout off enough of that damage there. No fast cap for either team. 66% stalled out for Chromospace. These next few trades are going to be important if it finds the first, with still some kills on the menu for Rosvet here. 3 down, 2 members of Chromospace fully backpedaled. No ultimates up on either of them. Good shots as Defit cleans it up. Coriel caught between a rock and a hard place. I guess that's anywhere here on Splitstone Quarry, but Rosvet, they regain control of this mid.
And as long as they can hold on to it, they're going to pass that 66%. But Dome Shield, it's coming up. I mean, 70%, it's going to be a long run to try and get that for the objective, especially if he gets burned down before he can even touch.
Yeah, this is tones of the early mid-fight where the front lines of Chromospace were just running in and getting cleaned up, and that's going to clear things up for Rosvet to grab their second point of this game. Dome Shield, as you point out, now starting to eclipse that 80%, so you will have it for the defense. But now you sort of wonder, was it worth using that on the defense? They may have been able to secure it, might have helped them out on this mid-fight, but as we've seen on Splitstone Quarry, defenses may be a little bit easier to come by.
It's definitely more defense-oriented. I mean, the entire map. The choke points lend themselves to the defense. There's a lot of high ground for the defense. Granted, it's attainable for the offensive team to be able to come forward and kind of take that away from you. A lot of it can be on the back of a Genos. A good through time and space will absolutely seal the deal for you, but I'm looking at that King Bomb. It hadn't been used yet this round, and that, I mean, that's a good, like, deal breaker, I guess, overall. It will absolutely make sure that payload moves forward. But this is a good time for Rosvet. Wipe, go back, spend anything and everything you have in terms of credits. Honestly, Chromospace need everything they can get, but that might hurt them more than help them.
This has been really a tale of 2 sides of this map for Chromospace, where the DPS between, Eevee and Victor have been able to kind of free and clear fire away and get some kills on these defensive sides, but they just haven't been able to get involved in these mid-fights quite the same. And I guess it's good for Chromospace at least being able to keep themselves into this game, but, if you're able to grab a defense here, which still remains to be seen if they're going to be able to, with Adam looking to try to maybe clean up a kill onto Defit. Madara does grab a kill onto Coriel. You're going to need this Victor and this Eevee to play a bigger role in the mid-fights.
Yeah, and I like where Victor was a few seconds ago, about 30 seconds ago, where he was pressuring out the Bomb King. That's perfect for him. The problem is you end up in moments like that. He had to run away. Eevee goes in, and then Eevee's isolated. She waits too long for the wormhole to come back up, so she can't blink back. She's in danger. She's surrounded, and then you're just going to die. Now you're staggered out. The payload's moving. Yeah, it's 30 seconds left, but that's plenty of time at this angle.
These Void Grips have stalled out a lot of what Coriel's been attempting to do, and now with 2 down, make it 3 for Chromospace. You got a Victor and a Ying for 4 more seconds till that con is back on the map. Payload very close. I'm not sure they're going to be able to jump down and contest this one. Rosvet roll this one through. Barrage used. He didn't use any of his charges, so he is still back up to 70%, and with that being a Victor, is going to charge it pretty quickly. But this is what we've seen a lot out of Coriel in these mid-fights. He's using these dashes if there's nobody in range, to just maybe position himself differently. And every once in a while, that maybe leaves him out of position with an escape needed.
Out of position with an escape needed, and we're not really seeing the whole point of Vortex script, which is I'm going to grab you and then stun you for 2 seconds afterward. Like, that's what's great about it. It forces resilience, and you can already see 3 on the side of Rosvet. You need more of those. You're obviously not as big a threat as you hope to be with this pick. If they're all at tier 1 for it, they don't feel pressured to purchase another high tier for it. So Coriel needs a bigger impact. He just needs to turn this around. This ult at the beginning can be great, but we saw that last round it didn't amount to much. He needs a follow-up after that.
Well, he's positioning himself much the same and does not use that commander's grab just yet this time. Rosvet has to be privy to it. Not going to connect on the overpower this time. Down to 30%. They do have 50% on the point. As Rosvet are going to maybe try to move themselves back in. Ice Storm dropped down, but Ovim falls this time. Hayes getting aggressive. That's a Poppy Bomb forward. He's going to roll on through, grabs the kill onto the con. 3 members of Chroma Space trying to turn tail and get back to base. Rosvet regain control of this mid-fight.
And just being able to push him back like that. I mean, Bomb King is aggressive. Barrage is coming out to try and buy back ground. But you have to buy back a lot to be able to get over there to the objective. No one's even close, and they're at 75%.
Through time and space, Ancient Rage and the Accursed Arm all ready for Rosvet if needed to secure this mid-fight. Blink in, blink out. Gets the overtime started, but they smartly move off through time and space. That connects. Adam goes down. 3 members of Chroma Space cleaned up. A Dome Shield is just going to buy some time. But Ancient Rage, I think, puts the icing on this cake. Convincing Splitstone Quarry from Rosvet grabs them win number 1.
Yeah, that one point being a defense, they had to use a Dome Shield to be able to hold on to it. Ovim just never got started there. And again, I think it's worth mentioning, as Kresnik pointed out, this is pre the nerfs to Barracks, so he's still got a lot of self-sustain in it. Not that it was really something you could tell from that game. Ovim was just targeted out very early on, didn't have a lot of ground to stand on. Coriel, at the same note, wasn't able to do too much. I think the Luminary Bomb King, like the Genos Bomb King double pickup, was perfect for them early on, because all of a sudden, hey, that con that you're going for doesn't really mean anything. I can go over his shield or around his shield if I need to. Yeah,
I think the post-game stats will reflect a tough day to be a frontliner there for Chroma Space. And there were moments, I pointed it out kind of in that mid-game, where between Nepo and Adam on the Victor and the Eevee respectively, they had kind of an impact on the defenses. We never saw that much, and maybe some of that stems from the front line. Didn't quite get to see the full force of that Chroma Space lineup. Great start there from Rosvet. They grab a 4-1 victory on Splitstone Quarry. We'll see you for game 2 in just a minute.
It's a dominant map 1 from Rosvet there on Splitstone Quarry. Really didn't look like Chroma Space were much in that one at all, but it is a best of 5, as you heard Dave talking about during the cast. So this certainly could get turned around. Still Finch here, still joined by Kresnik. Man, and what went wrong for them here? I mean, I felt like there were multiple areas where things didn't quite work out for Chroma Space in this game. You heard him talk about it a lot. Felt like that front line kind of deteriorated right away. You wonder if giving up the Genos Bomb King combination came back to bite them a bit too. That combo was really strong. What would you say?
Especially since they were playing inside the quarry so much. For me, I think it was a bit of a draft. Oh, wow, Coriel 1-12 in that game, struggling there on that side. And I feel like Chroma Space started their draft by focusing on their tanks. They went Barrack Con very early, and Rosvet started by focusing on their DPS. They got the Bomb King plus the Genos. They got the Andy when they needed it, and having that pressure on both sides of the map made it too hard for anyone on Chroma Space to really get kind of established. Nepo did a ton of damage, but the pressure that Hayes was putting out all the time with 1,000 damage bombs, shooting so quickly and being able to confirm through and around any shield that was put in his way, made it just too tough for Chromospace to hold anything.
It really did, yeah. That con was getting melted way too often, and then you can kind of see how important in Paladins it is when everyone is doing their role, because it made it so much harder for everyone else, right? Every time that con started to fall apart. But that wasn't the only place it felt like there was a bit of imbalance, right? These supports felt very different. You saw the Genos Ying value come out very differently in this game, I would say, as well, too. So I think there were multiple areas where Chromospace were on the back foot basically the entire map.
Yeah, I think the fights were just ending too quickly for that Ying to really do anything, and she couldn't go anywhere close because either the Andy was on the side pressuring or the BK was just cleaving everyone. This was a great time and space at the end too, just to confirm these kills. The Ancient Rage was there. Maybe Eevee could have blinked away at the last moment, but it wasn't going to be enough to live. So just good to confirm that and basically force Ovim to have to Dome Shield alone, and that never does anything good for your team.
And it was all those point fights too, right? I mean, the one point that you saw for Chromospace came off the defense, but on those point fights in particular, it was so much pressure that was able to be established by Rosvet so quickly, so early on. In that last fight, they had 3 ultimates left when they already had control of the point, and all of Chromospace were just fighting, trying to get back onto it. It was such a difficult position. They were able to do it so much more economically, it felt like, in the early game on those point fights. And then obviously you've got ultimates left over afterwards too. So really, really strong first map. But this is only map 1. We're heading on to map number 2, which I've just been told is Bright Marsh for those picks and bans.
Yeah, and wait, okay, Chromospace. I was going to say, Chromospace picking Bright Marsh, not too surprising. Looks like we have a 1-1 set. Very excited to go to game 3 now that Chromospace has locked this map in.
Done?
Yeah, it's over, but no, Chromospace banning that Furia to start, pretty common in EU. It's actually not as common in some of the other regions.
Sure.
I've noticed teams kind of just maybe lower priority, but Furia brings so much to the table for your team that you just can't really let it through. On the other side, Torvald getting rid of because it's an enabler, and if you want to get rid of a type of composition, you don't get rid of the things that he pockets, you get rid of the source.
And make sure you can't set that up. Another ROM ban coming out as well, but this time the Genos take it off the table, and I think after the game we saw that makes a ton of sense to me right away. Plus, I love this. Chromospace going to take that Bomb King right away this time. Last time they prioritized the Barrack, I think it was first overall, and then instead kind of let that BK fall through the cracks. This time, that's not going to be the case. Chromospace picked that up right away.
And they kind of need to. It's so strong in this map because you can throw it through the windows. You can't even hold those backline angles, like having a Victor or something sitting in that window to spam. BK can just get you. You have to give it up completely. Grover Ruckus following, and that's not too surprising because those are two characters that play the roof of the point really, really well. Grover can sit up there and heal the people on the point and the people playing up in tree, and Ruckus can just use it to dive into the backline and be almost unstoppable.
Should be pretty potent for Rosvet, who are coming into this one with all the momentum. It'll be another con matchup, as well as the Inara here this time, taking care of some of those frontline duties here for him. And I imagine this time this con should be in a bit of a better situation, not having to worry about the Bomb King Androxys combination that was so difficult last time.
That, plus he's playing on a map that's a lot better for him. On Splitstone, yeah, okay, he controls Quarry if they manage to somehow kill the BK, push through the Quarry. Then you're looking up at high ground. You can't do anything. Khan won't be able to really accomplish much at that point. This map, all flat, a lot easier for him to push past and find targets for his Vortex Grip to hit.
Should be a bit more comfortable for him this time. Barrack and Leon coming through for Rosvet, which makes sense. This Barrack we saw prioritized by Chromospace pretty well last time. Go ahead and get that front line established. Doesn't really hurt much there. Along with that Leon, and then a Vivian coming through for Chromospace, paired up with the Ying they select as their support towards the end. A lot of the times when Furia and Genos are off the table, you can kind of wait towards the end to pick them up. Not as much pressure to rush.
Yeah, it's not as important. I mean, Rosvet thinks that Grover is important enough to take it. Having that defensive reset ultimate that charges so quickly is pretty good against aggression. I was actually going to say, Inara Ying screams Grok to me, but BK screams no. I mean, playing Grok into BK is very, very difficult, but if Rosvet thinks they can protect them enough, they have two reset ultimates. So their tanks are going to be so protected if they get aggressive on Chroma.
Gonna be tough to get past that front line. Game number 2. We're on to Bright Marsh. Dave, take it away.
And this is a map that Vinch and Krez think we can just go ahead and move on to game number 3. That's a lot due to the fact that Chromospace has found lots of success on Bright Marsh throughout their careers here. They took down District 69, the juggernauts maybe in Europe, on Bright Marsh. Are you thinking we're just glossing over this one, moving on to another game?
Realistically, it should be. Again, as was mentioned, like Grok into Bomb King is going to be a difficult matchup. Ovim has something about this map that no matter what team he's playing on, they're just monsters on it. And that's not just, oh, they were able to beat District 69 on it and they're the only team that's taken a map so far. It's like, no, they have beaten consistently at LAN PPL teams on Bright Marsh. Like, this is the Chroma Space map. This is the OVIM map, honestly, when it comes down to it. Anyone on a team with him will win this map guaranteed almost every single time.
Is that the Gore guarantee?
And that's why I had to say almost, because sometimes things slip away. You never know.
Sure.
But do know that they're heavily favored because it's Bright Marsh.
I look for this Grok, despite fighting into the Bomb King, to have a big impact on this one. We saw a very similar playstyle to what I'm seeing out of this Grok to already start off out of the Sky. We saw the kind of that healing hybrid Sky loaded in on Bright Marsh. They just sit behind this point tank, drop down some healing, supplement some damage in the meantime as well. And so far, it's working out for Rosvet as they've got themselves 45% on the point, but unfortunately enough damage returned, as well as a well-placed wall is going to move Chroma Space right back in. No kills just yet, but some good damage being poured out, and Grok doing most of it so far, 2,000 more than anyone else. Madara capitalizes on a low health Khan. Coriel on the Khan for a second time. He's going to fall first off here. The next front line still in some trouble for Chroma Space. Rosvet, I'm not sure they're going to have anything to say about this one. That's going to be point number 1 on the board.
Yeah, Ovim's been zoned this entire time, and it's just been off of exactly what you want your Grok to do. There's a Ying clone nearby, there's a Warder's Field nearby. Cool, I'm just going to go ahead and bounce all of my damage off of you and lock you down. Doesn't matter if he gets a kill, you never feel safe to get aggressive into it. And when you finally feel like you might be able to win a fight, you get wiped.
Wow, that is a Grok ultimate, and then a whole lot of damage to follow up, and that moves Rosvet within striking distance. And already, I mean, you're not expecting this kind of 2 minutes into this round. You're already at the point now, if you're Chroma Space, where you have to decide if you want to even bother dropping down off that high ground. Vivian looking like she's going to elect to no. Ying staying up high as well, with Bomb King and the 2 front lines are going to end up dropping down.
Well, right now it's good damage. I don't get to say this enough, mainly because Imani's not played as often as she used to be, and when I say as she used to be, I mean that first like month of competitive, but this kind of screams like Bulldozer to me. I think I kind of want Bulldozer here in this game. I think it'd be really helpful.
Well, Chroma Space is going to use the ultimates to try to stall out anything here, but they have not gotten squat on the kill feed for him just yet. Hayes cleans up another kill onto Adam, who did attempt to drop down and fight on this one. Ovim is going to backpedal his way away from that dome shield. Vivian still firing high up above the fight here. Ethereal utilizing those rocket boots to give him some shielding. Coriel falls for, you know, his 4th or 5th time so far this game. Another rough game to be a frontliner for Chroma Space. Gore, I'm not sure they have any kills on the board. I don't think I've seen a single one come through just yet. There was a single kill for Nepo onto Madara. Other than that, everyone else is killless and deathless for Pac-Bet.
If I'm Chroma Space, I'm having an existential crisis right now.
I'm nervous.
This is our map. Like this is the whole thing. This is what we have guaranteed every time. And it's falling apart right now. Hayes is 4-0-5, and it's weird to think that he has like such a clean slash line, and it's kind of the secondary as far as what we were concerned with, because he's only 1,000 damage behind, but Defit is getting so much impactful damage, has his ult coming into this as well. Tempest is going to be a huge swing for them whenever they use it. It doesn't even have to be at the very beginning, and it's 60%, give or take. There for the Grover having Whirlwind available, it's just 2 heals on top of each other. It's so difficult to overcome. Chroma Space are going to have to pick it up.
They're opting for a bit of a different route here. They have the Grok ultimate to maybe start off this fight, as Rosvet are going to move themselves to the right-hand side of this map, and they did get 21%, and that's going to resume climbing here. So that's the Grok ultimate now down. Didn't find a lot of value for it this time, except for maybe some positional advantage.
Being able to zone out the entire team, though, is huge. But that kill goes on to Defit instead of for Defit. So that's a good way for Chroma Space to get in here, along with the King Bomb.
Adam is not going to find anything for that one. Detonates it and doesn't find any damage or a stun. Nepo, though, moves himself forward, gets the kill onto Ethereal. So really for the first time this game, we've seen Rosvet, rather, not on the offensive here on these mid-fights with Chroma Space now kind of bearing down. This is where you want to be. You have the fast cap. Make it take as long as possible for Rosvet to get back in range.
And I mean, just keep doing this. If you're Adam, just keep on rolling forward. Finally gets taken down, but that was massive amounts of damage, sometimes hitting 3 people of the time. It's perfect for a Bomb King. And this is why, again, this is one of his better maps to be able to come through. I love seeing him on this map, and he plays well here. So far, he's been falling maybe a little flat compared to what you would expect, but that kind of play, if you can get another run like that for Adam, is exactly what you need to tie this up.
Sure, it's been quiet up to this point. Granted, the rest of his team hasn't been able to get much of anything going, but suddenly, Rosvet again, they move forward, try to contest this payload where it's at, meet it on its own level ground. And they can't do that at all. That's a couple kills for the Bomb King with Ethereal soon to fall. And kind of the opposite of what we saw in Splitstone Quarry, so much presence out of the damage dealers for Chromospace starting off this second push.
They have a good draft for it. Vivian is maybe a little bit weaker, but I think she works well into the draft that comes through. Like, she's not necessarily my top pick on Brightmarsh, but the fact that you have her working super well with this Bomb King and flowing very well, it's made it much easier to push this payload forward. She has good angles. Once her shield's off cooldown, it literally will cover the window for her, so she'll be perfectly safe in here for a little bit. And the Sentinels are still available to her to be able to be popped and give that extra bonus damage.
Where there's a distinct ultimate advantage here for Rosvet. They have 4 ready, soon to be 5, as Hayes is going to charge up that Enlightenment very quickly. Chromospace still working on a few. Sentinels are popped now from Nepo to try to give him a little extra damage. Nobody's identified this Bomb King just yet. He is free swinging through. Whirlwind is going to top off some of those health bars for Rosvet. Still a minute left. So if you have to use your ultimates now, you're maybe sad later on when you have to try to defend. Ethereal's going to get the kill on Ovum, and that is Chromospace's key to back themselves up.
It's just going to buy him a little bit of space, though. I mean, that's final corner area. Coriel wants to go for it. You do not use an overpower at the end of the round like that unless you are absolutely sure you are going to tie this up. And with 2 kills, they're definitely going to get back to this.
Yeah, and this is close. That is a flurry of kills. A triple kill from Adam is going to knock everyone from Rosvet down. Madara, last man standing. No contest from anybody on the high ground. Hayes did slide on through at the end there, but suddenly this game is tied in just as convincing fashion as Rosvet was able to do it. Chromospace pushed this one through.
Couple of snags for him at the end, and again, you don't use an overpower unless you are very sure of what you are about to commit to. You use that at the end of the round, you don't get the tie game here, and it's a 3-1. All of a sudden, you're looking at this next point fight as a very drastically different game. But it was huge. Biggest of all, I think, for Adam. But Nepo as well went from, what, 1-1 to now 6-1. So he's been able to pick up a lot of kills. Adam's now 6-3. So kind of flipping over that first round on its head. And again, it's the focus specifically from Adam, killing off turrets a lot, even though there's no bulldozer picked up. Ethereal hasn't been able to leave those around for very long. I think Adam's had a really good focus to deal with this barrack and stop his healing from being as potent.
Yeah, all 11 of Nepo's affected kills have come on his current life, so he's going to be able to extend that streak a little bit further. Poppy Bomb is going to knock Ethereal out of this dome shield and just save his life for a little bit. So he is still alive, if nothing else, but that's Grok ultimate expended first off this time around as well. Adam has found himself a nice little corner over there. Ethereal locked up, Rocket Boots out. Nobody dead just yet, but Rosvet have found themselves 60% on the point. Chromospace suddenly is going to move themselves to the left. Be careful, Hayes can turn around some good damage. That's a great example there. Adam, the first death in this mid-fight. That's going to be a Hexafire around the backside. That opens up some space here for Rosvet. 3 members down, make it 4 for Chromospace. Nepo's going to be the 5th and final to fall, and Rosvet, they are pushing for the win.
Now, normally that's a bad fight to lose, period. You just don't want to end up getting wiped at all in the game, ideally. But they were already at 80% when you lose 3 members. Like, there was almost no focus, or maybe no pressure on the point there. Bomb King is able to deal a lot of damage to that barrack to make him kind of second guess his presence on the objective.
Yeah.
But nothing ever stopped him. No one ever moved in to take his place. In fact, the only time Ovum was there, he was taking just as much damage back, so he had to fall away. There was just a lot of lapse, I want to say, from Chromospace in what should have been solid control.
So much damage from Defit this game, and you can tell a different kind of mindset going into that mid-fight, where they use the ultimate, the Grok ultimate, to just kind of win that fight right towards the middle instead of sending him to the right. He died immediately in the second mid-fight, but stayed alive throughout most of this one. And Chromospace, like dominoes, starting to tumble down. The unbeatables on Brightmarsh score, Miser. This one's not looking great for him.
And honestly, if I'm going to point anything out, it has to be Bomb King, because round 2 he went huge. This round, he held onto his ult for so long, he just used it and got nothing out of it. So much of what's been going on has been huge. The fact that Coriel dies there for what should have been a free kill is huge for Packback.
Yeah, down goes Khan. That's a seismic crash that does drop down. Ethereal and Madara, both front lines cleaned up from Rosvet. but a minute left, Goremizer. 5%, 18%, 19, 11, and 56 on the ultimates for Chroma None available. You're going to have the Dome Shield, Hexafire, and soon to be Grok's ultimate as well to maybe push this one in.
And he just used that Tempest like 30 seconds ago. That's how fast he's getting it. That's how much damage Defit is doing, and even when they try to lock him down, it's not been enough. And he's going to be cresting that 100% right now, and they have 3 ults. The Dome Shield's going to come down.
It is a dangerous spot to be Ovim right now. He's going to get some healing and move himself right back through, but he falls. Tempest starting to roll through. Nobody in range to contest. Rosvet, they take it away from Chroma.
They just played better. Like there's no way to crack that shell. They just played better.
You know when that one was doomed is when we introed the game with how good Chroma is on Brightmarsh. The composition played perfectly there for Rosvet.
I mean, the Grok worked well, and that was like the big question mark coming into it. Kresnik had pointed it out, where it's just like, you're playing Grok in a Bomb King. How well is that going to work? Like, if you don't protect him, he's dead so much of the time, but he had a nice little barrier around him. He was able to pretty much deal with Ovim exclusively that game, then hit his ult whenever he needed to get aggressive. It enabled the team so much. I think the Grok was the perfect pick.
Well, we saw a moment where Bomb King did have an impact, and then immediately went away for the final 2 points. We thought we were going to go into Game 3 tied up at 1. Instead, we're moving on to Game 3 with Rosvet up 2-0. Can they take the whole set? Find out after this.
Game number 2 has come and gone, and really Chroma barely were able to show us any signs of life. They had one nice point cap into an actual payload push, but other than that, that was all Rosvet there on that second Brightmarsh map. Still Finch here, I'm joined by Kresnik, and yet again, it felt like a whole lot of things went wrong for them in this game, but I do think in particular, this Grok had a really, really strong impact here in this map. Quite obviously, had a hard time getting to him. That's the good things that went right on Rosvet, but on the other side, Coril has struggled. This has not been his set at all.
I mean, he had 10,000 damage less than the other healer at the start of the round. It was a snowbally round, but everyone else was keeping up, and he was really struggling there. It's just, I think, tough for him to be able to fight into the composition that they had with all that pressure. I gotta say, I think that game was won and lost on those ultimates that were being spent by Rosvet. The double reset is so impactful for keeping your team alive. We saw it. Defit was having an ultimate every fight. Phobos was having an ult every fight, basically keeping everyone up. And then keeping Defit on the objective was, I think, a huge part of it, keeping that point fight so sided towards Rosvet. They kept trying to rotate people to deal with them. The only time that Chroma won a mid was when Defit wasn't contesting the point, wasn't fighting Ovim, wasn't burning down that health bar.
Yeah, I think he started that fight off with the ultimate kind of off to the side, and he does get some good zone control off it, but doesn't end up getting that same point position that was so dominant earlier on, and then would later on have it as well with that Grok, man. Really did end up being a lot of the problems there for them. And I don't know, man, we saw one good Bomb King sequence, I felt like, as well. I don't know if they got a ton of value out of that pick the way that they would have liked. He was able to get into some decent positioning, but I think about that last point fight they got where the Barrack was under constant siege from the Bomb King, but not to the point where he had to leave the point at all, right? He was pretty comfortable.
Yeah, the King Bombs also weren't really connecting either. I think that was honestly just heads-up play from Rosvet, though, because anytime he wanted to come in with the King Bomb, they were all way back waiting for it to come in, and a good player knows you can't commit with a King Bomb in that position. That's just a suicide run at that point.
It's a difficult matchup, and in most of those times, we saw that's exactly how it ended up going. That Bomb King was not able to find nearly as much value as I think they would have liked to have in that situation. So far, Rosvet, man, they have shown up and looked absolutely ready to play. They're now up 2-0, and it's actually Chroma with their backs up against the wall. I mean, they just lost Brightmarsh, which we talked about in so many cases, been their map pick, even up against the best of the best, and they couldn't make it work for them this time. So now he's moving to Shattered Desert. They have got to find something to turn this around.
And this is a good attempt at it, too. It's a very different style of map map from Brightmarsh, very open, very heavy on
It is.
rotating around the enemy team. So if they think they can play together better than Rosvet, then this would be a good choice. But I feel like they've kind of gotten out-teamed
Yeah.
the last 2 games. So bringing them to a map where you have to be kind of playing as this rotating death ball, I don't know if it's going to be the best choice. It could also just be a DM fest. They could just say, look, we think we're better than you. We're just going to pick this map where we can out-aim you. Could work for that, too.
Well, we're going to have to see Coriel on something different here this time, right? I think he's been on the con for the first 2
Yeah.
maps, and it has not particularly worked. And maybe that's a bit of, you know, get his head on, right onto something else, right, and see if they can maybe find something that'll work for them. And Furia, not a bad thing to find when that one can make it through. The Rom and Torvald have been banned by Rosvet all game long, all set long, and that means the Furia slips through.
And I think it's smart for first pick to do that, because Furia is absolutely first pickable with everything she brings to your team. Burst healing, good damage, go button with the inflame. It's a lot to have, so banning it when your first pick was almost kind of weird.
It
Like,
is a
you,
bit,
you
yeah.
were taking it away from yourselves, more or less, at that point.
get
I think
this
Rosvet have a
done.
great answer, though. Ruckus, BK. BK might struggle in the range department, but Ruckus is one of the premier off-tanks on Shattered Desert.
He is. We saw him taking some nice fights in that last map. Maybe that last one against the Vivian didn't quite work out for him the way he wanted, but there was some good ones for that Ruckus last time. They'll pair that with that bomb, or with the Barrack now as well, to handle some of those frontline responsibilities, and BK for plenty of damage. And on the other side for Chroma, they're going to add in this Victor, and I think we did see the Victor actually playing relatively well for Chroma Space when they had it last time, unsurprisingly leading in damage as well, so I like them picking this back up. I think it's clearly comfort for him.
Yeah, I agree. It's also a character that's never really going to fall apart for you.
Yeah.
It's Victor.
It's gonna do its job
He
most of
shoot
the time.
gun, he throw nade, he do damage. That's basically
next time
all
you
you're going to
see
hope
my
from. He's always going to
banners,
bring that to the
run.
table. But a triple DPS comp actually coming
Yeah.
up for them, and this must be why they went to a map like this. They wanted to go to something where they can just play their distance, poke them out, and not let Rosvet cross that gap.
Whoa.
Koga's not a weird pick, but I don't know how I like it into this composition. You can't play Koga into burst damage. That's the biggest thing. And Leon and Maeve on the other side, that's going to be really tough for Koga.
You're worried just Koga's going to get blown up too often, who tries to get to the back.
He'll live through his dashes.
Yes, that'll happen. He'll be able to dash on
Yeah.
in, and that should be just about it. We'll see how this one goes, though. It's Chroma Space's last opportunity, or can Rosvet put it to bed? Let's find out with game number 3.
Yeah, the Koga can dash in, but what do you do once you dash in is the question. At that point, you've used your energy, you pray that you're still alive. This is the last chance for Chroma Space to grab a win here, and then they'll have to do it again, and then again after that. Backs against the wall, need 3 straight to take this set over Rosvet. They're going to pull out the triple DPS, and Gore, I do have to say, it did surprise me. Not only that Victor has been picked essentially a quarter of the games here in EU and the PPC. He's won 0% of those quarter of the games he's been picked in. But also Furia has a 33% win rate and an 85% pick ban rate. I'm surprised that's not a little bit higher.
I mean, it's interesting to see how often she, I guess, doesn't make it through. How much she applies to a team, how much she gives to a team, and how amazing it is. Again, just look at the ult. Here's move speed, here's damage amp. That's perfect. That's all I need, let alone the fact that she heals on top of it and does decent damage. But the fact that she's not winning a lot means teams know how to handle her pretty well. We'll have to see if Rosvet are on that list of teams.
Used its dashes, and Defit grabs the kill, so there's the answer to my question. You dash in, then what do? You grab a kill onto Ovim, who's pivoted off that front line. Plays the Leon this time around. Double kill for the Bomb King, double kill for the Victor, but it's Rosvet that are in control of this mid-fight before Chroma Space knocked down just a couple, but that Barrack is still alive. That's the important thing to look at. We're still tied a minute and a half into this game.
Honestly, the thing that blows my mind the most about this game is the fact that there isn't an Eevee and she wasn't banned away. This is like one of the maps. Maeve and Eevee were so dominant here, and we saw them often work in tandem with each other.
Right.
And the fact that you've gone Koga, granted I understand the hit scan presence wanted, but going Koga over the Eevee is definitely going to be an interesting choice, and we'll have to see how that affects them as the game has gone on. So far, I would say it's coming out equal. It's not necessarily worse or better, but Adam is going to be more or less uncontested on some of these rotations.
Yeah, Adium on that Maeve is going to look to put his stamp on this one. Rosvet lose a couple members, but that Barrack is healthy enough to keep him on the point, but Nepo on the Victor starting to find his aim, and that's Koga dashing his way backwards. Ovim slides on through, grabs the final shot, and this should be what feels like a good capture for Chroma Space. Madara maybe moving right back through. Madara does find death. That's a good wall to lock them off, and it's not going to fall in time. Well played by Chroma Space to grab point number 1.
The wall giveth and the wall taketh away. You miss your Leon ult, but you get the point. Honestly, I take that trade almost any
Yes.
any set of the day. That's perfect for you. Keep going. Ovim, as well, has made this rotation again. He's, in my mind, Ovim is one of my favorite, if not my favorite, Inara player to watch.
Yep.
And so it's interesting in a team with Inara to see him not playing it, even though Coriel is definitely more, I want to say, tank-oriented. He's made a good switch here for Ovim onto this Leon. And that damage is going to come in handy so often for them if you can keep it going at the rate that it's been. Specifically with dealing with the Koga, but also with the Bomb King, with the Barrack. I mean, keeping them at range and having such a high burst potential is a lot.
Good shots from Nepo. Is going to grab him a double, and now he's rampaging so far in this game. It's the power of the Victor. 7 in a row. 7 of those 10 streaks are all kills for him. And, I mean, this is, I guess, why teams still feel comfortable despite the poor win rate. And poor is maybe an understatement. He literally has not won any of the games we broadcasted. This is why people still feel comfortable going to this champion, because of what he provides.
I mean, this is even without an Inflame being able to come through, right? This is just base Victor, let alone what's going to happen when they have that Inflame not only available since it is, but when they decide to pop it, which is going to be now.
This is where Chromospace are going to look to try to get this one rolling through. It's very close. If anyone from Rosvet goes down, suddenly this is maybe a losing fight. That is Barrack, very low off to the side there. Enlightenment, remember, you're not immune anymore when you pop your ultimate Ovim, and Defit and Hayes combined for a couple of kills. All three of the damage dealers are down. Bomb King, though, is a return kill, but Chromospace realizing they don't have the presence, they're going to finally get staggered out. This is a great stagger onto Nalubka. He's going to go back to base for 5 or so seconds, plus the travel time back, and that's a good defense from Pac-Pac.
All right. I'm gonna try to break this one down for you. I think I understand Furia's win rate now.
Okay.
You get so overconfident with that ult because it gives you so much that you maybe bite off more than you can chew. That was an Inflame fight that was just lost by Chromospace, something that we used to say was not impossible, but very improbable. It doesn't always happen that way. But you get too aggressive, especially on a map like this, and it doesn't matter if you have the Inflame, you're going to get melted down and shredded. They kind of felt that.
Oh, illusory Rift for Rosvet is going to decide whether or not the defense is successful or not, and as I literally finish my sentence, it is, and tends to happen in a triple DPS comp when you lose your front line at the beginning of an overtime. Coriel falls to 0-4 so far in this game. I guess maybe you could make the argument that Furia is kind of first pick worthy, and a lot of the teams that are picking first are the ones that are losing in some of these sets, so maybe that's why her win rate is a little bit lower.
I also, and like you also have to, I think, look at it as, you know, in week 1 we took out 4 teams, and week 2 we took out another 4 teams. Like, there's something to be said of what teams are still playing her, which, you know, some of which we won't be seeing here in the group stage anymore since they didn't make it. And of course, it does depend on whose hands they're in. Nalubka is in that tier of player that I would give it as, okay, yeah, this is going to be game-changing. It's going to make it perfect for the team.
Yeah.
But it just hasn't been hitting as hard. Granted, now it's at 90%. I expect this round to use it around the objective, win a huge fight, and then just coast into the next.
Yeah, especially when you compare it with like a Midnight. We haven't really seen those used in tandem all that effectively just yet. Hayes and Madara combined for the first 2 kills for Rosvet. Tied up at 1 here, but 30%. Nepo's going to cancel his ultimate, as you point out, but charge it very quickly on that Victor. They finally found an answer. He was on a 7 or so kill streak there for a minute. They were able to turn around some good damage, but at 66, climbing up to 72% now for Rosvet. The Inflame is maybe going to try to turn things around.
I mean, they're going to try to at least get back in there, and that's going to be 2 clean kills for him to get back onto the objective, at least get a touch, install it at 93. And finally, that barrage comes through. The reason I was upset about it was that was the second time in a row he had used it, canceled it. He just used it as the presence, maybe clear some people off of him and being able to come through.
Thank God.
Adium almost trades away his life there. If Phobos gets that, that's so big.
Yeah, that would have been nuts. The body blocks from the clone were enough to maybe make it interesting, but Adium gets out alive, turns around, finds the good shots onto Defit as well. Still no point capture. This one's been long. 93% for Rosvet, 93% for Chromospace, but the more recent kills have been blue. Dome Shield drops down. 2 frontliners still contesting for Rosvet. Overtime actually starts for Rosvet here. So how quickly are you able to reinforce yourself becomes the question. Not quickly enough maybe with Madara and Phobos going down, and if Barrack falls as well, and Ethereal does. This one's not looking great. That's 3 kills for Ovim in the final stages of this mid-fight. That's going to be point number 2 for Chroma.
And Ovim's really good at Leon.
It's kind of popping off, huh?
And that makes the difference there. I think you look at that Maeve coming around the corner. Madara is one hit away, and you miss 2 pairs of daggers. You have Victor, maybe not, like, he's hitting really hard. He's doing a ton of damage, but it's not been consistent at the end of that round, or at the end of that point. It wasn't all there. It was essentially all Ovim saying, no, 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 no.
Yep.
We win this one. We are not dropping at 93%. We are going to hold on to it. And keeping Coriel alive throughout that. A triple kill always sets your team up for success. And most times, I should say. A little asterisk on that
I'm
one.
sure there's a time where somebody gets a triple or
Kill,
something,
and then their
right?
team like loses. Maybe it's like a back door when
Right.
something goes on. But in a moment like that, that triple kill is absolutely what
There you
helps
go.
seal the deal.
The game changing there. And a team that did drop it at 93% is Rosvet. They had all control of that point to start off that round, and then got pushed off thanks to good Inflame from Chroma Space, and were never able to regain control. And that's another one started up here, and Adium moves forward, finds the kill onto the Bomb King, who's had a quiet round so far. On Shattered Desert, one final barrage is maybe all he needs, but if nothing else, it's enough to make Ethereal think twice about poking his head out here. Barrick's health bar very low. Rocket Boots hard to lock him down. Payload still moving in. Hayes Poppy Bombs forward, Poppy Bombs to death. That's going to be Madara up to the sky. Everyone from Rosvet falling here. And this is going to be another successful conversion from Chroma Space. They move within 1 of taking this map.
You know who we talked about at the beginning of this game and I haven't seen anything really big from since? That
Who's that?
Koga. He got
Yeah,
first
right.
blood and yeah.
We have a way of doing that, right? We're like, no way this Koga is successful, moves
Why
in,
is-
gets a kill, and then immediately dies.
He's 6, 8, and 9 though. He has his ult available. Like, I want to feel more impact from Defit though. That's I think the biggest issue is obviously he's doing something, right? There's no way to argue against that. It's just where is that coming forward with it? He has his Tenacious 3, so as long, or Tenacious 5 I should say, 300 every time he activates that dash, as well as generating ammo. He is consistently going to be able to stick to you, stay alive, and shoot you really well, which makes his title Gun Wizard even more applicable here.
Sure.
But I haven't really seen anything big from him the last couple of rounds. I think that first rotation kind of shows your cards, right? Everyone knows what you're going to be looking for now.
Just flanking through. Defit did find some good damage, but so
Good
many
ult.
people suddenly starting to turn around and look at him. Ultimate ticks away, maybe 1 tick of damage, but saves his life. Midnight drop down. Rosvet find the first kill in this engagement thanks to Madara, and Hayes answers with another one onto Coriel. 2 down for Chroma Space. Control of the point as well over to Rosvet as everyone from Chroma Space either cleaned up or backed off. Now with Fast Cap, this one looks very difficult for Blue to retake control.
Defit, if anything, it doesn't matter that he didn't get any kills off of that flank. What matters is how many people were, 1, looking at him, which was 3 pairs of eyes, and 2, no longer paying any attention to the objective where Coriel was getting melted. As long as everyone's eyes are on this Koga because they're scared of getting melted, that opens up the rest of your team, specifically that Bomb King, to try and kill him off. Made it so Ovim wasn't able to have as big of an impact on the fight, and that was probably the biggest thing, pulling that Leon away because she's been huge the last 2.
What is very important to realize, and just kind of something to keep in mind, that if Chroma Space defend, the game is not over. You have to win on an offensive move. Rosvet can tie the game, but if Chroma Space are able to defend successfully, we'll move back to another mid-fight at 3-2. So far, Chroma Space feeling comfortable on this defensive side. A few ultimates starting to charge as well. Adium finding some good picks. Just a moment ago, I think we saw kind of what we expected out of that Koga. We haven't been able to follow along with him all that much because it's been a rough game, but you know, he used his energy, and then he was just trying to duel with that Leon, and it didn't work out.
And we got literally the best of both worlds, right? One, he goes back there, has his ult, and it saves his life. One, he goes back there, doesn't have his ult, dies. I think there's just a lot of moments where the trade isn't going to go in his favor. That was something Kresnik mentioned on the desk. It's something we talked about earlier, but Koga doesn't play well into burst damage.
Yeah.
That heal, it's only 300. Leon laughs at that amount of damage when it comes down to it, so you have to have some big outplay potential to be able to turn that one on its head.
Oh.
And unless one of them, him or Hayes, finds a huge ult, I don't know that this payload's getting very far.
Yeah, this is kind of that line in the sand here on Shattered Desert where if teams can make the stand, it becomes very difficult to kind of move through. There are lots of kind of alleys once that payload moves back around the corner, but right here, it's more like Rosvet are fighting into a lot of those alleys instead of using them to their advantage. They're able to lock down Coriol, and 3 members are back and respawning, but with 30 seconds left, this one maybe is looking like another overtime situation. And I think well fought there by Chromospace to back off. If any more of them got staggered, gets to be very difficult. 5 ultimates ready for blue, 4.5 ready for Rosvet here. What do they choose to spend becomes the question. Barrage maybe opens things up.
It's good damage onto Madara immediately too, so forces out that flex and that flank pressure that they had on the other side. They keep overtime going. Dome Shield's ready. I don't know if you want to commit it though.
Nice.
You lost Madara.
That's a good double kill there from Adium to keep this payload from moving much further forward, and unable to finish off the triple. Instead, Coriol does the final bit of damage there, and once Ethereal goes down, which should be any moment here, this overtime will expire. That's going to leave this one still at a 3-2, so still half fast cap now for Rosvet moving into this next one. The only ultimate expended is that Barrage.
Maeve's really good.
Sorry?
Maeve's really good.
Yeah, she's all right.
There's just a lot of good damage comes through. Granted, it's interesting to see that. You look at it, and in my eyes, I see a lot of good burst damage that comes through. It hurts Haze, it hurts Defit, it even hurts Ethereal. Then she's 4th on the damage chart. It's like you just have so many other people doing just as much, if not better, damage, but she does it all in a quick succession.
I think it's, you know, it's that, is it the wand or the wizard kind of conversation, right? I mean, maybe she's like a wand that at the highest level can be so impactful, but if the wizard isn't up to the standards of the wand, you know, it's not going to be, I think she has a very technical kit that requires a lot of skill to play at the highest level, right?
What, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, he gets his wand and his hair like flows back, like that's the moment when you pick the Maeve and you know what you're doing.
Well, Adium might be Harry Potter here in this case. He's found some good kills, and double-digit deaths on that Maeve, but double-digit kills as well, so still feeling that impact. Coriol, the only front line in this triple DPS composition, has now fallen, and that's going to give Rosvet control. Wolven's going to try to stay alive, although Haze is very low as well. Defit wrapping around the corner, finds a low health Leon, but Phobos cleans up that one. Haze falls shortly after. Rosvet very close to maybe tying this one up. Madara shields himself behind the pillar, is not able to get the final bit of damage as Adium rounds around that corner, finds the kill onto the Ruckus. Overtime beginning, overtime expiring. I'm not sure Coriol's going to be able to move his way in. He is, but Defit trades out a kill onto Adium now with Ethereal going toe-to-toe. Nalupka, double kill on the Furia as Chromospace regained control of the mid.
And that's why those statues are so important. Even if you're a Nara, she's slower than anybody else in the world. But as long as you can kite around those statues, you can get enough time and enough healing to keep yourself alive in this and maybe keep your team alive in this. They're about to match up to that 99%.
Well, the only ultimate in this game right now is that Barrage, and it's going to be dropped down in flames, soon to be there for Chromospace. Could be used to seal up this game. 99% for Rosvet. There are the Fire Wings sprouted. Nepo finds the kill. Adium's going to move around the corner. Double kill for the victor. Nalupka finds the final shots as well. Haze around the corner. No good. Chromospace, they take the win and keep themselves in the set.
So one of the things we had talked about going into that map, they had mentioned on the desk, is that map is very much oriented on kind of rotations. Yeah. It's a circus. A lot of merry-go-rounds that go all along with it, and it's kind of who can out-rotate the other. And when it came down to it, Maeve, as well as the Victor, were making more impactful flanks than we got to see out of the Koga. And honestly, my eyes probably on that Maeve more than anything, because that hit really hard, really fast, and dealt maybe more damage than they were expecting.
Was Koga defit for Rosvet there?
No, it was not defit.
It was not defit. Game 4, right after this.
Can't believe I went along with that.
Well, it takes Shattered, Desert, Furia, and a triple DPS composition, but Chroma Space finally are indeed able to get it done, find at least one map win, and keep this set alive so they can try and take down Rosvet. Still Finch here, still joined by Kresnik on the desk, the Consortium of Knowledge, whatever it is that you'd like to call it. And in that last game, I really do think that switch up in strategy helped out a lot, didn't it? Especially that Maeve in particular. She had a ton of pressure.
Yeah, as Adium woke up as the game went on, it got a lot better. Early, the kill feed was literally just Defit killing Adium over and over. That's all it was at the start. I think that was what most of Defit's kills were. But as Adium kind of relearned the matchup, you don't see Koga too much in the EU. Learning that a little bit more made it a lot easier, and then he kind of woke up and was always in the back line. The lowest of the 3 DPS's damage, but I think the highest impact on the game overall.
Did have a pretty tremendous impact there in that game. And you and I were talking coming into this match that if you were going to switch up to the triple DPS and take someone off tank, we'd have thought it might have been Coriel, right? Because just based on the set that he had up until that point. But it was Ovum instead that they took off, and I believe they put him onto that Leon. And really it ended up working out for them here in this game. They really looked like they had Rosvet a bit confused about where to go in this map.
Yeah, I think them being able to put more resources into Coriel helped a lot too. Having that Furia pocketing him and not having to worry about 2 different lanes, I think helped Coriel kind of shine a little bit more. I would definitely say if I have one tank struggling, one tank not, I definitely want to be putting the tank that's doing a little better on the hardest, arguably, role for a tank.
It did seem like they gave him more responsibility, right? Yeah.
But they were able to pour more resources into him and had more, I guess, self-sustaining DPSing their side or DPSs that can choose their fights a little more. And Nepo and Ovum, I think, did fantastic at not taking away too much from that Inara and not letting the Furia focus too much on them and just winning their 1v1s on the side.
They did. I think that shows a good amount of trust, too, right? I mean, this is a hugely important set within these group stages themselves to try and make it into the actual PPC. And despite having a relatively rough setup until now, those 2 con games to start off were brutal. There's no other way to talk about it. They obviously trust him here in this match. They found something that worked for them and made that adjustment. The question is, though, is that the kind of adjustment that you can turn into 2 more wins in after what we saw in that last map? It was very specific. They get the Furia. They're on Shattered Desert here this time. They're able to run that triple DPS composition into the Koga, but didn't quite work against them either. I just don't know if you can replicate that 2 more times.
Not every map is a triple DPS map, I guess, unless you're the team with the
Unless you're
namesake of triple deeps. But I'm not sure how much practice Chroma has on that composition, so I don't know if they're going to be pulling it out on those other maps. The map we are going to, Serpent Beach, is a map that is a little bit better for it, so they might be able to do it again. But I think there's more counterplay here. There's just more cover for the tanks to duck into.
Yeah, there's more options to try and get away from all that additional damage. So on to Serpent Beach we go now for game number 4. And in that last map, kind of like I talked about, the Furia finally made it through. I'm really curious to see what it is that Chroma Space choose to ban away.
I wouldn't be shocked to see them do the same ban rotation, start with Furia. Furia doesn't mean you're locked into triple DPS. You can do basically anything, but Androxus banned instead. So, I mean, they're not going to first pick the con, especially after the last couple games they had with it. But they still are leaving Furia open, and again, like I said, I think that's smart. It's first pickable. It probably will be first picked. It just brings so much to your team, and it's not going to be bad anywhere.
Yeah, Furia and Chroma Space with that pick looked clearly comfortable last time, and they banned away the Genos, right? So they don't have to worry about giving away like the Genos BK combination we saw back in game 1 or something like that. But certainly the Bomb King's still going to be coming through here for Rosvet. They banned away the Rom and the Turbo every game so far. No real reason to switch that up here now. And they're going to pair him here with this Ruckus. So how you liking these first 2 for them?
It's fantastic for this map, I think. The BK might struggle a little bit more on mid because of the range, but once he's attacking, he can poppy up to the top with the Ruckus potentially. That's 2 characters who can take that high ground, which is kind of a huge deal. Chroma probably feeling pretty good about the performance of Theon last game and the Inara performance, so getting both of those, which leaves them very open. They're still flexible in where they can go. They can play a second tank, they can put Ovum in that Inara, or they can have Coriel go single tank again with that Inara and play Ovum on Leon. This is a super flexible start for Chroma Space.
It is. It's essentially the same draft that worked for them last game. So far, it is the same draft, right? It's just a question of are they going to pick up the Victor and the Maeve, and it looks like no, they are going to have Coriel very likely go back to this con performance here.
Speaking of trust.
Yeah, right.
That's a lot of trust
Isn't it,
getting
though?
that. I do love this Buck, though. That's means they can put more resources into the con to help him sustain a little bit more. Buck doesn't really need a lot. He can run bulk up and kind of keep himself going, but one character that deals with that pretty well, I think, would be the Vivian on the other side.
Vivian should be able to chew that Buck up when he comes through. Plus this Grover, I'm already thinking back to that great Brightmark performance that we saw from this Grover early on too. So Rosvet, despite perhaps giving up this Furia, the Leon, the Inara that they're comfortable with, I think they've got a pretty strong draft to come into game number 4 with. Let's get it back down though to Dave and Gore to take it away.
Well, Rosvet still on set point here as we move down to Serpent Beach. Should be a good map for this Grover. Haven't seen, you know, him in droves. It's been a lot of the Furia, the Genos, the Ying. I like the Grover on this map. How you feeling about it?
I like him. I feel like he is one of the more solid picks. This is a map that's a little more awkward for him just because of how wide the fight is. So you're not always guaranteed to get the heal on everybody. But for the most part, he's going to be able to kind of encircle everyone and heal even a little further into the fight if they want to get aggressive. The thing that really is confusing me, and maybe I missed a memo, but just no Maeve, no Eevee, like flanks that are normally huge on this map. Buck has become bigger.
It's in your spam folder.
But yeah, they're falling through. I guess I'll have to check that one.
Well, so much of Serpent Beach, especially on the push and the defense, I guess mainly on the push, it's kind of that verticality factor, right? And obviously that's a lot of why people discuss the Maeve and the Eevee and Androxus band out here on this map. Both teams, I guess, technically through the Bomb King, a well-placed Poppy Bomb, and the Buck with his leap will be able to maybe take some of that high ground. I'm not thrilled sending a Bomb King up alone, but first few kills of this game starting to roll through, and it's Chroma Space who grab themselves the immediate advantage with Rosvet pushed on back. You lose everybody except your frontliner, so you're going to be able to contest a little bit longer. But Gore, they get themselves 72% on the point, so plenty of time to come back in and fight.
It's just the question of how well they can retake it, right? Their composition is great at retakes with ults, in my mind. I think Bomb King can maybe make a huge splash coming back into it, but you have to figure out the right pace to be able to approach this. And the right angles if you're going to be this Vivian, who right now is just pelting damage into the front line, but it kind of felt like it was going nowhere fast.
Yeah, and Chroma Space are able to finally surpass Rosvet's point percentage.
They give it up.
Rosvet's right back through. Nepo has to move himself back, and these are impactful deaths here. This could seal up the first point fight with how close Rosvet are to capturing it. Ovim is able to shrug off a good bit of that damage from the Bomb King, but nobody is turning and returning any of it. Coriel throws up the shield, and that's enough to delay his death, but a double kill from the Ruckus. I think that seals up point number one, and Rosvet off to a roaring start on Serpent Beach.
This is a very rare instance where I can say this, but in that case, it doesn't matter that you lost your healer because you were so far ahead and you had won the fight so handily. And now Madara is looking to potentially try and come and steal some high ground away.
Ruckus can take the high ground.
Because he wants to. He wants to get up there, or at least he wants to pull someone down with him. They're going to drop down. I'm not sure if Madara is going to be really excited about that one.
That's so much of the engagements are kind of retaking those sides. Bomb King is going to start to roll himself through here. Connects onto not much. Instead, it's Chroma Space who are starting to flood the gates. Rosvet had a great start to this game, but a great start to the defense now for Chroma Space. He's going to get this payload moving right back to where it started.
Now, my initial reaction is to call that Inflame super early. But at the same time, you're 2 minutes, like you have 2 minutes to charge that back.
It's
a relatively fast charging ult, so I love the idea of, you know what, we want to make sure we hold this defense. Let's hold it from the get-go. Let's not give them any ground to work with. Stop it as soon as we can. A minute 30 left. You're already at 50% again. You're going to have it for the next round no matter what. This is perfect for Chroma Space.
That is sudden aggression from Rosvet. You see 5 members soaring high above off to the side, and you're scared if you're Chroma Space, and for good reason. 3 members down with Buck and Ovim, maybe the most recent to fall, and Adam does that. So Rosvet, despite being pushed back a little bit, Gore able to retake. They use the Whirlwind and the King Bomb, but not much else.
Madara just jumping around. High ground's going to be now in
right.
control
It's a different kind of look at the Ruckus, right?
It's a nice like relapse too. Like for people who've been watching for a while, you'd remember Ruckus doing that. That was one of the reasons he was such a huge pick on this map 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And so it's nice seeing him come back to that exact same reason being this strong. Unfortunately for Madara right now, it's not enough to save his life. He gets caught out. They're going to lose control of the high ground.
Well, finally, this Buck starting to flex his muscles a little bit as Adium finds a couple of kills, looking for maybe a third. Bulk up, keeps him alive, and that's the delayed 3 for the Buck on the defense with 30 seconds left. Great show there from Chroma Space. Only the overpower is down, used but missed a moment ago. So it resets to 30, and he's going to get it close to 60%, maybe even 70, 75 by the time this round is over. Rosvet had some ultimate score if they maybe really want to try to get this one in, but the Dome Shield, Hexafire, King Bomb, that's a lot to spend.
It's a lot to spend. I don't know if I'd want to. I mean, you're not going to be purchasing a whole lot with it. I mean, it's going to be a few feet. You get a kill there, but it's a 1-for-1. I think overtime you hold it, but they're going to go for the Hexafire, and it's not even there. It is finding the kill.
Moves himself off to the side. Madara grabs a double, a delayed 3, moving in, maybe looking for the fourth of this push. Ethereal grabs the kill. Ovim back behind the payload here as Madara moves back. Overtime so quickly moving here at this point. Payload is going to move forward. Adium drops down. Bulk up, not enough. Push successful. And they use the Whirlwind, and they use the Hexafire.
You know, they had $100 to spend, and they spent 20 and got everything they needed with just that 20.
Right.
So really good on them to being, you know, economically smart.
Yeah, that's right.
But also a big Hexafire to be able to find that. I mean, just a little nudge to the left to get that last little bit of damage onto the Buck. But then immediately turning that into another kill is probably the biggest part. And Madara has made this look really good. Granted, you know, if you look at last game, maybe you're not in the perfect map in Game 3 for the Ruckus to shine as bright as it does on like Bright Marsh or as it is here. But that 8-2 and 5 slash line, being able to not necessarily single-handedly, but be a big reason your team is now up 2 points and only 2 away from being able to close out this set. I mean, this Ruckus is paying off.
And you can see kind of the playstyle he's looking for there. He's got some damage reduction after using Advance, so he's felt free and clear to move himself forward and stay aggressive throughout this game. That's going to be another King Bomb rolling through from Hayes this time. What's he able to find? Just back to the back of the point he goes as Madara is able to plug away some good damage. This is shades of the first point fight though, Gore. They're not quite able to get to that 72%, but they've kind of got control of this left-hand side as Chromaspace look to maybe try to retake.
I mean, they're trying to melt down the shield of Coriel here, which shouldn't be hard given what they have. These Sentinels are doing a ton of damage, and Defit making up for last game by having a huge slash here.
Yeah, you can't face tank a Sentineled up Vivian, not for long at least, especially not if you're early on. 99% for Rosvet as Ova moves forward. Sentinels pouring down damage. Buck jumps himself in. Pops that Buck wild, looking for some damage, but Hayes has plenty of it of his own. Adium, Ovim, both down. Dome Shield, maybe just to extend out this fight, and that is a perfect placement of that one. Goryo has to move in range. That's not enough. Overtime goes down. Rosvet go up 3-0.
You're never going to have a good game when you hear, here's the windup, and then the next kill you see in the feed is Buck on the receiving end.
He's just getting himself hyped to die, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
here's the windup for Rosvet.
For the other team.
As he comes through. That's just unfortunate for him, because I think that could be really impactful otherwise. It's just the scenario comes out in which is a little bit too late.
Oh,
now
nice.
you're facing a Hexafire once again, and this time he doesn't need to nudge to the left.
Oh, that's a dream scenario right there. You drop down 2 backliners, a triple kill for Madara. This Ruckus, it shows why it's first pick ban potential, especially over here in EU. What a play. Rosvet, they're knocking on the door of a 4-0.
I mean, they're coming around the last corner, and they're coming around the last corner fast. They don't have many ults available to them right now, though. King Bomb coming up, that's a great way to seal the deal and close out a map, though. It just depends on if he's able to find it. The last one we saw fell a little short, so he's going to have to make it big. Sentinels are going to be recharged and available here, but the King Bomb's charged up and going.
Inflame starts, Inflame ends. Seismic Crash not completed. Hayes buys some space. That's an overpower completed. He Poppy Bombs to the side, is unable to win. That 1v1. Nalubka, though, is down. That's no healing for Chromaspace with these frontliners melting away. Double kill to seal it. Rosvet, they take the 3-1 in the 4-0 on Serpent Beach.
And a huge win over Chromaspace for them as well. I mean, being able to find that again, and these groups, specifically Group A, the one we were watching, you had, I would argue, 4, maybe 5 teams that are competing for 3 spots. So a win like that is enough to really escalate you into that position to find some control. And I think a lot of it at the end, if that King Bomb has 2 more feet, it's a completely different game. Maybe he's the reason I'm talking to, like, big game-ending play. But Defit played really well that game. Madara knocked it out of the park.
Unbelievable. 11 2 and 11, 22 affected kills and only 2 deaths for Madara. And he's second highest damage on his team in a game where there was a lot of damage to be found. 61K for Defit. Then 55,000 on that Buck, 56,000 on Hayes, 57,000 on this Ruckus. In a composition where you're relying on Vivian and Bomb King to do a lot of the damage, they had plenty of support from these front lines.
And it's more remarkable in my eyes just because we saw such a drastic contrast the game before, right? That Ruckus wasn't able to do anywhere near as much. Granted, when you get, like, I would say a gift of a Hexafire like that when you're looking for your final point, that's, I mean, perfect. There's literally no other way to look at it. There were a lot of moments where he's in the right place, right time, but good reads, good mobility. Again, being able to go upwards is one of the reasons Ruckus was huge on this years ago before it got taken away from him. And now that it's back, it's going to be something I think is going to continue happening for the foreseeable future.
That's a dream scenario. You see all of those kills lined up for it, and it helps your team roll that one through. We're just getting started here today. We've got 5 more best of 5s for you. We're sticking in Europe. We got Flashpoint and Weird Flex after this break. Welcome back to the group stages of the PPC qualifiers. We're still over in Europe. As I mentioned just prior to the break, we got Flashpoint versus Weird Flex, and another matchup that's going to be important for standings. My name's Dolson. Kresnik still joins me in the Bomb King Consortium of Knowledge. Did you expect the way that first set went to go that way? I expected Rosvet to put up a good fight, but I got to admit, I think I had Chroma Space as my front runners in that first set.
That's what I thought too, but I noticed as it went on that Rosvet was actually picking second pick as it kept going, and on the fourth map, even their choice, they were picking second pick, and to me that makes me feel like they must have just figured out Chroma.
Right.
As it went on, you could tell they were just focusing on the targets that they needed to.
Well, off to a great start here in the groups for Europe, but of course Flashpoint, a team that everyone should be familiar with. Good Lad, Storm Avatar, Skeppy, Prosper Logic, and Trensic, a team that in the full-blown Worlds qualifying tournament just a few months ago was able to make a good impression, taking a lot of the PPL teams at the time to lengthy sets. I would call them, Kresnik, maybe one of the front runners here in this group.
I would say so. I mean, they made it to the finals in week 1. That should be the hardest.
There you go. Right.
They 3-0'd Rosvet, the team we just watched. You know, they were able to go very far then. So I would agree. I think they're looked at as the front runners. They have a lot of experience together, and the only roster change they made, I believe, Legacy out and Trensic in.
Right.
People think it's a good change. I mean, moving Good Lad to that main tank position, having Trensic there with a lot of experience in that off-tank role, I think people would say it's an upgrade. So that team getting only better versus a new team like Weird Flex with a new face and People Cry, I believe, on the backline hit scan DPS. It's definitely, I would have to say, edge to Flashpoint, banning Frog Isle as they always do, and some, I think, more standard bans. Warder's Gate gone. Some teams don't like Splitstone, and we're going to start on Jack.
Well, Jaguar Falls, as you point out, is going to be map number 1. A bunch of other names on Weird Flex that I think a lot of people would be familiar with between Smutney, Surets, Cize, and Zadoodle, probably the biggest name on this roster. I expect them to be competitive, especially in these picks and bans. I think aggression will be kind of a big point to look at. It has been, really, for all of these teams, so that's kind of a blanket statement you could apply to sort of the meta right now with Fury being so important. Bomb King, though, banned out first overall by Flashpoint. What do you make of that?
I think it makes sense. You have a flex ban when you're first, and this is going to be an interesting set because we're going to watch the PC players try to counter-strat the console players, is what it's going to be. And Smutny, I believe, has played both. Smutny's played PC, Smutny's played console, so I think he knows where to go with it. Vivian and Goga being banned early, not too surprising against a primarily console team, I would say, on the other side.
Yeah, do you remember what their official breakdown is? Like 3 members?
3 controller,
Right.
2 PC. I believe the support and Flex, the Flex DPS,
Right.
are the ones on controller, and the rest are all on console. With console tanks, I think Rom being unbanned is a no-brainer first pick.
That's right, they lock him in, but that leaves open that Genos, and a lot of the conversation around the Genos has been not only how good he is just in general, but what he's able to do against that ROM. So at least if nothing else, they grab a good, somewhat counter pick there to that ROM, but first picked overall by Flashpoint. Barrick to follow up, and they get Victor as well, especially if you go Luminary on that Genos. That Victor's going to be hitting hard.
Yeah, it's going to do a fantastic job, I think. Also, burning down the ROM with that lifesteal, he might be able to even out-trade him. Plus, with that Genos, more or less denying ROM the chance to dash, which is his biggest sustain. I think it's a pretty big deal, having that Victor that early. They basically denied all the ideal DPSs from Flashpoint that they'd want as a console team right away.
Well, they get Victor and Fat Victor in the form of Khan as well.
Thick
Inara
Vic.
locked in, yeah, right, Thick Vic. So Inara Khan is going to be your front line here for this one. I mean, a rough set for Coriel, to say the least, in set number 1 on that Khan. I mean, some single-digit kills, double-digit death performances. Do you kind of find that as an outlier, just sort of a metric of the set that we were watching? Is Khan still in a good spot, do you think?
I think so. I mean, he wasn't running Vortex script. He was running Storm of Bullets with no extra ammo, and I really don't think that's the way you want to be playing Khan. He's more of a defensive off-tank Vortex to peel for the rest of his team, which will help a lot against this Xin potentially, or the ROM, if they have both of them running in. A very aggressive comp from Flashpoint, but I think Weird Flex have the answers. Get an unanswered Drogo who's running Wormjets. You can't dive him. Victor's going to run away. There's really no perfect targets for Flashpoint.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is the big team fight ultimates from Flashpoint. You pop the Inflame, you pop the Tempest, everyone runs at you all at once. Hopefully you're winning the team fight off of something like that. We're moving into our second set over here in Europe. Flashpoint versus Weird Flex. John Finch, it's all yours.
More than happy to, Dave. Thank you, and Kresnik on the desk. It's Finch and Gormizer as we head into game number 1. Flashpoint, I think very likely the favorites coming into this match, but I would love if Weird Flex could show us a chance to potentially upset this team. And these drafts, I think, Gormizer are pretty interesting in that regard. We saw the ROM and the Furia coming in here for Flashpoint. That's pretty strong to have both those at their disposal. But this Drogo's last pick paired with this Victor, I think Weird Flex are in a good position to make some noise.
And the biggest thing is how much hit scan there is to kind of counter that Drogo's. Trinsic technically is going to have it on ROM, but you're not looking at him as the, okay, I'm going to burst this Drogo's out of the sky. You really, honestly, your eyes have to go towards Prosper. I mean, he's technically hit scan. He can technically chase him down.
Yeah.
Or Skeppy really, really hoping to hit those projectiles. But Andrew Doodle, he has brought this Drogo's. He's brought Bomb King. He's brought so many countless blasters to this map. Had a brief stint as a frontline last year. But now he's back to his blaster roots, and I expect this Drogo's to be a pretty big deal.
I'm thinking so too, and we'll see how Doodle ends up playing it already under a bit of duress. He falls for first blood. Maybe not quite how he thought that one was going to go. Trinsic is the one that finds the kill, and the ROM's pressure starting to feel unrelenting now. He's got the Khan pinned down, better than pinned down. Send him back to base, and Weird Flex already in some trouble as Flashpoint come out of the base hot. And this is what ROMs can do, man. When they start getting going, when they've got this momentum behind them, it's so hard to slow them down. They're way beyond the point at this point. They are putting the pressure on.
Well, he's finally going to get taken down there, Trinsic, but I mean, with that amount of zone, he's kind of just outside your base. You're perfectly happy with that finally happening for him. Plus, it's kind of a 1-for-2 trade. You're not really feeling any pressure on it, and I think this is what Flashpoint not only proved to us during the last big LAN that we saw them at, but it's just the showcase of what you get when you stick together as a team for so long.
Well, glad we had a long time to break down that first mid-fight there, Gormizer, because it was a doozy. It's over already. Flashpoints have the first, and they're pushing the payload on, but this is good positioning now for Flex. Willing to drop the Tempest already. This Grok ultimate buying time for Prosper Logic already, try and get back into position. The Inara isolated on the front line. See you later. One more kill here for Flashpoint, as they have had nothing but all the momentum here so far, and Weird Flex have not had an answer.
I mean, they are trying to look at the bigger targets. The problem is, anytime you're like, oh man, you know what, I should kill that guy, you have Trinsic come rushing through like, yo, what's up? You want to look at me now? I'm going to scream, big red guy, hey, shoot over here. And they finally get rid of him. They even have a good shot coming down from Surrette's, but it's not enough to buy them any aggressive space. They just stop the aggression from Flashpoint for a little bit.
Yeah, Trinzik has been going to the bargain aisle and just gobbling up all the space, hasn't he, so far? It's been easy for him to get to the back line on this ROM so far, but they have now stalled here at this first choke point. Let's see how well Doodle can play from this high ground and get some decent damage off, but once again, Trinzik heading right to the back line, not going to allow Doodle on this Drogos to find good damage. This is that matchup we were talking about, though. Genis grabs him with the Void Grip. They make easy work of Trinzik, but look at all the space that he's bought. The rest of Flashpoint, the 4 members strong at the payload right here. The Inara's been picked up as well. The Dome Shield committed. They want to grab these first 2 points. They want to get the successful cap. Paoli is out of there now.
Oh.
2 big stun from Storm Avatar, and the Khan that much more vulnerable as a result. Flashpoint have almost run over this already.
I mean, they're doing their best right now. They're holding on. It's just damage after damage. Trinzik
Rob's
back
back.
in the fight. Doodle goes down, and it's just going to be dominoes after dominoes.
That was impressive, though, wasn't it, from Flashpoint? You said it just kind of based on their draft. It was no secret what the strategy was going to be from Flashpoint coming into this game. It was going to be relentless pressure. And I love how Trinzik has been so free with his life up until this point. He has been way in the backline.
And what I like is not only is he just throwing it to the backline, but he doesn't really care if he dies. He knows how much effort it's going to take to kill him and how many people are going to have to look
used
at
on
him.
him, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it's the fact that they had to use a Dragon Punch just to kill him. They've had to use Void Grip just to hold him down. Like, everything Weird Flex have that's a great arsenal and like something that's perfect to use against the team is getting used exclusively for Trinzik here and just locking him down. And honestly, if I'm Trinzik, I don't care that I'm 2 and 3. I'm happy with that effect. We're winning because of me.
Yeah, Prosper, Logic, and Goodlad are on the streaks right now because of all that space afforded to them by Trinzik so far and the excellent work that he's done on this ROM. And Doodle, who we were talking about in this Drogos, on how he might be a big problem for Flashpoint trying to deal with, really has not gotten a chance to get started here at all. Keep my eye on how well he plays this fight.
It's going to be the question in my eyes when that Dragon Punch comes through. It's a one-shot execute. He's going to charge it up and fly forward with it, but who does it hit?
Finds Trinzik, that's a pretty big target to be able to take care of that ROM. Goodlad, though, answers back on this Barrack. You hear the barrage starting to roll through, too, as Prosper Logic has been taken out of the equation. Finally, Weird Flex starting to get some decent positioning in this mid-fight. They'll have this Barrack try and buy some time, but not for long. They managed to catch up to him as well. And this should be this very first cap from a much better fight this time from Weird Flex.
And they get rid of Trinzik early on, although it's not enough to get rid of him a second time. He's going to be back in the fight. He's low, but that's a big kill onto Surrets.
They've removed the Genos and the healing from the equation early on. The Inara now in trouble, too. I might have called this mid-fight a little bit too soon, Gormizer. The Inflame has come out as well, and Flashpoint right back onto the fight. Trinzik goes to the back line. He's been looking for this Drogos all game long. Can't think of a reason why he'd stop now. Has him low HP, out of the fight, and might be able to send him all the way back the hard way. Yeah, he could turn around for the victor for sure. Almost gets that one, but does plenty of work.
And what was going on? Oh,
That's crazy.
The team was capping the point while he did that. That is 2 pairs of eyes that he pulls back on him, maybe more, but 2 immediate, and it's the DPS that are focused on Trinzik instead of the objective. And man, Flashpoint, like, if you do that to him, I don't know where to go from there. That's about the best comeback you're going to have in the game.
Dragon Punch once again has to be expended, this time on the Barrack though, and it does work to get him out of there. They find 1 kill on the Storm Avatar as well, but Skeppy finally starting to come to life here, finding himself a double, getting to the back line for this Genos as well. Only needs a couple more shots to get the delayed triple kill, the killing spree coming through, and suddenly Flashpoint right back in control.
You know, I will give them credit as well. Flashpoint, they picked up Skeppy, and on console, he was playing on EU servers from NA, so he's had a huge ping. He's still doing it now. He's just doing it on PC. The fact that he is performing at this level on such large ping is just incredible from him still. And the fact that the team has this much control, it's so difficult. But Weird Flex, I mean, they need something big, and they're going to need it soon because this last corner with virtually no ults available, it could be breached really fast.
That's a huge shot, taking down Doodle. Trinzik gets the kill credit, but Skeppy put the damage in. They want the Khan. They've got him caught down as well. He at least managed to trade his life out for Skeppy. He's still standing even for now, buying plenty of time, so that's huge a fight there from him. But right to the backline, as he has done relentlessly all game, forcing the Genos back into spawn with a full minute. Flashpoint about to bring the payload around the corner, and Weird Flex just trying to poke their heads out of spawn at this point to give you an idea of how relentless the pressure's been. I think this one could very well be over already. Now drops down the Inflame from Storm Avatar. They want to try and put this one to bed, but good response back from Surrets to take Prosper Logic out. Not going to be enough, though. Flashpoint grab map number 1 in dominant 4-0 fashion.
And it's so much just showcased by them throughout all of that. I don't even know where to jump to it.
Yeah.
The ult combination at the end would have been great. Prosper ended up going down, so it wasn't at its full potential.
Sure.
To think, oh, they could have won that last fight even harder than just being able to find a 4-0. But they were doing Inflame plus Tempest plus all the damage they had. Like, they had so much in the toolkit coming into that last little engagement that there's only so much you can do as Weird Flex to try and counter it, even though you had, well, I think, only one ult. And it didn't connect.
I think we also got a pretty good glimpse at why Rom was banned every game in that set one, right? Trinsic had an excellent game on that. That's just a map 1, though. Plenty more coming your way after this quick break.
Game 1 goes by in a flash point as they take Game 1 4-0 on Jaguar Falls, and that one was sub 10 minutes, start to finish. We figured it would be that way from Picks and Bans. So much pressure, so much team fighting potential there. Kresnik's still with me to talk about it. You know, we were a bit worried about the ROM, a bit worried because of the Genos, but I feel like what I kept seeing throughout that game is like, that you expend so much to try to melt away that ROM,
Yeah.
and in the meantime, there's so much other stuff going on around you that you end up losing the objective or the payload goes through. But hey, we killed the ROM 6 times, right?
That's the whole point, right? That's how you make ROM work into counterplay. You have to just wait until the rest of your team can go, whether it's off the back of an Inflame, off the back of a Tempest, or just being in the right position, and you just go. And you try to end the game as quickly as possible because ROM really won't tank as much when the game gets a little bit further in. You can see ROM, the off tank, taking more damage than the Inara on Weird Flex, about 1,200 more damage soaked up by Trinsic, and that just shows how much pressure he was peeling off with the rest of his team.
And still surprising, though, even, there were a couple 70,000 damage members on Weird Flex, and only one, and Prosper Logic was able to best that, but then everyone else on Flashpoint, if you're looking purely at damage, was kind of in that 30, 40,000 range, so kind of small damage numbers. But I guess some of that is just there was so much tankiness between a ROM and a Barrack. You need so much more than just damage to try to melt those guys away, more utility, more lockdown. But as I kind of mentioned bringing in this desk, this is what I expected kind of from that team fight. You pop a Tempest, you pop an Inflame, 2 ultimates that charge quickly, and you're able just to run them down.
I think the two things that kind of show why the damage differential happened the way it did was huge sustain on the other side. Fury and Grok both healing, so they had to burn through more. And it also means that the fights that Flashpoint won were won decisively. They were over. Weird Flex was just kind of, they were poking, they were prodding, they were trying to find their opening while softening them up, and the opening never came.
That's a big difference maker, to be sure, in that one. And that's sort of what I expected coming into this as well. I figured Picks and Bans for Game 1 are going to be aggressive. We're going to see a lot of what we ended up seeing out of Flashpoint. So Picks and Bans maybe for Game 2 will be what we see. Serpent Beach is what it sounds like. Gore pointed it out. Were you at all surprised to see kind of the Maeve and the Eevee foregone in the last set when we saw Serpent Beach?
Not really recently. I think teams have been kind of falling more onto the Androxus, the Hitchcan's the easier to confirm damage a lot of the time. There are times when you want Maeve, you want Eevee, depending on how aggressive the enemy team comp wants to be. But Androxus can play pretty safe while being easier to confirm his damage. I mean, Hitscan generally is not going to be as hard to hit as those projectiles, whether it be Eevee or Maeves.
Well, a long, flat map like Jaguar Falls is maybe not quite the same as Serpent Beach with a lot of verticality for ROM. You know, you can run through. Still a lot of presence, though. Flashpoint elect to ban him out. take him off the board. Genos, though, banned out as well. So Furia and Ruckus, we saw the potential that Madara brought on that Ruckus on Serpent Beach. With his change of kit, adding some of that verticality, very important here.
But yeah, for sure. Having that to take that high ground is a really big deal. And you mentioned the ROM with the verticality on this map. I want to say, you ban him because imagine you're holding last, and he just runs through your orange and up your stairs and into your
I don't want to
ground.
imagine that.
Yeah, you don't.
I don't.
I don't either. I see it in my dreams. It's not good. Inara, Ruckus, both taken for Flashpoint. And I think that's solid for this map. It does kind of open up a Grok pick for Weird Flex, but this isn't really a Grok map. And they left another one of those backline DPS opens that console wants, so they take that Vivian, and it's going to be really hard for anyone on Weird Flex to live on the point.
Well, Khan is Thick Vic, and I assume Ruckus is some variant of Vivian, right? I mean, you're pouring out hundreds of bullets and plenty of damage. Death by 1,000, yeah, Goblin Vivian. I guess similar playstyles. Let's do a little bit of damage, a lot, unless the Sentinels are out, then I'm doing a lot of damage. So plenty for Weird Flex to try to shrug off. It is going to be a Maeve, though, locked in here for Weird Flex. Do you like what they've drafted?
I think so. I think the Maeve is really good at getting away from fights, so if that Ruckus says, oh, I can't get on anyone, I'll pressure this Maeve, that DR makes it so hard to get on top of them. They could just make so much distance, and both of the DPSs banned game 1 get through on Flashpoint side, and considering they were in the other column last time, I would be a little scared if I was Weird
Quick
Flex.
Thoughts on that, Koga?
I think it's really good on this map, actually, because you can climb with it. It has that verticality that you need to push this map.
Well, the potential is there. Let's see if Weird Flex is able to grab a point here in game number 2.
I don't know. I got a feeling it'll be at least a little bit better for them. They don't have to worry about Trinsic on the ROM here this time. But these console players, or at least certainly formal console players, on the Vivian, on the Koga here this time, which have been mainstays on that platform for a while here now, Goremizer. If you're Weird Flex, are you worried at all that those two picks have made it through?
I'm definitely worried about Prosper on Vivian, because I think Prosper on Victor is like a 1-to-1, like he literally is Victor. And then there's like a 0.9, like he loses a little bit of himself, but he's still pretty much in person is Vivian. So it's going to be threatening, I think, overall. And I like the fact that he goes for the Nimble as well. A lot of people, as you can see, save their like extra 150 credits at the beginning, but he just spent that to have a little bit more, well, movement to stay alive. Unfortunately for them, that's going to be 2 kills on the side of Weird Flex.
Yeah, I wonder if Trinsic still thinks he's the ROM this time. Diving in the backline on the Ruckus doesn't get nearly as much time out of it as he did last time, but you couldn't tell that by the percentage. Flashpoint still controlling that point. The Inara finally has to give up on that now and start giving some of that positioning back to Weird Flex. So a 2-for-1 favors them on this initial point back. Good grab there that cost Trinsic his life again, but Prosper Logic has removed the Leon from the equation here this time, so Flashpoint certainly still in it, though they've given up a good deal of percentage over to Weird Flex.
Man, this has been a weird holy trinity of Good Lad, Storm Avatar, and Prosper Logic, where it's just Storm Avatar, damage, heal, damage, heal. As long as he keeps those other 2 alive, the team keeps rolling. It's got the main engine, the main core, I would say, rolling ahead, and that lets Skeppy get aggressive. And as much as it was weird earlier, now we're getting Koga Part 2, Electric Boogaloo, right? But Skeppy has played a lot of Koga across the console league. He's played it on LAN against PC teams. Like, this is maybe the most obvious crossplay portion of the PPC that we've gotten so far.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's working out well for him kind of makes sense.
And he had a really great performance just now. It's Flashpoint that make that first cap. They win the mid fight and are now starting to push that payload, and Skeppy was a big problem for them. But we are seeing that Trinsic's kind of doing almost the exact same strategy from last game just on the Ruckus as the Sentinel comes out for Prosper Logic. A bit surprised to see that expended here, but clearly they're feeling confident in the ability to take this fight, and someone has to get eyes on Skeppy here, taking damage right to this barrack. Ends up committing the ultimate as well, so Pally will indeed go down, and Skeppy, of course, manages to make it back out of there. So hard to lock down the Koga. Prosper Logic got one under the con as well, and Flashpoint now relentless on this push, already have it halfway.
That's unfortunate. Prosper just wants some heals, man. He's finally going to be able to get him as he comes through. He's going to move back forward, hold his ankle, but Skeppy ends up dying
finally
just now as they're looking to push around this last corner. And I mean, they've got the control. A lot of the things that could go well here for Weird Flex in terms of their composition just haven't been. I expect to see this Maeve kind of controlling things. People Cry here, having the high ground as a Leon against a team that inherently doesn't have any high ground should just let you pelt damage into them and ideally find a kill or 2 before they can even get back to the payload here.
I'm going to be watching Doodle a lot this game. I say that, and Prosper Logic immediately takes him out of there. I mean, on that Drogos last time, we thought he was going to be a much bigger impact player. Maybe on this Maeve, this is his time to shine. Trinzic gets her right to the backline, so obviously it's time for the Grover to drop the ult. Not going to make it work this time as Peepo Cry takes Trinzic out of there. But again, he's pulling all this focus to the backline. Look where the payload is. They've almost got it pushed already. Finally, the Barricades is getting an actual touchdown to stop this push. Furia falls back out of sight.
Those are good
and
kills.
this is a good fight. 3 now in a row. A double kill for Paoli, and Weird Flex has finally slowed down Flashpoint.
And quite literally not a second too soon.
Yes.
If that takes even a second more, this is a 2-0. We're on to the next round. We're looking at something different. The problem is, again, what you commit to hold on to it. Granted, Flashpoint have been very liberal with their ults. They have not been holding on to anything too tightly. But you lose your Dome Shield, which I think is the biggest one at the end there. And Good Lad's just back in position.
They've lost already a lot of their damage. The Khan avoided expertly, and another successful push now by Flashpoint. For those keeping track at home, that is 6, count them, 6 in a row unanswered by Weird Flex. Luckily, there was no camera on me because I just put 7 fingers up, but no one has to know about that one. 6 in a row for Flashpoint.
Glad we kept it here between us.
Yeah, just between us, Gormizer. Don't tell anybody at home. Flashpoint looking dominant right now.
And it's just been good movement, I would say, from Skeppy. But Trinzic, it's 5-5 again. Very misleading when it comes down to the impact he's having, because some of those are like, yeah, I'm holding W and I die at the end of it. I don't really accomplish much. But if you have 3 people looking at you, specifically Andrew Doodle or Peepo Cry, all of a sudden you're buying a lot of space. You're buying time for Prosper or Good Lad to be able to get into a good position, Skeppy to be able to find a good flank route. And because of that, Skeppy's 6-3. Prosper's just crazy amounts of damage going into this game, which you expect from a Vivian. But he's about to have his Sentinels back up. It's going to be a good point fight.
Should be a strong fight here for them. Talk about who's had a nice set to coast so far. Storm Avatar in the double Furia games under virtually zero pressure as well. It's been great here for him so far. Intrinsic does a lot of that. Sentinel popped already. Way to the back line goes Prosper Logic, and the Maeve forced to take a detour almost immediately. This is 6 so far from Prosper Logic, putting in plenty of damage, forcing the Barrack off the points. And now to see if they can win the fight. Koga goes into the ultimate, sets up a big 2-man trade. Finally, Skeppy falls on the backside, but Prosper Logic comes in for one more. Paoli is out of there. Flashpoint with firm control. Another kill for Prosper Logic. This should be their 3rd point they've gotten here. 7 in a row now for keeping track.
All right, on a list of things people don't expect, at the top of it's the Spanish Inquisition. Everyone knows that. But the second one is going to be the flank Vivian that goes through. I mean, that was him and Skeppy moving up together to go to the back line. And then of all people, the Vivian being the one to have the biggest impact just doesn't seem right, but it feels right, at least from the watching perspective. Prosper Logic's been on a tear. Skeppy has been perfect at distracting and dealing damage in tandem with him, to the point where any death that comes up for Flashpoint right now feels like it's just setting someone else up for success.
Yeah, what do you do about Skeppy and Trinzic right now? Because both of them are daring you to kill them at every given moment, but you can't afford to commit resources to kill them, and you can't afford not to either. It's been a catch-22 so far for Weird Flex, and they have absolutely not had the answers. Now the payload already halfway pushed through. Sentinel still rocking and rolling as Vivian gets in a little bit of extra damage. Skeppy trying to maintain the high ground, but has to fall back for now, so instead they'll let Trinzic try and do the honors. He dashes in, Hex of Fire, ready for him, but he doesn't find a whole lot. Storm Avatar, though, does take care of Paoli right away, and look where this payload is. It's almost in. Big-time heals from Storm Avatar, keeping them stepped up, too, as so far Weird Flex have just been struggling to find anything to work.
Well, I mean, they're looking to walk this one in. There's no one around to stop them.
I think they should be able to. Flashpoint GG. 2 maps in a row, 8-0. You do not see this often, Gore.
I'm trying to think what to change. The only thing I could think is
anyway, we get those guys out of the lobby, maybe.
Or you look at Prosper, you try to kill Prosper, but then Skeppy's alive in the back line, and it's like, well, you can't ignore him. You still have to kill him. You have to kill Trinzic over there. It's just, who do I focus on? And right now, I think Flashpoint are just firing on all cylinders.
They absolutely are. Every single member came here to play today, and so far, they are running over Weird Flex. Those guys are going to need this break a lot more than we are. We'll be right back in just a few minutes.
It's another game, another win, and another 4-0 for Flashpoint here over Weird Flex. Finch was keeping track of it, 8-0 now in this set. I brought us into that game saying maybe they get a point this time. They do not, and it looks like Flashpoint might just roll their way to a 3-0 here in this one. Dolson still with Kresnik in the consortium of knowledge. At this point, this Flashpoint team, even outside of just picks and bans, they just feel like they're too much to stop.
Yeah, they're just too together. That's
Sure.
honestly a big part of it. I mean, at the beginning, maybe a little misstep. Maybe they're feeling a little too good about the 4-0. Trentsit kind of just goes
Right.
and goes down, but they maintain control of the point the entire time. And Nara Furia is so good. You can't burn through it. You need to focus so hard. And with Prosper right there the whole time, keeping them alive, they just couldn't pressure. Prosper 11 and 12, constantly controlling that point with Good Lad.
Yeah, it's been one person or the other seemingly every single game on Flashpoint. I love the way they worded it kind of on the cast. It's like, yeah, maybe you're able to kill somebody on Flashpoint, but it's setting somebody else. This time around, it's Prosper Logic up for complete success. You have to combine the two highest damage dealers on Weird Flex to match what Prosper was able to do in this game on this Vivian. In the Koga as well, even though it wasn't a huge performance out of the Koga, the slash line wasn't massive. I think he did provide enough head turning that allowed the rest of the team to succeed.
Yeah, I agree. And being able to stay alive as Koga is kind of the biggest thing about it, just turning heads and living. If you get kills, it's because the rest of your team was pressuring just enough to get you safe more than anything. I think a big part of what's helping Flashpoint this is you can tell how clean their comms are, I feel. Anytime someone's doing something, someone else is already pushing another angle, taking whatever space is being created from the other side of the map. And that's just really hard to play around. I mean, that's just what the top teams do. They are always making something happen with the pressure on the map.
Yeah, I think, even I brought it up at the beginning of this set. You look at what they were able to do in that Worlds qualifying tournament a few months ago. So much of that felt kind of chemistry-based, right? I mean, obviously they're very mechanically skilled players, but you can tell that at any given time they're all on the same page. And through 2 games and 8 straight points here, you can certainly tell that remains true here into this next season. You look towards that Furia pick, though. That's something that Flashpoint has received both of the last 2 pick and ban phases. If you're Weird Flex as we move to Ice Mines, are you as concerned about that Furia?
I think you have to be, but they're stuck in this weird place where now they're thinking, oh, do we keep banning the console stuff? And I guess so with the first ban being Vivian, but maybe they're too stuck in their heads of getting rid of those backline hit scans and not paying enough attention to the meta, the everything meta.
I'm glad they banned out Victor. I was just about to say, you can't just ban out Vivian in this case. Almost, it feels weird.
They could first pick it. They could ban one, first pick the other.
You're absolutely right. But if you don't, it feels weird that you're forcing Prosper Logic onto Victor. That doesn't seem like a very good trade-off there for me. Weird Flex are going to ban out both of the premier hit scans here. Tyra has not really been in the meta, kind of that last third machine gunny hit scan type champion, but it is Bomb King locked in here for Weird Flex.
And I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know who on Flashpoint. I'm sure. I mean, it would be Skeppy, right? I've really never seen Skeppy's BK. I don't know how he is on it. So I was thinking maybe you take that Furia away from Flashpoint and pick the BK later if they don't think they're going to take it. But Bomb King Terminus, if they're afraid of just that combination of champions altogether, you have to take it now. It's so lethal on Ice Mines.
Well, Terminus has started to branch out from Ice Mines into some, he's trickled out into some other maps here and there, but still remains a force on Ice Mines. So much a force that Flashpoint are going to scoop him up first overall, snag that Furia for the 3rd time in this set. It's worked out for him so often. Let's maybe go back to it here. Weird Flex, they're going to pair that Koga with the Bomb King, grab Makoa 2nd overall, with Fernando maybe even being the most important thing we have to talk about now.
Yeah, and I'm feeling weird about that because Khan is still open. So Khan is still able to be taken, and they're just going to grab Nando through that shield, and his shield's not going to do quite as much. He could just play on the other side, but of course, Weird Flex can always rotate their Khan to match him, assuming Seaside potentially on the Khan there. But it could be the other way of how they have it set up. Genos being picked up here too. That's so much damage and self-sustaining tanks on the side of Weird Flex. Flashpoint are going to have to, I think, depend a lot on that Xin Guillotine if they want to equalize these fights.
Well, of course, the kind of Khan-Fernando interaction, as you point out, Khan can pick up and put down his shield at ease as long as there's still health on it. Fernando, once he uses the shield, if it gets taken down by any means, it goes back onto cooldown. So something maybe to keep your eye on this time. Sky locked in here for Flashpoint. Do you like them going with her in the 5th?
I think so. I think they have to. It's not a Grok, and I don't think Grok would be that good on the other side. They need a character that a console player can play, so Sky makes a lot of sense. That secondary support, that tank shred, going to be huge into the Makoa, I feel.
Well, it's been a question of whether it's picks and bans or if Flashpoint is just that good. We're going to go down to Ice Mines for game number 3.
Ice Mines. It feels like it could be kind of an equalizer at times, right? When the set perhaps is getting away from you, you call the audible to move on over to Ice Mines. And Weird Flex have a nice draft, some great tools at their disposal. You love getting to lock that Genos in towards the tail end of that draft as well. They've got the Khan and the Makoa, the BK there too. I think they're set up here to finally get some momentum.
It's a lot of self-sustain, a lot of damage, especially boosted by that Luminary. But it's the Guillotine picked up for Skeppy, which is going to be great against those tanks. And Smoke and Dagger grab for Prosper Logic. And that's one of those things, it's going to be sleeper healing numbers that come down from the sky. Plus, she's already going to be melting people. I think it has a lot of potential. We'll have to see where he goes with it, because it could be the thing that wins them a game.
This initial point fight could be critical, and that's not a bad way to start it all. Gobbled up by the Khan, and Tourette's gets first blood. Good Lad already moved out, but Prosper Logic has found his way back there to the Bomb King to remove him from the equation. But they'll be comfortable standing on the point here for now with the Khan building up the percent. Already 45 here now for Weird Flex, but finally, Prosper Logic trying to find his way to the back line, getting in some decent damage, able to remove Pally on the Makoa. It's a pretty big grab, and Flashpoint should have control.
And Cize's in an unfortunate position here because, I mean, you're matching up against the Sky, full health, healer behind him, plus his own smoke bomb to stay healed up as well. You're more than fine to take that trade if you're Prosper, playing on something that he's very comfortable with. Of course, you get Skeppy back on the Zen that we saw on map 1. And the thing that stood out to me, and they were kind of mentioning it, they were talking about the Furia and where she would be picked and banned. But my eyes are on the Terminus and the Fernando. Both of them are phenomenal on this map. And yeah, Khan has the counter matchup against the Fernando shield.
Wow.
But I'm looking at the Reanimate for Terminus. This is going to be round 2 talk more than anything. And then the Immortal from Fernando, because both of those are going to play such a huge role in this, that if they're already playing at the list level, I don't know if you have anywhere to bounce back from.
Well, so often as we see, there it is, though. Perfect from Skeppy to get there and take out one of the big targets. Storm Avatar finds himself a double kill, but the Jin did a lot of the heavy lifting there. It's a big fight so far for Flashpoint. Skeppy gets one more kill. But this is how Ice Mines goes so often. Once you win that initial mid-fight, you're able to push so far beyond, keep the other team from coming in to contest, and an easy first cap for Flashpoint. Now, they're well beyond half. Prosper Logic doesn't find a hole out there with that ultimate, but they're ready to start up this next push.
And this is actually something that I think is funny, because Ice Mines is the classic best of 3, we're down 2 maps. This is going to be a 3-3, so we can fight for that final point and make it a 4-3 and just push ourselves to 4. But a lot of teams have figured out Ice Mines, and I think Flashpoint might be on that list based on what I'm seeing right now. And they're playing incredibly well. They're pushing them back. I mean, you're locked in the base. You're going to need something big. You might have to burn an ult.
Skeppy finally gets taken care of as Tourette's finds his way to a double kill. Skeppy at least trades out with Pally, though, before he goes. Trenzik can't quite get the kill onto the low HP Khan, who will make it back. And this is where some of these Ice Mine pushes can stall out at sometimes, Gormizer. Getting it all the way here is only half the battle, it feels like.
And it's just more difficult, mainly because now you're looking at Prosper, big around the point fight, able to hold off one side, one edge for his team. Can't do so much on this area. As long as they keep track of the doors, they know where you're going to be as the Sky. Your invisibility only gets you so far. So he has to play this more like a regular backline, which still has a lot of damage, but it's definitely going to be a little less pressure from him.
Finally, some space now blocked over Flashpoint. They should be able to make their way through. It is a good hook indeed, but it's Cize, the one that ends up falling. Trinzik gets kill credit for it, and they've got the payload push now beyond this choke point. I like the idea of trying to come to the backline, but Prosper Logic gets one more. Pally has been taken out of the equation too. The Bomb King now falls as Good Lad makes his way in, and he is swinging. Flashpoint almost with a chance to get this first cap. Can't quite lock this one down. Weird Flex, though, have lost just about everyone. They're just rushing to get bodies onto the actual point at this point as Good Lad manages to keep this game going.
I mean, they're going to be able to have respawn proximity, though. That's going to work out for them. You have Reanimate, you lose both your tanks. I think even though you're right next to it, it's not worth it. It seems like Flashpoint agree. They used the Immortal in a perfect position there to keep everything rolling, but I think once that doesn't quite seal the deal for you, I like the call to just be like, all right, you know what? Let's hold off until next point.
We'll see if we can grab it. Just a few of those trades from Weird Flex are really all that it takes. As you mentioned, the defender's advantage there, being so close to the actual contestant point, ends up favoring them out. So Flashpoint now, for the first time, have given up a point here to Weird Flex in this set. It comes on the defense, but points are points, man. When you're down 9-0 at that point, I don't think you really care how you get them. But how do you see this next, I guess, mid-fight shaping up?
Honestly, I think it's looking a little bit more in favor of Weird Flex. They have 4 ults available for them, but the reason those ults are more important specifically comes down to Paoli. I think Ancient Rage is going to be huge here, just a reset for him. Good Lad has one himself in the reanimate, but Paoli being able to stay aggressive, stay in the fight, without Guillotine on the other side, or without the spite from the Xin on the other side to cause any trouble for him, might hurt.
Could be difficult. Another big pull from CZ to move the Terminus out. Doodle has already found Trinsic and removed the Fernando, and they're going to be able to throw Terminus on out of there too. This is a huge first fight for Weird Flex. They take care of Good Lad and Prosper Logic quite well, and now it's Weird Flex the ones that can push up. And I don't know, with these tanks that Flashpoint have, how do they get past this choke point and back to find a touch?
Oof, man, I mean, if you're Fernando, you could maybe dash behind, like just dash through and hope they turn to look at you and hope for the best. Of course, with an Inflame, it'll help your team get in anywhere, but you're going to have to do it fast. The good thing about not going up 2-0 is that there's no comeback mechanic on the side of Weird Flex.
That's right, so they're not quite getting that fast cap that you might be used to, but this Khan so far has been able to cause a ton of damage. Big stun though from Storm Avatar. Now they got the Makoa a bit isolated onto the point. Does find one kill himself, but Paoli eventually does end up dropping. This one favoring Flashpoint pretty substantially as Trinsic gets himself a double. Now their turn to start building up some cap percentage, see if they can keep Weird Flex out.
They're going to have to find a good zone here, and I like who they move forward specifically. You get a little bit of Terminus on one side, a little bit Fernando on the other, and then Xin right down the middle to make sure that everything can go well. You're looking for dismounts, and you're looking to make sure they don't go anywhere around you.
That is impressive. Flashpoint Cat one more time, despite a really good start up to that mid-fight for Weird Flex. How does that go so wrong for him?
Honestly, I think it comes down to the fact, and it's weird because it's a double-sided blade. You have the overpower toss Terminus off the map. It's the best way to ensure that there is no reanimate.
Right.
But it lets him keep his reanimate. So when they had Inflame ready, Terminus comes in, and you don't care if you die at that point because you literally have a reset button on the point that is going to deal, what, 4,000 damage? I think it got nerfed a little bit a while ago. That's the number that my brain still comes up with. And it's just, there's a lot of damage, a lot of control that came down from that, and I think Good Lad played it appropriately.
King Bomb now coming out. This should buy a great deal of space. Finds the stun, and that's it for Skeppy. We'll see him later. And this should stall the push for Flashpoint quite substantially. And again, this is why I think you pull into Ice Mines when things are starting to get out of control. Because even when you have good fights and things start to get out of control for your team, you can stall things out in Ice Mines pretty well, like we're seeing happening for Weird Flex now.
Every time I see Peepo cry, all I can think about is all the other emotes that I want to say instead of his name, but I'll keep it real for him. As he goes down right there, Skeppy with a double kill, Prosper being able to clean it up. And this is where it's just been so big for Flashpoint. They are just wiping the team. They know what they're doing. They know how to re-engage. And that was Inflame. That is a huge facilitator in keeping them going.
Yeah.
And that's been why it's so big for them. I mean, 2 games with 2 wins on Furia, they're maybe contributing to that, what, like 30% win rate she has.
Yes.
This is another one that looks like they're putting it in the books for her. That Inflame is just giving them so much room to work with.
And now Skeppy not too far from having that Spite available one more time, and I think that ultimate really could change things potentially on the side of Weird Flex if they lose one of those tanks early on. A quick fight for positioning right now as Flashpoint finally just now get the payload to that first big trouble-making choke point they got to try and make their way past. Trinsic in a battle for his life on the right, up against one tank, and they take down Paoli early on. Skeppy gets that kill and still holds on to the ultimate. They found the Koga here now as well, and Trinsic's able to take him out. Doodle removed. They do lose Storm Avatar, though. Not having the Fury is huge, but a third kill in this fight as they start to waterfall over Weird Flex and push them back. They'll have people up, though, in time to try and make another defense.
Well, normally I'd be going on about how losing your healer is the worst, but they still have healing in the terms of Sky. That smoke and dagger is going to work out, and that's the spite we were looking for. Get rid of one tank, and it opens up the door for another to move forward, but CZ's left alone. CZ's done a ton of work, though, to stall this out here so far. Storm Avatar now back in the fight. Had to make a slow walk to get here. Prosper Logic, though, finally gets CZ, but a huge flank from Peepo gets the backline. He's able to take down one more. That Storm Avatar, he removes a double kill as he's found Skeppy now as well. I think he's brought this push from Flashpoint to an end. What a huge play from Peepo Cry on the Bomb King to find the successful defense. I think there's a period that Spike comes through, it looks great, but the minute things don't work out for you there, I don't know if you call the reanimate the way that they did for Flashpoint. It's a lot to invest. Yeah, maybe you don't need it. You know there's going to be an overpower on the other side. You know you're just going to get thrown off the map anyway, but it's still going to hurt. 26% is not bad to come back into the round with, but I mean, that's one of the slowest charging ultimates in the game, so Good Lad's going to feel the lack of that this round. And this is actually the big turning point on Ice Mines. 2-2 is the point where maybe we go 3-3, maybe it is a 7-point game, or you win it off of a push here. So any team that is able to kind of capture this and control it, it's going to be a lot bigger. And with the Illuminates coming on side or online here for Weird Flex, Prosper's going to be getting a little bit less done. It's going to be a little more difficult for Flashpoint to get the ball rolling the way they have in the last couple rounds.
Should be able to keep tabs on this Sky much easier now with all those Illuminates at their disposal. So we move our way into one more mid-fight. Last time, Weird Flex actually had a really good start to that fight with that overpower used to take care of the Terminus early on. We'll see if this time they can stick it out. If they are able to have another good fight. Good Lad goes right in, though, towards the back line. Try and catch out this Koga. They've taken care of Pipo, the hero, from that last point defense early on, too. And no one is helping out this Genos. That's a great pick for Prosper Logic to get to the back line to find him. The Con removed 2 and a full-on white for Flashpoint. How's that for a mid-fight?
Well, just because you can see it doesn't mean you can do anything about it.
Yes.
Prosper Logic is a virus in his own sorts right now, right? Where he is just running through, running rampant, gets to the back line, melts people down, and yeah, those Illuminates look really good on paper. I mean, theoretically, it's going to help you stop that Sky, but it did nothing of the sorts that time around. And I mean, they're at 72%. They have a pretty good grasp on this. There's still a chance for Weird Flex to touch, but it's not looking too solid.
They should be able to get it and find at least a 1 point. It's a 1-for-1. They lost Good Lad earlier, but Cize ends up falling to Skeppy yet again. I think he expended the ultimate that time to make that one happen, willing to use the spike. Now it's Makoa on the point, but Prosper Logic's damage is brutal. Forces him off right away and should buy some time for Flashpoint to get back into position here once again.
That's just going to be clean damage. And that's Prosper, that healing chart was messing me up. He's at 59,000, almost 60,000 healing.
Not bad, huh?
And yeah, Genos technically has top healing, but when you add those together and you're sitting at almost 140,000, that's a hefty chunk coming down.
And I'm sure Prosper Logic's near the top in damage too, right? This Sky has been almost unchecked. Fourth now with 69,000. So when you factor in the healing and the damage, it's been a monster performance from Prosper Logic here so far, and it's all been under relevant targets.
Get Battle Healer Furia out of here. I don't care about that. Give me this Sky every game. It's doing work and numbers. And that's a good time bomb as well. Might not find the kills, but it's good zone. It's going to be good control. Either forces them into you or forces them away from you. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you want to look at it, you get the overpower out of there, but you lose your healer in replacement for it, so you have to fall back a little bit.
Well, if you're Flashpoint here, Gore, I mean, you've won every single mid-fight so far. How much are you committing to try and find this point? Well, clearly, they're willing to commit the fight. Once again, Powley is the target, and Skeppy makes it in, making a double kill. He's eliminated both the frontliners from the fight here this time, and his Terminus still hanging on. Wants to make it through and see if he can find the Bomb King as well. Dashes in, and very nearly able to find that kill. Another huge fight from him. This Zen has been a monster so far.
And he's the perfect example of if you use that spite and you're going to burn someone down, that's the person to do it. It's him and Sky, throw him out like it's nothing, because who cares? They're going to charge back. I mean, he's already at 44%. Your level of morale boost makes it a lot easier for you as time goes on, but Reanimate, Immortal, those are the ones that are question marks. If you can break this choke point and get it close, I'm okay throwing one of those away just to try and convert.
Yeah, to see if you can get that win right there and then. And if not, you'll still at least have one of the other, either Reanimate or the Immortal. Can't find much there. I like the idea of those threats, but not a whole lot there. Trinsic gets Cize out of the equation early on. Doodle tries to put in the damage, does force the Fernando back, so they buy some time, even once they come past that choke point, but a stun comes through. That's going to buy some space for Trinsic to make his way to the back line. Big ultimate, though, stops him in his tracks. Can't find much more damage there despite what he was looking for. Now in comes the Con. Has locked down one target. Surrett's able to take down Goodload, but that's the Reanimate committed. Surrett's taken out of this one as well, too. They commit the spike to be used. I think Flashpoint really do want to try and take care of it. A double kill now for Skeppy, and Flashpoint find the push. Take care of Ice Mines. They take care of the set.
That was clinical. Like from start to finish. Wow. They lose 2 points that game. Both of them were defenses. And yeah, that was the only ones they dropped that entire time. And both of them were about that far from converting anyway. So you get to the razor's edge of being able to find 3 perfect games in a row. It's not what you expect to see on an Ice Mines, but it showcases what they did right.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that, I mean, Slash Lines kind of show it as best as it could too. Skeppy is where my eyes go. I think having the guillotine on this Zen, on this map against that draft, set them for success from the get-go.
Yeah, 113,000 damage. Not bad at all.
Just
from
a little
that
bit.
Zen. Plenty from the Bomb King, though, on the opposite side there, too. But really, Skeppy and Prosper Logic had such insane performances for me here this game. They didn't quite have an answer to either the Sky or to this Zen. Then you factor in how well that front line was playing for them as well, that they got to have Storm Avatar on a Furia 3 out of 4 sets this time here as well. I mean, clearly very comfortable for Flashpoint. And if you go through an entire set only giving up 2 defensive points on Ice Mines, I think you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, no, you're more than happy with that. And Flashpoint, I mean, that is a very big, good stamp, I would say, to be able to move yourself forward. So you can look at this. I think this is Group A, yeah.
It is, yeah.
Which is all of the games they had to play. If you're wondering why all of them aren't being broadcast,
Quite
it's
a few
because
3-0s.
that's one group in one region, let alone the fact that we have 3 regions to cover, each with their own 2 groups. But a lot of interesting little changes through them. Of course, that one had more because there were maybe some other sets going the other way around. But Flashpoint, I see a 3-0, I see a 3-0. We just watched another 3-0. So they dominated in Group B.
Yeah, I think I was able to see that Rosved one. I think all of their matches as well, just from trying to quick at a glance to get an update at how those matches went. So there was some dominance here in these groups. Let's go ahead and take a look at the actual standings. District 69, I think surprising, just about nobody had a 5-0 performance, but Rosved were right there behind them. We got to see their set earlier on. They ended up 4-1 and had a pretty monster performance as well. The top 3 from each group are the ones that qualify out. So Chroma Space didn't end up making it as well. DFK, Sour Team, and B Rush didn't find any success.
Yeah, Sour Team probably the biggest name that's not going to be there. 0 and 4, unfortunately for them.
Yeah.
But Flashpoint, 5 randoms, all business, joining the 3 from Group A. And that makes me excited. That's a lot of really solid teams that are going to be showing up throughout all of Europe for the next few weeks. Of course, I think next week is a bye week as they get ready for it. And then we'll be into the PPC, but that's big for Europe, and that's big for their region.
I know it was a long grind for these guys, but I think we can pretty safely say that we got the better teams coming through here, right? I mean, I am very happy with the teams that we just saw qualifying through for Europe, and that's just Europe. We still have Brazil and North America to come. It's Brazil on the other side of this break.
I say something, it's out of line. I say it again, another time.
Welcome back to the PPC qualifiers. We've done Europe 16. Gore is just going to let you know.
I've got the energy.
I appreciate you, Gore. And that's great. Europe is qualified. Congrats to all 6 teams that have qualified to the PPC over in Europe. But as you point out, we have what now?
Brazil. You got to lean back when you do it. Otherwise,
right,
you don't get
it just doesn't work right.
It's to
Understood.
You straighten out your throat so the energy can just
Right, shoots up into the air, up into the sky, and then just rains down all around us.
Yeah,
right?
and
No, go ahead.
Wash your hands.
Right.
I'm gonna, you know, like
Well,
I'm
you
gonna
should-
walk it back right now with the state of the world. Wash your hands.
Right.
Don't spew air into the, or don't spew your air
Yeah,
into
wait
the
a
sky
second.
for everyone.
What are you doing to us here?
I'm clean. I'm good.
All right.
Everyone else is good too.
Yeah, you should spend
as far as I know.
between 15 and 30
Finch
seconds
may be
washing
dying.
your
I
hands.
am not
right?
sure.
Yeah, Finch is still okay. He's casting this set for us. Brazil, though, as we finally get to the point, is what we're going to be
Brazil.
watching here. Los Gatos versus Catapimbas is going to be the matchup that we're watching. Group A and B on your screen. Now we're going to be looking at a matchup over there in Group A. Los Gatos, a team that I think should be able to make a stamp here on this matchup.
Yeah.
Though largely in Brazil, I will say that there's kind of those 2, 3, 4 kind of top teams with some names that you're all very familiar with, but Brazil, maybe more so than any other region, has a lot of teams that are kind of making a name for themselves for the first time.
And the proving grounds. And this is actually like, it's like the double-edged blade. Like we've had a few players retire going into this year or that are planning to retire after this year, things like that. And that's when new names get to show up, right? Brazil has had a lot of teams for a long time, but the only way to compete was to queue into North America and really hope that you could beat any of the NA PPL teams or PML teams. And for some people, if you're looking at Space Station of last year, they were able to make it into the PPL. Or if you're looking at, 5-Stack Esports, you're able to maintain a spot in the PML. But now you've got your own region, so more teams get to show up, more names get to be seen, and now there's a facility for all of those Brazilian players to kind of come forward and showcase what they have.
Yeah, and Catapimbas, and you talk about names kind of coming to the forefront for the first time, names like FPI-JA 28 F7J9, the frontliner for Catapimbas, and Uso Bicho Vindo, which roughly translates to something about being a beast or a beast appearing or something along those lines. So we expect big things there out of those guys. I am excited, though, jokes aside, to kind of see what they're able to bring to the forefront. Not the teams necessarily in this group that I expect to have that big stamp on them, but maybe along that same vein, Brazil is a region where you look at Europe, you look at NA, and there's kind of 3-4 teams fighting for the top 3 spots. This is one where some of those new names, like the ones I bring up now, can kind of put themselves in the forefront.
Argue, because you've got Mandrakes University in Group A, and you've got Fine Thin Gaming in Group B.
Right.
And those teams are going to be your top spot. Like, if they are not, it blows my mind, and whoever takes the top spot from them, it's good on them.
Yep.
So my eyes are, what is that? That's 2 out of 12 teams that I think are guaranteed. That's 10 spots, essentially, that are being open for, or 8 spots that are still being fought for. So it'll be fun to see how exactly those teams come forward with it, and what they're going to be able to do, because, I mean, right now, it's all up in the air in my eyes.
I agree. All up in the air is a good way of looking at it, picks and bans. For game number 1, saw the map bands kind of down there towards the bottom.
My math is so bad. 4 spots. There's 2 teams. There's 6 spots total. There's 4 spots they're fighting for. 10 teams fighting for them.
Is it worse that you said that, or I didn't call you out on it? I'm not quite sure.
No,
but Jaguar
that's on me.
It's on
Don't
you.
do math on cast. It's a rule.
Yeah, I'm
It
the
says that
worst
somewhere
offender
in
of
my
that,
rule.
right? So many times I'm trying to do math, goal differentials, simple things like we're in a best of 5 and it's 2 to 2. I don't know. At that point.
Once we get numbers
See, I'm
involved,
already starting
cancel
to
out.
poorly do math here at this point. Moving on, Bomb King Khan, Genos banned out for Catapimbas here. I wonder how we look at Ruckus and what a role he plays in that European meta. I wonder if any of that starts to carry over to Brazil. I know NA has kind of adopted the Ruckus just a little bit. Do you imagine him being prioritized here in this region?
I honestly don't know. I feel like my heart wants to say yes, because when you go back to any of the LATAM games we used to have, or if you look at any Brazilian players that we used to have, or I guess with a Brazilian team, Sadak loved himself some Ruckus, and in my mind that should translate to the region-loving Ruckus. But I don't think it's going to. I don't think we're going to get to see it as highly prioritized. But I think he's got a place. I don't know if Jack Falls is that place, but I think if we go to like Serpent Beach, he will still get picked up.
In ROM, though, that answers that question. I was wondering where he would fall. I think that's kind of a universal.
Right up there.
He is very important, very strong, no exception here in Brazil. Ying and Cassie, though. Cassie, one of the 33% here in the Brazilian qualifiers. A champ that was so potent towards the end of the year in the PPL, and we haven't really seen her all that much recently.
We are coming from a time where Cassie was like required for your team. Like somebody in the game, one of the 10 champions, had to be Cassie. the fact that I can't remember the last time I saw a Cassie game might be a good sign, I think,
the
for the
wild.
health of all the champions, but also just
Right.
for where she is sitting right now. I think it's going to be interesting to have her
Back to
impact this
basics.
game. Good against Terminus, good against Barrett, good damage for her. But she's kind of been superseded by the Leon. I want to see what exactly they have to offer throughout this map.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Cassie's able to do. Terminus locked in. I sort of mentioned when we saw him on Ice Mines, he's starting to kind of move his way into other maps outside of just Ice Mines. Jaguar Falls, certainly a map where he is viable. Moji, another champion that is very viable here on Jaguar Falls. Fawn, yelling at the top of his lungs from back in the replay area, and Moji's locked in.
You know, I want to go back, what was it, last week, maybe 2 weeks ago, when
Yes.
she was locked in on Stone Keep. That was not very good. Moji on Jag Falls is pretty good, though.
Yeah,
In the
she
right
works.
hands, there's a big caveat on there. It's not just something you can replicate. We saw Na'Vi do it a lot last year, where it was like they were the only team that made it successfully work for a few weeks, then other teams were able to kind of pick it up. So there's a good chance for her to showcase a lot of
I agree.
talent here, but we'll have to see.
Los Gatos with a very Jaguar Falls-esque draft. Do you think Catapimbas have drafted something that can deal with what they've brought them?
I mean, if this ROM can do what Flashpoint did on ROM, then yes. But I
That's
think
a big
there's
ask.
again, that's a big ask. Trinsic played that phenomenally.
Yep.
We'll have to see if they're going to be able to offer the same level.
Well, with lots of spots up for grabs, Catapimbas and Los Gatos are going to look to start it off with a win.
Game number 1. Thanks, Dolson and Gormaj, the dream team up there on the desk. We got to do our best now, Kresnik, to be the next best team, I suppose so, right? By process of elimination. Finch Kresnik here to move on to Jaguar Falls. And from those picks and bans, what do you expect we're going to be seeing here, buddy?
We're going to see that Inara going in. The ROM going in very deep to make space for that Inara. The Koga going to be following up, just making as much room as possible.
No backliner is safe.
No backliner is safe, but I mean, if you want anyone to withstand that pressure, it's going to be that Vivian. I mean, Vivian can fight back against a ROM, I think, pretty effectively. That shield getting in the way. ROM doesn't get those soul fragments, that lifesteal that lets him live through all that consistent damage when he's shooting into a shield. So any character with a shield or any direct denial of getting those red numbers that you can get against a ROM, the better it's going to be.
Keep our eyes on this Moji as well, I know. Not just Fawn excited to see this. Everyone wants to see what it is that she can do. An early stun coming out on this left-hand side battle. But early not favoring anyone in particular here just yet as King Kaiser tries to burn through this ROM quite quickly. Right when I say it, they find first blood. He ends up getting traded back out as well. Good luck saying that name as the Koga takes down one in his own right and right back onto the point fight. Here we go. The Terminus says hello, and I'm mad. Has got to be upset about that one. He's got to take a seat. A double kill now for Davino. And this Terminus has said hello already. Los Gatos already with control.
Definitely interesting to see Crush, too, just wanting to bring a little bit more CC into their lineup because they kind of lack it. Furia Beam, Moji Ultimate, otherwise there's really not a lot of direct hard CC, so having that in the team means that they might have to buy Resilience just for the pressure of that Crush. They need some more hard CC maybe because they can't stop that Terminus running in.
And the ROM is dashing in as well, trying to find some kind of point touch, but is only barely able to get the overtime on for a minute. 2 quick kills, though, do come in. The Cassie has found one, but a nice response from King Kaiser, a double kill. But Catapimbas have made their way onto the actual point itself, though, to try and keep this match going on. And so Los Gatos have got to try and find a way to regroup. Everyone except for this Moji, though, who is stepping in to put a little bit of damage onto this Inara, but nothing much coming from it now as Los Gatos are right back in, stepping up this overtime to see if they can find it. Gets nothing from that one, and there's the objective captured and a nice kill into the Inara to boot.
They had a decent amount of cap time on the side of Catapimbas, but I feel like the ROM was just too passive.
Yeah.
Wasn't really doing anything on the
He
backside.
ran in and ran out, right?
And, yeah, and in the first fight, the Moji just walked at him the whole time, and he wasn't able to accomplish anything.
Yeah, a bit surprised that we're not seeing much more value coming out of that ROM, especially after the game Trinsic had on it earlier on, but it's a long set potentially, so that means there'll be plenty of time for this ROM to try and find some later on value. Now Los Gatos in position to make the push. They still have Inflame Sentinel on its way up here soon, as is Bomb Shield. I say that, but the Inflame dropped by the Fury early on. Penny under a tremendous amount of pressure has to fall back as the ROM pushes everybody out.
And actually, there was a great use of the CC from the ROM sprint there, knocking up the Vivian twice inside the Cyclone Strike from the Koga, so absolutely no way she could get away from that. Now, I want to see them get forward. I want to see them pressure. That's where this ROM is going to shine, but he used his run just to dismount, and now they have to back up because that's basically their only tool to engage.
They gotta fall back. They're very reliant on that ability. Moji looking to find one ultimate committed here, and that sets up for a nice kill from the Cassie to take down the Vivian, but the ROM has to fall back one more time here again. That's Pablo Schumacher, I have to imagine, is how I'm going to have to say that one, as he has struggled to really find the space I think you typically would expect from the ROM, looking to keep this Furia pinned down. That's a pretty big kill they're finally able to get.
Finally made an opening, too. The sprint in the back is going to force them to turn, and that's what your ROM has to do.
Yep.
All that cleave damage from the sprint, 700 every single time you run into someone. You can't ignore that. That's a full life exchange burst from the Ying. If it was on the other side, being spent on that, or a full Fury heal, 2 seconds of no healing just because he ran into you.
And this is huge. They kept this Vivian pinned back here in the corner. The Inara stepped in too, but the Inara ends up losing the trade. That's it for Barinu. He ends up being taken care of quite nicely, and Los Gatos still in control. I was going over some of the ultimates they had available, but they used that Inflame defensively, had to use to fall back, but it's almost back now. If Los Gatos want, they might have those tools for a decent last push, if that is the way they want to push it, or they might save it for the next mid-fight.
If there's any push you're going to spend it on, it should be the first one, because there's no threat
you have time to get it
there's
back,
no
yeah.
threat of losing if you give it up, right? Even if they snowball the next round, it's still only 3-1. But with this split right now, a great wall from Marino means
nice.
I think they're going to be saving these ultimates.
I think so too. At this point, it's going to be difficult for them to make any kind of push pass to try and grab it. King Kaiser does find 1 kill, but this Cassie still chilling in the backline, finding shots. Marino does end up falling, and hold up now. King Kaiser's got to the back, found the Cassie here as well. They've got the Inflame dropped at this point. It looked like they used the Reanimate as well, so Los Gatos are absolutely in on trying to make this push happen. The Koga dives in, drops down the ultimate too, does find some space, but not any actual kills. That means Los Gatos can absolutely keep up the push, but now they've lost the Vivian. A lot of their damage has been taken off the table.
It's a lot of pressure on King Kaiser now, fighting in the back, and finally the Koga gets the trade with the ROM stunned. I think it might be it.
Yeah, I agree too, especially at this point without their damage. Successful defense will come out from Catapimba, so they can now head back towards that mid-fight. This is a much more reasonably paced game, I would say, than what we saw from the previous pace. But are you surprised at all that Los Gatos committed that many resources there on the end of that push?
If they didn't get the Koga pick, I would have been. But as I was saying that, they managed to get the trade onto the Koga. And if you can turn the fight fast enough, a 1v4 Koga isn't really doing the same. He's not really hitting the same way that a normal team fight Koga would be. So not shocked that they spent it after that point. And that fight was long enough where they charged some other ultimates up. They spent another Inflame and already have 50% back, almost having a Dome Shield. They have enough to make this fight go. And the way you talked about pacing before, that it's a more decent pacing, right? It shouldn't be. There's a ROM in the game.
Right, you're a bit surprised.
They should be going way faster than this, but I feel like they're just playing too defensive.
I'm very surprised at the way that we've seen in this ROM play here so far, but as I mentioned earlier, there's still plenty of time for them to find some of that aggression or show us the success of the slower pace. The Inara early on takes a ton of extra damage from that trade. This Moji has done a good job getting the backline, finding some damage, but the Koga has locked him down here now. An excellent kill early on to put this fight into favor into Catapimbas. I say that, but it's got Los Gatos that already have 45% to their name, but they're on the full retreat path now. A time for that ROM to finally comes out. He knocks up 3. The Fury in some trouble, but the Koga doesn't want to stick around to finish up the job. They've already done plenty, though. The percent now starting to rack up as Furia manages to barely get out of there.
Also, Moji turning ROM into a cookie and taking him down is going to make it way harder to stay aggressive, but this wall is going to make it harder for them to touch. It might have to be the Moji going in with the personal barrier.
King Kaiser will go in here first on the back of that double kill that he just got, keeping this Inara busy, forcing her off of the point, completing the delayed triple kill as well, as Barinu now falls as well. And just when this looked like a really good fight for Catapimbas, Los Gatos fight their way right back in off a big ultimate as well to take the ROM out of the equation early on. And even still, now the ROM finally going to come diving in, but doesn't even get the point touch. Los Gatos get a second capture.
The Pyro Strike was perfect. It caught ROM mid-sprint. They knew exactly where he was going to have to run. Honestly, it could have been better for Catapimbas. I don't know why the Inara decided the one place she was going to be safe was in close range with Emoji on Jaguar Falls. She backs up into this tiny little room and just hopes that she'll be showing mercy, but as we all know, Emoji can show no mercy, and you can see it by the aggression right now, too.
Yeah, King Kaiser clearly showing that this pick absolutely can work. Does find one to turn to the treat and wants to try and finish off the kill, but can't quite find it. That's the Koga, ever elusive, that makes his way back out of there. So a nice stall finally for Catapimbas to hold off Los Gatos for now, but they're already halfway through with plenty of time on the clock. They're just going to be waiting on ultimates to charge up as they start to finally get some kills to Catapimbas.
Yeah, they can just buy as much time. They want to be shooting right now. If I'm this Barrack, I want to turn around and get some damage on this Koga because I want to get closer to Dome Shield, but I guess he knew he could get out. Terminus is a peel monster. He can get you out of any situation if you're coordinated enough to set up for it.
But look how far past now their own... This is onto the opposite side of the match, the Los Gatos side of the map now that Catapimbas have started to push in as we're around this mid-fight, a little bit beyond that even. here at this point. So Los Gatos have got to find a way to break through this first so they can even start their push. But Kaiser's found Barinu, and that should be a pretty big way to start this off. A stun lands onto the ROM now too, so King Kaiser can get in range and start laying in the damage, and that's plenty. The frontliners taken out of the equation early on. I think Catapimbas might have pushed up a bit too far, and Los Gatos can start making their push.
And I talked about how shooting into a shield kind of denies the Terminus from the ROM, from getting any of that self-sustain. Terminus just siphoning on top of his Fury. ROM just wants to get that kill, but not only is he doing no damage, he's feeding Terminus more damage and getting no health back. There was nothing he could do there that would help out, and you can see he has to pick his fights so carefully, sprinting out. He can't just fight anyone willy-nilly.
What is Barinu supposed to do there? King Kaiser continues the pressure, and it continues to stagger these death spawns for Catapimbas. They have not been able to set up a full defense here just yet, and Moji wants to get aggressive even more, committing the dash to get it close to the ROM, burning him quickly, and continuing to force these tanks to fight isolated without the benefit of working together. The Koga pushed out now as well. Perfect shots to put him down. King Kaiser is here to play.
One accidental bullet into the magic barrier, and suddenly there's nothing you can do. Pressuring on the right side, but they got to start focusing on the point.
They have to, because this payload is starting to knock right on the door. ROM finds nothing, does not get a touch of the actual payload, and just like that, Los Gatos now up 3-1 with one more point fight, easily being able to seal it for him if they were to win it. But what have you seen here from Catapimbas that it has not worked here for them so far? Is it just this ROM play where you wish you were getting a bit more?
I think he's doing an okay job at turning their heads, but I feel like maybe there's not enough follow-up when he actually does, and that's why he's playing so pensively, or so slowly at least.
Sure.
Yeah, also, look at the other side. King Kaiser, 100,000 damage, 19-6.
That is nasty.
Outdamaging his own Vivian by 25k, a character who's basically just damaged into a team with no shields, which should be racking it up even more and more. So maybe spending the CC that they have on the Moji to find those kills. But now we're getting into late game. Resilience is going to start getting higher and higher for King Kaiser, and they're not going to be able to use that for a guaranteed kill.
And what it really is from King Kaiser is that it's hard for 100,000 damage to all be relevant damage.
Yeah.
But I feel like it really has been this game, hasn't it? He has done such a good job of picking the right targets, pressuring them out of the fights early, and making sure that these front lines in particular, these tanks are always staggered. Furia removed early on from this fight, as was Barinu, though, so it's 1-for-1. Make that 2-for-1, as one more ends up falling on the opposite side there as well. This fight now really starting to favor Los Gatos. They've already got 57% stacked up, and who from Catapimbas can even move in to try and find the point? It's got to be this ROM, but they've done such a good job of locking him down mid-dash. He's going to look for it now to make his way in, 90%, but he still hasn't quite found his way in. They find the stun. Big ultimate comes out from him, though, to at least force him off the point, but now it's at 96%. Los Gatos run him over easily, and it's just the Inara left onto the point to try and keep this fight going. Mogi comes back through. It's a double kill for the Vivian as well, and Los Gatos should have this one locked up.
They do, with that pressure from the Vivian and the Moji.
Wow.
Perfect positioning. And Pablo Schumacher had a hero play. His ultimate, the CC immunity from that, made it so he did not get turned into a cookie by Mojis.
Yeah.
But it didn't matter. He stuns 3 people in the backline, but everyone else is just in the way. They can't find anybody.
Los Gatos ran over them that game, didn't they? And I think there is something to be said about maybe they needing a little bit more pressure here from this ROM, but I really think that Moji was the main problem here from this game. They didn't have an answer.
I mean, you got to get used to playing against it, right? This is the only map you can do that
That's
on.
right,
You have
yeah.
to play against Moji on Jaguar Falls enough to know what to do against it.
And this time they didn't quite have that answer, but it could potentially be a long set. We're going to have another one of what we just saw in set number 2. Let's find out on the other side of this break.
Game 1 came and went, and Los Gatos find themselves on top of that one. A little bit lengthier than the Flashpoint Jaguar Falls that we just saw, but still a pretty convincing win for Los Gatos nonetheless. Gourmets are still with me to talk about this one. A game where Rom was able to make his way into the pick ban phase or in the pick phase rather,
Yeah.
didn't quite have the impact they were hoping for.
I
though.
think you go back and you look at that first pick now and you're just like, that might have not worked out the way we wanted it to. Granted, do I think you let it through? No. I think you absolutely had to pick it up. I will give shout-outs to Kuze there, the 834 Cassie, being able to pick it up. A kind of shining light in a sea of darkness on that team otherwise, because when it comes to Los Gatos,
oh my God.
I mean, who do I talk to? Who would I
King
talk
Kaiser
about
had-
other than King Kaiser? Like, I can't
so
look
much-
anywhere else except, hey, wait, there was someone else with a max streak. Someone beat him on that part.
We're looking for any excuse to talk about anyone other than this Moji,
Hey,
but
she
it's,
played well.
but it is hard to do. King Kaiser had 110,000 damage in this game. Call it 30,000 higher than anyone else. 21 kills on this Moji.
That's a lot.
And this is,
That's a lot of
this is
kills.
Jaguar Falls. It's Moji. You don't often see that snack time like really connect on some of the impactful ways that it does. I mean, it's a great ultimate in kind of these 1v1 scenarios, but I think save that last one that was shrugged off by that ROM, King Kaiser made good use of those ultimates.
And that was what was interesting, and this is in my opinion personally, I think a polymorph is going to be great no matter what.
Yep.
Yes, it's a polymorph into an execute. That sounds sick. But honestly, even if you only get
Just
half
a
of that,
polymorph,
I
sure.
think is pretty good. Hey, this ROM is not doing damage and is out of the fight for, what, 30 seconds? Well, not 30 seconds, like 5 seconds. That's perfectly fine by me. I think moments like that are really good. And I think that was what helped this Moji escalate, was times where it's like, yeah, I hit the ult. Maybe I didn't get the execute, but you had to run away with your, well, I guess dog biscuit tail tucked between your dog biscuit legs, or dragon biscuit, either way. It was just, they had to run away.
Don't ask me.
And
I couldn't
not
tell
be
you.
happy and not be a part of the fight. So it was really big for the Moji.
That's a big win there for Los Gatos in game number 1. Picks and bans for game number 2. Joining your screen now. It is going to be Frog Isles for the first time we're going to get to see this map here today. In the previous meta, you have to wonder about snipers, and I still think that despite some of the changes, you have to be on the lookout for teams. Who was it that we watched? They double picked snipe. No, that was Timber Mill.
That was
they
Timber
double
Mill.
picked snipers on. Strix though banned out here. This time around, Los Gatos might have to consider banning out that Kinessa.
It's the question of ban it,
Or
play against it,
play
or pick
against
it.
it, right.
Depends on what's coming. With ROM still available, you have that opening. Of course, Torvald was still open as well. I mean, a lot of things that were high precedence comes through. But now you choose ROM versus Kinessa. Which one do you want? And I actually like the ROM a little more because he can get to that backline consistently. That Kinessa is going to be under pressure, under duress a lot of this game. He might not be able to kill her, but he will cause some trouble.
Well, Catapimbas agree with you. Snagged themselves the ROM with Los Gatos putting that 100% win rate, granted only 10% pick rate on the Kinessa, putting it to the test. The Genos, though, not only a good healer, but time and time again, we talk about some of the counter that it brings to the ROM. You're able to interrupt that kind of big, long sprint that he's able to run through a lot of your team. We saw 3-man knockups from it,
I will
from
fight to
Pablo
protect the
Schumacher in the
sanctity
last
of the
game.
wild.
So at least a little bit of peel for themselves with that Genos.
So I want to ask you, Dave.
Go ahead.
1,800 damage sounds pretty good, right? This is a headshot for a Kinessa.
Yes, that sounds okay.
Then go with, let's say, steady aim. You add 30% damage on top of that. That's a pretty good number. Then you add 15% more on top
So
of that.
it's 2,400
So
with the
it's
extra 30%.
a lot of damage that can come through. And I
Yeah,
think this
on an
Kinessa is going to
EV
be able
or-
to hurt a lot of people.
I say on an Eevee, on a squishy, it's kind of hard to
Be
consistently
humble.
headshot an Eevee.
The
but
minute it gets
Furia-
over 2,200, you're
Yeah.
just like, all right, yeah, you're going to win.
Yeah, you're sad about it. Furia locked in for Catapimbas as well. Terminus continues to kind of make his way out of Ice Mines as Zin is locked in. Do you like him here on Frog Isle?
It's definitely a map he can work on, and I think he can work well here compared to some of the others where he might falter, but I don't know if he's my go-to. Granted, I don't think he was Gatos'
way.
go-to either because it was their last tank pick that comes through. And against Ramen and Nara,
No
I
chance.
think he's going to have a lot of control.
What?
And they called your bluff.
No way! What? This isn't Jaguar Falls.
You
What?
went all in, and they were just like, all right, bet, and then flipped over whatever the best thing you can have in poker is.
I'm still
I
waiting.
just showed my hand, which is that I don't play a lot of poker.
A royal straight flush, I think, is the.
Those are words.
They are words. I was going to ask you words about Moji, but we'll let Finch do the talking as Game 2 is about to kick off.
My goodness, Gormizer's a national treasure, man. We love that guy. Game number 2. It's Finch and Kresnik as we move on to Frog Isle, but it's not just any Frog Isle here. You might think I want to talk about the snipers, or maybe I want to talk about this Terminus. No, we have to talk about this Moji that's getting locked in here again. Are you with Dave as flabbergasted that we're seeing it here yet again?
I have played with the best Moji one-tricks in ranked. This is a map where I have seen them pick anything else.
Right.
This might be one of the worst Moji maps ever. There's so many sightlines, it's so hard to pressure. I guess if they push into you, maybe you can win the trades on your own side, but
But he had such a good game one, though, right?
on the best map for Moji possible.
all
And
that
we're
is
gonna,
true.
I think we're gonna see how much of a difference a map makes, especially since he's playing in main in the biggest sightline possible.
Yeah, this could potentially be trouble for him. We'll have to keep our eye on how this goes for Kaiser here so far. It is, of course, worth keeping an eye on how this Kinessa knows. There is no sniper on the other side to sort of keep to keep track of where this Kinessa is when she's pointing out, so she should have free reign as Kaiser tries to get to range for one more big burst of damage. Can't quite find it there. Instead, gonna turn targets, look for this Eevee. Now back over to the Inara. First blood ends up falling in favor of Pablo Schumacher, but gets answered back right away. Catapimbas this time, the ones controlling the kill feed and the actual percentage on the point. They're already at 90%.
And they can get so aggressive to zone with this, but I guess they can't now with that one kill still. Point counting up means they have it in the bag for themselves. And a tank in both lanes, pretty forward. Gonna need a DPS with them, but this is good zoning so far, and it looks like they already want to get a little aggressive.
And this is why the Gen have such a good pickup here. They took it over the Furia into the ROM. That Void Grip is such a problem for him. Catches him mid-dash, and he's just a sitting duck. It's King Kaiser that gets that one. The Kinessa trying to find a nice kill for herself, too. And Catapimbas now starting to get pushed back a little bit here as Los Gatos win a successful fight around mid and are now fully pushed up to zone out.
And this is good because once they back up, they have the support of this Kinessa as they get forced into the sight lines to make it to the objective. So since they're all stacking in one place, which means no one's hiding, they all have to walk into this Kinessa, but she's not reloading. She's going to be out of the fight pretty soon.
Yeah, still hasn't really found that many shots. So the Kinessa is going to fall back for now. Kaiser, the hero from set number 1, is going to try and prove that Moji can be evergreen and work on any map. Shuts down the Xin here early on. If she can isolate that Inara, we've seen her already make quick work of those. Rom has to go full disengage those. Los Gatos starting to fall back to find better position. Good Void Grip. The follow-up damage is there, and the Rom falls yet again. It's a double kill now for the Kinessa.
And this is, I love how actually Los Gatos is playing this because they picked this Moji last into no backline on the other team. It's just Xin and Eevee, so they're just playing her really passive, right next to the tanks to eat this damage, to eat the guillotine. Wow. Didn't actually get the kill though. They didn't get the follow-up on the trade, so maybe a bit of a failing there.
But I mean, I don't know. Maybe you're okay with seeing it happen under the Moji instead of under the tanks. It's hard to say for sure, but this is finally a good fight now for Catapimbas. They've found 3 kills in a row with which to start pushing this payload forward, and it's Eevee time to get to that back line. Is able to find a nice shot on Dependent to take down that Terminus, but looks like he'll be holding on to the reanimate for now. He will indeed actually end up falling. So this is a decent push now for Catapimbas, but a good grab there from the Void Grip, and King Kaiser gets the kill.
It does free up the run for Pablo, though, so he's going to try to use it, I think, to get in and pressure Moji after the barrier. Has to disengage. Doesn't want that Void Grip once it comes back up to be a threat to him. And they can't stay in these open sidelines against this Kinessa. They have to back up on the side of Catapimbas. They just do not want to eat this burst damage, but giving up this ground is just going to free room for the Kinessa. Clearly, Mika's played this character before. He's not going to be pushing so far forward that he's going to get caught out by the repressure.
Nice shot there from the Kinessa on the Xin. Almost took him entirely out of the fight there that time. Big shots coming out from this Kinessa way in the back line. We're into overtime already, but look at these ultimates for Los Gatos. We just saw Kinessa drop hers, but just about everyone else is going to come into full resources for this next point fight. So is Catapimbas as well. There are going to be fireworks going in this next mid fight as the chain lands from Makoa. They're trying to catch out this Inara. Los Gatos have not given up on this push here just yet.
Now that they're so close, the flanks can pressure the Kinessa a lot more, which is going to make things a lot harder for this Nessa, and then Makoa has to peel back for her.
And the Eevee heads right to the back line. Catapimbas wants to try and put this one to bed, takes care of one. A double kill now. She takes care of Penny as well, who's still lurking nearby. It's just the Makoa, it feels like that they really have got to take care of to open up this point a little bit more. Los Gatos, though, defend successfully, stop the push from Catapimbas, and we'll be heading back into that mid-fight I talked about.
Honestly, with a little bit more communication between the flanks, they might have been able to turn that if the Eevee got to the point. The health was just so bad on the side of Los Gatos, but they managed to get it still, trading the Ancient Rage for it.
Look at the damage.
Saving the oh my goodness.
Yeah, this Moji dude is having a game.
They are running it down onto this Moji, and I think that's a big part of why she's getting so much. Like I said before, no backline on the other side, so her playing in the open doesn't matter as much. Just burning down everybody who tries to pressure the tanks, making things a lot easier for this Inara Makoa, sorry, for the Terminus Makoa, when it might be a lot tougher into this Zin with Guillotine, who's going to be applying so much pressure that they can't really deal with alone.
We were wondering, how's this Moji going to get in there and find the damage? How's Kaiser going to do it? But they've kind of brought the fight to him. And I think Kaiser's okay with that for the most part. He's going to fight right up near that midpoint. And he's been putting pressure onto the Sonar all game long, but it's the Eevee on the flank and a little bit of backup coming from the ROM as well. Kuzi finds the first kill. IMAD gets 1-2, and now this Eevee really can start running rampant. Gets away from that Void grip from the Genos, but they've already got 24% built up. Avoids getting hit by the ultra from the Genos from long range. Marino gets one more as Penny falls too, but Kaiser finds himself a double kill, forces the Eevee to try and get out of there, make that a triple kill. Okay, the Moji can play just about anywhere.
Why isn't this the Moji player I get in my games? Why do I get the one that has to off class? It's crazy seeing the dominance he's had so far on a map that I think is usually one of the worst for her, but still always being in this right position to counter these pushes. Now they still have the Moji's ultimate to stop this ROM potentially from running in, get an immediate execute on him, and turning a ROM from 100 to 0 is huge, and they hooked comboed it!
Yeah, perfect. Pablo ends up getting pulled in, and there just are not any options available to you to avoid that one from happening. Perfect combination there with Kaiser and his frontliner working together. Savage now, and he gets 9 in a row, peels one off the point, gonna try and keep the Koga from finding a touch here as well when he wants to try and step his way in. But Los Gatos with the overtime ticking down, they're forcing the members to come in. Zin steps in first, buys some time for the ROM to show up and get the knock-up, but Kaiser somehow is sustaining up, sticking around this fight right in open view of everyone, but finally gets shut down by the Zen.
And the unfortunate thing here for Los Gatos, even though that fight looked so good, is that early cap time from Catapimbas means they really don't have a chance to hit the point again at all.
Right.
Maybe that early res, a small misstep from the Terminus, now that they're getting pressured back as this Eevee finds a great shot onto the Kinessa. They need to get aggressive in zone here. They want to buy as much space as they can. They don't want to give these close corners to this Moji.
That's right, and Moji has made great use of it here so far. Pablo Schumacher gets another kill working together with the Jin one more time. They are pushed all the way into the base of Los Gatos, not letting King Kaiser free cast. He manages to get a double kill, but does get traded back out, and this ROM buying space freely as the payload already start to make it about halfway through this push.
They have good positioning, I think, here so far. They have to stay, they want to stay close on the corners, but they want to stay in an open enough area where the Moji can't do what they need to. Just close enough to pressure the Kinessa, but not in that one specific spot that she's watching, unfortunate for the Eevee. And they're going to have to back up. Probably stalemate again for a bit here, but I think they might smell a little more. They might see some pressure. Chances they're going to take.
That's what it's looking like. Los Gatos want to get into that backline right away and stagger this, eat up some of this extra time that Catapimbas have to work with for this push and not give them that time onto the actual payload. The Inara steps forward, but King Kaiser's loved this fight all game. Finally chooses to fall back, so now he'll take some free damage onto this ROM, who is turning for someone else, catches him out perfectly with the ultimate yet again, but somehow this is still a good fight for Catapimbas. Too many eyes were on the ROM, and now they're going to keep on pushing with just the Kinessa and Genos stuff.
I think the misstep there from Gatos was pushing all the way past the wall and getting out of their Kinessa's sightline. You have to play in your sniper sightline if you want to make it work, and just fighting in a place where your sniper has to overextend to help you isn't going to help you at all, and Penny's taking way too much damage to contest this point. This might be a 2-2.
Zen goes right back to find Rubson as well, takes the Genos out of the equation, a double kill, and they come back and cleans up the kill onto Penny. It's just the Makoa left. Try and keep this payload from pushing in now, is willing to drop the Asian Rage here as well, but Kuze, the man on a mission, gets to the back and finds the Kinessa to leave the Makoa further isolated. He's buying, though, plenty of time for his team, but now the Moji here as well to start burning through, and Los Gatos might be able to hopefully hold on and defend.
The close range damage from that Moji is so lethal in these last desperate situations where everyone's diving onto the objective. 50,000 more damage than the Zin on his team, because he's always putting himself in the right place to just maximize the damage he's getting. And the timing on his magic barriers has been flawless. He's been hitting those counters to guarantee that follow-up damage on the Zin.
At this point, I think we could say this is King Kaiser's squad, man. He just does it on this Moji. It's really impressive. I cannot believe Catapimbas weren't able to find a push there. They're going to get one more crack at it, though, and King Kaiser early on already low finds the sustain, turns around, though, and helps burn the ROM, but the ROM is zoning 3 members out of the fight. Pablo Schumacher does indeed end up going down. Moji turns her eyes towards the Inara instead, and the damage turns out to be too much as he starts to melt under the pressure. The Eevee has limited options on where to go, and Kaiser can't be fooled. Now dashing to the back line, defense successful, and Los Gatos continue to hold on.
And they have a decent amount of ultimates too. I think only Ancient Rage not being used. And you can see right here, just out of the places out of the sites he needs to be in, perfectly timing that. This is just mastery of Moji mechanics that we really haven't seen anybody be willing to put the time into the character to have.
It's like anyone else willing to put this much work in for what is oftentimes so little result. But it's hard to argue with 135,000 damage. And truly the most impactful player, I would say, across this set so far has been King Kaiser as well. It's been really an impressive performance there from him. But what about from Catapimbas? I mean, they've now won 2 mid-fights in a row, and those have looked really impressive from them too.
I think it's part of having the Inara plus the Furia, like we mentioned in EU, just having that sustain on the point combo. Terminus Genos, Term has a decent amount of self-sustain, but it's nowhere near the ability to keep up with a pocket healer like that.
Kind of tell they're not quite sure how to deal with this Moji, looking for the Eevee on the left side, forcing the dash out early on. Chain ends up landing. This combination has worked perfectly for them so far, and he gobbles them up, but IMAD yet again, and the Jhin get 2 kills in the back, so it's 2 in return thanks to this Moji, and now if they can win the fight up against the ROM, they might be able to turn this one in general. There's the Void Grip locking him down. It's a rampage for King Kaiser. Roopson is able to find the through time and space there as well, and suddenly Los Gatos in control of the point fight.
Kaiser just poking at the Inara with the 100 damage spit, and every bit of damage counts. It's probably why he's so much ahead of everybody else right now. But he has to play back, I think. They don't really have an aggressive zoning comp. Not only do they want them to push corners into the Moji, they need them to push into this Kinessa for them to actually find the kills.
I think that's a great point. Every time a fight has gone wrong for Los Gatos, it's when they push too far forward and they don't have that Kinessa anymore to provide that covering fire, or when the Moji no longer is kind of waiting on them to come to her. The Inara, though, a sitting duck, and Kaiser yet again is able to burn through the front line. The Jhin tries to make it to the point, but Penny is the one that locks him down. Now in comes the Eevee. They just have to find bodies to touch, but every one of them comes into the waiting hands of this Moji, and they just cannot withstand the damage. Now it's the ROM's turn to be sent back to base. That's the overtime ticking down, and Los Gatos should get their first mid-fight win.
I think Gatos this is a great answer to ROM, honestly, too. Just people that you don't want ROM to shoot. ROM hitting damage is his form of self-sustain. You have a Moji that you're taking more damage if you hit her. You have a Terminus where you're taking more damage if you hit him. It's so much that makes the ROM think twice about actually staying alive.
You're right, man. He has not been able to find his opportunity. I think being paired with that Genos has helped a lot, too, because Genos is the one that catches him out with the Void Grip, and the Moji cooks him alive when he ends up falling back down. The Inflame committed, though, from Catapimbas this time. They're going to find a pretty decent defense here to push back out Los Gatos and try and eat up a little bit of that 2 minutes they have to find this payload push. Penny and Divino both going to have to take a bit of a seat, and Catapimbas have bought themselves some breathing room.
And I think what they need to do is play just a little bit back around the corner from the chokes. Just far enough where they have to push an uncomfortable distance out of the Kinessa sight line to make that space, but close enough where they can actually, I think, deal enough damage. And actually, they're holding close, and they're willing to spend ultimates for this.
They are. They want to try and slow down this push from Los Gatos right away. So the Ancient Rage was committed as well from the Makoa early on, so certainly Los Gatos willing to make some ultimate trades too. And it's worked so far. They've gotten back into position. The Chain off the mark to the Zen. Still okay for now to keep raining back in some damage. Catapimbas have got to hold this push off and try and fight their way back into one more mid-fight. There's the Moji on the right, but Pablo Schumacher losing the trade, has to fall back out, heal back up and try and find another push, but pull back into the ultimate, but this time it's not on the mark, and that means Pablo's out of there.
I mean, I'm surprised they got it once. That is not easy to land. And they're still actually might manage to make something good out of this, but it's still a 1-for-1 trade.
King Kaiser ends up falling, but so does Pablo Schumacher, trading the Moji for the ROM. Probably not that bad of a trade, but this kill feed starting to favor Catapimbas pretty heavily. This should delay Los Gatos here yet again. They'll maybe get one more decent push out of this now, as Catapimbas have done a good job of forcing him back.
It is still 30 seconds, but there's so much burst damage on the side of Gatos that they could turn this, honestly, at any time if they find the initial pick. So many ways to find it, too, but Moji taking too much in main means they probably have to play a lot more careful and pull back maybe just to bait them into the Kinessa site.
Nara has been her target really all game long with so few options to get away, and once Moji is in range, so a dash in aggressively again, trying to see if they can keep up this pressure. They're going to have to get this one done in overtime if Los Gatos are going to get it done at all. The ROM comes right to the back line, knows the combo's not there this time, picked up by the Void Grip, and Moji going to let the damage in like he has done all game, and without a dash, ROM's not make it out of there. Pablo Shoemaker does get the kill onto Penny to at least make it the trade, but King Kaiser continues the aggression, tries to get around to the Furia, but Zen is waiting there in wait with an answer, shuts down King Kaiser.
Kaiser's going to find it harder and harder as the game goes on to stay alive. He's using his scamper and canceling it very quickly just to get that burst of sustain, well, the slow sustain from the toot, giving himself just a little bit more to go through the damage with. But now we're getting into COD 2, COD 3 territory. You can see Eevee, Inara, Xin all having that means that it's going to be a lot harder for Kaiser to actually live through that, which is why he has to rush all these abilities he is. Life Rip, Haven, anything else to keep him alive other than that sustain he's relying on at the start.
It's so hard to talk about Moji seriously, isn't it, with the scamper and the scoot at this point? It's tough, but it's at this point, King Kaiser has forced your hand. You've got to really start deep diving and find some kind of way to analyze this pick because it has been wreaking havoc. We're 3-3, though. This point fight will be the one that decides our victor, and I don't know, man. I'm kind of geeking out. This has been an awesome set here so far. I'm excited to see how this next fight here is going to go.
Yeah, for sure, seeing how they want to position and play around this. And honestly, I want Catapimbas to be just a little bit more aggressive, and you can see Nora's actually running it out on danger right now, finding an opening.
Yeah, not gonna let King Kaiser sit and wait and find his spots like he has done all game so far. Barino gets the first kill. They take the Kinessa out. Penny in some trouble. He'll tear. The Terminus has been caught. The all-in aggression is caught. Los Gatos a bit off guard, but here the answer's back now. Finally, the Eevee makes it the backline, shuts down Penny permanently. They can try and get back in and find the fight that they're looking for on the actual point. 33% in their favor, and Los Gatos left licking their wounds.
Why did he res, Vitch? Why did he res?
I don't know.
No one on his team was there, and now he doesn't have that chance to retouch later. They're going to have to send someone without an ultimate in, and actually, they don't even want to give him a chance.
They're not going to. The Inara steps forward and finds the ultimate. Makoa cut down by Kuzi, willing to commit the spite. In comes the Terminus, but as you mentioned, no reanimate available, so Penny is out of there. The Moji can't do anything under the fire from Pablo Schumacher this time, and I think Catapimbas have maybe finally figured this one out here, Kresnik. The pressure, Los Gatos just didn't have an answer for it.
Crazy how being aggressive with a rom-com really opens things up.
Yeah, no way, huh?
They're not actually zoning enough. They're going to have another retouch, but Ancient Rage gets used in the last second.
Yeah, Makoa makes it back in and will indeed drop down the ultimate to buy himself some time. The Terminus now back as well, but the Rom ultimate stuns him out, makes it easy to start returning some damage. Gonna dash in as well. Penny has now been answered, but there's the ultimate. How does Kaiser find that one? That takes the Rom out of it. Jin comes right back in, though, finds a pretty critical kill with the spite of his own to keep the overtime ticking, but Catapimbas lock this one down and tie it up.
Those were some of the clutchest ultimates I've ever seen in a fight that still went the way that we expected.
That's crazy.
Even an Ice Storm at the last second to catch the Xin after the whirl so he can't billow and be safe and get re-healed. Great by the Eevee at the last minute. And I think that was actually what helped him clutch it up. That Xin
I think that was huge, man. What a call, though, from Catapimbas to make that adjustment on that last fight to finally get aggressive and get in that backline. I think the problem was that they had been letting too much everything come to that Moji and letting her fight comfortably. That time they kind of pushed past her, and it worked much better.
That's how you have to deal with the Kinessa, and that's how you have to play with a ROM composition. You cannot wait. You have to help it out.
They cannot. It absolutely works out for them that time. We're going to let Dave and Gormizer, though, break it down a little bit more.
I appreciate it, Finch. Hello, Brazil. What games we've gotten here already. Another game of Moji. This time she grabs the L, but still a great showing for King Kaiser there. Gormizer, what'd you see there? I mean, the Moji, it had its moments. Couldn't find the win, though.
And that's, I think, the weirdest thing. King Kaiser did almost everything in his power to make that game go towards his team. I mean, 23, 10, and 18. Again, quick math, what is that, 32, maybe a little bit more on the other side, 34, that he's going to be able to kind of contribute to that. That's a huge amount that he's been able to come through. I mean, it's just massive amounts of damage, almost 200K, dude. And that's the losing team, by the way.
That's so unsatisfying that that's not a clean 200,000, I have to say, but we'll call it 200,000 for King Kaiser. I mean, so much, of course, for good reason, of the focus is on this Moji. But you look at Xin and what he was able to do, rushing that morale boost. The spikes were hitting consistently, finding their targets. And Eevee as well. They both had middle 6 digits worth of damage themselves. So, yeah, they're not knocking on the door of that 200K. But they did enough to have their impact on this game.
It's the fact that they were both impactful. The spite, I think, is where my eyes go almost immediately because Xin had a huge impact against the tanks of Los Gatos. And it's like, okay, cool. You've got this Moji doing 200,000 damage that is absolutely annihilating everybody, 23 and 10. But it doesn't matter because you don't have a tank point on or tank pressure on the point. Like there's nothing you're getting out of this. The fact that you push into 3-3, I think, is impressive. But they just did not have, I think, the awareness on the objective-oriented mindset they needed to capture that objective. And the biggest example I have is that reanimate at the end. He popped it with no one around, no one to be able to back him up, and it's just like, you're not going to win. Like, you could have had that for a retake. If you imagine that last fight, but now there's a Terminus in it,
Yep.
guess who wins that? Not Catapimpas.
Well, there was a Terminus, and then he died, and then there wasn't a second Terminus right there at the end. And it's really a tale of two different ultimate usages, kind of good and bad there, with Los Gatos, namely the Reanimate, but then so many good ultimates from Catapimbas locked that one down. That one was a great game. 7 points on Frog Isle is where we head there. I guess you have to ask, are you worried about Moji at all if you're Catapimbas at this point? King Kaiser plays it on Jag Falls, which is fine and normal and we'd expect it, but Frog Isle, not at all.
I will not say it's a normal pick for Frog Isle, but I will say that the theory of Moji can translate to Frog Isle. Like, it can translate to Bright Marsh, right?
Sure.
We don't always see it successful. Technically, we didn't see it successful even though we saw it successful there.
Splitstone?
It does not translate to Splitstone. I think if you lock in Moji, so there's one of two routes here. If you lock in Moji, it is because you are a one-trick Moji, and that is what you have, and Mojesus is very proud of you in his ranked games.
Yes.
Or you don't understand what's making her work, and you think it will still go well here. She has no verticality. I don't think she will work well on this map. Now that I've said all this, though, he's naturally going to lock it in and go 23 and 10 again.
It's absolutely going to get locked in. Well, I mean, back-to-back 20-kill games on the Moji. You have to ask. I agree, though. It's a bit step further from Jaguar Falls than even Frog Isle was. Victor locked in here for them. I like the Victor pick on this map. You know, you don't need all of that serious high mobility, lots of verticality when you're just going to be sitting back pouring out damage.
Yeah, I mean, get up there on balcony. If Androxus is up there, you can try to shoot him down.
Come on!
But ultimately, you're going to be looking at some standard damage from the Victor. I'm not going to acknowledge it until it's locked in.
Yep, no way.
It's going to be interesting, though, to see how exactly they handle the Androxus. And we actually get a matchup that we saw earlier on this map when we started the day, which was Androxus versus Eevee on the side, like lava side. Who's going to win it? And whichever one of them wins it is the one who will then take care of the other DPS, more or less. Androxus might have a little bit more difficult of a time dealing with Victor than Eevee has with Cassie. So it might still end up kind of flattening out, but it's definitely a battle of the flanks on the side.
Well, Gore, in a meta where everything has sort of shifted, you're looking at a Splitstone Quarry draft that looks exactly like I think it would have however many months ago when we were kind of looking at Worlds. Maybe some minus the Androxus is the main exception there. I can't wait to jump back into this one. 7 points on Frog Isle. Los Gatos Catapimbas. Let's break this tie.
It has been a really close set here so far. We're going to get our first glimpse at what Kaiser can do when he's not piloting the Moji. We already know 180,000 damage or something like that is standard for what he's going to be bringing, but what can he do when he is forced over to this Eevee instead? These two flankers, you heard them talking about it. I think there's going to be a lot between this Androxus and this Eevee determining how this match goes.
Yeah, for sure. Having that flank duel and being able to pressure the backline DPS on the high ground, forcing them down, which I think is a big part of it. When you have a backline up, controlling that little platform that looks over the point, the most important thing, I think, looking at this is that it also looks over the top of the quarry area, the area above where teams like to hold. Because if you can get a Ruckus there, if you can get if you can get your Androxus there, anything like that is going to be huge for spamming down and making a team feel just absolutely suffocated.
Kaiser is going to go right to the backline, put in some good damage on the Androxus, force the reversal out early, and keep him away. The Terminus taking a ton of free damage. He's onto the point first for Catapimbas, and they are the beneficiaries getting some early percentage, but it's Divino that takes down the Androxus early on. So they'll get some free time, but they don't have to worry about the damage raining from on high. Divino looking for good flanking position to try and come around, but I think the Terminus is already recognized he's kind of got to fall back. Los Gatos now establishing some early position.
Well, this seems kind of fully wrapped, so having the flank position is going to be tough. Actually, the Androxus finds the Genos, so maybe not paying attention to the spawn timers at all.
Just slow and steady, and Barrino ends up getting shot down on that Terminus this game. King Kaiser and the Ruckus looking to find what damage they can, but a nice long-range shot pushes one out. Los Gatos now up to 60% onto the point, largely uncontested as Pablo Schumacher can't find his way onto the point either. Divino on the Ruckus keeping him zoned out, looking for the Androxus, but the Terminus right there to provide the backup and keep him standing. 93% though, someone's got to find a touch, and the Terminus finally gets in there.
Yeah, they sent him in, but now he can't help this Androxus on the side, but I'm not sure if he's going to need help with the Cassie coming in to get the kill.
That's perfect. They turn that one around quite nicely, and now the Androxus in perfect positioning to find a little bit more, forces the Eevee back defensively, does find some decent healing, and that's it for Roops in there as well. So Catapimbas have gotten positioning back onto the actual point, turning around, putting plenty of shots, but in comes the barrage from the Victor. Los Gatos want to try and hold on to this one, but 2 more quick kills come in for Catapimbas for them to hold on to the point. They're at 99%, but the Victor able to find the shots for free.
Victor's going to do so much damage here, but they're going to have to send someone in, and I honestly don't think they have it. I mean, Genos there, but it's only so long he's going to be able to last. And I gotta give so many props to the pairing of the Terminus and the DPS there on the side. It doesn't matter who it is. It could be Cassie, it could be the Andy. Whoever's paired with him is going to be literally unkillable.
Yeah.
It's only, you have to wait out that timer before you can do any damage, and that duel is a guaranteed win for whoever gets paired with him.
Yeah, I'd argue that the Androxus flat out lost the duel before the Terminus showed up, right, and turned things around back in his favor. That goes to show how huge he was backing him up, as you said. Doesn't just have to be the Androxus. Cursed Arm, though, comes out. Ruck is right there to be the answer, but he's already gotten the kill onto Kaiser, taking the Eevee out of the equation. Catapimbas now set up to try and make some kind of push happen with this payload as a double kill comes through for the Andro.
The control the Andra can have on this map is insane. Any verticality that lets you go over the wall right behind where he is right now lets you kind of just choose any fight that you want. Getting able to push past that first choke point, one of the hardest to break on this map, is a big deal, and having ultimates that just have AoE clear on that whole area, being able to fight someone and run away is huge.
We haven't even talked about it though, but Catapimbas must feel like they're fighting without the weights on now. They have to worry about this Moji, right? It must be nice to just have an Androxus and just go look for some free damage, not have to worry about where this Moji's at. Finally, decent defense, but he catches out King Kaiser on the Eevee, brings him back, and Pablo Schumacher gets an easy kill. Offense still slightly favored here, at least for now. But every time there's even kill trades showing up in favor's defense, Penny gets one, though, to shut down this Androxus, and Los Gatos should be able to push him back.
That was a unreal prediction by Pablo Schumacher there, catching that Eevee blink. It doesn't end up turning into much of anything, but he bought so much time, they just couldn't win the fight in main, and this is bad for Catapimbas. Losing this choke, letting them reset up top here.
Right.
They can't get surrounded on the side, but they actually aren't watching the back, so just the pressure from Pablo is forcing them all to run away.
Yeah, and they have to give up a lot of that positioning you were just talking about. The Los Gatos had. Husey gets one, but answered back by King Kaiser and Penny to make it a 2-for-1 in favor of the defense here this time. Catapimbas might have already lost their one opportunity to try and make a push happen. Davino has found his way into the backline too to put in some decent damage and break up this cluster that Catapimbas are trying to form. The Cassie getting protected by the Terminus quite well, but they can't break through and actually make it to the payload.
But they are forcing the Ruckus to keep re-choosing his fights. Every time that Siphon comes up, he dashes. He doesn't want to fight it because he knows it's going to be too hard to break. But they might be too distracted in the front. This Ruckus and Eevee are free.
Makes it to the backline, does Davino, and that's Imad taken out of the equation. The Ying and the healing removed early on. He turns back to deal with the Androxus, keeps an eye on him in the sky perfectly, and the Victor working together. They take down the Andro. A very difficult push now for Catapimbas to try and find a way to complete here at this point. I think Los Gatos have done enough for the successful defense.
And 10 ultimates up right now, which is actually kind of surprising to see in a 1-0 push. You normally expect it to take a little bit more time. This was that triple that the Androxus got a little bit earlier, and you can see again, like just choosing your fights exactly where you want to, being able to get away with that reversal, have potentially 6 dashes to be able to just rotate out and re-choose the fights. I gotta say, I love how Androxus builds have changed too. Looking at this, that new ammo card, Quick Draw, gives him so much more potential in 1v1 fights. Plus, it did actually get rid of a card that some players had been using since closed beta. The card that gives you resets on hitting shots, resets on your reversal for hitting shots with your revolver. It was huge for his sustain. It was a big part of the kit, letting him be super mobile, and now they're playing off of the raw movement speed, and it almost is a more grounded Androxus where you have to be a lot more careful with your dashes.
And Vindo, I think, has done a great job of that. I think he can also afford to do that because he's getting such great cover from this Terminus like all game long, right? So he gets a little bit of extra survivability in that regard. Way in the back line, though, the Khan has found himself a target. It's the Victor removed early on from this fight, favoring out Catapimbas, who have been looking much, much better here so far. Now they don't have to contend with that emoji anymore. But Davino ends up getting shot down too. It's Pablo Schumacher that gets the credit on that one, and they've got great percentage starting to build up.
How does he get away with that? How does he mount straight up behind the victory, get a stun on him, and get the Ice Storm forced out on him? There's perfect peel from the team too, as Kaiser has no idea the Andro's there.
It drops the ultimate, and the Accursed Arm sets up for an easy cleanup kill onto King Kaiser, and now up over 70% for Catapimbas the Ruckus. I don't know if he's going to be able to find any way to find some kind of touch on this one. Dashes in finally and makes his way in, but immediately waiting for him in the Andro and the Terminus. That have been a great combo all game long. The Barrack now showing up too to delay, but 99% for Catapimbas, and a desperate defense from Los Gatos to try and keep this one going. The overtime ticking down, and this should be a mid-cap here for him.
Yeah, this barrage isn't going to change much of anything. And you can see why Khan is such a high priority off tank right now. Just the presence that he brings right now, even on a map that shouldn't be this good for him. He suffers in very vertical maps anytime he can get shot at from above.
Right.
He's against an Eevee, and he's just absolutely dominating all of these lanes, even now surviving through all of this with the help from his Term.
That's pretty nuts, because a bit of a botched initiation there from him, but he ends up surviving it just fine and making it back out. Kind of to your point, look how far they've been able to push off this initial capture. They still got the full 2 minutes basically to work with, but Davino has made his way to the back line, finds the Cassie. She buys herself just barely enough time though to survive Davino's pressure and should be able to stick around here for this push, but the Androx's pressure continues yet again from Vindo. Doesn't find a kill for it, but they're able to find the positioning they want.
It was a defensive ult just to spam up top, and now the Elusive Rift is going to be their go button.
And Ruckus taking quite a bit of damage, finally recognizes where the Androxus is shooting him from as the payload comes around this final corner. The Victor trying to peek, but you don't win this one. Vindo finds some pretty nasty shots, get to the back line, and reversal buys him time to try and sustain back up. This has been nasty from Catapimbas here so far. Kaiser finally gets a kill into this Ying, but Kuzi responds by making the EV pay.
He lived with 6 health. It was 5 more than he needed to get out of that situation. There were so many ways he could have gotten chipped, but he manages to avoid all of them, and their health is terrible, and they finally see it, and Davino dives.
Davino gets a double kill for it, does a good job getting Kuzi and Vindo, and this should finally, for the very first time, slow down this push from Catapimbas. Mika finally gets some room to breathe. The con has been on him all game long. They take down Schumacher and Penny these last couple of kills, and Gatos could finally step forward and set up a defense.
A big weakness of that push that Catapimbas had was holding over in that elevator room. It was good at the start of the push, but as that war of attrition kind of kept going, they were poking and prodding at each other. The Ying has to see you to heal you, and there was no way for them to get healed up. Everyone below half, and Los Gatos just pounced.
Los Gatos, particularly Davino on that Ruckus, right? He spotted some weakness, got in there and made it work, and he's not done yet. Finds Vindo, who's been a nightmare on the Androxus all game long, takes him out of this one. Pablo Schumacher, Davino gonna try and dive past him as well on this con and shred through him. He absolutely will. Davino showing up for him here on this Ruckus on this last defense. Catapimbas with 3 seconds left. I don't know if they're gonna be able to convert this one. Should be yet another successful defense for Los Gatos to tie us up 2-2.
It's not an easy map to push.
It's not.
So I think they have to be looking at their mid-fights. They have to be figuring out what's going wrong. Los Gatos clearly don't have what they need, and this was it. You could see only Khan healthy because he heals himself. Both DPSs just can't get healed. Everybody in there, where's Ying? Not able to help them whatsoever. I think they need to at least keep an eye on the back line here. They, like I said, last mid, the Khan just mounted through.
Yeah.
He just rode straight onto that Victor.
Yeah, he took the Victor out first. That was the first thing that happened instantaneously in that fight.
That should be the last thing that happens. Your Victor should be in spawn by the time the rest of your team is dead, sprinting away, unless he has to drop down to help in a fight.
Right, and unfortunately, they weren't able to start that fight off quite on the terms that they would have liked. So we'll come into this next mid-fight, 2-2, and keep an eye on this con, on Pablo Schumacher in particular. Is he going to be able to worm his way back there and punish this Victor here yet again? Not this time. Davino ends up coming the right direction to get him off the mount and slow down that initial push.
They're actually just using the pressure of the overpower to push them back, and it's been working so far, but they're too distracted.
Eevee gets all the way to the back line, but it's Vindo the one that finds the first kill. Rubson has been removed. Kaiser loses his trade, but the Androxus somehow gets enough dashes off. How does he always buy enough time? Can't make it back to the shield from the con, though. Davino finally punishes him and at least gets that kill, but look at the percentage from Catapimbas. They have dominated these mid-fights.
That was actually a great counter to the overpower with the Hexafire, but that's all it does. It just counters it. Now he's stuck on an island.
Does not get a lot of additional value out of that one. Does finally get the kill into Pablo Schumacher, and Davino has been a hero so far for Los Gatos to keep the fight going. King Kaiser finds one, Mika finds another to start flipping through the numbers of Catapimbas. They take down the Terminus here as well, and I don't think Barino wants to commit the reanimate here, so finally Los Gatos can start building up a bit of percentage of their own.
It's nice seeing reanimate saved at sane times.
thank you.
I will say, because if he had spent that there, I don't know how I would have been feeling right now. It's good to have it for this retouch, but if they get any dismounts, they might not be able to, but no one goes aggressive. Even Eevee's not forward enough to knock them off the mounts.
Does get a couple of shots into the Terminus, but he's here and on to the point, as is the Khan Barrage being considered. He's just going to drop them onto the actual point, but in comes the Androxys over the top. Not going to give Mika time to find Mini. IMAD does end up falling, but QZ gets Penny as well to remove the Barrack from the equation. It's overtime, ticking in Catapimbas' favor. In comes the Ruckus, finding the touch, but gets grabbed immediately. A double now for QZ, make it a triple kill as they start to shut down Los Gatos and should be able to win yet another mid-fight.
Maybe we should be seeing more Cassie.
Yeah, maybe.
She seems
good,
pretty
huh?
okay. I've noticed that so far. But it's just, I think it's a good composition for the Cassie. Playing into the Ruckus, that used to be one of the hardest counters that you expected to see when you pick Cassie. When you pick Ruckus, you expect to see Cassie on the other side 100% of the time. And you can see why. I mean, she's just shredding into him right now with that record. If you know, almost already down, has to give up that space. Those DPSs are kind of left alone, but I think they might have done enough damage to buy themselves a little bit more time.
This pick onto Divino is huge. He's done so much work for Los Gatos so far, and Barino takes him out of the equation, but they end up losing Vindo for it on the Androxys, but the Khan has been a man on a mission, finds one more, pulls him back to the team, and QZ gets another kill, this time on to Kaiser, so they can keep this push going a little bit longer. IMAD is back in here to keep the team topped up too. This push certainly not over yet for Catapimbas.
I gotta say, I want to say highlights to Barino. I don't know how his stats are going to look at the end of the game, but I feel like every time someone's in danger, I'm just seeing purple on the screen. They're being saved by Barino, always in the right place. Just great synergy from that team. Now that they've gone through the hyperbolic time chamber emoji, they're not as concerned about that anymore. And that illusory rift was a perfect save for the team. They back up, they managed to resustain, reheal, and they got that hardest choke point out of the way.
Ying with over 150,000 healing up to this point. It's been a great game for IMAD, and they've not been able to pressure very well here so far. Full-on contestation on this payload. Catapimbas trying to find a way to push past this next choke point. Androxys takes to the sky, does find some decent damage, or probably not as much quite as he was looking for. Can't get back there. He wants this Eevee. He wants to take King Kaiser out of it, waiting patiently, and no way for her to get out of that one. That's a critical pick.
It was a good peel there. The Ruckus just isn't a tank that can save someone else, and they have to give it up. But at the very least, for Gatos, they managed to get a trade.
Androxys forces two members, though, to turn their heads back towards him. Penny gets the cleanup kill onto Barino, though, to take him out of the equation, at least for now. As the defense now started to fully come to fruition for Los Gatos, Catapimbas kind of stalling a bit on this push.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to spend anything because there's a risk of a 3-3, and you want every resource you can possibly have going into that final fight, potentially. They are still holding it with Ruckus Eevee, and I like this position because they can dive anywhere. Plus, Khan, the last person who should be contesting this, he's the worst at height differentials.
And that might shut that one down, losing Pablo Schumacher there that early, and as you said, not wanting to commit any resources. Kaiser King comes out to force Androxys back, and indeed we find ourselves on yet another 3-3. But this can happen, I feel like, sometimes on this map. Even with strong mid-fights, it's hard to get the actual conversion on that payload and get that two-point push. So instead, we'll have one more point fight. And to be fair, if you're Catapimbas, I don't think you can feel bad about that. They've won every one so far.
Win every mid-fight, win the game. If you can't
That's
push
exactly right.
You could be, if you're a team that wins every push, or if you're a team that wins every payload side, they played each other, the team that wins every point would win.
Yeah, they'd win every time.
Every single time, because that's what really matters at the core of the game. If you just have these mid-fights, where you're positioning, where you're going down. And clearly Catapimbas do, but I feel like it's just been big, glaring weaknesses that Gatos can fix every time. Gatos just needs to be a little bit more aware about what Catapimbas are trying to do. Is it King Kaiser just calling a little bit more? Is it him playing a little more defensive? Not sure, but with everybody kind of stacking on this one side, they're making things a little bit easier for them.
He found some decent shots, and Roopson gets the first kill credit. They take QZ on this Cassie out of the equation early on. A big pull, though, and that's going to be it for that Genos. They take Robson right back out of it. Mika, not to be outdone, though, gets one kill himself. Pablo Schumacher still alive on the back of this, but look at the percent for Los Gatos. They're all the way up to 63%. Even if they lose this fight, they'll be back in with a decent touch on the back of it, but they are not losing barrage. Committed onto the Cassie for the double kill from Mika. They shut him down early. That forces Terminus up just to find a touch here early. What has gone so wrong? Los Gatos suddenly got a decent point fight.
They didn't call Victor's positioning at all, so when they backed up, they just walked into a Luminary boosted Victor, and you never want that.
Dino with the Hexafire onto the backline. See you later, I'm mad. See you later. Davindo as well. The kill feed lighting up now for Los Gatos. You might only need 1 point fight in a whole set to win it, and that's what Los Gatos did here, taking the set with just one win, one mid fight that they won. That's crazy.
the only one that matters.
They won the one that matters. Exactly right.
Win the 3-3, figure it out. Again, like I said, it was a glaring weakness every time, and then Pimbas, maybe they just got a little too excited. They thought they had it on lock. No one calls the Victor. They all kite out to point. Andro thinks he's safe, dashes out. Victor's waiting. Victor's waiting just to tear him down.
And this fight starts off with a really critical pick from them as well this time. Good damage comes out from this Eevee. We didn't talk a ton about Kaiser this game because, I mean, he put up 100,000 less damage. I guess we just ignore that. But certainly still an impressive performance from him. That pick was perfect to start that mid fight off for them. Dave and Dulcin, though. Not Dave and Dulcin. Gore and Dulcin, the one standing by. We'll have them break it down.
It is Dulcin still here to break down game number 3. Splitzone Corey, much the same as Frog Isle. This one goes the distance, 7 points long. These two teams could not be closer matched. Dulcin alongside Dave here to break down game number 3.
Look, I'm just going to say it outright and make sure everyone knows, but we couldn't have a Dave and a Dulcin. There's too much handsome in the world. We couldn't handle it.
Blush shows up more under the lights here, and you're going to make me go red in the face.
White lights. Yeah.
That's right. I appreciate you, Gordon, nonetheless. But let's talk about Splitstone Corey a little bit.
Yeah.
Another lengthy game between these two. No Moji this time around, but Los Gatos found the win.
No Moji, and so we finally got a game where King Kaiser isn't the highlight of the game, so we can look at something other than him. Granted, his Eevee did do really well that game.
Yeah.
But the last fight, a lot of it's on that Victor and kind of on that Cassie. And the Cassie, it's more of a she got hit by the barrage because they didn't push the Victor out than anything. But you go the point fight before that, that Cassie is probably the reason they win that one. I mean, 13, 8, 14, she did really well. 16, 12, and 10 for the Andro. The problem is they couldn't stack up enough deaths there for Mika.
Yep.
So that's 16, 6, and 13. It just stands tall and proud.
Yeah, the 16, 6, and 13, obviously the one that I think stands most out. Kind of answered back by Kuzi, a little bit close on that Cassie slash line. But I think that this was a great all-around team performance from everyone on Los Gatos. Where previously we're highlighting the 20-odd kills game in and game out from King Kaiser on that Moji. I think that top to bottom, the Ruckus I figured would have a pretty big impact on this game, and I liked what I saw.
I mean, he was able to get to the backline several times where he had an impactful kill. Again, the last fight comes to my mind where he got back there to get a double kill, I believe, where it's just small setups like that made a huge difference. There were moments where maybe he got caught out a few times, and you have to question whether or not it helped the team or hurt the team. But I think he more often than not was beneficial in a lot of his positioning and a lot of his play styles. There were the only moments I can think where it was a detriment was like, you're the only guy left to be able to dive in there. But if you give him dives like that, he'll take them every single day of the week.
I love that moment where you pull out the Hexafire, suddenly there's an Androxus with his reversal up in front of you, and you're panicking because
I don't want that back. No.
I love the twitch. It worked out. He twitches backwards, gets the kill, and then turns back to try to chip away some damage. I just started laughing in that moment when they were calling the game. I am panicking if I'm a Ruckus that's suddenly pouring Hexafire damage into a reversal. But Los Gatos looking good this time around on Splitstone Quarry. This one's hard to call, Gore, because we came into this set talking about how these are some names that we're all starting to learn, and you can't really favor one team over the other. I still don't think you can.
No.
I think they're very closely matched.
The fact that we've had 2 in a row that were 7 points, I think, is more of a showcase than that. And that's with both teams having high performers that come through with it, right? It's not just, oh, hey, this guy, happened to pop off this one game. It's like, no, they are consistently doing well every single time. And it's opened up the doors. I mean, 0.7 conversations coming into play. Potentially 5 games coming into play, honestly, if they keep trading like this.
And especially in a group where, as you pointed out, there's only kind of that one team that you're like, okay, they're going to make it through. I mean, if this is how contested this entire group is in Brazil, this is a long day of Paladins for these guys to try to qualify fully on through the PPC. But picks and bans for Serpent Beach. Game number 4 kicking off here. Genos Khan taken off the board. Not surprising there. Rom and Torvald. 2 champions, mainly Torvald that we haven't seen at all today. Rom a little bit, but that's going to leave Inara open for first pick.
Inara for first pick, but honestly, if I'm looking at how Ruckus just did and we're on Serpent Beach, I'm looking for Ruckus here, honestly. I think he escalates in priority. Again, maybe not something that comes to mind as like much. In Europe, I see Ruckus, I take Ruckus. In Brazil, it's maybe take it or leave it a little more. But he's still pretty high on that tier list, I would argue.
And despite a 100% win rate, I mean, there's maybe an asterisk on that. The 17% pick rate, 0% ban rate in Atlas. So talking about differences in priority, a champion that certainly brings plenty of utility into his kit, but we have just not seen Atlas all that often.
Who knew that, essentially a map-wide wall of damage stoppage.
Yeah.
And good CC that affects your team and rewinds them is good. Plus, he's hit scan, he has good charge damage, and yeah, it's nerfed from where it was before. I think realistically it comes down to the fact that a lot of these off-tanks are essentially just finding their home, right? Like, where does Fernando fit into the mix? Where does Ruckus fit into the mix? Where does Rom fit into the mix? Where now does Atlas fit into it? And I think this is a good map for him. Again, I love a lot of what he does. I think the weakest part of his kit does come down to his ult, but granted, considering how strong everything else is, I think that's worth it.
Catapimbas draft themselves to the biggest hit scan presences in the game between Victor and Androxus. Fernando maybe jumps out quickly at me for Los Gatos here. No Khan in this game to kind of pseudo counter him out. Do you like him?
I love him. I think as long as you're hitting well-timed Immortals, it's going to stop this Atlas, this Victor, and this Androxus from getting as much done as they'd like to.
We've had back-to-back 7-point games. Will Game 4 have more of the same? Let's go to Finch to find out.
I got a feeling that we're likely in for a little bit more of the same here as we move into Serpent Beach. A bit surprised. It was Catapimbas that first picked that Inara, passing on the Fury, and it manages to make its way back to them yet again. I think this Ying, though, they've had some really good games out of it here so far, so maybe they're trusting that one yet again. But every time IMAD has a nice inflame, I'm going to be thinking about those picks and bans.
Yeah, I mean, I was just more surprised about the Buck first.
That is surprising also.
Over Fury, I mean, I could see the utility between having the damage reduction whenever you want to dive. But, God, with Androxus up after the performance we saw, I feel, last game from a very strong... I think it was a strong Androxus play.
It was,
Just constant rotation, having that verticality is even more important on this map. And Buck has a little bit, but maybe they're just paying more attention to the mid-fight where Buck's leap will make it to the high ground, and he'll be able to get away a lot more from some pressure.
At this point, though, I let Kaiser play what Kaiser wants to play, man. He tells me what he's feeling here at this point. A little bit of trouble there on the point as the Inara start to take some extra damage. Davino drops the shield, and Mika finds the first kill disengaged, but Davino does end up turning. The shield turns with him, and immediately he ends up getting answered. But looks like we have a brief pause coming out here for Davino, so let's let Los Gatos and the boys figure everything out. We'll get right back into the action here. But I know that you were saying that you thought that you could see some Buck having some value here, particularly around that leap. What do you want to see here from as we're right back into it?
Well, I want to see him exactly where he is right now. I was going to say, taking the enemy high ground. It's the biggest thing he can do because he can jump up there, land, get a little bit of damage, heal himself right away and kite out, but didn't get it back up in time because they re-pushed right away and isolated him with the wall.
Yeah, Kaiser's been taken out of there. Schumacher's the one that gets the credit for that. So Vindo and the boys now in decent positioning. They already gave up quite a bit of percentage to Los Gatos, but after winning a couple fights, they can get right back in there. But Vindo has taken too much damage, and by too much, I mean all of it. Mika finds him to finish that job off, and they push that Androxus back out. Now leading in the percentage, finding a decent sight line here to take some shots up top and force back some of the back line for Catapimbas. Now can flank the Inara, get some free damage onto her that she's not expecting, but the percentage building right back up, nearly tying this up.
You can actually tell the huge amount of damage that the Cassie is doing because she had ultimate already. This is her second ultimate that she's charging right now, but really hard to track an Androxus dash in circles around you like that.
That's not a fight that you're meant to win. Mika ends up falling. Vindo gets the doubles. He takes down Penny as well, and Catapimbas are the ones that cap the objective to start things off. They even get a nice kill onto Davino towards the end, so they should be able now to make a pretty decent push. And you've got the Androxus, you've got all this verticality on your side here too. You've got the Atlas at that front line. They should be able to do pretty good work. when they're the ones pushing payload.
I would say so, especially since they have the setback potential. They'll pull people away, get the card a little bit further. The wall also reaching up top is a big deal for the people that are pushing. Atlas won't be able to get up there as easily, but he can still support you even from the cart. He can do it from such safe positions. I noticed Burrino tried to get up there, decided to drop back to the cart because it's just so dangerous for a support to be pushing under all that pressure.
That's the Inflame committed. Vindo tries to use it, but gets punished the second he gets back there on the Androxus. But Kaiser's been taken out on the Buck too. I don't know, they've gotten a ton of value out of that Buck, at least so far. Big ultimate though from Burrino. They shut down Penny as well as QZ gets that kill. Catapimbo trying to make this push happen. But now the Cassie's back. Mika up top trying to rein in the shots, but really cannot find much. Has to fall back. Look at this flank, but she punishes it perfectly. QZ gets shut down on the Victor.
I'd like to restate my point. Why aren't we seeing more Cassie?
I don't know.
That was against Victor, just sprinting away. I think Victor could have taken that fight, but he's scared of the damage coming out of Cassie. Kaiser has a good position here, and I don't know about this ult. This accursed arm, it's not going to find anything. It's just going to scare him off for a little bit.
Does not find a ton of value, but you're right. It does push Kaiser right back at the very least, so that's about the most value it gets out of it. Vindo takes to the sky. Wouldn't have minded having a cursed arm there, I wouldn't bet, for that one, as he found two people up top, but still gets the kill in the Penny. That's a double now for QZ to open up this push a little bit more, and maybe with this decent positioning, knowing at least one is trapped up top, turns around, and there's Kaiser waiting on him with the Buck. Does get some healing, but this payload's almost been pushed in now. Here, Kresnik.
Kaiser's actually drawing so much attention in the back line, and they can't help now that the tanks are respawning. Oh, she's actually not contesting. This is huge if they lose someone else.
Almost able to find this kill to shut her down, but not quite able to take Mika out of that one. So Mika's going to look for the push. Can't quite get the Atlas entirely off the map. So the Fernando starts moving in to look for the Flames to try and burn him back just a bit more. Mika up top is going largely unanswered. Finds the shots of the Pablo. Penny gets Burrino as well to shut him down, and that might be it for the push. They've only got another 13 seconds. They're on the full retreat. Los Gatos might have done enough.
Yeah, they just burned down the tanks, and there's really nowhere for you to hide as a tank on this map. You're going to have one person up top, one person on the far side. He made an attempt. I'll give him that.
Right?
Confidence is very important in a game like this when you're talking with your team, getting things going. I thought that they had a great opportunity there. There was only DPS alive. They had the Atlas's stasis field up. I mean, there was no way for the DPS to answer anything, but I think they just weren't pushing the cart the whole time. It wasn't close enough for that wall to have been a threat. Maybe they had to hold off a little bit to get it up at a time where it would have been a little bit more efficient.
You're right, though. I mean, how many fights do you start off with a double kill from that Vixie from QZ on the Victor onto the front line, and you still can't make much more happen on the back end of it? The problem was, man, Mika was posted up top, wasn't he, man? He had great positioning on that Cassie, and anyone who was kind of sticking their head out a little bit too far, he made sure he shut them down. So move into this next mid-fight 1-1.
Yeah, and I want to see how they want to play with this Buck again, because he did the right thing at the start, but then way overstayed his welcome. he didn't have the cooldowns he needed to live in. Buck is really just live or die. With bulk up, live or die by your recovery cooldown. You need it to be important, but it looks like they want to look somewhere else completely this time. Way more defensive, and I don't think you can do that into an Atlas wall.
Early Barrage does finally commit a couple of shots. A lot of the time, you can get plenty of value out of that just by kind of channeling it, even if you have to cancel it later on. So that'll be the full reset. He'll have to wait on having that ultimate back. And Drox is taken to the sky too. Try and force back a couple of more. Vindo gets some good shots there, but no actual kills comes to his credit. But Schumacher can't make it around the corner. Davino catches him out, just barely completes that kill. And suddenly the front line now starting to fall for Catapimbas.
When that I guess that defensive play ended up working out when they just can't get anything out of it from the wall. Once that wall is down, that's a 20-second cooldown that they have an eternity to punish.
You're right. QZ catches Kaiser, can't find a way back out of there. Penny took a spill recently as well, too. He's only recently back up amongst the land of the living, and Catapimbas are uncontested on this point at 72% now, a measly 3% there for Los Gatos, and they can't find much way back in. QZ with the Inflame now ticking as well, is starting to let the damage through, sending the Barrack packing. Penny has had a really tough time of it here this game, and the Barrage committed. They want to take Kaiser out of this right away. He's got to fall back.
He takes all three because of the DR from the recovery, and they didn't have a chance to contest. I think that Inflame could have actually done more. I think it was a little bit close in the side of Gatos. QZ was destroying them with damage, and then the Inflame came in and he killed a Ying Illusion.
Well, successful cap now. That's all he got out of that one. Well, successful cap now. Catapimbas are going to move forward. They get one kill onto Kaiser thanks to excellent work by QZ, and Droxus being piloted by Vindo, buying a ton of time here as well as Burrino gets the last kill onto Penny. They do eventually end up losing their Victor, but this is a ton of free time they've been able to get to push this payload up.
They need to take upper as soon as possible, and this is the last thing they need to have happen. This position right here, the Oasis Temple, teams have a bunch of different names for it, but You have to get that if you want to win this push on the offense. Your backline goes there, and they're uncontested up on that high ground. You need to keep that going for your team, or else you're just going to get free-fired by whatever backline the other team has.
Gatos have bought themselves a little bit of time. If there's anything this team has proven to us, it's that they can absolutely just defend 3 times in a row and win one mid-fight, right? So this is certainly not doom and gloom for them at any point. They got to keep this Catapimbas team on their back foot. If you're Catapimbas now, you know that you probably got to find a contest or an actual payload conversion because this other team will beat you. They catch out the Androxus quite nicely. Divino had few options there. Vindo and QZ both getting a kill, but the Androxus does eventually end up falling. Tell that to the payload, though, as it continues to march ruthlessly forward. Catapimbas have decent positioning here for QZ as well, finding decent shots that no one can answer back. But now he's going to worry about the Cassie. She pokes her head out. IMAD ends up dropping, and that might stop the push for Catapimbas.
The idea of the exile was good, but it wasn't just executed the way that it had to be. They exiled people that were contesting. That's the last thing you do. That gives them free time to be alive and doing what they want to do, but getting a little bit too aggressive here. Maybe one trade, but it's still for 2 on the other side.
You're right. I mean, it's hard for on the offense for these trades to be working effectively for you. The Androxus dash is in again, like we saw towards the end of last game. Not quite as dire straits here now. They've still got 30 seconds with which to work. Penny is still on cooldown for a little while longer too, so can't quite help out this fight. Fernando doesn't even have the shield. He's just taking free damage here at this point. But Mika comes back up, finds the shots on the Schumacher. This Cassie has gone unchecked.
You have to control the backlines on this map, whether they're holding up here in the Oasis or next to the spawn. Either way, it will see everything that you need to keep controlled. So they are, they're just not giving it enough. Yeah, they can't do anything because of this one position. It covers the entire last point.
You're exactly right, man. Androxus would have, were it not for this Cassie, have had decent positioning just now when he poked his head out. Instead, he immediately gets shut down. Kaiser does find 1 kill, though, on Divino to shut him down. That's a lot of the damage that's removed. It'll be a while before we're going to see him back here again. Mika still standing, even though he took a ton of damage. Should be able to put in good damage onto the Sonar, and I think that this is it. Catapimbas are done with the push for now. Los Gatos defend successfully, and we're tied up 2-2.
Serpent Beach is one of the hardest games one of the hardest maps in the game to push. 100, bar none. You have to go under so much. There's every single area you have to walk that cart is on the lowest of low ground possible.
Right.
And they can come from behind you super easily with that new ledge area, the top left from the pusher perspective that Catapimbas have been having to see, able to just free fire from up there. It is so difficult, especially since Barrack's shield doesn't cover above him. Nando's shield doesn't cover above him. There's so many chances for them to just poke over these tanks, burn them down. At the very least, saved a couple ultimates, I believe. Only Inflame was spent in those last moments, so they have a little bit more resources to spend at the start of this fight.
Well, we're about to kick off yet another mid-fight. I'm still not so sure, Kresnik, if we've seen quite enough out of this Buck to where I'm thinking first pick overall for your team, right? The second pick overall in the whole draft, first for the team. But again, Kaiser's kind of earned this, I think, to the point where we're going to give him the benefit of the doubt until we see something else. He's made some decent fights, though. This could potentially be what we were asking for as he moves in to try and shut down this Inara very early on. He does exactly that. Barino has been removed, and exactly what you want from your Buck.
Took so much pressure, though. That's the Inara Furia coming in fruition there. You can see all that damage they had to soak up, an entire Buck ultimate, and actually able to peel back too and kill the Andy.
Yeah, Mika is the one that gets that kill on this cast. It's a much better fight from Los Gatos. All of a sudden, I'm not so sure about this Immortal, though, coming out from the Fernando. But hey, to each their own. The Inara trying to force her way back in, but at this point, it's just barely to find a desperate touch. Barino ends up grinding that kill. The Victor gonna try and drop the barrage, but now the Buck's in the back line starting to wreak some havoc. Decent healing. He actually loses that trade. QZ is the one that gets the kill for it. Vindo's still up as well. Overtime might be ticking, but I think Catapimbas want to make their way in, finding some decent shots from the Androxus, trying to find some kind of touch, and they put Divino down as well.
In a perfect position. That was exactly what you need your Exile to be. It forces them all back into a corner, and it takes the DPS out of the fight. That was perfect, but they didn't have the cap time at the beginning. So they're going to have to, they have a chance to retake on the side of Gatos, and they're not really that forward. They do get the dismount at the last second, but look how far back they are. They're just hoping to play the blender strategy where everyone walks into the point and just gets melted to pieces.
Los Gatos will have one chance to get in there and make one more touch to extend this fight out a little bit further. Vindo gets the first kill of this fight, though, on the Androxus, but he ends up getting traded back out by Kaiser. The barrage is available, and that damage comes in pretty well. Catapimbas continue to be the only ones capping points around here as they go up 3-2 and are in favorable positioning on the back fight. They get 3 kills, making a double for QZ, and keep right on pushing.
The fact that it went to overtime earlier made it a little easier as well. The longer the point is in overtime, the faster it'll drain. So that first overtime was fast overtime, and I don't think they had the replacement ready. What is this? This is perfect. Exactly what they have to do. I'm being serious.
I know.
They have to take this high ground.
And just exact positioning where the Cassie caused so many problems for them last game. Penny ends up falling early on. Great wall from the Sonara, but the buck comes raining in from Kaiser, finds the first kill in the QZ, and wants this one onto the Inara as well. Barino ends up getting shut down. Nowhere for him to go. Los Gatos are finally able to make the defense they need.
It was so good, but the illusory rift coming out from the other side meant that they can't win that fight. Furion needs line of sight to be able to heal, and there's basically one tiny angle she's going to be able to take from the far right, looking through one door. The healing advantage was just not there. And the Inflame wasn't up either, so they didn't have the chance to potentially outweigh the healing with even more damage.
And now they have to walk into the same wood chipper of Mika in this positioning that they've had to deal with all set, and they just have not had an answer to it up until now. But a chance to potentially break through. If Catapimbas can, they can stop Los Gatos from even getting a chance at another mid-fight here. As they do step quite far forward, Davino gets an early kill on the Vindo to take the Androxus out. A pretty important pick here for them. They're trying to get back to this Fury as well. Decent shots from Mika. Davino takes down one. Mika takes down the other one in the form of QZ, and that's going to stall this push out yet again.
The Nando ult was huge too, and he has enough time to build another ultimate. Him not going down meant that they had to keep focusing him, not focus Mika up on that high ground, and that's what they have to be doing. Honestly, the Nando's not doing that much damage. Just look away and deal with it. I think they're going to have to start doing that, but with Barrick there right next to him, doing almost equivalent damage to this backline with how much he can pull off in a fight between his turrets and himself, I think they just need to swap their priorities up a little bit.
Man, did they really need to get that first push that successfully? I mean, because they are stalling here yet again. Inara trying to keep them pushed back, but Mika yet again finds favorable trades. QZ ends up dropping as Kaiser cleans up all that poke damage the Cassie put out. They don't have an answer to this positioning, Kresnik, until the arrows keep running in freely. I think that's it for yet another push, another successful defense here from Los Gatos as Miko finds another double.
So now think about this. What do you do on the offense, right? They all go into that orange area because they want to push out Mika, but no one's watching the ledge all the way up behind them. Do they leave their Victor all the way back on mid just to look at that door and then, oh, hey, we broke through? Victor has to go a mile to get to the objective. He's not going to be anywhere nearby, and that gives them a huge chance to lose the fight. They have to take a 4v5 just because of how powerful the defender's advantage is.
Yeah, this positioning has been so strong from Los Gatos. They've not made it easy, but you don't get to defend this time. It all comes down in a 3-3 to this one last point fight. And in these point fights, who is your eye on in particular here, Kresnik, that you feel like is going to be the big make or break?
I think for Catapimbas, Kuze's been doing a great job, and I think Pablo had an amazing fight last round. It was rough at the start with when he spent the wall, but the exile at the end, I thought was used very effectively. It forced them all back so much, and still having that up, if they can find another good use for one of the hardest ults in the game, that could be a game changer.
And Droxus goes right to the sky, but get answered back perfectly. Rubson gets the kill, but he was taking shots from the Cassie there as well. An excellent defense from the team as they do a great job pressuring him out from the sky, and now Los Gatos are in position. 36% was built up by Catapimbas, but the ones now controlling the mid is all Los Gatos. Anyone getting shades of that last set where they defended 3 times in a row and then just won 1 point fight. It's all that you need. Marino's right nearby though and ready to start stepping in. The Inflame is there too. This is the moment for Catapimbas to move in. Ultimate at point blank range doesn't get much, but Imad does shut down Davino. This might be what they needed either way.
He connected it on the stairs instead of the wall, so it managed to block the seismic crash. If he'd aimed a little bit higher, it could have helped. They still get the retake anyway, but with that kill, now they have a chance to flood back into the point.
Los Gatos have got to hurry in though. 90% now for Catapimbas. They're in firm control. They get the shutdown to Vindo, and no one's able to make it back in. Catapimbas gets the victory. Not this time, they say, as they close this one out.
I would recommend getting on the point.
Yes, that would help.
Yeah, it would. I think that is my prescription for this game.
Your official analysis.
Los Gatos, my analysis. Get on the objective and have a second touch. I think it's important. I think they had the Cassie planned to roll in, but the Furia beam stunned her and she wasn't able to get it.
Yeah.
They had no one else lined up. They just had the Cassie, and that fell apart.
They looked like they were ready to make one last more push around that Inflame, sort of as you mentioned, but that got stalled out before they could actually make it onto the point. So how could you ask for anything more? We are 2-2 with 7 points in a row here at Paladins. Let's get it back over to the desk.
It's the set that keeps on giving. You get 3 games in a row that all go 7 points, and as if we deserve anything else, We're moving on to a Game 5 between Los Gatos and Catapimbas. Gourmizer still with me. Gourmizer, what'd you see there in Game 4? I mean, that is just as far back and forth as the previous 3 games were, and we're going to a Game 5.
I see about 10 feet maybe between Los Gatos and potentially closing out this set right
Yeah,
there.
right.
I mean, it's not something you could consistently rely on, but they were there. I honestly think that you have Mika, and this is 2 games in a row, winning you a game in the first one of the 2, doing so much on this one to keep you alive, and it was based on damage number, slash line, impact of the game. And there's a lot of other good plays, stuff from Divino, from Penny, that keep them alive and afloat in this match. But Catapimbas have just been on top of it a little bit more. They know where their target priority needs to go. And a lot of it has been specifically on the objective where they've been winning. It's not necessarily been this outrageous, oh man, they just got a full 5-man wipe. It's like, no, Anara was standing there, the rest of you were fighting, so Anara got the point.
Yeah, and in a day where Victor actually came into these sets with very poor win rates.
Yeah.
He's had a great impact on these last few games. I think that's sort of the situation where you pick, depending on the team that's picking Victor, maybe just very bad situations, just kind of the luck of the draw for Victor. Kit-wise, you know, numbers maybe got changed around a little bit here and there, but by and large, what he still provides is so important. And we saw it towards the end of the PPL, more PC teams starting to pick up on Victor. It's just that consistent long range, pile up the damage, and if there's peel and if you can stay safe, he's a great pick.
And again, in the background somewhere, I can hear Prosper Logic incredibly happy that
Right.
that's something that's meta right now, because he works on a ton of maps. You have a lot of position where, yes, long-range hit scan DPS is going to be great for you. It's consistent, as you had said. He typically goes up to the top, if not is the top damage in a game. Plus, and my favorite part is the grenade. When you're running a reset card Grenadier in there, it just sets you up for good blaster damage
Yeah,
in
sure.
a way where it's just like you're not a blaster, you're not supposed to resemble them,
Yeah.
but having that alongside your hit scan means that, yeah, okay, cool, go Haven, I'm still going to hurt you.
Well, we're back to, you remember, however long ago, we were young men when this set first started, and it was
When I
there was a lot of King
a young
Kaiser
boy.
playing that Moji, and there was really just 2 maps in a row, but Frog Isle jumped out. Gonna ban out the Moji, definitely more viable, I think, on Stone Keep, so realistic, I think, to take that away from him, because this is probably a map where it's just viable enough that King Kaiser may have reached for it. Barrick, though, locked in. Con and Andro for Catapimbas.
And honestly, I mean, since King Kaiser has
Champions are
not
made by
played
the
Moji,
paths they choose,
what have we seen him
not the
do?
powers
I mean,
they've
I've
been
seen the
graced
Buck,
with.
and it was...
Right,
Again,
it's been Mika, right.
he's had good moments. Same thing with the Eevee,
Time to
but it
take
hasn't been
charge.
enough to like drive this team to a victory yet. And so I'm wondering if it's maybe not, hey, you're a one trick, but hey, your Moji is godlike for some reason, and then everything else starts to maybe slip away
Right.
afterward. I'm curious to see what they pick up for him here. I don't know if it'll be the victor. I expect that to go back to Mika since it did so well earlier.
Yeah.
And they'll grab the Zen, so this could be huge for them, and it could be another Buck situation where, again, it's impactful, but not the most.
You're not getting the 20 kill performances out of King Kaiser, but you're getting great slash lines out of Mika.
Yeah.
All right, Gore, Game 5. Whose draft do you like?
Catapimbas. Nope. Las Gatos. They've got Rom. that weight is just so heavy on there. I can't bet against it.
I mean, that's the right answer, right? Where this set is so close, you kind of like one, you kind of like the other. It's Game 5. Let's find ourselves a winner.
Yeah, anybody maybe have a coin or something like that? It's close between these 2 guys right now, man, between Los Gatos and Catapimbas. So why don't we head on over to Stone Keep to try and resolve these differences? As you heard them mention, we are going to get a chance to take a look at the ROM here this time, hopefully. We'll see it played aggressively enough. I know to your liking. Mika, who had an excellent game on the cast, he's going to be piloting the victor here this time as well. And Kaiser is on the Zen, which I feel like this is a pick he has a really good chance to have another monster performance on.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And Zin is going to be, I think, really good against the other side, too. If you can catch Terminus after the reanimate with the guillotine, that is perfect. Just deny that ultimate value, and you get yours so much faster than he does. I also think that it's good to be very aggressive with the ROM, having the Zin to follow up, and you're just making room for your Victor. With a Genos to back it all up, that's overwhelming.
It is a bit scary, though, that Vindo's gotten so many games in a row to play this Androxus. He's clearly kind of worked himself into a rhythm now, and that's going to be difficult for them to deal with here on Stone Teeper. His verticality is strong. QZ gets the very first kill here of this fight on the Cassie, shutting down Mika on the Victor. Despite how well Mika played it last game, there is no love lost, it would seem. Percentage built up largely by Los Gatos here so far, and they've got decent positioning too. But Pablo Schumacher up top going to keep raining in plenty of damage of his own in favor of Catapimpas, but has to fall back. The Victor's back now suddenly, and they have to give up the position.
Gatos, when you play inside Church, that's how you're going to get all that cap time, when you're playing on that low ground mid. But over time, the team with the high ground will win the poke war. Right. Unless you engage like this, Divino tries to make some room, but everyone's just hiding above. He can't find anyone.
I don't know if we've talked enough about how good of a set Divino has had, by the way. The Ruckus game that he had, I mean, he has played really, really well. He's on the Fernando, I think, at a point too. And now on this ROM, and if you were wondering if he'd be aggressive on it, well, here is your answer. Divino chips Barino down basically by himself. Kaiser right there to follow up, taking down IMAD. That's a double kill. No, a triple kill now for Kaiser, and the ROM continues to lay on the trigger. Penny takes QZ right on out of there, and Los Gatos ready to come get a mid-fight all in their favor.
That was a sick triple. I don't want us to forget that we just watched Divino do 2,800 damage to someone by running.
Yeah.
His mobility just did 2,800 damage to a Terminus.
He doesn't happen to heal or have any sustain on the back of that, does he?
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, one ability, two abilities, maybe three if you count CC immunity as that, but still, so much unanswerable damage by this Terminus. Running into the anti again, he forces him to dash away. This is why that got nerfed.
Yeah.
The patch yesterday. It's 100 less damage, but it's still so much cleaving through, and there's really nothing you can do about it.
And I really appreciate Divino backing me up like that. I talked about the excellent set he had, that he came in and started fragging. Appreciate you, buddy, for having my back on that one. Forces the reverse lap from the Androxus, who's on the full defensive at this point. I say it, but he drops the accursed arm. That sounds pretty offensive to me. He does find some damage, but not as much as he was looking for. In comes the ROM, gets caught out, though, by the Khan on the opposite side, but Divino shrugs it off. He's still ready to keep fighting.
And actually, he could have potentially used his ult there, but Terminus can actually block it by looking down with the Siphon, so smart to hold off on it. King Kaiser guillotine takes out Term.
Finds himself a double kill. The Cassie's in some trouble and can't roll away. QZ ends up falling as well, and Divino, the rest of Los Gatos, suddenly stepping on the gas. Where was this aggression from them earlier on in the set? They are unrelenting.
And they need to be with a ROM and a
That's
Xin.
true.
They have to be close for the Xin to be in his main range and to be building that guillotine as fast as possible. And ROM just needs to run around. I do want to see the ROM build later, but I don't think we have time with this barrage coming in.
Big barrage damage coming out from Mika. Androxus comes in, immediately catches the hands of the Victor, continues to stand tall. They'll move over to the left-hand side of this push. Cassie barely able to roll all the way back, but the Khan goes right down to the point to try and push off the one member who's actually contesting. Mika does get Pablo Schumacher, who answers back with a kill onto Penny, but they've still got the ROM. King Kaiser gets a one more kill, taking the Terminus out of this fight too, and Los Gatos got 4 members on kill streaks.
He got stuck on the little ledge there, and he could just run through, even though the rest of his team was backing up and waiting to reset. He's ROM. He doesn't care. It doesn't matter when they take out Barino.
Takes the Terminus out of the equation too, and that's a successful push for Los Gatos. So we asked ourselves, were we in for another 3-3 slugfest? And Los Gatos say absolutely not. I think this is their first time getting the mid-fight into the actual conversion here too. They really hadn't done that much this set, so really impressive from them.
I think they just have the perfect composition for it. They even have the Dream Point tank to go with it. And I did notice that the ROM, Divino, started Chronos, which makes me think he's running a dash reset build. And the amount of damage he's done with his knees makes me think that that is entirely possible. Yeah, so he's running distance 4, reset 5.
Yeah.
Plus he started Chronos initially, and he's Chronos 2 already. So he is just going to be doing these dashes over and over, and the only one who can counter him is Khan at close range. That's not going to happen very often with the way he's playing.
It just is not, man. Look at those streaks lighting up for Los Gatos. That is an easy way to get 2 quick points in your favor, and the ROM going to come crashing right back down onto the point. Divino having yet another monster performance here on this ROM for him to facilitate for his team. Wants to try and put this one to bed, but Catapimpas have gotten the early percent lead, though they end up losing Vindo for that 39-42% that they built up. before, so we'll see if they can win the fight on the backside. The Terminus has been grabbed. Kaiser right there to provide some follow-up damage. Easy cleanup kill onto Barino. A double kill, in fact. He finds a shot onto QZ, and now they control the midpoint here yet again, and Catapimbos are on full retreat.
That piercing hitbox is huge, and it barely nicked Kuze's head as he was backing up. They have good control here, and solid ultimates too. Barrage to stop people from touching. They almost have Guillotine again, and through time and space to melt them down. I don't know what Catapimbos can do.
Terminus is on his way, though. He's going to be the one to try and find the answer, but Barrage was waiting for him. Barinu falls yet again from the Victor ultimate. The second that he shows his face, Khan pushed out. They don't even get another touch on this one, Kresnik, as the point gets captured by Los Gatos again. Why doesn't everybody get a streak going here this time as Mika finds the double ROM right into the back line to keep up the pressure, and Catapimbos can't even get their feet set.
I'd like to remind you that Catapimbos banned motion.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Divino on ROM just having the game of his life.
And dude, this is why Kaiser performance was so important in game 1 and 2, because I kind of think they were right to ban it, right? And when you put that fear into him, it opens up other stuff. Now they've already got the payload pushed up in 2 minutes with which to push. The ROM won't stop running, looking like Usain Bolt around here as he continues to
Everyone's playing Paladins,
through.
and he's playing Mirror's Edge.
Exactly right.
He's just running in circles all over the place.
Parkour style from ROM here this time. Finally, QZ though gets the kill. That shuts down Roopson. But Kaiser and Mika follow that up with 2 kills of their own. Now the Cassie isolated over on the left. You can't win the 1v1 up against the ROM. He gets shut down, so does IMAD. And there's only 2 members up to try and stop the push.
And there's actually no way Burrito can stop the sprint damage. There's only 1 tank up, and that's Khan. Overpower might not even make a huge difference here.
Ends up getting pulled back in through space and time, or through time and space rather, was there to find the kill as well. So they start to push in the payload now. A Cursed Arm comes out, but that's ROM shrugging off the damage. Vindo has 2 though, and might finally start to slow down this push, but look how much time Divino's able to buy. Finally. We'll take a breath, and Catapimbos have slowed this down.
Yeah, and now there's a minute left, though. They got it so close they were forced to use ultimates. They can just build theirs now. Theirs should build faster, especially this Xin. That spite with the Guillotine boost is going to bring a lot to them. Dome Shield even on the objective. There's really no good answer to it. And they just spent Cassie's Scout, so wall hacks for, what, 8 seconds? And then not much for the rest of it.
And Droxus takes to the sky. Does get a pretty critical kill onto Mika, actually, to delay on this next push. That's a lot of their damage coming from this Victor. And they had to wait a while before they choose to step forward again. But they've got the Terminus out in front, taking heavy fire. The Jhin catches up from the side as well. Immortal now as he shuts down Barinu. And the rest of the team starts to move in. Kaiser waits on him the second he reanimates, drops the spite on him, and sends him right back to the afterlife. They've got this Khan pinned down as well. He's going to need some backup coming, but that's it for the shield. And Rom's damage can just keep pumping right on in. But the kill feed's starting to light up in favor of Catapimbos. They might have found their defense here, Kresnik.
QZ has decided he doesn't want to lose this game. They got forced to use the reanimate, but they're all surviving there. That was perfect from the DPS in the back. The Antroxus, I think, was the big turning point there. They needed damage on that Khan as soon as the shout was over to actually get the conversion, but he was already pressuring that Victor, not letting him get that damage in. And that, I think, was the key to them defending that. Without that Antroxus pressure, they don't get that defense, and they don't have a chance to take this next fight with 4 ultimates going into it.
Well, that is Los Gatos' last chance to win via a payload conversion, right? It's going to be all mid-fights from them from here on out. And if you're Catapimbos, you can't feel great about how those mid-fights have gone so far. You've kind of gotten run over by Los Gatos up until this point. You've got to find, I think, an answer to Divino on this ROM. He has been a monster running through your backline, doing all this additional damage. But what can he do to slow him down?
Nothing. Literally nothing. You need hard CC. They have Vortex Grip, but again, Rom just chooses his fights so much more than Khan can. Rom just will pick a fight away from the Khan, and there is literally no counter to what he's doing.
Zen moves in, tries to keep an eye on this Androxus, who's willing to commit the ultimate, who does release all the shots, and he's the one that ends up falling. But QZ finds himself a double kill on this Cassie. He's starting to show up when Catapimbos need him here most, even though Mika opens up with a kill of his own. But the Rom's still here too. The Overpower sent one way off of left field, and I think they actually got the kill off that one too, as Roopson ends up falling to the death, to the damage from Schumacher and throwing him off the edge. The ultimate doesn't find much either on this Rom. In comes the barrage though from Mika to try and buy some time, but this is the best fight we've seen yet from Catapimbos.
Catapimbos find their answer. Deal with everybody else. We're gonna take damage. We're gonna get bounced around. We don't care. Just win every other part of the fight, and that's actually the only thing that they can do.
They've got the percentage built up tremendously here, but Kaiser finally gets the kill onto Barino to push him out and maybe get Los Gatos right back into this one. So Genos now here as well from Rubson to keep everybody healthy. The Androx is in the back line, but they should have an idea now of where he is to try and keep tabs on him. Catapimbas almost here for another push.
It was actually a great call, too, because he turned on the Andy before he was able to take a shot on him. So they had awareness of where he is, but I'm not sure if they still have it because he's getting flanked right now.
That's a 6 shot. They get Barino, and they get the kill from Mika as well into QZ. Good answer back from Vindo, but Mika right there to Pablo as well. That means Vindo on this Androx has a ton of heavy lifting to do, and he finds 1 kill, but only 1. Davino gets 1. Penny gets another one. The overtime ticking down, and that's going to do it. Los Gatos grab the win and the set. A really hard-fought victory.
Yeah, and it was a great draft for them, honestly. I think that was one on the draft screen for sure, because Catapimbas just didn't get the answer that they need. You just can't let it go for free. You have to find some answer for it, and they only had the con. He was stun gripping other people.
Yeah, he was.
You can't get away with that, and he was doing, guarantee you, 50% of Rom's damage at least was just from running into people.
It was a ton of it, and as you kind of pointed out with that build as well from Davino, he certainly knew that was going to be something that wasn't going to be really checked this game. He should try and facilitate that run as much as possible. That's exactly what he did, but he didn't do this one alone, man. Kai Zier had a really, really impressive set to the point where they banned the emoji and let the Rom through, so we could even be singing the praises of Davino here today.
Yeah, it was definitely good by Kaiser. Good by Mika, too. I mean, even on
Exactly.
Serpent Beach, that man was unstoppable on that backline, and I think he had a great job here too. But Kaiser showing why Zin was being banned in the past, kind of fallen off a bit, but we can see why it's still maybe worth banning over emoji potentially here with that execute ultimate and that ton of self-sustain that he brings to the table with this character. You have multiple cooldowns that get you out or just keep you alive in the face of danger.
And this is how you win sets, man. It's at the end when we're breaking it down, and we could easily list everybody's name and points when they single-handedly made big plays, right? And I think that's how you make it to this point. That's how you win a 5-game set, is that everyone throughout the set steps up at different times. And I think that they did, man, for this team. We barely even talked about Penny's name because I think it's hard to talk about the point tanks that much, but he obviously was a monster for them too, building up tons of time on that point for them as well. This is just a really impressive win for Los Gatos, man. What a showing.
Yeah, for sure, and that's the showing they're going to need to play in the PPC. You know,
Right.
I believe, if I remember correctly, I think they were the team that qualified in week 1 that didn't have any real known names on it. So they were against Fine Thin previously, 5-stack, and then the team Triunfo with Ares, the team Mandrake's University with Midtown FRZ from SSG.
Yeah.
All those names, and Los Gatos. So they're clearly showing why they belong there.
Ended up being a really impressive performance from them, but we're still not even done with Brazil. We've got one more set to go on the other side of this break.
Break it down.
Welcome back to the PPC qualifiers here in Brazil. We just finished our first set, and that one went the full distance. Multiple games that went all the way to 7 points, and then the set itself went all the way to game number 5 as well, so really competitive. We can only hope this next one will be able to match in terms of just as much fun to watch. Finch here, I'm joined by Kresnik once again on the desk as we get ready to try and break down this next matchup that we're going into. And obviously at this point, all the evidence I have tells me that this is going to be another competitive one.
Yeah, it's going to be a close region, I think, for sure. In
Yes.
VR. I mean, people were talking about arguing with the top 3 teams of them competing against each other, that they thought there was a clear top of it. But below that, these teams seem very competitive back and forth through these weeks. Even we saw a week 1 team versus week 2 team that we weren't expecting to go to 5. So I'm expecting for this 2 versus 3 matchup, honestly.
Yeah, this is going to be Akatsuki versus Balamansa. Am I getting that right? Yeah, Balamansa. We'll just say Balamansa, I suppose, here at this point. So, okay, what can you tell me a little bit here, I suppose, about these teams or what we'd expect or where you think they're about at?
I know we saw Akatsuki in week 2 in the matchup that we watched, if I remember correctly, and I don't remember that game being me coming out with any names on the top of my head about Akatsuki. I remember Guest, I think, having a decent performance, but I remember them kind of going back and forth with the team they were against. But Balamansa, we haven't seen them on stream yet. I've seen them in some of the games that I watched on my stream, and it's RC Soldiers team. That's a name that we recognize from this region. People were surprised, I think, not to see him in earlier weeks, but the names on the team, Groundford, Monoyu, have been, I think, putting up pretty good performances for their team so far in the qualifiers.
So we should be expecting, it sounds like, a relatively close matchup here this time. Probably no Moji bans, though. That's probably a set 3 exclusive, I am
leaving out no chances here.
Nothing.
We'll see anything. Nothing is out of probability.
Yeah, not going to predict anything. So let's take a look at the map bans here. Bazaar and Jaguar Falls, the ones taken out. But I believe we'll be moving on to Stonekeep here for this very first map. We actually just got through taking a look at Stonekeep, right? So we know how that can actually go.
Yeah, it is going to be Bright Marsh.
Oh, Bright Marsh.
Which, after the bans earlier, they just want to go to a map that could be potentially a little bit snowbally.
Sure.
They want to be able to be aggressive and set the pace. And Akatsuki, we're assuming it's their map because it's first pick for them. They want to win this game fast. So I would expect them to see a draft that maybe falls off a little bit. They want to try to get that ROM, but standard second ban gets rid of it. I would be shocked to see it go by.
It should probably be getting banned away by Balamansa, as Furia and Genos, both supports, taken off the table here by Akatsuki, which means we probably won't have to see those particularly valued as Barrick taken away too. So yeah, the ROM certainly could be grabbed here right away. And as you said, you're expecting Akatsuki to be the ones that wanted it, and they absolutely did. 29% pick rate, 71% ban rate, and a 75% win rate. ROM's good.
Honestly, that's lower than I was expecting. ROM is insane, but Balamansa clearly think they have an answer to it. They wouldn't let it go by if you don't think you have one. Grover, not terrible.
No, we saw him do well on Bright Marsh.
Yeah, no, I'm saying against the ROM specifically.
Oh, sure,
the Crippling Axe or the Deep Root, if they do run that talent instead, very good at slowing that ROM down, stopping him. And BK is actually pretty strong against him too. But it's still, this is a map that can snowball really quickly, and ROM is a snowbally champ. You need Cauterize high to stop his self-sustain, and Akatsuki doesn't want to give Balamansa a chance to get it.
They're going to pick up this Khan as well. We just saw it in the last game that by himself, he wasn't quite enough to keep that ROM in check. He also wasn't kind of entirely focusing on. We saw a lot of his attention spent elsewhere too. So we'll see if Balamansa want to try something different. They'll pair that with the Fernando as well. But another Androxus getting picked up. Androxus has done quite well today, I felt like, just overall. So Akatsuki should be able to get good use out of him here.
And this is actually a great draft, I think, for the Andy. He's okay into BK, but into Khan Nando, those are, I think, the strongest tanks for him to be against, because they're tanks that can't really angle their shields from above and let them pressure from up top. This would be interesting, especially if it runs Death Hastens. He would actually be able to poke back up onto that Drogoz, and I'm not sure about the interaction between Soul Armor and the Execute. I'm not sure how it goes, but... Now I think we might be being
now
with.
I don't think we're going to see either one. Not the Lex or the Moji. Very unlikely. Oh, wow, it is going to be the Lex. Okay, there you go.
It is good into the Inara, being able to burn her, delete her immediately with his ultimate through her Mother's Grace. That is a big part of it, but I don't see where he's going to really be able to go on the map. Maybe he chases the ROM, but I just don't see where he's going to be able to get in.
There's going to be a lot of pressure on this one here, too. You want someone who's, good at getting back there so that the game can't just be chilling out, the Drogoz as well. So we'll see where it is this Lex's focus is. Akatsuki versus Balamansa, game number 1.
Thank you very much, Finch. Gore and I have swapped spots. We're officially down on the cast for Bright Marsh as a 5-game set here in Brazil starts its off. It remains to be seen how this set will round us out. Should be a good one, though, Gore. A couple teams that we watched throughout the qualifiers, their trips through the semifinals and into the finals, and two teams, I think, have a decent shot at making it.
And honestly, if you've watched any NA or any PTS, if you want to roll it back that far, you should recognize a few names. RC Soldier comes to my mind. I'm expecting a lot out of him on this Lex. The same thing if you look over toward Akatsuki and what they were able to accomplish a few weeks ago. A lot of potential is really what I see here so far out of this one, and I think a lot of it's going to come down to this Lex. I think it's going to be interesting to see the interaction, specifically between him and Rom, because I haven't gotten to see a lot of that, much like Kresnik hasn't.
Yep.
So I want to know how that execute is going to work with that soul armor.
Well, he seemed excited about kind of that matchup, poking up high into the sky, plenty of targets up high. Sir Flynn just kind of lists down to the left as RC Soldier cleans that one up for the first blood in this game. Akatsuki had found themselves onto the point to the tune of 42%, but Balamansa have gotten the most recent few kills before Guest 4K is able to trade one back, but RC Soldier already putting his stamp on this one.
Honestly, you needed something hit scan to take things out of the sky, and he's hit both of those check marks pretty well so far. Yep. The Drogos and the Androxus haven't been able to withstand a lot of this Lex so far, although right now he's going to be under danger. Looking for the execute, but he's not going to be able to find it that time.
The ultimate did not finish casting, so it is still off of cooldown. He'll have it maybe for the remainder of this fight. A fight that has been a lot of just kind of one-off picks here and there. We haven't seen these two teams fully kind of move forward and clash against one another just yet. 75% eclipsed by Balamansa here. Low health bars as Skullist is the first one who's going to fall. Sir Flynn uses the reversal, just pokes out a little bit of damage. 93% for Akatsuki now. Dragon Punch flies through. That's a double kill. Make it 3, make it 4 for the Drogos, and that's point number 1 for Akatsuki.
Yeah, I will say, that's a way to seal yourself a point. Like, there's not much, like, that's an exclamation point at the end of a sentence for them. If you are in a, especially round 1 fight long enough that you're going to get the Dragon Punch back online, you've been fighting for a while, and that Drogos is going to make you feel the burn for it. And it was perfect for him as well. I mean, good targets to get rid of on Balamansa, and it sets him up into a perfect position to follow it up. Even just getting rid of one of those tanks makes it so your team can find some good success.
Well, so much lockdown spent on this Rom, and they weren't even able to end up finding the kill for it. Akatsuki were able to shrug that one off and keep moving themselves forward. This Drogos is starting to hit its mark. You got a quad, or delayed quad rather, in the mid fight. Now you're starting to add on a couple more kills. This defense is not starting off great for Balamansa here. And now you have RC Soldier completely zoned out from the rest of the fight.
Yeah, isolated.
That's as good as being dead here in this case.
I mean, now he is as good as dead, but I mean, he was on his own island for a little bit. And so that's effective death, like you had said, that he's going to end up spending time more or less in that dark screen, waiting to respawn, watching his teammates figuring out where exactly to come through, because he hasn't had as big of an impact. Now Accursed Arm's going to get dropped down, and that's going to look to burn through the Bomb King. And guess, Sir Flynn, they didn't have much offered around the point fight until that 4 kill comes out from the Drogos. Now they're knocking it out of the park.
Yeah, I'll take the 3 shot on that ultimate, please, and all 3 connect, and down goes BK. 48 seconds remaining. Balamansa, no ultimates effectively ready. They do grab the overpower. See a kill converted over just yet. There it is. Finally, Atomic flies off the map, but in the meantime, 3 have fallen from Balamansa. Akatsuki inching their way closer. Commander's grab just out of range. Combustible soaked up by that con shield. Guest moves in. Support ultimates traded out here, so plenty of healing now for both sides. 20 seconds left. Balamansa still in range, but with your Lex going down, things look pretty difficult.
I mean, they have 5 people strong respawn proximity there for Balamansa,
That's
but
true.
Questions are starting to come up of what do you want to commit to try and hold on to this versus what do you want to commit to keep going. Rom's going to drop his ult, try to keep this going forward.
So much healing from Kai Kickby. It's going to keep them in this one. 1 point so far on the board here for them. But getting very, very close to getting this one converted on. And they find a kill, the essential kill right there, right towards the end. And this one is so close to going in. A stiff breeze rolls this card.
I mean, you just had a Rommel, and so payload's here, base is that way. Rommel comes this way.
Makes sense.
It's going to be able to cause a lot of distress over here in the defensive area. And like that's realistically where a lot of things are going to go wrong for you, right?
Sure.
At least on the defending end. You've already been staggered. Most of this fight has been a perpetual 4v5 because once one person respawns, the next one dies. And so you're already looking at a fight that's not been going your way. You just lost 2 here. And so now you're having to figure out how you want to deal with this, because they're still pushing as hard as they can to push this forward. They lose their Inara, though, which might take some of the legs out from this one.
It's a good combustible shot. It's going to keep Grover up onto that high ground. RC Soldier falls again. Immortal used now by Balamansa to keep this one going. Overtime melts away, but they have to spend a King Bomb and an Immortal for it at the end of that round. But the game is tied.
That's more worthwhile, I think.
Sure.
At this point in the game, it sucks to use that many ults to find a defense, but it's 1-1. So 6 minutes in, you've been able to stall this out a while for a game, but you are making sure, more than anything, that you are still equipped to kind of find this next point, try to find another defense. You won't have that King Bomb available for you since it was just used pretty much for most of this point fight, unless it goes as long or maybe a little longer than the last one.
5.
And the downside is Guest is 9-1-4 and has his ult available. If you get the ending quadra kill from last round or last mid fight to be the starting quadra kill for this mid fight, I don't know that it's going to matter what ults you do or don't have if you're Balamansa.
Yeah, hitting 4 with your Fire Spit is not easy to do all that consistently, but Dragon Punch is going to open things up here. RC Soldier gets the trade out, flies through, finds the punch. Lex down, double kill with the second being onto that con, looking for a third.
Let's go,
you gotta
baby!
be kidding me. He's wrapping around the backside. You're not going to get the quad, but you might be able to get a delayed quad. He's pouring in damage to the Fernando. 4 kills again for Guest 4K. And Balamansa, they are left swept as this Drogos is flying through.
Look, now I'm not clairvoyant, but that could not have played out better for me or for Akatsuki in this case. A 17 streak now for this Drogos. And because of how well I'm predicting this, I'm also going to start saying, guys, I will buy a crystal ball, charge about $5 an hour. No, $5 a minute. And I will predict your future too. Because as of right now, obviously it's coming up pretty well for at least one guy.
Well,
I've only done it once, but it's a positive result.
Right, it's a positive result. You're 1 for 1. You're batting 100, which is really what's important to look at here.
Gonna early retirement.
Right. Akatsuki, that might have been a knockoff there towards the side. I don't think he ended up getting the kill. Luck does trade back, overtime expiring, but Balamansa is in control of the point, so no point to be won just yet. And despite that big Drogos play, the quad flies on through. They're not able to capitalize for a full, complete cap just yet. Some good healing keeps Atomic in the fight. Versat Arm is going to rain down some damage as well, and suddenly Balamansa are the ones that are in control of this mid-fight.
Ooh, there's the shot. That's what I was waiting for. You need to get rid of that Bomb King, and they do exactly that. It's 96-99, but they're going to be able to move back in on this one. Drogos has the Dragon Punch again, second time this fight, and it's charged up.
He's flying on through. RC Soldier is turning to the side, makes it inside of the Immortal, so even if that had connected, he wouldn't have died. Seismic Crash drops down. Akatsuki with that second wave of ultimates has what it takes maybe to turn this one around. It's Rom. Moves his way right back through RC Soldier. 3 grouped up members, squishy members being zoned out by this Rom here. Has the execute if need be. Stunned down, but Atomic falls instead. 99%. This is overtime begun by Akatsuki as RC Soldier rejoins the fight. Execute is in. Down goes Ramen. One final shot is all he needs for the double, and when the dust settles, a 3 now for the Lex.
Give him
the dust settles with a quad for the Lex this time around, and Balamansa grabbed the point.
That Rom was about 60% more dead. He'd be looking for a Penta, but he recognizes where his limits are.
What's up with quads in this game?
And look, I'm going to tell you, I can't break down much more than that. When you kill 4 people on the enemy team, yeah, your team's going to do well afterward. And when you are able to maintain and take back a fight the way they did, and this is going to be the revelation. This is some deep diving analysis, but there's 2 rules in games like this. One is that you should always protect your healer.
Yep.
And the second is you should always try to kill their healer. When you're able to accomplish that, you open up the fight to be so much more in your favor. And they got rid of that Ying so early on. They caused so much trouble for Akatsuki almost immediately that there was no sustain for them to stay in the game.
Nice. You know what else score? The team that scores 4 points wins
They
the game.
do win the game.
And that's important to look at as well. So kill the enemy healer, keep yours alive, and score 4 points. And Balamansa more recently have been doing
easy.
this. Yeah, why not?
Just do that.
You
Forehead.
too can be a world champion if you follow these rules. Balamansa are very close to finding their 3rd out of 4 points here, though. That's going to be Rom locking down Skullist here. So Fernando's going to have to wait and fight another day as Dragon Punch flies through. They want to fully stagger this one out. There's still a minute left, but they've gotten a couple kills, and the offense is clipped.
And so far, Bomb King has felt, I don't want to say a non-factor, but it's not been about him, right? I've seen Drogos, I've seen Androxus, and I've seen Lex. And right now, between those 3, granted having 2 on one side is usually going to help you out a little bit more, but they're driving this show forward. I think a lot of what Androxus is going to have to do, more or less, is focus down Lex. He's already getting Bomb King. Add Lex to that list, keeps your Drogos a little safer. Drogos has the tanks and then some right now. He does not seem worried about anything, and he gets to play angles like this really well.
Went to CC. That was a big con shield. That would have been a huge fire spit if it was able to make its way through there. 10 seconds left. You're either looking at a 3-1 for Balamansa or a tied-up game at 2 with RC Soldier grabbing the kill on a Sir Flynn. This maybe looks like a successful push. That's another kill for the Lex. Slides on in. Luck looking for some final shots here, but Lex stays alive. Ramen is able to turn around and get the kill. Onto RC Soldier, but Illusory Rift is going to keep Akatsuki in this game. That's Immortal popped as well. Both teams using some big priority ultimates to try to keep this one in their favor. More recently than not, it's Bomb King finding the kill onto the enemy healer, and Ying falls as well. But this overtime is going to evaporate Gormizer the moment somebody steps off.
I mean, right now it's no Ying, no Bling. They don't have a support. If you can deal the damage, it's going to stay permanent.
Big
You're
stun.
just in range there on that stun, and they're trying to find the kills, but Atomic's going to be able to deal some damage back. They just want to stay alive in this, but it's 2 kills, now 3 picked up for Akatsuki.
Yeah, I don't know if that final Bomb King kill is going to be enough to keep them in this one. A double kill from the Ying might just seal it up. And we are tied. And the contest in Brazil continues. Another map that is tied up through, 15 or so minutes. These teams are very close.
I mean, this has been kind of the opposite of a Bright Marsh and Frog Isle. If you look at the last set, those are not maps that typically go the distance or even last that long. They're supposed to be more snowbally. I think it showcases where Brazil's talents are right now, where they have played these maps. Because this has been a pretty hefty Bright Marsh coming forward so far. And again, Drogos is where my eyes go to when I see the slash line, when I see the damage. He's almost 30,000 ahead of the Lex. He's 18-5-10 versus the 14-10-12. But RC Soldier has been hunting him out of the sky. Right now has the target of the Androxus. So we'll be finding some bonus credits if we can kill him off. And 25% not having to execute now actually might be beneficial because then it'll come online when he's looking to kill these tanks.
Just looking for some final shots. Drogos is taken down low into the Dragon Punch and just has to use it to reposition himself, so no execute this time around. Reversal picked up by Sir Flynn, doesn't connect for any damage onto RC Soldier. The fight down for the point rages on. RC Soldier has to slide himself away. 40 or 39% rather, stalled out here from Akatsuki. Balamansa moves in, first kill in this engagement. Over to Sir Flynn, and that's on the healer Balamansa as well, and the dominoes start to fall as a result. 4 members down, make it 5. And Akatsuki with the clean sweep, they look poised to take point number 3.
I think this game is going to come down to who can more consistently wipe the other team, because both of these have been, all right, this guy gets 4 kills, that guy gets 4 kills. Now I'm going to be able to wipe you. Theoretically, if things keep following the path in Brazil, Balamansa is going to get a full team wipe, and they're going to find a defense, and we're going to go to a .7. We'll have to see how much that holds true, because they've been playing these angles really well. Atomic, that's a beautiful dash to be able to stay down, and he gets a kill. That's good luck on top of it.
Yeah, now you got a Rom back behind you with his ultimate. Vine is going to keep Grover safe. Ultimate locks down 1.
We like it, the one-man
elsewhere, right, and RC Soldier in the meantime is able to grab a kill as well. Atomic is doing a good job of playing zone, but the rest of Balamansa is kind of winning the fight on their own anyway in the backline against Akatsuki.
Doing some mental math.
Okay.
That was a 2v1.
Which is dangerous.
It's a dangerous game, but that was a 2v1. It was Bomb King and Khan up against the Rom, which means that it was a 3v4 on the objective that Akatsuki lost in that engagement. And that, I think, again, the weight behind it and the numbers behind it might not add up, but it might be damage like that that has really enabled it. As Alexis is going to sneak that one through and looking to potentially find this. Another illusory rift for the
that was
team.
reactionary.
She's just been popping them off like it's nothing. She has so many this game.
Well, that one was just in an attempt, I think, to save Sir Flynn, but unable to do so. And RC Soldiers found his flank, found his mark, and that's double kill for this Lex. As Grover's going to clean up the final kill here. So Akatsuki, or Balamansa rather, on the defense. Easy to get confused. Akatsuki are trying to break out of their own base and get back towards this payload. But with a minute left, Balamansa, they're playing, yeah, we can trade out, we can stagger as much as we want, but as long as we can delay you, we'll be happy about it.
And this is the unfortunate spot. Honestly, you want to break this hold without using any ults if possible, which so far they're doing pretty well. One more kill onto this con will make it a lot easier to get back to that payload. And now they have to start looking at the rest of the Bright Marsh push, which 30 seconds, not a lot of time to finish it off, but it's not as worse as it could be. Yeah, the worst case scenario is like this split stone quarry, this is Ice Mines, you have 30 seconds to make it that far.
Yeah, you're done.
No way, you're doing 75%. But for Bright Marsh, again, snowbally, keep it going. You have 4 ults, you're about to have an illusory rift again. Deal with this King Bomb and you might be able to make it and seal the deal.
Once he's able to find, though, some lockdown onto Atomic, but plenty of health to keep him alive there. Instead, maybe he mispositioned himself. Poppy Bomb up and over. Immortal used. Balamansa is going to try to turn around this fight with that one. Akatsuki trades out, makes it a 1-for-1, but Bomb King still firing away. 2 kills in this engagement for him. Defense starting to look a little bit better. RC Soldier still in the fight. 2 members left alive. Overtime expires, and this one's tied.
Once again, it comes down that Ying getting kind of eliminated. Granted, that one I think was lost more when Ghost goes down, as well as the Androxus with Sir Flynn going down. Once both of them are out of the equation, you don't have as much to look forward to, I think, as Akatsuki. You can hold on to the objective, but you're just kind of standing there waiting for the inevitable more than you are progressing the payload by any means. I know RC Soldier, again, is kind of where my eyes go, although Luck has been, I want to say maybe a sleeper on this team because he's been finding a lot of good damage, is in the top 3 right now, has been doing the Bomb King thing, but that's not where Guest or Sir Flynn seem to be looking right now because he's not been the one that's killing them consistently. He's the one dealing with the tanks, which as of right now has been keeping them alive in this game more often than not. That's the phrase.
One final point fight is going to decide game number 1, 17 minutes in. Ramen absolutely deleted by RC Soldier, pulls out the law and grabs the kill to boot. That's going to be a big health pool discrepancy that's going to put Balamansa in control of this mid. How much more can you snowball? There are some dashes available for Sir Flynn, but now he's caught out between a few members of Balamansa, and RC Soldier and Luck make good on that one. Drogos gets pulled right on in. Overpower connects. Things are looking good here for the red team.
That's an impressive overpower to hit a Drogos mid-air, and you're locking him down. Now this Rom's going to be next on the list. They are just going through a checklist of the members, and they're taking them down one by one. Ramen respawns, get back to the objective, gets melted again, and now RC Soldier's in a good spot.
Well, if nothing else, it's delayed this game just a little bit. Balamansa just now overtaking Akatsuki. Dragon Punch is ready. Only ultimate on the table for Akatsuki, so this one's got to find some value. Nope. Or it's just going to fly overhead and find nothing. King Bomb plays zone. Balamansa in 7 points, rather, are able to grab the win.
Takes them a little while, and honestly, as time goes on, the real kind of curve I see is the efficacy of the Dragon Punch. Starts out way up here, ends way down here. I mean, the last 2 or 3, I just didn't see connecting as much. And when you're able to find them like on an offense that ends up going dead, like it doesn't make a big difference. But realistically, during that point fight, like that was the biggest moment right at the end. It has to connect with someone. Give your life if you need to, but take someone else out with you to set up this Androxus to get in there, to go into the fight. He didn't do it, and the team wasn't anywhere nearby.
I think we've also learned you can't count on a Drogos quadra kill every single mid fight. Balamansa, 7 points, game 1 on Bright Marsh. We're able to take the win. We'll go back to Finch to break this one down.
Thanks, Dolson. Thanks, Gore. What a great game 1 here for this second set in Brazil. And Balamansa, the ones that ended up coming out on top, but it was anything but clear that that was what was going to happen. This is a back-and-forth match between 2 pretty evenly matched teams. It's still Finch and Kresnik here. And Kresnik, I got to start off by giving you some props. You were like, I don't know a ton of people on this Akatsuki roster, but Guest really impressed last time we saw him, and then he kind of popped off on the Drogo, so I got to give you some credit here. What'd you see in that match that showed you how Balamansa got the win?
Belmonte, they just managed to make the game go long. I think they had a pretty decent comp for it, and they were willing to spend ults just to get defenses because they knew that the further the game went, the better things were going to go for them, the easier they'd be able to deal with the ROM. They stacked CC on him in the late game. So having all that, I think, and spending Immortals in positions where I was like, oh, God, I don't know if that's a strange place to... It ended up working out. It bought them all the time they needed to make it to the end of the game, and also, late game is even better for Lex, too. Not only did RC Soldier just warm up over time, but Lex gets more credits for kills on his targets specifically. As the game goes on, he's just going to snowball more and more credits than everyone else. He was almost done with a 4th item by the time some people were finishing their 3rd.
And you're right to point out RC Soldier's impact in this game, not just in the fact that he was getting ahead of everyone sort of item-wise, but sort of to your point, he really was kind of warming up into Lex a little bit more throughout that game. We had some question marks about him being last pinked in this game, but he was doing a really good job tracking some of these targets up in the air, the Drogos in particular. He was able to get some pretty good damage off on, I thought, on that game. He did a good job tracking the Androxus as well, especially early on. He got a couple of pretty critical kills there too. I think RC Soldier ended up having a really important performance here in terms of turning this game around there from them. And that's tough. I don't know how many times you prep for your opponent having a pretty sick Lex in the back pocket.
Not very often, but I mean, Bright Marsh is a map where you might expect it, but it's just not really being seen a lot lately. Another thing, too, that I don't think we really made a note of is Luck was running chain reaction, stacking bombs, doing more damage, which not only made it easier to kill the Inara, it made it easier to kill the ROM. The reason why Ramen got absolutely melted on the final point fight was because of that chain reaction.
We're about ready to move into the picks and bans now for game number 2. I believe we'll be moving into Frog Isle for this one. So I imagine we'll be seeing some snipers. Last time we were here, we just saw the Kinessa. I don't think there was anyone on the opposite side to try and match her. So that could certainly be the same thing. They don't both have to have.
We're going to see another emoji?
No, I can't.
I don't want to count anything out. And we just saw Lex.
No, right?
I mean, who knows? But yeah, we're going to expect to see snipers for sure. The sight lines are huge on this map.
They are.
It's also very easy to lock them down, I think, is a big part of it. You can play around the sightlines as much, but you can have a tank in one, they can't get past them, a tank in the other, you can't get past them, and that's what makes this map such a good sniper map. The fact that the tanks just lock down everything that the other team wants to get.
Man, I'm kind of shooketh now. You brought up that emoji. It did so well here, so why wouldn't you go back to it? The Makoa and the Torvald band alongside the Maeve and the Atlas. So these are a bit different, though I feel like we normally see Torvald makes a ton of sense to me on Frog Isle, right? You don't want to get blasted off of it, but we're going to be seeing a lot of value picks making it through. Genos and Fury are going to be able to make it through, whichever sniper that you perhaps want to take here as well, too. Rom is still up. You're exactly right. And Balamansa don't want any of that. They take Barrack with their very first pick here.
Yeah, and Rom is really good on this map, so I am kind of surprised that they do go past it. Both snipers, as you said before, too, also still available, so they can take their choice. Honestly, if I'm Akatsuki, maybe I go Strix. I go Kinessa just to force them onto Strix. Strix is better in the sniper 1v1, but if you have a ROM, you just go, and the Strix doesn't have a way to get away once Illuminate's online. Akatsuki also give up the Genos into the ROM, so now they have strong counterplay.
That's what I was thinking. Was there any argument for taking ROM Genos instead of ROM Furia here? I mean, I feel like you probably want Furia a bit more. The Inflame is so powerful, but you also are a bit worried about that Void Grip into your ROM.
I think maybe they just don't want to play a Nara. They don't want to play a Nara Genos main tank. Since Barrack was first picked, they felt a little kind of pushed down that alley. They didn't have any other options. Term Genos works fine, but you have to be very good at Term to make that work.
Instead, they will go with that Furia, giving away the Genos and the Khan. So even though they prioritize this Barrack, they got 3 pretty scary picks. And I see my man is hoping that this Dredge gets locked in. Is that what's happening?
It's actually good on this map.
Okay, talk to me a little bit about what you like about it.
So Dredge can stand behind the walls on the high ground, spam blind grenades to counter the snipers. Plus, if he runs Hurl, which I pray to God that he does, you can get a ton of lifesteal, 400 per harpoon hit. Every target you hit with that harpoon is going to heal you for a ton. Thank you.
Wow.
So I just was ringing for a team recently, subbing in for them on this map, and I played Dredge. I felt unstoppable. He is so good when you can hit all your harpoons.
Well, then we're going to keep our eyes on Akatsuki and this Dredge in particular to see how well they play. The only problem is that Bomb King has made his way all the way down. And we still haven't actually seen any snipers. We were wondering if we would see him on this map, but it looks like that's not going to be the case. It'll be Victor instead trying to make use of those extended sight lines alongside the BK. And then the Dredge Leon. And so I imagine they still need, their point tank. And they, as you kind of thought, were forced down into taking this Inara here.
Yeah, and I'm surprised they didn't go Term instead. I mean, the Inara's going to be all right into the Victor with the wall, but Terminus can block an infinite amount of damage, and Inara has to just soak up as much as her health will allow her to, you know? So surprised they're not being more flexible, but it made sense from the start.
It feels like that's what we see happening to Inaras all the time, right? They're just left out there soaking up damage. Let's see if that happens in game number 2.
question marks on Frog Isle continue, Gormizer, and Kresvik, I think, gave us a great explanation of why we might see the dredge here, but still maybe a question mark nonetheless on, we just haven't really seen it in competitive all that much.
Well, it's weird because when you go back in time and look at where Dredge has been successful in the past, you're going to see Ice Mines, probably top of that list. And in my mind, that can translate to Serpent Beach, which I think can then also translate here to Frog Isle. Granted, different styles of map, different styles of positioning, but same potential base that is going to be coming through. As I will be honest, I was so focused on what I was saying, I didn't even notice what talent he was running.
He's running Abyss Spike according to the fly-in there, so he'll be looking to lodge the Harpoon and do a little bit of AoE damage after the Harpoon lodges in.
Dave, I can tell you on one hand how many times I've seen Abyss Spike run, and it is literally once. It is right now. This is the first time I've seen this talent run ever for Dredge, so let's see how it works.
Oh, nice! In the meantime, a great grab sends Atomic over the edge, and we'll have to see if Sir Flynn can make it 1-for-1 on Abyss Spike, and right now he's just trying to lock down the left side of this map, and he's not really able to do much of that. A good Battle Shout is going to allow Khan to move up, but back he goes as Atomic, after being tossed off the map, is going to rejoin the fight. Balamansa have been on the point this entire time, 60% for them. Finally, Rom now able to maybe get a little bit more aggressive as Akatsuki moved down this right-hand side. He's going to turn around. Plenty of damage to be found up above. This one's still close, 63% now, eclipsing Balamansa's scores. RC Soldier falls.
Theory crafting behind the Dredge still works as far as the shots are going to be concerned. Just hang out back here and do whatever you can. Kraken not going to be able to help him find anything, but it is going to help deter people from finding him. Right now, this Fury is that stunned and connected could have been big, but they're still fighting on the point. It's 99-60 as overtime started.
Well, you grab yourself a 1-for-1 trade, but Skullist on that barrack is going to have to be coming back a little bit later, the rest of your front lines, and Khan this time around is going to have to get it done. RC Soldier, it's an aggressive Poppy Bomb up and through as Atomic rumbles his way down through that point. Balamansa, thanks to a nice couple of kills from this Bomb King, they're going to lock down point number 1. That one goes 99-99, but it's the blue team that retakes and grabs the point.
And a lot of that, I think, comes down to where Dredge has been impactful versus where he wasn't, which he was impactful on ramp and then wasn't impactful on point, admittedly. And that's about as simple as it gets. One had blaster damage on the Inara. The other one didn't have blaster damage coming in for the Khan, didn't have much to do with the barrack. And while he did look over there, I think the minute Kraken was dropped as a defensive ult for him, that sealed the deal of how much was going to go the favor of Akatsuki.
I don't know why Atomic is nice shot there in the meantime by the Genos. I don't know why Atomic is even bothering fighting on that side of the map. I mean, it's where you want to be, don't get me wrong, and Enlightenment no longer gives you immunity as guest fall, so RC Soldier putting his stamp on this push. That is now twice, though, I've seen Atomic either tossed off the map by the Khan and this time Poppy bombed off by RC Soldier. It's been a tough area for this Rom to fight himself with plenty of displacement for Balamansa.
So far this game, Poppy Bomb has been more lethal than any King Bomb that we have seen. Granted, we haven't seen a King Bomb, so it's technicality, but we'll give it to him either way.
You're not wrong. You know,
still looks good.
You're right.
It's on paper, that stat sounds fantastic, and that's what we're going to stick with. They have a minute left, Dave, to push this about, what, 25-ish%, maybe 20%? That's going to be a yeet off the map. Oof. Should be a good clean kill onto Atomic. And that's just going to get them moving forward, especially if RC Soldier just keeps up this rate.
Guest has now tried to use the Enlightenment to stay alive twice and has not been able to finish the animation of it twice. So he still has it for this next mid-fight, and I assume we're approaching that quickly as Balamansa put in the zone. Rom is going to be able to dash through, so maybe I assume a little bit too soon here, but he's going to have to drop down. Void gripped up, plenty of damage to knock him back to base one more time, and with Guest sliding on through, you got 3 members left. RC Soldier, talk about mobility and positioning on a Bomb King. Mobility maybe makes you raise your eyebrows, but RC Soldier's making it look good.
There's not much I enjoy more in Paladins than watching a good Bomb King. I think the only thing that tops it for me is watching a fantastic Eevee player, because it just blows my mind every single time they do anything.
Nuts.
But his movement, like you said, like mobility isn't necessarily the top thing you list when you're looking at Bomb King. But RC Soldier's ability to close the gap, moving around the map in ways that are locking members of Akatsuki down, is just keeping them completely under wraps. And he's actually got an interesting loadout here as well. You can ignore Jolt. It's just nice as a little extra flavor. That's your 1 point. But normally King's New Cloak is at level 5 there, and you have that bringing 250 health. A lot of people like running that. King's Court would be run around 4, which is 60 health instead of the 75 per sticky bomb detonated. But a lot of players like Royal Decree as well, which is just going to give you that reload speed. This is just, hey, I'm going to kill you, and I'm going to keep myself alive while I do it. Good luck.
And it's just something so satisfying, you know, it's just you throw a few bombs, poppy bomb yourself to the side. It's like a nice flowing kit when somebody's really starting to feel the Bomb King. And I think RC Soldier is doing that.
He's the best champion.
Here.
I love Bomb King.
So you're saying it now. You're just putting your stamp
He's my
on it.
favorite. I don't care what anyone else thinks.
And you shouldn't, Gord. You should take that one to the bank. Bomb King is Gore's favorite champion. You heard it here first. And looking for that first King Bomb. Haven't really seen it. Hasn't really needed it. There's a poppy bomb. That's not going to result in a kill this time around, but Atomic is going to stun up a couple. Nice shot there from the ROM. That's big ultimate usage to keep Akatsuki in this fight. Skullist still around, but down he goes. But Akatsuki have fast cap. They have the full team wipe. This is going to be difficult for Balamansa to fight back into.
Could we look at the damage numbers really fast as they start to eclipse here? Dredge is still at the top. I was going to say, I'd be surprised if he was lower, honestly.
That is quiet.
But he's been, yeah, just silently racking up as much damage. I think a lot of it in that last fight, being able to find it. He's just sitting on the side, doing whatever he can, whenever he can, to try and find this. And it's little moments like this where it's like, cool, there's 2 850 hits because he hit 2 people, where it's just gonna stack up, but it sets it up so much more for Leon, for Rom, even for Furia to come in and find some kills afterward.
Yep.
So I think Sir Flynn, even though it's maybe not as flashy or doing as much in terms of finding kills as the Androxus, he's doing his job right with a questionable talent choice, but still right.
Yep. And I've loved watching this kind of 2-stack. The Khan and RC Soldier moving themselves up. They've locked down this right-hand side of the map very effectively as Luck is able to buy himself a barrage kill there. This is a good defense. Easy to get turned around when this is the case. Remember, Akatsuki is on offense now, rather. Balamansa, despite being inside of Akatsuki's base, is just putting on that full court press. A nice 3 kills from Luck. It's going to help put them in a great spot here. Still a map much similar to Brightmarsh Gore, where if you get back to the payload, it can move quickly. But this is kind of a textbook defense, what you want to see if you're Balamansa.
It's interesting on Frog Isle, honestly, when there's not a 4-0 or a 4-1. Those are the more standard score lines that you're going to see here. Because right now you're just looking for that. There it is, the last couple of hits to come through. Luck's going to clean that one up. But Sir Flynn, I mean, Akatsuki, you're picking up kills. It's going to be 3 members down, 1 respawning now for Balamansa. But if they lose that Khan and the Genos, I mean, 50 seconds, that's enough to really open this up.
All it takes is 1 fight, and that's what Akatsuki have found here. Gonna have Enlightenment soon. Only that Inflame was used just prior, but already about halfway there, so that'll be likely up by the time the round is over. RC Soldier utilizing that Poppy Bomb to go up and over the awaiting arms of Atomic here on the left-hand side. He has used his ult well on this ROM the last couple of times we've seen it. Might have to use it here. Is gonna not use that one, turns around, runs out of it. 21 seconds left, low health bars maybe makes him think twice about trying to engage. Plenty of damage from that Leon, but thanks to some good positioning, Luck is able to stay alive as RC Soldier moves through, makes good on some good damage there. Ramen falls, 8 seconds left. Everybody on the regress from Akatsuki, and this is looking like a point number 3.
Yeah. You know, I was wondering if they were going to find something else in there, if there was going to be that slight pause where it's just like, no, overtime, we're going to team wipe and convert. They didn't have it in them that time. That was all left on
Would I do that to a score?
Well, they would. They would do it to us. I mean, last game we had, what, 3 quadra kills? So it's not too, well, at least uncommon for these players as of right now. Far-fetched, that's the better phrase for it. As Dredge finally gets knocked off of that top damage spot. And
you talked a little bit about the Victor kind of loading out some of those grenade cards, and now not only the direct damage, he's able to bring some AoE as well.
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised when I see a Victor not running Grenadier 5, mainly just because it's full reset when it comes down to it. But he's got the XL Mag, just being able to have 8 extra shots, which admittedly, if you've ever played Victor, you always feel like you want 8 more shots, actually. Like, it's weird how on par that number is with what you're missing. But that's really where you want to be.
Whoa.
And so far, so good for him. Again, trailing just slightly behind that Dredge in damage, and that's where you expect Victor to be.
Ramen exits stage right as Groundford is able to grab the overpower onto that one. Balamansa have traded back a few ultimates here as well, so they have started off this fight. Akatsuki fighting back in with 4 ultimates of their own. Kraken was used, didn't find much, but at 72%, Balamansa have the kills, and they might have the zone. The Dome Shield is there if it needs to be dropped down, but just now gets used. That's a nice double kill from Guest to try to fight their way back into this one, and they're maybe able to find some kills. 3 kills on the board for Guest. Could it be another Quadra back-to-back games? He's got 30 HP, doesn't have 4 kills, but Akatsuki fight their way back in, and they've got a fast cap attempt at point number 2.
Luckily for Balamansa, they did stop that, or stall it, I should say, with a low enough percentage from Akatsuki that they can touch. The question is whether or not they're going to get the chance to. You have to be able to break through a lot of defenses here at 74%, so the timer's closing out on you. Akatsuki, you're closing this one fast.
Well, Varric is able to make his way back in, grab the touch, but Skullist a little bit too low after that attempt. Groundford has to throw up the shield, and he gets dropped down as well. Enlightenment from Guest, who's had a whirlwind of kills in this mid-fight, is able to help them secure it. That's an unofficial double. And this Leon starting to heat up at the right time for Akatsuki.
No, that just kind of came out of nowhere, honestly. Like, they just hit the gas pedal. Guest decided, you know what, I don't feel like losing this one yet. Gets himself 3 kills, almost 4, but it was stolen away from him. An 11 streak for this Leon right now, showcasing that it's not just Drogos. You can go from projectile to hit scan and make it work. And that much different than their last push. They actually have control on this one. They're holding this corner really well. They're keeping them locked away on the side of Balamansa, so they haven't been able to get back and find any return kills just yet.
Well, Barrage was used, and then maybe chips away a little bit of the health bars of Akatsuki. But a much better looking push this time around, as overtime doesn't look likely, at least not for the next minute and 45 seconds. Ram has made his way kind of around a few members of Balamansa here who have pretty low health bars, but Skullist and RC Soldier are able to turn around a good amount of damage. Sir Flynn tries to trade the kill, but a double kill from RC Soldier says no way. As Groundford completes the sweep, Akatsuki, they're on the retreat. Naturally, some great shots from Skullist there, complete the full-blown 5 sweep. And this is back to what we saw last time, the full court press on defense.
I want to know how long they're going to hold it, how long you can keep forward, and
minute,
what you're going to
15
commit
seconds.
for it. Yeah, I mean, that's what they want, ideally, is to get this aggressive, lock them into the base, march them down. And without Atomic, it's going to make it a lot easier. If you can keep someone perpetually staggered that way, that is always a 4v5, then defense on this map gets to be really easy. But again, you don't need a lot of time to complete the push. And so even though you're under a minute, a few kills here, a few kills there, for Akatsuki is enough to get them back to the payload. And especially with how far forward it already is, you've got more than enough time to try and close this one out, tie this up.
Got ultimates to boot, all 5 strong, but you do have to consider going into that 0.7 mid-fight without a lot of your ultimates because Balamansa are much in the same spot. 5 ultimates ready to go for them as well. No point to gain for the blue team, but a game to tie. If you're Akatsuki here, luck finding a kill makes it a little bit more difficult. Poppy Bomb into a dangerous spot, but RC Soldier stays on the map. He's looking for some good chain reaction shots. He's able to get some together, get some good damage in. Not before Sir Flynn trades out the kill. With 10 seconds left, Akatsuki are going to have to move in, try to grab a touch. You have a Void Grip maybe to mitigate some of that. Looks like overtime likely to begin here as Ramen makes his way back onto the point. That's Skullist, though, who's kind of out on an island all on his own.
Drops the Dome Shield, trying to keep things going for their team. Ramen is incredibly low, and they're going to be able to find the elimination there. Leon goes deep, but it's not going to be enough. Luck finds 2 big kills, and that keeps this dream alive for Balamansa.
That's a 3rd kill as well now for Victor, and that's all they need. And then some. 3 kills for the Victor, the final 2 to RC Soldier on that BK. Whoa, what a bit of mechanics there. You jump up, you hit the shot, turn around the Enlightenment. Well played, Guest. That is a small moment of mechanics that you don't often see, and a triple kill seals up that fight. What a play, and well done on capturing that replay. Didn't notice it in real time. 11, 8, and 5 for Leon. A little bit down on the damage charts from what you'd maybe hope for with Barrick kind of topping her out, but still some good moments from Guest.
I'm still kind of blown away how much impact we're numerically seeing from Sir Flynn and how little it's translating into my brain as, yes, this Dredge is just knocking things out of the park.
I know,
because
man.
he's obviously having a huge role in a lot of these kills because of the damage numbers. but it's not being converted too much to him. I think a lot of it is going towards Guest. My eyes are going to be on his Kraken, but there's going to be the overpower. That's the first one to come out.
RC Soldier tries to Poppy Bomb away from the Kraken, but it does not work out. Traded out 1-for-1. Groundford falls as well. Akatsuki maybe in a good spot to try to tie this game. Skullis looking for one final shot. There's some noise from that Dredge. A double kill in this engagement. Knocks down a couple members of Balamansa. Guest completes the sweep. And now you got Atomic just playing zone way back in Balamansa's base.
Someone, should tell Atomic where his team is, where he needs to be. That is a good zone from your off-tank to be able to start that off. King Bomb going to be channeled up. He's going to be rolling forward. Anyone, I think, is a good target at this point, but he's going to force them all to fall back to the point.
Ooh, yeah, it doesn't end up finding anybody, but does force back Akatsuki, but not far enough. Touch not in. Akatsuki, after going down big early on, have tied this game up. And we've got another 0.7 here in Brazil, Gore. And these two teams, much like set number 1, look inseparable.
Well, they're looking for their 7th point now. They could technically push it to that secret 8th point, right? Where it's like technically only 7 are scored, but you spend 2.5 minutes here hanging out whether or not you're going to find the push. You could go to the extra bonus round fight that comes through. Atomic Logia going to try to stay alive. Going to do more than that as he just runs around. And the turn radius on that dash, it's so potent for what you can accomplish. I mean, being able to stay in on the map like that and knock as many people up and or off as he can, it's been working out well for this ROM.
And the slash line might not be massive for this ROM, but I think just the presence, the zone that he's brought has been enough to kind of keep Akatsuki where they want to be in this game. And some good shots from Surflin there. Turn around the kill into RC Soldier. Guest is loving those jump shots on this Leon, and they're connecting. We're kind of waiting for that signature second wind on this defense from Balamansa. Both times they were able to delay it all the way back in Akatsuki's base, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to do the same, Gore.
Well, Barrage is going to be coming down. That's going to be able to find 1. There's 2. There's 3. And Dave, if you had just waited about 3 more seconds, you would have been able to see that, well, they were just holding out, waiting for you to mention it.
Yep, okay. You know what? I'll leave the hard-hitting analytics to you.
And a stagger.
And I'll tell you, I'll leave the hard-hitting, everything to you, and I'll just tell you what I see on the screen. And what I see is Ramen being staggered out to the fullest extent of stagger. Back to base he goes for 5 or so more seconds. So the second wind is on here for Balamansa on the defensive side.
But because of the way they handled that stagger, they didn't push up as much as they have in the last couple of rounds. Normally, they've lost a fight outside of Akatsuki's base, then won another fight outside of their base.
Sure.
This time, they don't have that buffer area of, 30% of the map to fall back on, so they're going to have to deal with the pressure coming out, and that's going to be RC Soldier down. 20 seconds left, but you can still win the game here.
Yeah, this Dredge started to find some important kills. Dome Shield drop down, overpower. That one's good. Flying high up into the air goes Ramen this time around, and I think he tried to drop down the seismic crash. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Kick B moving on the around the right-hand side.
Wow.
Guest turns around, and some nice damage there. Leon finding the shots. Overtime is on. But Akatsuki, you're starting to lose a few members. Barrage from Luck in the back line might just extend this fight out. You're going to have to turn around, find some damage onto this Dredge. But Luck, he catches a few too many shots. He's moving himself back. There are reinforcements in. Balamansa are going to get themselves back into this fight
They're
quicker.
holding on as best they can. They're locking down the ROM. That's going to be 1 more kill, but they lose Skullis. That's going to be big.
And Groundford, he might fall as well. King Bomb roll through.
Where are you going?
But you got to stay in range of the cart. No way. He turns around and Akatsuki. They come back in this one, and they take the win.
All right. This is the payload.
We're loving this. Okay.
Don't go all the way over there. Stay in here. There's a circle on the ground.
If the
There
table
you go.
is the circle of the cart,
Then you want to
you want to
be
be.
in the circle.
No, he was somewhere over there. That doesn't work out, Gordon.
That's about as far as it goes.
That's about all you need to hear on that one. Akatsuki, this one's fun. Goes 7 on Frog Isle. Finch, how'd you like it?
I really like it. I wish I hadn't written my notes so early because I did not initially write an Akatsuki victory there, right? But I mean, Guest making the hero play to kind of keep them alive on that 1-point fight. Then they turn that into this last payload push that somehow makes it in as well. I've been talking to Kresnik this whole time, looking around him, haven't introduced him. It's still Finch and Kresnik here. That's who's right off camera left there for you all. And Kresnik, I mean, it's been so competitive here in Brazil, down to the wire. You can't afford to get up and walk away because the game will change on a dime here for you with some of these games.
Kind of wish we ended with this now, right? that treated the end for everyone to watch.
Yeah,
but that
nice.
was honestly, I think, a great performance from Akatsuki. And Imagine if that Dredge had a harpoon more than every 10 seconds.
He's making life so much harder on himself,
He's making it so much harder on himself. He spends 5 points on a card to get more harpoons when he could literally have infinite harpoons if he chose to run that talent instead. But huge upgrade, I think, in his performance from the last game. His Andy maybe a little on its own, maybe not really being protected the way it could be, but fantastic job here on Frog Isle with the Dredge. And Atomic also, I mean, Slash Lions didn't look too great, but he tanked 240,000 damage and basically solo zoned multiple times, had everybody on the entire team staring at him.
Absolutely. There were tons of times where he was in their spawn, just kind of hanging out, keeping multiple members busy, finding nice, setups exactly like this with this two-man ultimate. Doesn't even matter for the setup because we killed them both instantaneously there. But we'd be remiss, I think, if we didn't spend almost all of our time talking about Guest, because he did things like that the entire game, man. It was an absolute nutcase performance for this guy. I'm willing to say he almost single-handedly brought this game back from the abyss for them.
Can I also say that he just played Drogo's last game and now he's playing Leon?
That's and played them both really well, right?
Yeah, that's a complete swap. That's from a blaster to a backline, to a hit scan. I mean, that's a complete flip, and he's shown that he could play both at the highest level.
Yeah, and really, really impressive. When you have somebody like this on your team, it opens up your picks and ban space so much. It opens up your actual play on the battlefield so much as well, too. I mean, Guest had the kind of performance here where you're like, yeah, man, we can line up behind this guy and pretty regularly win some games here. I think I would say so, man. I mean, that Leon performance, just the leap up shot into the ultimate. I mean, that's pretty nice.
Do you think he's earned an account?
Yes, he could no longer be a guest account. We should give him a real name and a real account.
Yeah, you think he's been playing long enough to be that good, and he just hasn't gotten there yet. But he's proven his merit so far for this team,
say so,
and definitely needs to get more 4Ks to live up to his name as well. But definitely, what map are we heading to here? Ice Mine. So it's going to be, they want to slow things down again.
Yeah, somehow we didn't
How could it be any slower?
How could it possibly? We went all the way to 7, and they want to drag it up
2 7-game maps, and then they're going, you know what? Ice Mines. You know what? Maybe this is the stamina war. Maybe they think we've been here before. We've been here longer than Akatsuki have. Let's make this as long as possible. Dredge and Drogo is banned too for them, so they're leaving Rom open, Genos open, all that good stuff, and they're not going to pick Rom.
No, they're going to take the Bomb King here in that first slot. So now Akatsuki should really have the kind of their pick of what it is they want to take here at this point. They are going to start with that Rom first of all, and then let's see if they want to pair that with the Furia. We talked about this a little bit before, maybe even the Genos if you want to take that little bit of a counter matchup away for yourself, and that's exactly going to be the case. It's the Rom and the Genos here paired together. And on Ice Mines, I don't even know if this is still even like the top picks you want. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff you can take here on this map.
It's a very different map too, but the Genos is great here because not only does it get rid of the counterplay for the Rom, but now you also have the potential to spam through those gates at the very start of the mid-fight and dismount the enemy team and have a huge positional advantage. Since it's on your support, you're not really sacrificing any positioning. Genos can heal through walls. He probably wants to be in that position anyway. Doesn't really matter. And Xin also, huge, I think, with this Genos, also able to execute the tanks on the other side is going to make things really easy for Akatsuki.
And they're also going to pick up this Terminus. You know, I was wondering if they were going to try and go with something a little more traditional in terms of the actual point tank, like maybe the Inara, something like that. But they want this Terminus who's great on Ice Mines in general and has been getting played really, really well today. I think we've seen some pretty significant Terminus value throughout this day.
Yeah, and this is his best map too. This is a quintessentially Ice Mines draft on Akatsuki's side right now. I don't think Os Balamansa's draft is bad at all, because Bomb King is going to be great, Grover is fantastic on this map, but you want really good ultimates for this mid-fight. It comes down to the mid-fight almost every time because it's so hard to push, and Akatsuki have great ultimates, they have good potential retake value with the ROM. They have such a good draft for this map.
They really do, man. The Zen's going to be getting a ton of value with these spikes. We're going to be looking to see Barrack or Khan, one of those guys, going to be taken out almost every time, I imagine. By that, they've now added this Victor to add in just a ton of damage. He doesn't do much else except for that. So I think Akatsuki have really drafted themselves into a good spot. But as you said, it's not as if Balamansa's draft has thrown in the towel by any means.
Oh, no. They have decent counters to the ROM. They have Grover Deeproot. They have Khan with the Vortex script. They have Cassie with Big Game. A lot of potential ways to do it. I just want to see what they're going to focus on.
It's going to be difficult going into the Akatsuki draft, but Balamansa have some decent tools. Let's go ahead and dive into game number 3.
Gormazer, I'm glad we moved to Ice Mines. This set has been moving at a lightning pace. We have ripped through these last couple of maps. So I'm glad we go to Ice Mines, put the brakes on a little bit, and maybe we see a 7-point game here.
Yeah, I mean, you know what Brazil's been missing today, Dave? it's 3-3 mid-fights to end a whole thing. But hey, if there's ever a time for one of these teams to step up and absolutely slaughter the other, it's Akatsuki right now. Like, this is, as Kresnik put it, like the essential Ice Mines draft. You get everything you want. Zin's good here. Victor's good here. Term, Genos, really good here. Rom, just good in general. So this is the draft to do it. I just want to know if they have the play to back it up.
Well, you hope that, and they've shown they do. I mean, they fight back
True,
from a deficit on Frog Isle. But I don't know. Ice Mines is fickle, isn't it?
It's a different beast.
Every game, you're suddenly wondering if this is going to be a long one, if it's going to. You see teams get blown out of the water, kind of out of nowhere sometimes on this map. Right now, it's Balamansa who are on the point first. No contest yet from Kotsky. Groundford, though, is the first to fall. Well played there by Barrick to get themselves nearly to the capture percentage. And especially on a map like Ice Mines where one death, one stagger can prove to be the end, Skullis doing a good job of giving his team enough time. Have to disengage off the map. Sir Flynn, see you later. And Balamansa have opened the door back for themselves.
I mean, just being able to open that, Luck has done so much of that during the last game and this one. Balamansa didn't open it to get back on the point. They were the only ones on the point. It was 99 to, like, what, 6 on the other side?
Yes.
I mean, they were in control of that profusely.
Yeah, point is lava if you're a Kotsky there. Let's dip a toe and it's too hot, so let's turn around and get right back off. Balamansa now are going to get to try their hand at the payload push, which actually is already starting off very well for them. So often this map is kind of a tug of war where, yeah, you capture the point, but you're kind of losing the fight that's going on around you when you capture it, and then you're all the way back in your base. They won the point and then also the fight immediately after it, so this is looking good for them so far as the barrage looks to find some damage, and Sir Flynn maybe slows this one down.
Well, Atomic right now is 1 shot away from dead, looking like he might be able to escape it. Make it 2 shots. A little bit of healing. Also, Soldier in a good spot for a King Bomb, I guess. He's going to roll forward. He's going to be able to connect at least on 1. I mean, if you want to get the payload rolling and you want to make sure it stays moving forward, this is the way to do it. Balamansa are on point.
Yeah, the Bomb King for RC Soldier has just been a treat over these last couple of games. I'm excited to have him back on it here on Ice Mines. Does connect onto that King Bomb, as you point out, to keep this payload inching itself closer. Streaks burning away for Balamansa as the Kotsky are going to have the respawn proximity. Nice little Poppy Bomb, maybe a little extra jump to get him out of the range of that one, so no good on that Genos ultimate here. He's just kind of teeing off on the back line. Guess 4K is able to turn around some good damage, and Barrick finally falling, and health bars, they're starting to mitigate here for Balamansa. It looks like maybe the start of a good defense.
You get rid of RC Soldier, which I think is a great way to stall this push out. It's very difficult to break forward on Ice Mines when you're not 5-man strong. But this Cassie, I mean, Luck has still been putting in a lot of work, and that's the weird thing. Again, she kind of disappeared from the meta in general. Like, people just stopped picking her up so much. So far, I've seen that she is still just as potent as she was before.
I'm not. That seems like a lot of damage. 55,000 after 1 point seems like.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage for this Victor.
Pretty decent amount of damage to start off this game for Akatsuki. Unfortunately, the points are not on their side. Groundford is going to play driving edge of the spear to move himself forward as Akatsuki move themselves back. They might be able to mitigate a lot of that damage if they're able to finish off the shots onto Sir Flynn, and Luck rounds the corner and is able to do so. Guest is going to whirl his way away. Poppy Bomb aggressively from Soldier, and down goes Guest. Now suddenly Rom is the last man standing. Terminus not going to reuse that animate. Wait, use that reanimate. There we go. Up 2-0 go Balamansa with 4 ultimates ready to go.
Charge the King Bomb back up, Dome Shield ready going into this round as well. So a lot of kind of conditionals to keep the point in your favor. And I would argue that even though I like Akatsuki's draft a lot more, Balamansa are playing Ice Mines just better right now, and a lot of it does come down. I think Bomb King is solid on this map. Grover's solid on this map. Barrick is just solid as of right now. Once we get into, well, I guess 2 weeks from now, that's going to maybe see a little bit more of a shift. But RC Soldier, keep giving me this level of play, keep giving me the level of heals Balamansa have had this entire game, this entire set realistically. And I think we're on point with it. Whirlwind available with a morale boost too means that I think Grover is going to be super impactful. Not just for this one, but pretty much for every fight that goes on. If Akatsuki are able to find a defense or take this point, I expect to see Grover play a big role in the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, it's funny that you're counting out Akatsuki at all, because they're going to capture this one, then they're not going to push, and then they're going to capture and not going to push. We're going to be going to a .7 here in a minute. As the
classic Ice Mines.
Right, classic Ice Mines. The kills traded out 1 for 1. Both front lines fall down. Akatsuki, they're starting to win. this mid-fight as RC Soldier hasn't had the impact that he's looking for. King Bomb connected, but not for much. And suddenly Balamansa getting dismantled here as Akatsuki storm the gates, and they've got themselves 50%.
Guess. Looking for a kill, not going to be the one to find it. Ramen finds it, but they get rid of the most important target, I would argue, in RC Soldier. Makes it a lot easier to collapse this. It's 97%. No one even touched.
Yeah, and they're not able to get themselves on, so no overtime started. So the
classic Ice
the
Spy.
early part of that prophecy is started here now, right? So, you know, Akatsuki needs to fail on this defense.
It'll be a
offense,
3-1.
It'll be a 3-1.
Then they cap, fail, then it's a mid-fight at 3-3.
That's what I'm talking about, Gore, and Balamansa are going to look to do their best to make this one a 3-1 on the defensive side here. And so far, looking a lot better than it did on the reverse. So the defense starting off well here. Unfortunately, you lose a couple of members as well. Sir Flynn, if he's able to continue this big outpouring of damage, I think he's going to be a big difference maker as this game kind of starts around its midway point.
This is a difficult corner to break past. I'm trying to formula out how exactly they're going to do it, as much as I'm sure they are as well. There's certain little moments. I think getting rid of the Cassie, it's a hard angle to play against because she's just got so much good damage. But you can flank around the side, or you can try to do that, I guess, go behind her and kill her the old-fashioned way with the 1-2 punch.
Yeah, nobody wanted to turn around and look at that Xin, and he was free and clear to spite in the back line. But just losing one member isn't enough to make Balamansa shy away from continuing the fight into the billow. Nice ground bomb laid there by RC Soldier. The trap is laid, trap is detonated, and is able to get the kill onto Xin. Atomic does return one. So things still stalled out here, and I know that's surprising to hear for Ice Mines that this one is stalled out. But here we stand with 50 seconds left, still trying to round that first corner. Agora might take like a barrage. That's a decent ultimate at opening up some space.
Yeah, being able to slam it down. It could be a 3-time in space as well. If you pick up a couple kills, that might even give you a decent amount of percentage. But the big thing I'm looking at is less this round, mainly because there's 30 seconds left, and we were talking about it last map, but on Frog Isle, 30 seconds, plenty of time. On Ice Mines, 30 seconds, that's a stress ball more than anything. Realistically, the thing that's on my mind is the fact that this is such a difficult draft for a King Bomb to roll into and find success, right? There's a counter up, you have Terminus being able to absorb it. Rom can just run away from it, so can Victor, depending on their speed and reaction time. They might just kill you before you get there. So you have a lot of maybe downtime if you're RC Soldier for that ult.
That was brave from Guest to move himself in and use the Billow and the Whirls. Just able to stay alive. Counter comes up in time. He had double-digit health, but they're not able to clean up the kill on Balamansa's side. You have 4 ultimates on the defense, 5 ultimates on the offense. With that Victor dropping at the hands of RC Soldier, this gets much more difficult. And you see the results of that. It's all coming together, Gore. 3-1 after the successful defense for Balamansa, and that's a fast cap attempt now for Akatsuki.
This is going to be a good example of it. He goes forward. That counter is perfectly timed. Granted, the fight doesn't end up going the way of Guest, but it's moments like that, specifically at the beginning of the round, that are going to make this King Bomb not feel impactful, and Bomb King as a whole might be better off holding onto the ult a little bit. Granted, he doesn't have it at the beginning here. Hold on to it for a little bit, try to get some pressure onto the objective on the mid-fight itself, then you can go in for an ult on somebody who's unsuspecting that you can maybe lock down a little bit better.
3, 2.
As we stand, 3-1 for Balamansa moving in. King Bomb will be ready to go shortly here, and 5 ultimates strong for Akatsuki. Has been a tug of war moving into these mid-fights. Skullist rounded out some good kills there to keep that defense within reach. He does have the dome shield, which could play a big role here. Xin already chipped down very low, has to use the Billow to get himself out. Atomic has found himself a couple good targets. No, but the CC immunity of the Whirlwind keeps him in the fight. That's Atomic's ultimate just shrugged off by Balamansa here. Regardless, they lose one member. Ramen falls down as well, but that's the reanimate used to keep them at full strength. Atomic just pouring out some good damage here. Almost all ultimates, except for the overpower, have been used here. Balamansa, they find the kill onto the Victor, and they're in a good spot.
A nice little shout. Atomic is on an island on his own right now. They're going to be able to get rid of him. It's 33-27. One more shot gets rid of Ramen. There's no tank presence here from Akatsuki. So they may have just broken the curse
Oh,
here.
no, you
if they can
doomed us,
keep it at a little bit of a zone.
No.
They still have the overpower available. Bomb King's at 60% again. Whirlwind's at 60% again. They're charging back the ults they need to maintain this.
Just is trying to stay alive. Soldier finds the kill on a Genos. That might just do it. In goes Rom, down goes the shield. Overpower connects, resets the overtime. Sir Flynn, he's found his way back into this fight as well. Atomic's still alive. Overtime canceled. Balamansa, they have a couple of kills. This Rom charging through. Cassie may be able to turn around some good damage. Overtime is on. Now you have to send your Genos onto the point. Spite finds its way through, resets the overtime. Down goes Guest. And against all odds, this one only goes 5 points.
I refuse to stand up there for a little bit because there is no reason that should have not gone Akatsuki's way, the way they fought back into it. And again, for the same reason that it felt like a win in the first place, there was no tank presence. Once you get rid of both of them, it makes it a lot more difficult to move back into the objective on one side. But they stayed aggressive, and that's, I think, the biggest thing. RC Soldier's still up there. They were fighting with their heart, and they won.
Well, it was a 4-1, but still a somewhat lengthy 4-1. Balamansa, they take the 2-1 lead in this set. We'll go back to Finch and Krez to break this one down.
They do grab the lead, but maybe a little bit of a hiccup there towards the end where you thought Akatsuki might be able to make it back in, but that was actually pretty dominant performance on Ice Mines, one that can pretty easily get stalled out in a lot of cases. Still Finch and Kresnik here breaking this one down, and Kresnik, man, talk to me a little bit about how they win this map so dominantly here on Ice Mines. I think that they did a good job making sure the ROM didn't control nearly as much space as he does a lot of the times too, but what else did you see?
I think that was a big part of it.
It
the
was.
fact that they can ignore the ROM kind of on this map. If they get him isolated in the back, there's not really as many open places for him to see you and still pepper you and still get his healing back. I gotta say, I mean, well, the DPS had a monstrous performance. You can see that here, but I think Monoyu had a great game. The amount of whirlwinds that he threw out that were just completely countering everything.
He had a great one there in that last point fight, right, to avoid the ultimate from ROM. Yeah,
and he had it again to stop Guest from getting a kill with the guillotine that would have probably led to the 7 games that we were expecting there. But Luck won. He bounced, I think, back and forth between Blaster backline again. He played something in the first map that was different than this. But
yeah, he played the Drogos, right? I think. Yeah. Oh no, that wasn't Luck.
No, that was Guest.
Yeah,
but still, he's been bouncing back and forth between flank and backline. He played great on the Cassie. RC had a great performance on this Bomb King, and this is
he did.
Bomb King's one of his maps. I mean, there are so many tiny choke points you have to go through, and that's the area that Bomb King is going to control. Grumpy Bomb, there's no way to avoid it really without committing into it. You saw it even stunning the ROM a couple times, and that's not something you really expect to see happen at this level of ROM.
And this is a great clip, though. I'm glad this one's coming through right now of exactly the kind of struggles that this ROM was having, getting isolated a lot of the times in the backline, trying to make those same dives and pressure play work that we normally see from, but they just were not giving anything here this time for it. And so this is a pretty big win for Balamansa. They're able to move up now 2-1. And Akatsuki now the one's fighting a little bit on the back foot. But we saw from them earlier, there is zero quit in these guys. Guest had some pretty amazing performances earlier on, too, so much so that I implanted him on someone else in my brain, apparently. So certainly I think there's a chance for them to turn this one around.
I said good performance, and you're just like, oh, that
yeah,
must
that was
have been
Guest.
the Drogos.
Yeah, man. Yeah, the Drogos. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, something like that. I just in my mind, that was where they ended up going. So we're moving on now to game number 4. We'll be on Serpent Beach here for this one as he move into those picks and bans. Akatsuki looks like it was their pick since they're in that first pick spot here as a result, too. So this should be an area where they should be able to make a bounce back.
I will say, definitely not surprised we're going to another map that we tend to see 3-3 mid-fights on.
Yeah.
On this point. I am shocked to see this Ceres ban, though.
Agreed.
Maybe they've scrimmed each other and this is like a pocket strategy that they expected, or they don't want to ban anything. Sometimes you just want to do a throwaway ban, leave everything open for yourself.
It could be that then, couldn't it? With the Ying and the Ceres being banned out, right? Yeah.
Maybe they just don't want them to ban the other supports or something, or maybe they expected a Fury ban on the other side. It's so hard to say, but ROM open, Torvald open. Well, ROM now banned, but Torvald is still open. I wouldn't be shocked to see that go in the first pick slot from Akatsuki right now. Still, all the DPSs are still open that they want, other than maybe Drogos, but they want Khan over the Torv.
And I'm not so surprised. I feel like Khan has done well on Serpent Beach when we've gotten a chance to see him. Some of those overpowers can really be impactful. But Cassie really showed up earlier today on Serpent Beach, had some great positioning on the defense, and there really wasn't much chance for the team that was currently sieging to break through past her once she got set up too. So I'm not so surprised to see Balamansa picking up, maybe a little bit that they pick it up this early, but certainly Cassie can do some work on the team.
They are giving up the Bomb King for it, but he's mostly a mid-fight character. Again, like I said, pushing sorry, he's mostly a pushing character. Mid-fights are a bit of a struggle for him, and that's where you want to be aiming your draft, so they want a character that's a little more flexible, able to do both. Narcon is also a great tank line for sustain. Khan heals himself, and if you're to have a strong support, which if they get Fury, I guess it'd be better. They're kind of lacking in hard healing supports with the two that are currently banned, but with a strong support, Inari is very, very hard to burn down.
Yeah, I do assume that Akatsuki would picking up the Fury here in these bottom 2 picks at this point, right? There's kind of no reason not to. It's Atlas, though, picked up for Balamansa. Maeve coming through as well. I don't know. Are you a bit surprised to see the Atlas here, or do you like it on Surface?
We saw it earlier. We saw it it's able to wall the high ground, so that is kind of a big deal to have available for you if you wanted to get a push off like that. And the Maeve is great, too. Maeve is vertical. Maeve has a ton of DR. She's able to actually dual Bomb King pretty well, but that Leon might be a little bit more of a problem for her.
Leon should be able to take her out of the sky relatively easily. It was indeed the Furia, as you suspected to, coming in towards the end of the draft for Akatsuki. So they put together a really nice draft, I would say, and what is a must-win for them if they want to keep alive here in this set. So they've got a pretty decent draft. Still one last pick to go here for Balamansa, and I imagine they still need another tank here at this point, with Atlas going to be being a bit more mobile. Not bad when you get to 10th pick of Barrack, I imagine.
Yeah, seriously. And they got it, I think, because of the early Genos prioritization, too. Because of that, they're thinking, well, they have Furia. Well, we want a tank that's going to be good with Furia. I've already talked about the potency of the Inara Furia combination, so they probably knew they were going to get that. Like, let's leave our tank for last, get everything else that they might be looking for, and then we can end up with what we expect to get.
I think there's going to be a lot of pressure, though, on this Maeve, just kind of looking at these drafts in particular to be able to make sure they're getting a lot of value out of this pick and trying to avoid the Leon, as you mentioned as well. Game number 4, though, Akatsuki and Balamansa. Let's kick it off.
Thank you kindly, Finch, as Balamansa roll their way through Ice Mines. Grab themselves set point here up against the Akatsuki. Serpent Beach, we've seen this one a few times here today, Gormizer, and excited to kind of jump in and break down some of what we've seen here. Interesting bans between the Saris and the Ying to take those two off the board, but literally changes nothing as far as the healer pool that we're going to see. Genos and Furia, it's about as standard as it gets.
Yeah, I was trying to think of what picks are now mysteriously open on this map that maybe otherwise wouldn't have been. And I guess it's Furia and Genos, and that's about it. And that's honestly all that it comes down to. Rom's still not going to be in here. Torvald not in here. Makoa has been forlorn in ways of top picker bans, so he's not going to matter. But my eyes are on RC Soldier on this Maeve, something that did make it through. I think between this and, again, an Eevee, they're going to be your two favorite flanks on this map. I think Maeve is going to be a little bit easier for like a barrier of entry. That's going to be a clean first blood for him already.
Talk about the 1-2 punch that we've seen here at Balamansa. Luck on this left-hand side being kind of ushered in thanks to some of that off-tank presence, and then you send RC Soldier on that Maeve on the right-hand side, and you're just making people decide which direction they want to look. 81%, nice setback is going to get Leon, maybe just out of contest range, 93. I don't know if anyone's in range, Gormizer, and that is a great play from Groundford to send back that Inara, keep her out of contest range, and Balamansa strike first.
Just lock him away, kill anyone else who happens to get close, and it's perfect. Again, Atlas, if you look at it, I'm kind of surprised he hasn't been as high priority as we've seen in the past because of the fact that he has just been so potent. I mean, he has a rewind for himself, a rewind for them. The Exiles you can give or take depending on it, but I think they're good in a lot of instances. And then, oh yeah, by the way, the wall that covers the map, still pretty solid in that terms.
Yeah, I'll take that.
It's just kind of been baffling to me that we're only seeing him on Serpent Beach right now. Granted, this is a great map for him, and I think it works out well. We'll have to see if he maybe starts to spread that through love to other maps in the future.
We're going to get to see our first look at a King Bomb, and Luck got a great first look at it, and a little bit too close there as he goes back, but RC Soldier's able to trade out 1 for 1, so you use the ultimate. Yeah, you get a kill, but you trade out. Oh no, could be looking for a through time and space, and he finds that Atomic goes down. Groundford traded out. We've gotten damage for damage. Now off tank for off tank traded. Who can make better use of that one? Unfortunately, Inara solo here. Ramen gets a nice heal and needed that one, or else I think he would have fallen. Sir Flynn finds the shot with that Enlightenment. He's able to finish off the kill afterwards onto Skullist. So a good start to this defense from Akatsuki.
I love Maeve on this map, and I realize it's for multiple reasons, and this is something, if you play Paladins a lot, maybe you don't know this, maybe you do, but if you are just joining the game or something, it's kind of like a little hidden mechanic, but when you're near a wall and you jump higher than you do normally, and that does affect both of Maeve's jumps. If you double jump next to a wall, you get more gain than you would if you just double jump normally. And so going up to the high ground and finding control like that is something she does so easily on this map, and I think that's why I enjoy playing her and watching her on this map so much. It's just the ability to close that gap, and her mobility in general is so fluid in the right hands. And right now, RC Soldier, you can hear the daggers. It's not making as big a splash as it did early on, but I keep expecting something big out of him, especially holding these angles.
Well, so much of his team had just fallen. Some good lockdown and then follow-up from Akatsuki was able to maybe secure this push, or this defense rather, for the blue team, maybe tie this game up. Well, Manta moved in. Atomic is very low here. Is there going to be enough damage? Not just yet. Commander's grab through, has the battle shout, and suddenly he's back to half health. Finally, they're able to melt him down. Guest has 2, so does RC Soldier, with Groundford having the big decision maker in this one. Akatsuki are going to get swept here, but how much time are they able to make? That setback maybe even just delays Ramen's death a little bit longer. So the respawns are in from Akatsuki.
Oh!
Midnight from RC Soldier. Gore, they want to go.
That's a big commitment to be able to drop this. I mean, yeah, you might be able to find some kills, you might be able to find the 2-0, but you need more out of RC Soldier to follow that up. You need some kills coming your way.
Yeah, you know what you find, Gore? Absolutely nothing just yet. RC Soldier, he is dead. And that is a rewind used from Groundford, so his second chance is over. And off of the respawn, Guest takes the high ground, finds the kill, and Akatsuki spend nothing to tie up this game.
I mean, it's been a little different, I think, since the change to Mayvolt, where resilience does affect it, because it's a nice solid CC, but not having it, I mean, or I should argue the other way around. Having it is so important because of the fact that you're in a competitive game that relies almost entirely on vision, and that ult just takes your vision away. You literally see nothing for a few seconds. As you get resilience, that timer dwindles down, but no one has it yet on Akatsuki. It's great for mid-fights. It's great for getting you back into an engagement, but it's only great if you can follow up on it.
Sure.
And that one, last ult just did not have the follow-up, I think, necessary for it. And not having it for this point fight might end up hurting them. It takes a little bit away from Maeve and how much she can dive in, because she doesn't have that safe either engage or disengage with her ult.
RC Soldier right back to the spot where he was last time in Flame. He's going to get Akatsuki started off hopefully on the right foot, but Guess is taking a little bit too much poke damage. He's going to pop out that King Bomb, roll himself through. Doesn't have any targets for it just yet. Instead has to turn tail and try to head back. Nice rewind. Pulls him right back into the waiting arms of Luck.
Good shots so far from Atlas and from the rest of the team. Being able to lock down Sir Flynn there specifically. Groundford got a little bit of damage on there. And now they're once again isolating Ramen. I love this strategy where it's just like, you know what? Kill everyone else. They're the problem child. Then go deal with Ramen afterward, because he's not going to be able to do much if we have presence on the point. We're contesting it. No one's getting percentage. Then we'll just get rid of him and get our own percentage, make sure we take control, then go dismount. And it's nice and clean from Balamansa.
He's gonna pull the Atlas, who's just gonna give himself a second chance, and Atomic falls for that one. So Ultimate not down to 30%, completely used the cooldown and back to base. Balamansa move themselves onto the point, and Exiles used now, Ramen locked down, and
I've never seen someone look at an Enlightenment and not care as much as this Atlas just did.
Yeah, no thanks. I'm just gonna take it, and then I'll exile you on the other end of it, and that's going to be the second point of the game from Balamansa, who seemingly have these mid-fights figured out.
I mean, so far so good. Granted, I would argue for that one being a little bit of them doing well and a little bit of Akatsuki kind of scrambling in portions. I mean, of all people to target, you would know Atlas has a second chance, unless you don't play against him that often, which admittedly, recently, people haven't been touching him too much. So burn that cooldown, then use the overpower in the future, and things like that might go a little cleaner for them. But a lot of ults were used on Atlas that didn't ultimately matter to the Atlas. I think maybe the thought was, hey, Enlightenment was just used. This guy had to rewind himself. Let's try to melt him down. But you got to pay a little more close attention to things like that, because now there's 1:40 left on the clock, and they're about 55% of the way through a push and potentially finding themselves a 3-1.
Well, it's easy to kind of melt down when all of his cooldowns are on cooldown, but when he's got everything at his disposal, he's hard to get rid of. Nice shot before Luck was able to move his way back behind that wall, and Flame used from Akatsuki to get this defense on their side, and final shots from Atomic are going to drop RC Soldier back to base as well. So it's looking like a Great defensive stand from Akatsuki. They use the Inflame, but quickly charging and keep everything else in their back pocket. This is a tough one. I agree with Kresnik. He said it earlier. I mean, this is one of the toughest maps to push on.
It's just the high ground plays so well against you.
Yeah.
You have no access to it. If you have something like a Mave, you can get up there, right? No one else can get up there other than that Mave easily. Otherwise, we go back to, I guess it was in Brazil when we were watching this earlier, the last Brazilian set, what, like an hour ago, if not longer. You run through orange, get to the ramp in the carry corner, and you have to run up and around to be able to grab that high ground. And then you have to win a fight from over in that angle. It's not an easy feat. And right now, Paladins are trying to find themselves in that position.
Yeah, Ramen found a stun or two, but there wasn't much follow-up there as Groundford does end up dropping. Mono is trying to position himself maybe for a through time and space here. Poppy Bomb from Guest is going to put him within striking distance. There is a bit of assistance here from RC Soldier, but not enough to grab the kill, and Mono does end up falling as well. With 8 seconds left, looks like anyone is in range on this one, and Akatsuki one more time grabbed themselves a defense.
Brazil is an odd place. That Ice Mines has been the fastest map we've seen in this region.
Yep.
That is not your standard Paladins.
No,
but I
you're right.
like the flavor.
Sure.
It's different.
It is different. You know, the maps that sometimes go a lot quicker have been taking longer here today, and maybe it's just a testament to how matched these teams are. I'm very excited to see how these groups pan out. We'll get to take a look at that.
Yeah, this is like two teams people didn't really expect to be vying for a top spot in the first place. Like, you look at a couple of those teams, again, when you look at the talent that has existed in Brazil in the past, and you're like, yeah, that team's going to do well. But you look at these guys and you're like, well, you know, I recognize some of these names. They've been around the scene for a while, but are they really going to be able to, like, hold up? Yes, has been the answer to that, a resounding yes. I'm excited to see not only the results of the group stage as they go forward, but realistically, what they're going to be able to provide is that's a beautiful shot from Mono.
Nice shot from Mono. Is going to get the first kill, and that's onto the enemy support as well. So healing the scales tilt ever so convincingly for Balamansa, and they're able to make good. Guest trades out the only kill in this one. The only surviving member of the slaughter of the 2-2 point fight is that Bomb King, and he's going to try to stay aggressive here. King Bomb rolling in. They know where he is from the back line, but how much do they have? 93%. You can't misposition yourself all that much on this turnaround, or else you're going to maybe just lose this fight. Skullist is able to grab the kill onto the Bomb King, but not before he trades out onto the same. 93% picked up as Akatsuki find Ramen back on the point.
Balamansa don't have any ults available to him just yet, so they're going to be feeling this one. That's going to be 2 clean kills picked up for Akatsuki. That's going to be perfect in getting them there.
Whoa!
But they stepped off the point. Ramen dies, and that's all they needed.
I think they were able to move themselves in, grab the 3rd point of this game. But this is kind of, you're losing the fight thanks to a bit of a blunder right after the capture. So Balamansa is making no progress right off the start here. But Gore, we have seen how difficult it's been for Balamansa to even move out of not only this mid zone, but around the final corner nonetheless. So Akatsuki, despite losing, they got to feel good so far about their chances to tie.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm looking at this, I'm looking at the difference being 40 feet in terms of like 20% maybe of the push of where you stall out on this map versus where they're stalled out right now. They're going to be able to get it rolling, but it's going to be uphill. There's going to be high ground. If Ramen goes down, it'll make it a lot easier for you, and they do eventually get it, but it's RC Soldier having to control and manipulate the high ground potentially on his own versus with some help here. Having Groundford up here honestly makes the biggest difference in the world for finding this aggression and potentially getting this payload converted.
Luck is around as well, and RC Soldier is able to dance kind of in and out of that left side window. You can drop up, you can go down, kind of free and clear when you're playing that Mave, and they're able to get the kill onto the Bomb King. So that's an early win here for Balamansa. They try to not only end this game, but end this set. Midnight could be the driving force behind that. Seismic Crash looking for a target, but didn't find much. RC Soldier suddenly being charged by Guess, but his Cassie is there to save the day. Down goes Bomb King. Contest is on. Overpower connects. Oh, but the dodge roll right back on. They're not able to get the kill. Atomic turns around 1 onto Groundford, but how much is that going to save? I'm not sure. Bomb King trying to move his way back in, save the game, save the set, but he's not moving out of base. Balamansa looked close, but this one comes to a close.
I was incredibly sure that that was going to end up
Yes.
going 3-3. But that's just good on Balamans, I think, more than anything. Luck has been the player that kind of surprised me the most. Like, I knew RC Soldier's name. I recognized that from the past, and I knew it had some weight behind it. Luck was a name that was kind of fresh to me looking at Brazil in the last few weeks and has shown up today more than anything. Bringing out the Cassie, making it look really good. 10, 6, and 19 that game.
Yeah.
Granted, eclipsed maybe a little bit by the 14, 7, and 12 for RC Soldier. But that one was just kind of, I'll punch you, you punch back, we'll punch again.
Yep.
The point fight, once it was figured out, Balamansa had to spend their entire time figuring, what do we do for the push? Third time's the charm.
And I think that this is a great game to look at, Groundford on this Atlas. The slash line wasn't pretty by any means for the Atlas, but we've seen that a couple of times today where we kind of start off the conversation around the off tank is like, the slash line wasn't the best, but the presence that he brought to this game was a difference maker. And I guess that's just kind of the nature of that role. You're controlling so much space that you might get taken out in the meantime, but you're enabling now your Maeve and now your Cassie to find a lot of damage and kills.
And a lot of the games, if you ever see an off tank where they have an insanely good slash line, then they were probably winning 4-0, right?
Sure.
I'm thinking of so many like Envy games where Rubu was like #1 on the kill board, where it's just like, yeah, but he was in their backline slaughtering people left and right, and that was a very similar stake there. Yeah, you're going to die, but if you're in the backline controlling everything, it's worth it.
There were only 3 really contested games in the group stage of Group A in Brazil, and we got to see one of them between Los Gatos and Catapimbas. Other than that, Los Gatos were able to find a couple more 3-0s, and now we're going to look at Group B, the one that we just saw. And this one had a lot more games, much more contested, still plenty of 3-0s, but the teams that were winning were able to kind of push this group stage a little bit further on.
Interesting to see Akatsuki. They took one map that we just saw, off Balamansa, but they also took one off of Fine Thin Gaming, which is very impressive. They beat out Blitz Gaming, beat out Templar, and so it kind of shows where they were holding up a lot of that nice little middle ground, so we can finally see
here you go.
Who exactly has qualified. As Mandrakes, Fine Thin, not surprising at all to have them come forward, but Los Gatos, Rao as well, being able to control that side in Group A.
And Gore, that match we just watched was the decider between Balamansa and Akatsuki. Balamansa, they're able to win that one through as contested as it was, and that buys their spot here in the PPC.
And honestly, that's about what you want, right? If you come in, it's very highly contested, so you can see Akatsuki. I'm looking forward to whenever relegations are, like, they're a team that's going to be looking for a spot here because that was so close. It was neck and neck, and it really is just edged out at the end there in Serpent Beach.
Well, we've seen Europe. We've seen Brazil over the last couple of hours. We still got NA to decide, so stick around for North America. Welcome back, and thanks for sticking around. As mentioned prior to the break, Europe is qualified, Brazil is qualified, but we still got some teams from North America to punch their way through. I'm still Dolson, still hanging out with Gormizer for the first set of NA.
No one ever would have known I was over here.
Why is that?
There's no clips, no anything. It was all a mystery.
Oh, wait, right. I think I blanked whatever that was out of my memory just a few moments ago.
And you just figured out the secret to how my marriage is so happy. Katie does that too. Everything that I do.
No, it's all the beautiful tweets that we see on our timeline from you guys. Group A and Group B on your screen now. This one, I think, I hesitate to call it the opposite of Brazil, but I think there are multiple teams with a lot of names in NA that you would recognize going into this group stage. It's going to be weird having some of those names left out.
Especially when you look at how scattered, again, a lot of like PPL players, when they separated looking for the online league, have ended up on a bunch of different teams. A lot of people are looking at Invocal and the Idiots as kind of the powerhouse in this region. That said Idiots on the thing.
Did it say Idiots
so
still?
it's Idiots still. And plus, you know,
Got it.
accurate descriptors where they're needed, you know. And Invocal and the Kings, I don't know if
They
that's
weren't happy
true.
about it. They weren't thrilled on that one. But this first matchup we have here in NA, Brimey's Fan Club versus...
The full name.
All right, here we go. HP Office Jet Pro 6978 wireless all-in-one instant ink-ready printer.
And where can I find that online? And for how much?
Beats me.
I actually
have
do
no
need
idea.
a printer. No jokes.
Well,
That's a complete aside.
This is
but-
truth in advertising here. This is how it works. Some names you would recognize on both teams. HP Office Jet Pro, Mage Monkey, frontlining for them with Fishnet, Penguin, Ralkion, and Quashi as their next four. Those are some names that you expect to carry a big
Yeah,
performance.
I'm interested to see how Ralkion's going to do today, but Mage Monkey is probably the big, I don't want to say decider, but a big impact player that comes through for the team. A lot that is going to focus around those two that could potentially poke them forward or could fall apart.
You got Ice Mines and Waters Gate both
Thank God,
taken.
get them out of there.
What's wrong with
I don't
Waters
want
Gate?
any more
I want to
Ice
see Waters Gate. Bizarre and Shattered Desert.
No, I want to see
both
Bizarre.
taken.
Come on,
Yeah, we'll
guys.
go. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Frog Isle is where we are going to head for map number 1. Brimey's Fan Club. They're composed of Cool Breeze, Betty, Su-chan, Soloran, and Wizdude is their roster there. So still some names that I recognize throughout the scene, and a team that I think could put up maybe some big points here up against HP Office Jet Pro. But I still think that HP Office Jet Pro are your favorites maybe in this one.
I just HP Office Jet Pro, the full name.
Yeah, it's
It's
unbelievable.
never going to be something I can get over, I think. But they're going to be, in my eyes, they have a lot of pushing power, I guess is the best way to word it, because of the experience they have competitively that they're going to be bringing forward with it. And Frog Isle has been a very interesting one because, again, I hear Ralkion, immediately my mind goes to Leon, but I also think of the snipers. Kinessa's banned, Strix is available.
That's
he might
right.
be worth first picking here.
It could be worth picking up here if you're HP Office Jet Pro. Have seen some weirdness, though. I mean, it was mainly in Brazil, the 2 sets that we saw there. I mean, remiss if we don't mention the Moji for the 15th time on Frog Isle, but for a good reason, because you don't often see Moji there. Then also the Dredge that had a massive amount of damage on that map. But that was a very kind of Brazil-centric meta that we were seeing. Strix, though, back to some normalcy. First pick overall.
And Maeve makes sense to me here as well. Again, it's an odd map when you have to choose a flank because there's, I would argue, maybe 3. You could look at 4 depending on where you want to go for that are solid on Frog Isle. Eevee comes to mind, Maeve comes to mind, Xin come to mind are the first 3 that I'm going to rattle off. And Maeve, again, with how much I like Midnight, I just mentioned it in the last game, I think she brings a lot of potency, not only for herself, but for the Atlas and the Strix. I think it works from the top down here.
Well, Atlas is going to be snatched up one more time, this time over in NA. Terminus still continuing kind of that warpath back into the meta here.
Back to basics.
HP Office Jet Pro are going to like it with Koga rounding out BFC's draft.
Terminus is a good anti-Anara. That's one of the things he brings to the table that I like. It isn't a one-to-one like, oh, I'm going to counter you, but it's just I can put up with you and you can put up with me, but I will win this fight eventually.
Well, it's HP Office Jet Pro versus Brimey's Fan Club. Match number 1 in NA. Let's go.
Well, yet again, we move into Frog Isle with only one sniper to speak of. It will be the Strix on the Office Jet side that will go largely unchecked here in this match. It's Finch and Kresnik, as we are indeed about to move into Brimey's Fan Club versus Office Jet. And do you think that's one area to kind of hone in on, or what are you really looking at? Is it this last pick, Koga, that just came in? What are you kind of honing in on here?
Look, I mean, the Koga's just going to play on the side and do the Koga thing of just surviving while harassing. I'm worried about how these tanks are going to perform with just a Genos healing them. It's a Nara and Barrack. We know Barrack is paired very well with Genos, but those are 2 point tanks. You're putting one in the off lane, and they're both going to demand a lot of healing. That's not really what Genos brings to your team.
You're right. Genos is going to definitely keep one person topped up and amplify the damage, but the big crowd healing, not so much his forte, as this early fight in favor of Office Jet Pro so far, already 42% to their favor and decent positioning as well. Looks like Anara is the one they'll be putting on most of the actual point duty, and they'll have this Barrack come off to do more of an off-tank type role here for them. WizDude on the Koga so far, winning this matchup at the Mave, keeping them out. But look at the percent, Kresnik. So far, Office Jet have gone largely uncontested. They got 84 racked up already, and finally, a little bit of contestation coming out.
They're trying to be really careful with their health pool because of the Genos healing. That's why. Nursed Atlas damage show there, and WizDude barely gets away with that Koga, but they just don't want to throw their health pool away. They're going to have to now, but overtime gave them a shot.
First blood comes out in favor, though, of Brimey's fan club. It's a double kill for this Barrack, who was able to find 2. A third one coming into the kill feed now as Brimey's fan club finally comes to life. The Strix, the only one still standing, has to fall all the way back, and despite giving up 99% here before overtime even really came through, Brimey's fan club now has a chance to potentially get this cap. They're in decent positioning to force them back.
One benefit to their comp, too, is that these are tanks that can hold down space really well, and zoning is going to be a lot easier, I think, with that composition, but they're going to have to stop that Mave while they're blinded by the flashbang.
It's going to be difficult to try and slow her down. Surchan on this Barrack is the one that's up front trying to slow them down, but Brimey's fan club have built the percentage all the way up to 99%. Another kill for this Barrack, clearly comfortable playing it here in this role. Another kill for the Victor now, as well as the kill feed is only lit up in favor of BFC so far. It's just the Terminus left, and Brimey's fan club get the cap.
It was a great play by them at the end, syncing up their ultimates, doing so much damage, it just burned straight through the Ying's healing. And I want to say, watching Seer play Barrack, it's so fun. He's such a flexible player. It's so fun seeing him play all these different roles. He used to be a blaster main when his name was Eat Your Broccoli. Then he played support for a little bit. Now he's back on tanks after playing off tank in the past. It's just cool to see him flex around and be on a team that clearly is willing to be aggressive with him right now, locking down this left side with a dome.
Yeah, and look at this Barrack playing so aggressively. No wonder he's a bit willing to use that ultimate freely. It's because he's building up the percent actually decently fast so far, and should have another one before too long here at this point. They're well over half pushed in so far, but Penguin finally shuts down this Barrack, who's bought so much space for the rest of the squad. You can tell from BFC that means retreat here for them. They really needed that Midnight coming out, as well as HP Office Jet consider getting aggressive, but a full retreat from BFC.
Honestly, I mean, the retreat's not good, but that Midnight getting used is not great for HP Office Jet.
Yeah, did they know how full of a retreat it was?
Yeah, I mean, they got, what, a staggering Inara on the point who they didn't even stagger, they just killed her? I don't know, not too much value out of that, but they do have everything else. And Ralkion on the Strix, I find it interesting that he's running crack shot as well. No headshots at all on his rifle now because of that. So his burst damage isn't there, but he'll get himself a lot more information. Not really in a lot of sniper duels, though. That's where crack shot kind of comes in its own, and there's only a Victor on the other side for that backline duel.
Well, BFC have another full minute with which to push this payload and see if they can make anything happen. The Barrack continues to be aggressive, but immediately sent back by the Atlas, who says hello. Not going to let him roll in quite that easily using the dash, but the payload continues to move. Finally, the Terminus able to get in position to stop this. And look how many of them have bundled up on this left side around that shield from this Barrack. He really is setting up for the whole team to move with him.
They are distracted, but look how much damage Coolbreeze took on the right side. He needs to get re-healed, and they're trying to engage without the other tank being ready.
Barrack has yet another shield down, but he gets caught this time. Penguin on the Mave is able to catch him out. Penguin with the doubles. He takes down WizDude as well, getting rid of 2 of the critical flankers here for Brimey's fan club. And that's twice now after a dominant, really first cap where they were able to come back and run through that 100%, that this push has not worked.
Yeah, it's tough. This is not a pushing composition on the side of
Clearly.
BFC. They can. It's a Nara Barrack. Barrack can hold that zone on the side. He's doing a great job of that, but actually making that room is very difficult for them. But seems like the Sonara might have made enough.
Barely gets in time to get the touch to keep that overtime ticking down. Barrett continues to flank on the side with the Koga here to try and help out, but no ultimate available to him. They get Penguin pushed all the way back, but they still have a good amount of work to do if they want to actually cap this payload. And even if they don't, OfficeJet have a ton of ultimates lined up to help them out. Victor trying to get multiple people into the sites to find more shots here at this point, but the defense proving stalwart up until this point. Finally, Fishnet ends up going down. That's a kill for WizDude, but they did lose their Barrack already. Gonna be difficult to get the push from here. They end up losing the Koga as well. Betty does find one kill, but this should be enough for OfficeJet to hold on.
It's possible. They're getting poked on the side, but finally the Strix does get the last shot. And WizDude, I think, was playing pretty well on the Koga until that last moment when he tried to run it down.
Yeah.
That push, that overtime push, only happened because of Cool Breeze. He juggled his cooldowns perfectly on the objective, getting 2 walls in the time that he was taking all the pressure from everybody else. So great on him, but the hold came down to Penguin perfectly guiding WizDude. Playing some ring around the rosy right outside of the spawn doors, just to bait that Koga in for the kill. And interesting, against a Ying, he starts Haven. I guess that's just trying to slightly shore up some of Koga's weaknesses by getting that Haven to that burst damage. Maybe not as much of an issue. And clearly Penguin thinks that Maeve has the same weakness starting identically on the other side.
You're right, both of these flankers have been worried about some of this damage coming in from the opposite side, and it's helped them both so far. We'll see who comes out on top between WizDude and Penguin. I think we saw Ralkian was up at the top in terms of player damage. I don't know, it hadn't felt as though he'd been tremendously impactful, but this Strix has been putting the damage numbers out, at least here so far, so maybe a little bit by BFC needs to be done to make sure they're not taking too much fire from this Strix here so far. Has had a good game.
They've been scaling the rest of the damage really well.
Okay.
And a huge Cyclone Strike. There's no second chance. Bonscott can't escape.
Able to take the Atlas out very early on. It's Victor that ends up getting the kill credit for it, but Brimey's fan club right back in it. And remember how this last one started? It was HP OfficeJet that built up a bunch of percent first, and then Brimey's fan club snatched it back from them, and they were the ones that got that initial cap. So neither one of these teams really have a long-term claim to this. It'll be a long, drawn-out fight as the Terminus makes his way in to contest the Inara. But it's the fight over on the left, where once again, willing to commit the dome shield on the left side flank is this Barrack, forcing back multiple members all by himself.
Sear's an immovable object, but the other side is a very stoppable force because they just can't burst through him with this dome shield, all this ultimate that he's gaining. They win the fight in main, but still Sear just can't go down.
And they do finally get this kill into the Barrack to take him out. And the midpoint control has favored HP OfficeJet. They've built that percentage up now to about 90%. I don't know that BFC going to be able to get in there. They've got the Inara nearby, but she's being pushed off the point. Betty has fallen as well as Ralkian gets the kill. Mage Monkey finds one of his own. The overtime starting to tick now, and desperately trying to see if they can get even one person on. The Barrack makes it in. He's been flanking all game, but now here he is trying to keep this actual main point on. They force him back. He gets in just in time to keep the overtime ticking, and finally ends up falling.
Yeah, the dome shield being used on the flank was great for that flank pressure, but that's also kind of hoping and praying that you win the fight on the other side of the map. If you lose it, then the later fights are a lot tougher. This is going to be a tough push for both teams. Just trying to, one side trying to go through double point tank with a Victor backing them up. On the other side, your double point tank can't push, so it's going to be just tough for either team to get a conversion here.
It is, and I think the reason this Barrack has been willing to commit resources to the barrage comes out from the Victor, does find some good damage to the backline of Fishnet, but not the kill, is because he's giving his team multiple number advantages on these other fights, and they still have not quite been able to win them so far. So probably some frustration as the payload now already over halfway to its eventual end point. But a big wipe here from BFC. They found 3 kills. Should slow down this push from OfficeJet.
And hopefully they push forward a little bit and seeing the Inara walk in. It's going to be what they want to do, locking them down in this choke point precisely. This is where they want to be. They don't want to go too far forward. They just want to hold them in 2 strict choke points because that's what their tanks are going to do. They're going to do that until their health goes down slowly while they're getting pocketed by this Genos.
BFC way up on the other side of the map now, past the midpoint. Huge damage from the Koga, ends up landing onto the main, but they don't find the kill proper, so some more ground being given back over to the side of OfficeJet, even with all this strong healing coming out from Betty on the Genos here so far. It's actually a full retreat from BFC. The ground earned back instantly through time and space. Does not quite find what I think Betty might have been looking for, so OfficeJet keep up the pressure.
That was actually a crazy setback from Washi there, hitting it on the rock right next to the Barrack. Didn't end up in a kill, but still that CC might have forced out some cooldowns like this dome shield coming in now.
He's willing to use on these flanks every single time to try and stall that push. He does so yet again to force them back. The Victor raining in the damage onto the Terminus is Inara now able to win the fight much better as a result of it. And this push has stalled from OfficeJet. They cannot find a way to break through. Like you said, BFC's team is just beefy. I don't know how you get through it.
It's going to have to be later in the game, I think, maybe once they have more Wrecker, more Cauterized to be able to get rid of some of these things. But you got to just wait out Koga's energy or burst him at once, and Caught's not going to help with that at all.
Moving in aggressively, Koga dropping the ultimate, and I don't know if this Atlas can make it back out of it. Penguin does get a 1 kill on the Barrack, though at the very least, and now the ultimate from Rolkian. He wants a bit more here as well. Snipe comes, but not enough to actually get the kill. OfficeJet still want to try and make this push happen.
Yeah, and the Strix is going to be putting on a lot of pressure. They have to get on him now, but again, they don't have a great pushing team, and they're all just being completely shoved in their spawn.
They have been shoved all the way back. Brimey's fan club's defense has been stifling up until now, and we could very easily be looking at another 2-2, but look how far the payload has managed to get pushed on this last one. OfficeJet really do have a chance to close this one out if they can find a couple more of the kills. Willing to come in ultimates here, too, to try and make this push happen as Brimey's fan club falls even further back.
Vision is charging ult after ult on the objective.
Yeah,
These illusory rifts are happening every 2 seconds, and it's been crucial to them capping this.
Overtime still ticking, but remember, the longer that they're in overtime, the faster that it goes down once they're off the actual point. Cool Breeze now stepping in to try and be that last defense. WizDude gets one, but they end up losing the Victor on the backside of it too. And now another kill here for this Barrack, make it a third, and that should be it here for the push for OfficeJet. They've lost so much on this push. The Terminus just trying to buy them time. Mage Monkey goes down, and another successful defense.
Honestly, Mage might have wanted to give that up. Betty clutched there, catching out Quashi on the side, getting the Atlas between his cooldowns there makes it a lot tougher, but almost the healing on the tanks to keep them alive. But at that point, they lose him. Once they lose one more, maybe you just give up. A bunch of ultimates had to get used on the side of Brimey Fan Club, and how long that fight was, look how much they've recharged. I mean, Betty got the initial pick in that very, very final fight. She's already at 33%. On the next through time and space. It could easily come up during this fight, depending on how long and kind of drawn out it ends up becoming. Death-wise, they're doing a pretty good job at playing around their Genos heal, so I wouldn't be shocked to see it go long and see another one come in, especially with morale boost too.
You're exactly right, man. Betty has been so patient in these backlines and not been under very much pressure at all, as evident on the long streak that Betty's currently on here at this point. So Brimey's fan club now in position so they can win yet another one of these point fights. But as you mentioned, I wonder if time is kind of their enemy. Once more of these sort of wreckers and cauterize and those sort of things come on, they should be able to chew through these tanks that much easier. As Midnight, expended now by Penguin, goes right to the back line, looking for Strix, but can't find him. That's huge that Cool Breeze able to be there to play the defense there for him. Penguin ends up falling, and they keep the Strix alive.
Cool Breeze doesn't hit that. This fight's already over, and you can see overwhelming pressure from these double point tanks. And WizDude is already trying to run in and spawn camp Ralkion, but Ralkion does not go down. He's still alive here. Keeping them under cover, but look at all this pressure they've already taken.
I love the idea from OfficeJet, though, man. That was an aggressive play around that Midnight to try and get to the back line. There was just nothing doing. Better, good defense, better offense, though, on the side of Brimey's, man. They hold them at bay. Now 63% in favor, sitting on top of this point. But OfficeJet are right back in with another chance to try and win this fight. The Terminus is there. Soloran, though, has been locked out by this Atlas from long range, but there were no shots coming in. He just kind of takes the brunt of it, and he's right back ready to shoot.
That's because of the pressure from Sirochan. He's so deep in on the side, and he gets away alive while trading out Penguin.
Is able to get one kill. WizDude finds one to Penguin there as well, and this is now finally a good fight for Brimey's fan club. They're at 84% and pushing back the remaining members of OfficeJet. Ralkian ends up falling as well. That's the snipe down. A double kill now for WizDude as he takes care of Fishnet as well, and this will indeed be a mid-cap, though. Terminus is back in with them willing to commit. Looks like that reanimate, but the overtime ticking down now, and BFC should have it.
Yeah, especially with WizDude right here. It's so hard to fight a Koga with that damage that they had. I want to say, Bonscott, Quashi has had such good mechanics on this Atlas.
Yeah.
The way he's been placing his shields, the setbacks I've seen, plus that jumping exile behind the wall to catch the Victor.
Crazy.
The team didn't clean up on it because of Siru pressuring on the danger side, but this is stuff that you don't normally see from Atlas players. It's crazy that he's able to pull that out on a character that's kind of fallen out of the meta.
You're right, man. I saw the Victor was clearly controlled. I'm like, where is this Atlas? That enemy was way back there. What a nasty shot he was able to find. Now BFC in full aggression mode. 2 minutes still ticking on the clock. They were already halfway through, but this is where the stall has come through for both of these teams so far. This last choke point has been so difficult for these teams to get past, but look how much they're controlling on the left-hand side. Ralkian finds a kill. They catch the Terminus in midair, trying to find a way to crash back down, but this fight has been all OfficeJet. The kill feed lighting up in their favor as they push back BFC.
I'll see if Betty doesn't make it out, there could be some kills gained, but she just make it out, preserving the streak, not giving that bonus to the enemy's ultimate charge. Great patience from Cool Breeze there. He was in front of 4 people with a seismic crash, but he knew that no one was going to be able to follow up, so he held on to it. I probably would have used it, honestly. I just like seeing a bunch of people stunned. He does hold on to it until WizDude gets there, but Ralkion finds a great shot to pick a bomb to not let that combination really happen the same way it could have. And now huge aggression, but the Cyclone Strike gets forced a little early.
Yeah, I don't know if that's exactly the way he would have liked to use that ultimate. Gets almost no value for it, but still buys time. Penguin finally able to outdo him there a bit with a little bit more damage, and they shut down WizDude. They end up losing Penguin in trade, though, as Betty extends the streak out to 20. Somehow this Genos hasn't died all game yet, and Brimey's fan club has a chance now to step in and make this push actually happen. At 50 HP and still standing is Betty in the back line. This has been great Genos play.
And everyone alive has a mark because of that Chronos 3 coming in. Now one person will lose it because there's 4 people, but still all this damage boost is huge for them. This is where the late game Genos advantage comes into play.
It's been excellent for them so far. The Midnight now coming out as well, and that might slow down the aggression for BFC, but I don't think Office Jet were able to find a whole lot on it. Quaxi ends up falling as moving and aggressively as WizDude. He finds Penguin there as well. A double kills. He shuts down Ralkion. This could very well be the push. Kresnik a triple kill. This Koga starting to pay dividends in the late game, and BFC able to get the push.
They had a roster that was just so hard to kill once they had their cooldowns up. That Koga, you can't pin him down really. Victor, so far in the back, it doesn't matter. Genos super slippery, and then 2 point tanks with all those defensive cooldowns. Inora Genos maybe struggles at the start with that big cauterized healing differential, but late game they have the damage boost when the other team only has that healing utility.
That's exactly what it felt like, though, right? One of these teams was unkillable, and the other team just did not have enough damage to punch through. That is map number 1 already taken care of, but plenty more to come after we let the Deaths break it down.
Oh, it seems like it's just going to be a day of lengthy Frog Isles. This one only goes 6 points, but still a bit on the longer end there. Brimey's fan club able to pull out the win, thanks in large part, or maybe in no large part, to that Koga there towards the end, grabbing some big kills and converting that one over. Gormizer next to me to talk about that one. Does that come down to the Koga there at the end?
Yeah, I mean, at the very end, he's definitely what helps. Like, he's the cherry on top that I think continues things going. And it's really weird because I'm not used to thinking late game Koga made things work. Like, in my mind, Koga gets the ball rolling early and then slowly but surely gets dealt with. But 15, 5, and 14, they didn't really learn how to deal with them. The same thing for the Victor. 11 and 2 there for that boy. Not touched at all.
Complete discrepancy, I think, in the damage dealers in this one. Ralkion had the most damage in the game and had a decent slash line. But you look at the double-digit kills and single-digit deaths for both of the damage dealers for Brimey's fan club, HP Office Jet Pro. They were just not able to match that same amount of presence, and I think that was in large part kind of what helped push them over the edge here as well. I think the front lines, you know, under the duress of an Atlas and the Terminus, they were able to kind of put their stamp on this game.
And I think there's something to be said. Penguin had good moments, Penguin had not good moments, and they were interspliced with the fact that without Maeve, that composition doesn't work too well, right? You have Atlas who can deal some damage, you have Terminus who can deal some damage, but then you're putting all of the pressure onto the Strix, who's off the point, out of the engagement, not going to matter that much. Maeve just wasn't doing enough of it to make it work, whereas WizDude showed up when he needed to, more often than not able to come through. I mean, a big triple kill at the very end. I think Grant, you're probably getting 2 or 3 of those without him, but you're not getting every single one of them. The fight's not anywhere near as over, and definitely not as fast without him there. So he was, again, the icing on the cake that made everything work.
What about that reanimate, the 2-2 point fight?
Yeah,
it's
Mage
just
Monkey.
a Terminus sitting there on his own.
We need to have a talk.
Go ahead.
No. No. No.
There it is. You heard it here first. Don't do that. Reanimate with a team around you. I don't know if at the end of the day it makes like a world of difference. They lose that anyway, right? I mean,
I know you bring it up because I was like, we're watching it, and I just literally went, "Oh my god!" I was just like, it was just.
I think it was
pure
about
disappointment
to time
and out of my voice that comes through, where it's just like, do you do it? I guess it's not.
It was
terrible,
close.
But
It was close to coming back up at the end. Like it was like at 98%, so nearly was able to save the push anyway.
Your days are numbered.
There's no way you can hang the entire game on that one.
No,
but
it's not. It is by no means a game-losing ult. It is just a
Didn't win the
bad
game.
ult.
Sure.
Like it's not like, oh my god, you threw the whole thing's over because of you. It's just that was bad. Don't do that.
We'll point it out. Sure. There you go. That makes sense to me. Vivian, Terminus locked in here. Bright Marsh. It's a map that we're going to head to for map number 2. And Droxus has been impactful on effectively every map all day, and
Yeah.
Bright Marsh no exception.
And I like the way Andrew's been played. I think he does a lot. I think a lot of players have been huge on him, and he's carried over kind of from the past. A lot of people you remember way back in the day, he was your solo carry in ranked. He's the guy that you would come to. He's great for countering off Drogos. Bright Marsh is actually a pretty decent map for Drogo, so I'm not surprised to see him maybe picked up early. Plus, of just what he brings. That's going to be a couple of picks I'm not used to seeing here.
Yeah, and I think Maldamba most recently jumps out at me. Furia taken away, Genos picked up as well, or banned out as well. Ying is kind of that third pick in the healer category, but normally you have Furia or Genos. This time you don't, and you go to the Damba.
And I like it. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Damba. That's, I think, the other odd thing to point out is just the fact that he just kind of slithered away because other picks were so good for him. Like, Genos is so good, Furia is so good, Ying's so good that you don't necessarily think, yes, let's lock in the Genos, or the Maldamba, sorry. And so he's fallen off, but I don't think he's worse for wear.
Well, it's game 2, Brimey's Fan Club, HP Office Jet Pro. Finch, take us in.
We'll have our chance to see just where Maldamba stands nowadays as we move on to Bright Marsh here. Not the only one. I feel like we haven't seen that much Ashe lately either, and she's been picked up here for this matchup too. But I think both of those champions are examples of people that have just been slightly kind of pushed out a bit. I think they're both perfectly fine.
Yeah, they've just been edged out by some of the stronger off-tanks and supports. Some teams will prefer Grover, but with Genos Furia banned and Ying taken on the other side, depending on what kind of a team style you want. Maybe you want Damba again, that targeted healing, more pocket for the term if you think he really needs it. And the thing about the Ashe is, I think you just don't want Khan into Vivian. Vivian just annihilates Khan. There's no way he can really play in late game, so Ashe, a little bit less shield reliant, means she can get away with a lot more aggression even in the face of a Viv.
Let's take a look at this very first fight here. The Ashe on the left-hand side has 2 members that she's trying to keep busy as to support the Damba and the Vivian, able to put under some duress, finds the dash, and that takes care of at least one. No, that was the Ruckus that died elsewhere. Now they also lose Mage Monkey. A tough start to this fight. It's a triple kill now as WizDude gets a third. What a way to crack open this very first point fight as BFC win it handily.
It's pretty good value from a last pick, I would say, and this double flank composition with an Ashe is going to be
and that's Ralkian too.
Yeah, this is gonna be such an aggressive composition for Brimey's Fan Club. That's what they are as a team. They like to pressure, hold these lanes. You can see what Siru was doing on Barrack. Now imagine him on an actually aggressive off tank.
Yeah, he'll be able to make some noise happen here. They already have 96%, and there is a 1 in contesting and actually getting up some percentage off instead. So it's BFC that need to fight their way back in. WizDude takes here the Ruckus, who's had a brutal start to this game here so far. Low HP bars for Ralkian as well. He's been taken out on that Vivian, and the rest of the squad now ready to start moving in. Betty trying to keep everybody topped off on this Ying as well, but the Terminus buying a ton of time for the squad. Good job getting back out of there as Betty rejoins up with the rest of the team, but finally ends up falling. It's a double kill for Penguin, but Cool Breeze keeping the fight alive here as the Eevee buys a little bit of time.
Penguin coming in with a triple, though. That was massive, and it might be a quad if he finds it.
It is!
Gets rid of the Andy. That completely turns this fight on its head. Ashe without ultimate really isn't much of a retouch champion that will last a while, and they get aggressive, clean it up. That was super unfortunate there near the end. Betty uses both illusions on point, so she doesn't have an out. Goes in, maybe should have stayed in. Terminus maybe less dangerous than the outside, but getting stuck back out in front of the Ruckus Eevee. There's so much dive potential on Office Jet.
Yeah, this Eevee's on a 6 streak, and every last bit of that just came on that last few bits of the point cap just now. Now Office Jet suddenly have the momentum working together with Ralkian. They take down the Introxin as well. Penguin coming to life here on Bright Marsh so far, having an excellent fight and still looking for a bit more help as they've got the rest of the squad here trying to back them up. HP Office have a chance to make a big push happen here. Fishnet takes down one more as the Ashe ends up falling too, and they're already well beyond half here on the push.
Fishnet just read that aggression like a book, saw Siru dashing and said, oh, there's no way this isn't an assert dominance play. Fear that out, get that kill immediately, and now everything Brimey's Fan Club wanted is just falling apart.
The FC are fully on the retreat now, trying to find a way to keep this going. I say that with the Ashe dash to the back, buries Ralkian even during the Sentinel. That's a pretty big critical kit that they were able to find. In fact, finds a second one, taking out Fishnet on the Maldamba here as well, and Penguin trying to find what pot shots he can as Office Jet's push has finally gotten stalled out.
If they had CC'd Siru again out of that, do you think he would have immediately done that off of respawn a third time?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think that he would have just rocked down and insta-dashed into where Ralkiel was playing? Makes sense. It's what you kind of have to do. You get rid of the Vivian, the hold is just a little bit easier as long as you can keep that Ruckus and Eevee contained on the other side. This is I think, a pretty solid composition for defending for them. Barrack is going to be good at holding down time, plus both those flankers can go down and back up to the high ground at any time, letting them kind of select when they fight. And a lot of champions on this map don't really have that same luxury.
Penguin having a hard time finding the same space he had earlier on in this match on this Eevee, but he managed to stay alive throughout that last push, gets sent back, forced to fall all the way back in some trouble, but getting some help from the squad is no longer the main point of focus, so instead starts looking to see if he can cut down one more member of the front line. Can't quite get to him, but it's Mage Monkey doing the heavy lift and taking down two. The front line has all been removed. Ruckus gets behind the Androxus, so reversal does him no good. That's the push for Office Jet as they open this one up 2-0.
They did commit a little bit, though. Hexafire and Ice Storm used to catch out the Barrack. Hexa used to burn down the Dome Shield, basically, to try to make CB as uncomfortable as possible. This was a crazy sequence by Penguin. And then following it up with a mid-air direct onto an ulting Androxus. I mean, you can't ask for more from your Eevee player.
You absolutely cannot, man. Penguin showed up for them like the Avatar where the world needed him most, right? It was excellent
and
from
he came
him.
out of the ice block.
He absolutely did, didn't he? And the thing was, they really should have lost that initial cap. If you're on the side of BFC, you've got to be feeling kind of brutal because that initial point fight was so in their favor.
Yeah, and it's so hard in some of these chaotic fights to keep track of spawn timers. If you lose that, if you don't pay attention to it for a moment, then someone coming back can just completely catch you by surprise. Penguin, they weren't paying attention to his respawn. He came back in, and you need to know where an Eevee is basically all the time to either play your distance or catch her out before she can use Warm
Up top is immediately met with some aggression, uses the opportunity, though, to take to the sky and fall back, trying to win the duel against the Adroxus, tries to avoid the accursed arm, but Koga's waiting for him the second that she comes back out. Penguin survives the onslaught, though, as Ralkian finds one, gets traded out. They lose Penguin as well, so Office Jet get up a big % lead with 66, but they've lost the fight for now. Probably need to start falling back as they lose Mage Monkey here as well.
And he might actually have to revive here to have a chance to retake. Depends on their spawns, I guess. And they do have Ruckus, so there is a chance. But he's the latest spawner. He's the one they want to touch the point the most. They're going to have to throw away someone that they want to have for the post-fight to be able to start this overtime.
Well, this is exactly how the last fight went, so I guess next thing up is a near pentakill for Penguin here at this point. Avoids the ultimate coming out from Koga. Wizdude has to start falling back. Terminus has made his way into the point room, but hasn't actually quite got the touch he was looking for. In comes Penguin right to the back line. They start looking for even more damage, and he wants Betty. He wants this Yang removed from the equation, but it costs him his life to get it done. This fight's still favoring Brimey's fan club, though, at least for now.
Getting that trade is actually huge for Betty there in the backline, but they don't go for the point. They're too worried trying to get passive healing, and there's no way they can keep it up. So they're trying to disengage Kwashi in their spawn. Actually, spawn capping, they have to get him, but able to have an illusion up top to teleport back into the spawn room. And they stabilize, but 3-0 right now. They need to find an answer, honestly, to this dive pressure, I feel. They're just making him look away from the Vivian too much.
It just looked like such a good fight for them on that midpoint, didn't it? But they weren't able to get back and actually maintain control of the point. And just like that, Office Jet now in control, 3-0. Going to make life really difficult for BFC if they want to find this defense. Not many shots coming out from the Androxus for now, who instead will fall back. But this is all about keeping Office Jet pushed back.
Yeah, and actually, they don't even have a way to stop them really on the pit side. Dome
Nice
Shield
shot.
gets forced out by the Ice Storm, and they're Hexifiring to counter it again.
Mage Monkey has been taken out here earlier on. The Ruckus trying to see if he can slow them down, but the Andros sticking to him like glue and finding plenty of shots whose job is to get him off it. Finally, Fishtit and Penguin provide some much necessary damage, take him out of the equation. The Ruckus has to come back to earn this Ashe, kind of the only one frontlining for the team for now, and she's starting to melt as well as Penguin finds himself a double, getting rid of Wizdude as well, and Office Jet can start to make their push.
And actually, Betty's caught out in the back, and she might have been able to hide, but Ying decided to go sing with me, sisters, in the back, and they knew exactly where she was. It's just be like that sometimes when your character decides to give you away, but no healing for a while, but they don't want to contest at this point anyway, I think. You don't want to give yourself a potential snowball for the card to roll straight in. Brimey's has a few ultimates they can use to make this work. Accursed Arm, Cyclone Strike, but it looks like Ashe is going to be the initiator.
Already moving in aggressively. We should see that they've given up a good deal of that high ground. We like to talk about if they hold it or if they want to step out and take the fight. And they want to step out, right, looking for the Eevee as Wizdude tries to lock him down, can't get the kill. Now the return fire is coming his way, but Cool Breeze has taken care of Mage Monkey here earlier. They've lost Penguin now as well, as the Koga's still standing, so this should be a decent defense now for BFC.
I think the tanks on BFC have... Oh, no. Oh, wait a minute. Hold that thought. There's no way, right? There's no way that this actually happens.
But they don't know that he's here. He's just going to come back out and
They
start
just
pushing.
turned around. See, he's seen the damage numbers, so they know, but this is going to pull them all back. And that's going to open up things for Penguin so much. You can already see he's taking that tree positioning, and they're completely sandwiched.
This is a big play for them now. They're stuck in between. Fishnick gets the first one. WizDude does shut down Penguin, but not before Ruckus takes care of the Androxus from the equation as well. What a huge play from the Ruckus to stay behind enemy lines. Not quite, though, able to make that push work. BFC handle it and end up finding the defense.
They just didn't have anyone ready to retouch after Kwashi went down, but good attempt at a play. It was so close. It was exactly what they needed, but they just couldn't move fast enough after wiping to make it to the objective. But back on the initial point, I think the tanks on BFC have been so good at making space. They haven't been preserving their lives at all in these fights, but they don't need to with the style that they want to play. They have two flankers. They just have to go in and absorb as much damage as possible while they get pocketed by Betty to allow WizDude and Silver to do whatever they want.
Yeah, and Saruchin's really done such a good job of that on that Ashe in particular. Really, they both have Cool Breeze as well. But in particular, the Ashe has been that problem, drawing so much extra focus and attention. You don't feel like you can commit as much as it takes to kill the Ashe because you're taking so much damage from the Andro and the Koga in the same time period. So he's buying time for the squad in a big way.
And if you're not ready, you just can't body block his out. He just gets out for free, and then you just wasted all that time. Getting far in on the mount, too, with the assert dominance, but he's going to save it to quick cancel on the backline.
And goes right in the same way he's done all game long. The Damba has become his target, already has him well below half HP, but always elusive is the Damba, making his way back out of there. Fishnet actually finishes up the kill on Cool Breeze. Ralkian and Penguin find one, too. The kill feed lighting up now for OfficeJet, and they could potentially just run away with this match now, and I think they will. There's no one here to even get a touch. That was quick.
Yeah, and they just couldn't. CB couldn't live on the point, so all this cap time is here. I don't know if they have a chance at all. CB's dash isn't long enough, especially with an EV in the way, and HP OfficeJet Pro 6978 wireless all-in-one instant ink ready printer take the first map of the set.
Man, I really like to break down that last fight, but I literally blinked and missed it. Was not expecting for that one to go by quite that quickly, but it was a storm of kills coming in for OfficeJet. How'd they win that one so handily?
I think it was a little bit on Siri for not dropping. He ulted with assert dominance onto the high ground, could have chased Fishnet out, but stayed on the invincibility instead of chasing the frag, and that could have been a difference maker.
They're able maybe to take care of that Maldamba or at least get something out of that trade. So OfficeJet do manage to come in and find game number 2, but plenty more coming. Let's have the desk break down what we just saw.
Well, one more time today, we find ourselves all tied up as HP OfficeJet Pro are able to take this one on Brightmarsh. More convincing than some of the other matches we've seen today. This one goes 4-1, only thanks to a defense from Brimey's fan club, but a win nonetheless for HP OfficeJet Pro. Convincing from them, I think that's what we expected this roster to do in game 1. Took them a minute, but in game 2, they showed their stuff.
Also, for all the 7-point Brightmarsh maps that we saw today, that's what you're looking for when you go to Brightmarsh. They almost 4-0'd it. I actually really love the wherewithal to stay behind as the Ruckus in that moment. If there had been just a few more seconds in the game where that potentially has some resets, some turrets that are placed much further up in the map, he gets away with that 100%. Most backdoors don't get caught out by turrets, but in that case, the turrets were the most helpful thing in the game.
And we briefly touched on, you sort of mentioned, some champions I'm not used to seeing. We kind of pivoted the conversation to the Maldamba. I haven't seen a whole lot of Ashe either.
No, and she did wonderfully so far. I mean, maybe not enough to completely curve the game back in their favor.
Right.
But I like where Ashe sits. I think she can bring a lot to the table. I don't know how much she's going to bring next to Barrick, of all things, and less against or with Barrick as much as it is against that comp. I don't know where she's looking to go forward with it other than, hey, her ult's really good in that instance, but she didn't have enough lockdown, wasn't able to follow up on specifically Eevee more than anything. I didn't see her doing a whole lot against the Vivian. So it was less that she was bad and more that she didn't have a home.
Sure. And I liked what I saw out of the Eevee as well. I mean, so many of the highlights we just looked at were from Penguin. And I think that, Eevee is, I wouldn't say a backseat, but a side seat to some of the other champions that have started to move themselves into the meta. So I'm happy on Brightmarsh, where however many months ago you would have had her in that conversation of somebody, you pick kind of right off the bat. So I like seeing HP OfficeJet Pro moving towards that Eevee and finding some good success. So hats off to Penguin for a good performance there. And that gets them right back into it in Jaguar Falls, map number 3. As we move towards picks and bans. Gormizer, Jag Falls, open to so many different meta options. I think Terminus still comes to mind here.
Yeah.
Moji is, I think, a player-specific pick, though. Just, I mean, it's map-specific, but team-specific. I don't think she's necessarily just a plug-and-play on Jaguar Falls.
My mind skips over Moji. Like, she's available. She becomes, like, an option, but I don't think she's, like, my go-to.
You are not welcome
I immediately
here.
think of Bomb King. I think of Zen. And like you said, like Terminus comes to my mind. And Nara and Barrack are very, very big here. And the fact that one of them gets picked up, I wouldn't be surprised to see the other at some point in the draft just because of how strong they can be. And then you start seeing less Ruckus, more Vivian, just because she does the Ruckus thing but more damage.
Well, you nailed the Terminus. You've nailed the Zen now. Barrack is going to round out the front line for BFC. That is a massive health pool that they've got. They've got themselves the Inara and the Barrack. No healers picked up, no healers banned out, but if you get some big splash healing, that's going to be a tough front line to kill.
I'm not sure. I guess I like, with the Ruckus in there as well. It's kind of like a triple DPS-ish meta. Or
2.5.
Team comp for HP Office Jet.
Darkness.
But I don't know if it's going to be enough. I mean, that's a really heavy focus on hit scan.
Yep.
Not a lot of blast damage. I would love to see Koga flash him out of there for a Bomb King and be perfectly fine. And I would love this more than anything.
Yeah, I
miss
love
Amani.
She's such a fun kit. Such a fun kit. And we saw her a whole lot right when she was released. Haven't seen her much, but you're going to see her here again, and Gore's excited about it.
Yes. I love her. And again, I don't get to say this often, but this is a bulldozer game for HP Office Jet. I mean,
there you go.
You've got Inara Wall plus her Warder's Field plus Barrack Turrets plus Amani Dragon. Like, that's 4 things that I've just counted off, and that might not even be diving too deep into it. But I love what she brings. I love the swap stance. I'm interested to see how she's played.
It's going to be a lot of fun to see how this Amani plays out in game number 3.
Let's move into it. The Amani, who we don't get to see that much of on Jaguar Falls, of all places. And Kresnik, I feel like it's kind of my job here to get out of the way and let me tell you about this. Let you tell me about this Amani figure.
No, you really said it. You tell me about it.
I'll talk about it. Let me break this down here for you guys. No, please, Kresnik, bail me out. I desperately need it.
I think they're running it for anti-aggro, which is why they're going to be playing splitting ice. If they shoot one person in a group that's diving them, it's going to hit both. Plus, always being on ice stance means you're focusing a little bit on that Frost Bomb. You should always have it available. That big AoE root will also stop any aggression coming in from that side. Dragon is also great for zoning. Her ultimate, just hold the dragon in the sky over wherever they want to go through and literally kill anything as long as they don't have the angles to take it.
We'll see how this Amani will pan out throughout the entirety here of this game. It's the Terminus and the Inara battling it out on the point, but already Dilren has run into this Zen and has to be careful. Plenty of damage coming out as well from Gwashi on this Ruckus, who had an excellent game last time, was looking for the big flank play, but couldn't quite find it. So Office Jet now going to see if they can lock this one down. They've got plenty of percentage to talk about already at 70, and I don't know if BFC could find their way in. Penguin rotates in, puts the Amani down. Won't even get a chance to see what she's capable of. She falls very early on in this fight, and someone's got to find a point touch here. 93% already in favor of Office Jet. In comes the Inara. Cool breeze, trying to even keep this game going, but the overtime now starting to tick down. The Void Grip stops the Barrack from making it in. He falls as well. Office Jet have had firm control over this fight so far.
What a change in focus. Zero came in, immediately was siphoned, and went from full to dead in an instant. That's great priority from them, and great priority again as 2 more people fall.
Yeah, that's Bralkian that finds the double kill. Penguin finds 1, 2, and the Amani has gotten to do exactly 0 here so far as she's been relegated to the bench. A handling by Office Jet in this first fight. They capture the point, and already they've sent Kwashi up forward to try and get aggressive on the Ruckus.
The way that they draft their compositions on Brimey's fan club means it's going to be tough to run a backline that needs any love from their healer, basically. Double point tank. Both going to want to take at least a little bit. So anytime that Zioran gets pressured, it's going to be Betty's going to have to change her focus, and then the tanks might suffer because they're trying to make so much room, but a great random beam from the Furia actually catches out Ralphian, and that opens up the fight.
That is huge. They can now start pushing forward. Wizard Dude should be able to do quite a bit of work too. The Inflame now committed, and they find 2 kills to cut off the aggression from Office Jet at the root. The Terminus getting caught too, a full-on wipe, except for this Vivian and BFC have slowed the aggression here at this point. Are you surprised that it's gone this way, or is it about how you expect?
I think it's not too surprising to see them holding there because they really can't get flanked near the Jaguar Falls capture point. They can't really get pressured from the side, so they have enough angles to play around. Look at this pressure from the side by Coolbreeze, actually, but the seismic crash connects on no one.
Penguin is able to find the first kill of this engagement. The numbers now favoring Office Jet. Here's a second one as Penguin is hard to stop. Betty falling on the Furia here, this time getting cut down the size quite well. So Koga's just going to head to the back line. Penguin wants to see if he can find a bit more, gets that high ground for free, and should be able to put out some relevant shots. But the Amani was still in the back, ends up falling too. A quick turnaround from Penguin, and now it's a full-on push from Office Jet.
I love that play. I love the Frostfire glide into the Inferno Cannon. You don't do it 1v4. You wait till your team is pressuring at least a little bit. Love the attempt, but now it's a 5v4 to hold the point.
It's going to be difficult for the Inara doing all the heavy lifting for now. The Terminus trying to push everybody off the point. There's a low HP bar in the back, and that was Wizdude falling on the Zen. They do get one kill into the Ruckus, but Ralkin has found himself a double, maybe get a triple kill as Coolbreeze falls as well. A Quadra as Office Jet punch it in 2-0 to start it off.
No surfing allowed, says Ralkian, holding
Not
on
here.
that objective. Quadra for Vivian, and this is such a good map for her. This is such a good meta for her in general, I feel. She's just constantly putting out damage, is stressing out the healers a lot.
Yeah.
And you need to do that with the cauterized nerfs. Some of the healers got nerfed, as we know, to kind of keep up with it, but when she applies all that pressure, it just makes it so much harder for the healers to keep the team alive.
And I understand when you're pushing forward and you're zoning and you're trying to set up for a better defense later on, but that just seems like a pretty good example of how not to do it. They end up staggered on the way back out. They never got set up on an actual defense in front of the payload and just got run over. Of course, the Vivian is able to find the quadra kill there because they're walking into the wood chipper one by one.
Yeah, and that's because they tried to zone a side angle. They all pushed up on the right side, and then HP Office Jet just said, oh, let's just go this way. Let's just take the only way they're not watching, and they got in for free.
Get the delayed kill into the Amani, who has found, I'm pretty sure, close to zero value here so far. It just has not been the early game that I think the Amani has been looking for. Well, there you go, value. Good point. As this next fight around the midpoint is already kicking off, Office Jet enjoy the 36% advantage so far, and Terminus done a great job locking down this point. Ruck is going to come in for yet another one of these flanks, but this time he ends up getting caught out. Plenty of damage, though, he's able to put off, and already 66% earned by Office Jet.
Tough when you're having double point tank and neither of them can stand on the objective against the Terminus, but Sinflame might change things.
Fishman able to come in and find one nice Void Grip, but there is not a ton of follow-up on the back of that. Hexifier committed. I don't know if he found quite the damage that he was looking for there. It's actually Betty that gets the first kill on the Mage Monkey, and Mage Monkey commits. The reanimate ends up falling for it, but Penguin gets the back line through time and space. Does not find much, though I love the idea as Penguin gets rid of the Fury.
Huge Cyclone Strike actually gets walled up by Coolbreeze. He tried to block it off, but you don't know where Koga is in the middle of that. That was massive by Penguin there in the back line, and Koga is such a good character at staying alive, pressuring her back, and it's gonna be splitting Betty's focus so much on this Furia when all those heals have to go with the tanks with how aggressive they're playing.
It's been so difficult for her all game long to find the target to actually heal. What a time to take a breath, though, right when that fight came through, huh? Unfortunately, as Ralkin gets yet another one, puts Wizdude into the dirt with those shots from long range. This Vivian has not been answered here so far. Has another decent positioning with the Sentinel. He takes down the Barrack as well. They get the kill into the Fury, and I don't know if this defense is ever even going to materialize as Office just start to run right through him.
They have to have the Xin pressure this Vivian, but he can't do it alone. Vivian will just win that duel, especially with the boost from Opportunity and Chaos. Just controlling so much space. The card's turning the final corner, and I don't know how Brimey's going to break this.
Yeah, I can't wait to take a look at these Vivian damage numbers at the end of this one because Ralkian is having a game for himself. Another double kill, and now the Inara falls into the line of fire. The Ruckus all the way in the back line to keep this fight staggered. Betty has now dropped as well like a ton of bricks. The Amani can't even make it off the ground. A godlike performance for Ralkian as he just wreaks havoc. That's it. That's the whole set. Get him out of here. They never stood a chance.
That was Bloons tower defense, and he was a super monkey.
Yeah.
He was just unstoppable.
Where was the
still
Moby?
on
They had
that far
nothing,
side.
right?
Yeah, there was no one to slow them down.
Yeah.
But no, it was crazy. They could not stop him at all. The Xin had to do it alone because of that double point tank. They need to find a different tank composition against that character.
They need something if they're going to make that one work. Run over quickly. Hopefully the desk got some water or something because they are right back needed. Go ahead and break that one down for me, fellas.
Yeah, I stood up and then immediately sat down in the 5 minutes that it took me to stand up. And that one completely blown out of the water. It's Brimey's fan club here. Gormizer, it turns out that leaving a Vivian unchecked isn't good.
Yeah, that was that game. That was just the showcase. Ralkion is really good at Vivian is one thing. 17-1, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna let that one sit for a little bit. The next highest, the next best was 8-1, which was Penguin. So still on his team, 71,000. What do I see? 45,000. Do we have anything higher? Nope. So they are top 2, and then you drop down into the 30s. So solid control, I think, is the easiest statement of my life to be able to say for HP Office Jet Pro. Ralkion just shattered people. I mean, there was nothing you could do. A quadra kill right here.
What is it with quads today?
You know what?
I think I've seen more quads today.
It's the day to bring it, dude.
That's true. I guess if there's any day to start throwing out some quads, it's when you're trying to qualify the split number 1 of the PPC. And needless to say, HP Office Jet Pro, they fall in map number 1, and it's close, but they do fall. And since then, they've made it more and more convincing. Now take a 2-1 lead here in this set. And it's not all Ralkion. This massive play, he went up on the wall and then drops back down and returns enough damage to win his team that
You know, well, coming into that, I was really, really wanting to see some great Amani plays. I had like a lot of
right?
The ult was never used once.
Yeah, I didn't see a dragon.
I don't blame them, but there's a certain point, at least in my mind, where I'm like, you know what, I'm losing this fight. Like, let's get the dragon out here. Let's see if the dragon has something to say about this. Unfortunately, there was just never really a position to use it. There was never a position for her to show off anything because, yeah, I mean, you had no front line to work behind.
And you know what's sad is that now we've seen Amani.
And she's got a 0%
didn't work at all. And now people are going to be scared to pick her again, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see if maybe in game number 4 somebody's going to be excited to pick up Amani. I'm not sure. It's Stone Keep this time around. So map actually where we have seen Amani, I don't expect to see her at all.
No.
Rom, though, banned out here. Bomb
got
King,
our one and done.
okay, but Bomb King banned out. Vivian, yep, she takes a seat as well. That was 2 for 2 there right before, and I couldn't predict the last couple. But Torvald, needless to say, taken away as well. Another map where previously we maybe have seen more Maves and Eevees, and we've seen a couple of them here today. But I don't know if in the current meta there are better options maybe.
I'm wondering if snipers are going to play the role that they typically play, because this has been a map where some teams are like they hang on to it. Victor though, with Vivian gone, comes to my mind almost immediately as like, yes, we would like him. I don't care which team, someone wants him. And they go back to the Koga, and I mean, hey, it worked really well for you last game. I can't think of a reason it will be bad for you here.
Yep.
The change of map will be something to overcome, but if you fight for keep, you can drop down on the objective, or it's close quarters enough for you to just work well in there.
Well, first 3 picks are well-rounded for BFC here for sure. I think Andraxis has proven that he belongs in that pick conversation here in this meta time and time again, and Terminus continuing to be a frontline priority as well. So you're pairing Khan and this Terminus together as your front line. What do you think about that?
I like it. I think Khan works well on this map. Granted, overpower in my mind almost always translate to the, yes, we're looking for an individual, like, this is going to kill you.
Sure.
And there's not a necessarily, like, large kill field on this map, except off of the map, which isn't around the objective. But with the Koga kind of next to him, with whatever they lock in here, which, again, I'm still feeling a Victor, comes through, it will be a lot to be able to keep them under duress, kill them off, cause no trouble. I like the EV2.
Oh, she's been banned out more than she's been picked out here. I guess that's not all that surprising. 8% pick rate, but 100% win rate through those games. So that one's going to be put to the test here. I think an Eevee, that rounds out this composition pretty well. HP Office Jet Pro, they're going to look to clean up this set in game number 4.
I didn't realize Eevee had 100% win rate. I guess we can just go ahead and wrap this one up, right? This is going to be a guaranteed win for
That's
the
how stats work,
Eevee.
right?
Yeah, that is exactly how they work. Well, let's move on to Stone Keep. Office Jet has set a blistering pace throughout games number 2 and 3. So if I'm on the side of BFC, man, you got to figure out some kind of way to slow down this squad, because right now they are taking whatever it is that they want.
I think HP have to kind of play this composition slow. And I know it's weird to say that with double flank, excuse me, but they can't really pounce on top of anything. Their tanks aren't really super aggressive, super fast. I think they're going to wait on this side and try to find someone to target, but looks like they actually just want to meet them inside Keep, and Prime's just the team that's wrapping around them.
They've already grabbed the top position and pushed 2 members back of BFC. In fact, they're going to move right on in and try and keep this Cassie out of the fight. Ralkion has taken down Cool Breeze early on as well. So Perhaps the slower pace not happening, at least just yet, because Office Jet ran over them right away. They're going to try and lock down the Ruckus on the left-hand side, too. Rockian just kind of buying some time here on this Koga as he's taking a lot of damage already. But look how far back BFC have been pushed. Office Jet control all the space in the middle of the map.
While Penguin's also just harassing this side, making it a lot harder for them to push in. He actually gets away from that. That's insane. And they have such good positioning on the church side now.
I thought that Penguin was dead to right there as well. They lose Cool Breeze yet again. Androxus finally finds a kill here from WizDude to take down Fishnut. In fact, he finally gets a double, takes down Penguin as well. This could finally be the turning point they need to slow this around. But look at the percentage, even with those kills from WizDude. Office Jet are controlling the center of the point. Betty has now fallen as well, and that's it. Overtime. Done. Office Jet have captured the first point.
I love that start from HP Office Jet. The fact that they pushed in on the right side, caught them without using dashes. I just think that Brimey's wasn't ready for the aggression through Keep. They were probably thinking the same thing I was, honestly. And then as soon as the Khan got there, they just didn't think, oh, he would never dash into us. Why would he ever do that? And then he immediately did it, got a stun, and zoned out the Cassie, so there was no real answer to it. And it just snowballed from there. They just played that 5v4 perfectly.
Well, BFC were my fan. They were me in that moment. They kept giving up so much ground. They're like, how could you want more from us at this point? And he continued to chase relentlessly. They're now over halfway pushed with this payload with a little under 2 minutes to work with. And in great positioning, 3 ultimates available. The Inflame almost there too as the Ruckus taking a ton of damage here on the left-hand side. But here comes a big ultimate from the Genos. Doesn't end up finding nearly as much as it looked like that it might. This Ruckus has to be careful as his HP continues to get chipped away. But Fishnut on the Fury has been dropped. That's a huge pick that they've been able to find now without their healing.
Oh my god, WizDude!
What happened there?
Finds another kill, gets a kill with a reversal onto Penguin. He tries to get away just to buy more time, and maybe they don't get this trade. They do. Ralkion does keep it even. I want to say that Ruckus, Siruchan did a great job surviving there. He was in an ice storm getting shot by 2 people and just does not go down. He plays the corner perfectly, and the other side of the map is completely locked down by Cool Breeze, so they can't peek it. This is kind of the WizDude show right now, though. They're relying on him to do so much on the side of Brimey's.
You're exactly right. He's kind of the only one that kept him alive. I think he got their only kills in the initial point fight, too, or at least the vast majority of them, and kept them in it. So now they're back to the initial choke point with this Khan up top, trying to see if he can find a way to push through and maybe find a pull onto a priority target. Meanwhile, Fishnut way in the back, keeping everybody topped up. He's got that Inflame ready to go as the Accursed Arm comes in, but that's all committed onto the Khan, and he finds nothing. WizDude ends up falling. They do at the very least get the kill back onto him, but as we said, WizDude's been all their offense.
Yeah, and Zero trying to equalize it, but Fishnut barely survives. The Burning Oath card in the Fury build gives you healing every time you heal somebody, and that was just enough to keep Fishnut alive.
Penguin going to try and take to the high ground to find some kills, but thinks better of that. Has to fall back as well. They've been relatively stalled here, and I see that's why we're seeing the Khan start to push forward to try and break this open finally as the defense proving stalwart from BFC. The Ruckus trying to move into the backline. Everyone turns towards him instantly, and he melts. No chance he's able to stay alive there. Search and grabs one and throws him back to the rest of the squad for yet another kill as Fishnut has the double. Another successful push as Office Jet just can't be stopped.
Yeah, they're going to be so hard to deal with, I think, with the aggression that they have. I know that Brimey's is a team that likes to play very aggressive. They like to send their tanks in. They like to follow up on it. I just don't know if they're ready for this kind of gameplay.
It hasn't seemed that way,
at this pace. I think that's really what's catching them off guard. They're so used to being the aggressors in the practice that now that they're playing against a team that just says, yeah, we go. we go in.
We go, and we go pretty darn well up until this point. I mean, it has been stifling for BFC to try and deal with. And that's sort of the point I think that you're making, right? I imagine that these guys are thinking the same thing we are. How do we step back and get out from underneath all this pressure? But it's coming from so many areas that there is no way for them to fight back through.
The real answer, I think, has to be just find where they're pushing, or like play a little slow, see where they're pushing, and immediately tell whatever the other side of the map is to shove. You have to punch them where they're not ready for it. Like, not fighting and Keep like they're doing now. They shouldn't be matching them like this.
They're heading right back over to Keep for a rerun of the fight that happened last time. The ultimate from Betty doesn't find much this time from the Genos on the opposite side, and that might give credence for Office Jet to move in, but WizDude, as he's done all game, is kind of the only shining light. He takes care of Penguin and gets this EV out of here, though I don't know if Penguin's really been that big of the problem. WizDude gets a second, taking care of Fishnut as well. This is finally the fight that BFC need as they're opening up this mid-fight.
WizDude actually was the person punching on the side that time. I thought they were all stacking in front, but Wiz must have been waiting over on the side of Church. As soon as HP tried to push across the high ground and claim that territory, dashes straight up, hits them on the side. They're not ready for it. That's what they have to keep doing, punch those weak spots.
I don't know if Opposite are even going to be able to find their way in for even one touch. The point being captured so quickly. I think the Terminus just barely made in time to start the overtime, but now the overtime has been removed as Mage Monkey has fallen. He's right back up though. Penguin here as well takes down the Ruckus to buy his team some space. They got 99%, but Office Jet have fought right back in.
They're holding this very well. Betty goes down to Penguin. Both of these people here. Grimies is having good control now with Silver, but they're giving up the point.
Cassie is able to find Nosh shots with Wisdom on this Androxus. Another double kill now for the Cassie as they open things back up. It's just the Terminus left on the point to try and find some time. The Scout comes out as well, so they know if anyone else is on their way. Overtime starting to drop. The Koga comes in to keep it extended and buy a little bit of time, but it's not enough. BFC cap the objective.
Focuses on the frags instead of saving the objective. He could have used Cyclone Strike and bought even more time, but right now, HP has to find an answer for Wisdude. Wisdude is literally just doing almost everything. Silverman had a great play at the end there, but finally they pick him off, and they have to be able to control this. Androx is so strong right now in this meta.
Yeah, the play that Cassie's made is done by the space afforded to her by Wisdude, right? So 100% got to agree with you on that one. Nice pull by the Con to bring Betty all the way to the back. They're going to intentionally delay the kill onto this Genos. Well done there to try and deny them their healer for as long as possible. And that's going to mean that BFC have to fully kind of fall back now before they can make any sort of push.
Yeah, but look at the pressure that HP Office Jet is kind of exuding right now where they're holding. They have 2 in Banana, 2 in main, and they have to go through one of these choke points to make something happen. Koga also spamming for the dismounts. It's very free in the same exact way the first mid started. We might see another pick.
You said they had to pick between the choke points. Well, perhaps they picked wrong as the Khan was waiting for them here on the right-hand side. Betty ends up falling, as does the Cassie. A huge wipe coming through in favor of Office Jet to further deny them. I don't know if Blanche Fan Club are going to get much out of this push at all.
I actually hope they don't chase CB any further, because that would be giving up the positioning they had, which was super dominant.
Good point.
Penguin rotates away, and now he's going to be holding over there, not supporting in main, but it's Eevee. It's mobile enough, and they want to get aggressive.
Ralkian has stepped all the way up. This Koga pumping in the damage, able to get through some of it to the Androxus, but now threatening the Ruckus, who just barely survives the HP. But someone's got to help this Genos. Doesn't even get the ultimate off in time as Ralkian buries her. Nowhere for her to go. The Androxus gets thrown to reversal. Buys some time, but the Koga dashes right on through. Can't quite clean up the kill, so Mage Monkey's there for the double as they take down Cool Breeze and Wisdude. This is all happening after they lost the midpoint, Kresnik.
Betty has been on the cusp of hitting the sickest Genossalts 2 lives in a row.
Right there, right?
Right there, so close, but the damage from Ralkion and Koga is just too much. They're going to have it for the mid-fight, at least at this point, which could be good paired with something else. No real combos, but they can use Scout to see it, maybe.
Man, I almost wonder if you kind of give up on this push at this point. It's so much work that they'd have to do. Essentially, the length of the map in overtime. They might just be better off holding onto these ultimates as Fishnet gets the kill onto the Ruckus to push them back even further. A dominant defense here so far from Office Jet. And that should push them up to 3, but the Accursed aren't coming out. Maybe I'm wrong. They want to try and put out some resources after all to grab this defense, but no way that's going to happen. Office Jet make the defense successful.
I was worried that it was a fat finger at first, because I saw him holding on to the charges, but he fired one and then canceled it. So no ultimate for Wisdude at the start of this, but with what he's doing, I mean, he should charge it up over time during it. I wouldn't be shocked if they did, and I don't think Kwashi is... I think he's only connected that one con ult onto Betty a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
If they want to have an easier time on this fight, they definitely need to get that. They'll charge it pretty soon. They do have a couple combos. They could even drop their flank ultimates at the same time. That Ice Storm on top of a Cyclone Strike, denying any way to escape. They have a lot of chances to execute. They just got to find out how.
And they got to find a way to get through them. I'm thinking that Wisdude's priority #1, and then maybe Betty right behind that one. But if you can take this Androxus out on the side of Office Jet, then they're probably going to have a relatively easy fight. All the rest of them have been clean for them so far. They are going to head into the keep one more time on this right side, see if they can win that battle through time and space again. Doesn't end up finding much, so they drop the Inflame, see if they can turn this fight on its head. The Eevee under pressure, and Wisdude will lose the battle. He falls first. Penguin got the backup he needed, and they take the Androxus out. It's full-on retreat now from BFC.
Oh, and the Dome Shield used in retreat too, because they don't want to get staggered. I'm not sure if that's what they need. It did force out the Ice Storm, but honestly, now they don't have really many great ways to retake the point. Every single ultimate got spent and countered.
They're still sitting on the reanimate as well for the tournament, is still sitting on the ultimate for Khan as well. If they need something to try and turn these fights around, and it's brute force on these right-hand side, and not gonna let that happen. The Khan just charges right on in, puts the Cassie down. 51% now for OfficeJet as 3 come through in the kill feed for their side.
They contested for a while, but it's only Betty and Coolbreeze alive. I don't know if they have a way to touch, especially with this flank pressure on the back right now.
It doesn't seem that like they do so far. 84% and climbing. Coolbreeze does get 1 kill on Duralki, but the entirety of the team is pushed back. They won't even get a touch, and OfficeJet grab the victory to put this set to bed.
They changed their focus pretty effectively, I think. They found Wizdude on the final mid. He couldn't come in and pinch, and that was kind of what they were relying on. So immediately, through Time and Space comes out, but they're ready. They know exactly what Brimey's was going to try to do.
And you're right, man. That fight was so critical. It initially looked like he actually had a good chance to win the 1v1 up against Penguin, but gets a little bit of credit. We talked about just about everyone, I feel like, there, except for this Khan performance. What a game from him, especially on that last fight. He was an absolute monster, man.
Yeah, the sucker punch at the very end to get that kill with the grab. He made a lot of room for them and always set up kills for Ralkion, who had a great performance too. 89,000 damage on that Koga. Just being almost unpunishable with the team support that he had around him.
And I don't want to take anything away from OfficeJet, but I do think they were largely favored coming into the match here, right, to be able to win up against BFC. And after that very first set, what looked like a bit of an upset, they still managed to stay fast and grab that win. We've got one more set left here in North America to find out who's going to make it into the group stages. Give us a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into the final set, where by every measurable metric, my production room has lost it in the back. We are moving into our final set here of the day. Triple Deeps, I think, should be pretty heavily favored coming into this match, but we have learned that means nothing throughout the day. Anyone can win any game at any moment, so I'm just excited for some good Paladins. Still Finch here. I'm joined by Gormizer on the desk to help me close this one out. And do you agree with that assessment? Do you think that you'd favor Triple Deeps here, but also nothing means anything, we're in the upside down?
Yeah, I mean, that's typically how I look at life. Nothing means anything, we're in the upside down. But also when it comes to what we've seen today, yeah, you have no idea what's going to come through. Even when we've looked at it, like we've watched a lot of high contest games, but even looking at the scores afterward where it's like, yeah, well, obviously with the length of today, there's no way we could have done all 40 games or whatever they had across all 3 regions. But you see, it's like, man, there's 200 plus games.
Yes, that's a lot of games.
I guess I meant 40 sets, but even then, that's pretty low ball compared to 200 plus games. I can't even remember the point I was on. That number just seems so immeasurably big in terms of Paladins games to me. I don't know where to go with it.
I'm small in the grand universe. I understand my tiny, tiny place. Maybe that's the eventual point.
We've now done 5 sets. We've hit the point where it's existential crisis. Paladins. This is where all of the champions now have been replaced. All voice lines are now just like, man, I could ult, but what is the point?
Right, exactly.
Yes, the point means everything to my life, but realistically, if I capture it, it doesn't matter. I have to go to another one and hope for another point. These wins mean nothing.
I'm sorry, I've sent you down a path here now, Gormai, we got to pull up here a little bit as we move into this
I've
last
lost my
event.
pen, and now my life is meaningless.
That's right. No way to take notes here at this point if you don't have it at your disposal. So let's talk a little bit about these teams that we're expecting. We're going to be moving on to Stone Keep here. The picks and bans should be coming up here for you in just a second. And so far, we've actually, I think, gotten to see a couple of extra champions I wasn't maybe quite expecting. We saw the Damba earlier, right? We saw the Ashe, saw the Moji, quite obviously. I mean, it looks like we're at a point where quite a few champions are viable. Lex came through.
Amani technically existed.
That kind of.
And
she was certainly
she was
picked, undeniably.
in a game for a quantifiable amount of time. Whether or not she did anything is not part of the discussion. But yeah, no, it's been interesting. And that's one of the things I think that's one great about having multiple regions, but two great about the fact that we have so many champions that I think are viable right now. It's just the plethora that people can pull out. Yeah, more or less, you'll probably see what, with 40 champions, 20 of them are going to be on a general rotation that people are going to play the most. But then in those other 20 champions that are available, there's going to be that pocket pick where it's like, you know what, like this, you know, maybe this Lex doesn't seem great all the time. But right now, this is a perfect draft for us. Let's go ahead and grab him. Things like that, I think, will crop up a lot over the next few months.
I think so, too. And it's a healthy state, too, because as you said, there was a great opportunity for that Lex. And I think he did have a pretty darn good game. There are spots where just about everyone, I think, can have some usefulness. As Bomb King first picked here by Triple Deeps. That does mean, though, they have to give up the Furia and the Andraxis, both of which are going to head over to the opposite side. But they'll pair that alongside the Barrack and the Grover, and I assume we'll be seeing to their namesake 2 more DPS selected since they are.
Friends aren't safe.
It's that or get yelled at. And you know what? I don't know which one they want to deal with. I like it when they, you know, if you're going to organize yourself there. We have seen them run like a more standard composition, double frontline, double DPS. But actually on Stone Keep, I wouldn't be surprised if that's something they pull out. Triple DPS works here as well. When I think triple DPS, though, my mind almost immediately jumps to like Shattered Desert. That's a place where it's always going to do well. Fish Market, it's always going to do well there.
Well, there you go.
But hey, they're going to pull it out here, and I expect it to look good.
Yeah, Bomb King, Buck, and Victor, you will not be wanting for damage at all by the end of this game that I would imagine. A lot of work for Barrack on that point in the Grover to try and keep them topped off. But it's a Torvald coming through. We don't get to see much Torvald. He often gets banned.
It's so weird that I think in the 5 sets before this, he's been banned almost every single game. And then this game, he makes it through. I don't even notice it, and he goes 10th pick. Now, like, on top of all of that, like, so many things just lined up to be wrong there, but it feels so right. I'm excited to see him.
I am excited to see him as well. We don't often get to, but Torvald gonna have his way here in this game. Dawson, look alive for me, man. It's game 1.
I appreciate it, Finch. Game 1. Oh my, Triple Deep Squid Squad about to kick off. A jolt of energy strikes through me, and it's Torvald finally getting locked in. His 100% win rate is going to be put to the test.
And I think this is a great look for Squid Squad because of how they did this. This is homework to me, homework that has been done. They let the Torv go super late because they're like, well, they're going to play 3 DPS.
Sure.
Solo tank Torv is awful. It's the worst. So let's just, we're going to get it. They're going to have to ban Eevee because of the console players.
We'll see if a blemish goes on his permanent record after the homework is being done. You would hope not. Your Squid Squad, iDodge is able to trade out 1 before falling. The hands of Poison, and Gogurt as well is adding a kill. Ulmat is gonna kind of free fire back here on this Victor, and suddenly, like dominoes, Squid Squad are falling. Poison has had his impact on this game early, and he's had it often. Triple Deeps, they gain control of this mid.
And they're gonna hold control here, I think, for quite a while. A lot of pressure on Squid Squad with bullets and being pocketed by the Torvald. It's kind of the whole crux of the composition, but they need to keep the rest of the backline protected too, because Gogurt, cool on this Victor, just going to be pressuring them the whole time.
It's a good turnaround there from iDodge Bullets, able to grab the kill. 60% is where Triple Deep seemingly will level off here. As Gogurt's able to kind of put in a saving grace kill towards the end before T-Mac turns around. And yeah, we bring up the 100% win rate on that Torvald, but Vivian, much more often picked, is sitting at like an 83, which is crazy to me.
Yeah.
And I imagine T-Mac is going to have something to say about this game.
Yeah, he's going to do his best for sure to keep that win rate as high as possible. So strong at just stalling aggression, but Triple Deeps are just going to be waiting a lot of the time.
They need some aggression right now. 90% for Squid Squad. They do have a couple of kills on their end and now make it a third, as there are 2 members left in range here and down to 1. And with a good zone, that could be the end of this mid fight. Triple Deeps does have the barrage. Squid Squad just maybe within range, but I don't think so. Torvald does not have any gap closing, and that's point number 1 after a bit of a back and forth to Triple Deeps.
Once they had their positioning, I don't think there was any way for Squid Squad to make it back in. Triple DPS as a composition is just so good at drawing fire, and Amos so aggressive.
Whoa.
That reminds me of old Amos on Inara, but Mother's Grace this time into the treacherous ground. They're falling apart.
Yeah, I'm not sure you want to draw that much fire all to yourself, all at once in the middle of a seismic crash, if you're that Inara. Unfortunately, a little bit too much damage all at once drops her down. 4 members streaking out now for Triple Deeps. They have some ultimates to boot. Dome Shield coming up soon. This one starts moving quickly. A second try at that seismic crash is going to drop down here. Gogurt connects back to the side of iDodge Bullets, who's going to do his best to reverse some of it, and that's the Buck Wild now that results for 1 more kill onto Amos here. Gogurt pushing him right back into base. Healing not enough this time to keep that Buck alive, but Triple Deeps is staggered out 1 for 1. Maybe a win, though, for the defense.
The way that Gogurt played that was great because he used the lead for Peel, and he's going to be the off tank when they do run.
Yep.
In the rare occasion that they run 2 tanks, he is the one on it. So having that Peel potential even in a DPS is kind of huge because you make up the difference, what you're losing out on.
And I think that was a well-timed whirlwind as well, as Poison was very close to falling there, but enough healing from the Grover keeps him in the fight. Gogurt losing this duel with the Torvald, and Apache does end up falling there. There was some healing maybe in range anyway, but Payload in the meantime, it's been inching closer. Dome Shield used, King Bomb still ready as well as the barrage, but I'm not sure anyone from Squid Squad wants to jump down. Inara was back respawning, Torvald had just come up. That's a successful push, good for the 2-0.
With the timing of the deaths for the tanks, it was just impossible to take it, especially against Triple DPS.
Yeah.
There's just no way for them to walk into a BK and a Victor just on different sides of the map free firing at you. It's just too much to have to go through, and it is crazy how well they play this composition. It's basically all they practice. We've seen them play double tank once or twice, ever. And they play this so well. It is definitely something that they've proven that can work on any map. They play it anywhere, everywhere. They played on Frog Isle, which to me was always the quintessential 2-2-1 map, and they make it work.
Well, I just took a quick look at Cool's loadout on that Victor. What do you make of firing stance 5? Is that something you often see kind of at the top, the extra movement speed when aimed down sights?
Not at 5. We usually see it at 4, but he's running both the important cards at 5, so that's what matters.
That is what matters, and Poison is going to roll through the King Bomb. You hope to at least find a stun if you're going to fall, but he stays alive, not before iDodge turns around some good killing, and you blinked, you missed this one. Squid Squad melted away. You get 1 kill for your Androxus, but a triple kill from that Buck shuts this one down. And you're knocking on the door of a 3-0 up to 30% on this point.
Especially trying to take into all these people. But I don't know if they saw the Vivian. Looks like they did now, but oh my,
yeah, they
gets
did.
absolutely deleted by Cool and Gogurt holding on the sides. And it's all on Torvandy to keep pressure up now.
That was like 6 headshots thanks to the double burst. There is somebody back in range to contest this point. But you're going to need a little bit more. iDodge locked down. Poison takes those free shots any day of the week. And it was Inara who made her way back around through, but you got maybe so many eyes on you, not able to finish off the kill onto the Vivian. Finally, Amos goes down. Cool does have the barrage if need be. The final bullet, I think, of that burst connects. And Triple Deeps makes it a triple here. They go up 3-0 with a chance to win.
Wadu taunting on point 2 because he knows there's no way for him to be contested. And props to Wadu coming up from not a lot of people knowing who he was to playing at the highest level on one of the hardest roles. Solo tank is not easy. There's a reason why Thiel got as much of a reputation as he did playing with those players and usually being the only tank.
Yeah, I think, you know, the games that we did get to see Triple Deeps play, and it was way back when because they qualified so quickly, we always brought up, like, man, hats off to Wadu. It can't be all that fun being solo tank in a triple DPS-centric team, and he's done a good job of it so far. I don't know if they're going to be stopped here, at least delayed for a moment as Squid Squad are able to trade back some important kills. This Vivian has been quiet, though.
Yeah, I think so. It's just been too hard pressured, because usually you want to play your Vivian on the off angle to spam, but when you're playing against Inara and Torvald, you don't really have an off tank. Your Inara has to contest the cart, the Torvald has to go with the pocket. Everything else is just open.
It's an aggressive dome shield as well for Wadu on the stair side. Poison's going to look for a bit of a poppy bomb up. He's going to find Apache around the corner, but King Bomb not needed that time. Instead, he's stuck on the plant and is not able to make his way around. And Flame used here from Squid Squad to try to keep them in this game. Payload inching itself in. Dashes from Andro is going to drop iDodge down to the low ground. But you have so much damage pouring in. I'm not sure they have the sustain. I'm not sure this one's going to keep going. Barrage not able to connect for any kills. But Wadu with a nice double kill. Barrick on a 20 streak to end this game. This one goes in. Triple Deeps will not be denied.
They had a perfect composition, I think,
Wow.
for that map. That Buck did a great job healing for his team, running Bounce House and Kill Reset.
Yeah.
People always consider that really snowbally, but they made it work. They were all over him.
I gotta say, we shout out Wadu, and I only really noticed it there towards the end. 20-21 streak on that Barrack. It's one thing succeeding as a solo tank in triple DPS, but not dying that much, that's serious props to him.
Yeah, just knowing the game so well, knowing that composition so well, I think is key to that.
Well, Triple Deeps, you call them the favorites coming into this one. They take Stone Keep in 4-0 fashion, so we'll go back to Finch and Gore to break it down.
Yeah, we called them the favorites. They played exactly like the favorites. That Gogurt guy good at Paladins. I don't know, man. That Buck was an absolute madman in that last game, so they will move up. Triple Deeps, I mean. 1-0 here in this set by claiming Stone Keep. Still Finch, still Goremizer here with me. And Gore, I mean, that one was, they ran right on over them in that one.
Yeah, that was a 4-0 in the very classic sense of we had a guy who didn't die. It was our support. That's always the number one sign that your team is going to lose is when your support, or the other team's support, I should say, is just a monstrosity in terms of not getting taken down. Did a pretty good chunk of damage for himself as well.
Yeah.
But Cool Matt did well. Wadu only died once. Gogurt and Poison were just leading the way. Gogurt, I think, in terms of finalizing kills, and Poison in terms of knocking people down to make it easier for Gogurt to then go finalize kills.
No, you're exactly right, man. And they made such a great combination, like a 1-2 punch, especially on that Victor, man. Once he was able to get that top position inside the keep, it was so difficult for anyone on the side of Squid Squad to step out as well. He had the burst fire going, and he was perfectly hitting his shots, not letting anyone step even a little bit of a step beyond that cover. And between the two of them, either someone was diving you or you couldn't step into the lines of sight. Either way, there were no options.
I mean, it's the perfect kind of composition. And the reason triple DPS works in so many of the ways is that instead of the off tank, now you have two just high damage dealers up there killing you off before you can do anything, and then a core in the other area where it's just like tank, support, DPS to make sure everything's still under control. And most of the time, it depends on the team you're up against, the draft you're up against, but for them, it worked on Stone Keep swimmingly.
It's so funny. Whenever we talk about that off-tank doing their job well, they're just zoning really well, right?
Yeah.
Well, killing is pretty good zoning, too,
Pretty
as we
solid
make our
zones.
way into game number 2. We're going to be in Ice Mines for map number 2, and Squid Squad will be in that first pick position. And we always end up saying it. I feel like it's got meme status now, but when things are getting out of control, when you want to slow it down, Ice Mines is absolutely the map to do that. You hope that maybe Triple Deeps have a hard time kind of just running it at you in Ice Mines. Right?
I mean, honestly, after that last map, this is exactly where you want to go to try and keep things at your pace. But the thing about Ice Mines is some teams, specifically in North America more than anything, but a lot of teams, especially in the high end, know this map well. And they know it well enough to find a 4-0 on it, even though it's a slower 4-0, but it's still a good, solid win for them. And they grab Bomb King first. I think Squid Squad has like an idea in their mind. I want to see if it translates to actuality for them, because I think they have the potential to, especially with a draft like this, absolutely find themselves a 4-0.
Yeah, I think getting this ROM here was pretty strong for them. I'm actually a bit surprised it went this far without getting grabbed, but Squid Squad happily took it here in that 5th overall position, and it should do a pretty good job. ROM has been such a disruptive force all day long. No one is willing to commit as much resources it takes to kill ROM all day long either. I think they've got a good chance here to slow this one out.
I like the way Grover works on this map. I like the fusion he has with Barrick. Kogan, I'm on the fence about. The fact that he went over ROM is kind of blowing my mind, but I don't know how I feel about him. I think Cass is going to be good. If they lock in another triple DPS here, honestly, could be anything, and I think it's going to be able to go fine on this map. But Vivian, Genos, Bomb King plus Rom. I don't know, Squid Squad have a really deadly lineup for Ice Mines.
They absolutely do, don't they? It's going to be difficult for Triple Deeps to make it work, but of course they're going to stick true to their namesake here with this draft, with that Jhin, the Cassie, and all that damage on their side. Let's see if it works, if Squid Squad can slow them down.
They had plenty of damage on Stone Keep to grab themselves the win, moving into Ice Mine. So Kresnik, it's hard. You see how convincing game one was, a clean 4-0. I think despite maybe an advantage in the draft, it's so hard to, I think, bet against the guys that we see on Triple Deeps. But I do think the talent is there on Squid Squad to make good on this good draft.
Agreed, and I think they have a decent comp for it. They have the Rom, who's going to live through the guillotine because of the soul armor, going to make a lot of space. They have the Nando, who can use Immortal to live through the guillotine as well and counter almost any ultimate from the other side, but they have to get ultimates first, and Red Planet of Triple Deeps will even let that happen.
What? I didn't even see the health bar on that on the Bomb King. I dodged bullets, steps around the corner, and people still hopping off their horses for the first time. And I dodged bullets is about to hop right back on his as he respawns back in base. First 2 kills in this one. Goes the way of Triple Deeps with Baller Steve, the man himself, picking up the more recent one. And now the zone is on. That Ice Mine zone patented. It's out.
And they're holding them in the main choke point. They're not watching the stairs, I think, as close as they could be. All right, they have poison there, keeping them locked out. Rom also already taking a lot of damage and using Soul Harvest, so his run might be the only cooldown they have left to touch the point.
Ogre found the first kill in this game and is going to look to maybe help his team find the first point. They step off just for a second, realizing that maybe winning the fight is a touch more important. That's the charge up from Apache Use, and he's going to charge his way right back. He's got to turn around and get a touch on this point. Knocked back, killed off. Baller Steve puts him in the dirt, in the snow rather, as Triple Deeps grabs point number 1.
Them relying on Grover when the main pocket healers aren't available is really smart, because Grover at this point is practically a 5th DPS.
Yeah.
They basically have so much damage on their roster, especially by also having the Barrack, that he's able to put out a lot. He's only 700 behind the Rom, and when Grover has time to poke and prod, he's able to get pretty far up there on the damage charts with his team, and the root on the Rom is going to make that almost a free kill.
We were wondering if the 100% win rate of Grover would go away in map number 1. It did not, and he's around a 25%, I think 23 was the metric, so call it a quarter of the time. He wins the game every time he's picked up. So looking good here for Triple Deeps already. 5 streaks burning away for all 5 members. Nobody has died yet for Triple Deeps, and nobody has gotten a kill therefore for Squid Squad.
Crazy how that works.
You know, it is wild, right? If the other team doesn't get any kills, you probably don't have any deaths. It's kind of wild, right?
Stats are weird, and the stats are going to look even weirder after this goes in, I think, because Triple Deeps are just all over them right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure. In the brief second we take to give you a nice bit of stat, the payload has made its way almost entirely in here, and no large... Oh my. I don't know which
we got deep-rooted.
thought about moving out and locked down, but stays the same. 0-2 is the least attractive slash line for Squid Squad here. Still no kills, and that is methodical dismantling here from Triple Deeps.
Interesting choice to run Skywarden 4 on Cassie. I really haven't seen that card coming around a lot lately. It's 175 per level, so it does give you a respectable amount of healing if you want to use it, but it's not one that you really see much at all lately, but it's clearly, I think it's actually 125. Sorry, 125 per level. You don't see it a lot, but it's a lot to the self-sustain for the Cassie.
And it's kept Go-Gurt alive throughout a lot of duress here. This is the mid fight to maybe turn things around if you're Squid Squad. You now have the fast cap on your side. There's just been so much presence from Triple Deeps in all of these mid fights. The Stone Keep game flies right on by. You immediately lose eye dodge on that Bomb King to start off the last round. Dome Shield dropped though here for Triple Deeps, and actually he's able to shrug off a lot of that through time and space. Immortal timed perfectly to that Spite trying to move itself in, but use reactionary. You're not going to have that to save your team throughout anything else. So Spite down, Immortal down, Triple Deeps still looking pretty good.
That was a great response by Amos, but now they didn't have it to pair with the King Bomb because he had to use it to stay alive, so King Bomb only goes halfway in, and that gets Bullets killed.
And now Bullets and Fernando Amos both down here as Cool has found his way on the high ground and grabbed himself a nice double kill. Not back on the point just yet. Finally, Apache falls, and that's going to start the climb here for Triple Deeps. And this is a suffocating zone they're going to put forth here. Squid Squad still killless for 2.5 points here. I'm not sure that changes as Triple Deeps have a great zone.
Depends. I was gonna say depends on how far they chase Poison, but not far enough. And this zone is unbeatable as long as they find Rom, and he might be actually snuck by on the side, but it almost looks like he's disengaging, not even trying to go for it. Yeah, stuck in the right house and potentially just gonna get rooted and caught out here.
That's got to be brutal though, Krez. I mean, you fight your way kind of through a tough 4-0 on Stone Keep, and now, to make matters worse, you don't have a single kill through 3 points on Ice Mines. Unstoppable now. For Cool as he grabs the kill, and now a double on this Koga. I'm not sure they're going to be stopped this game.
I think this is part of them letting through that Koga. There's a reason they banned it game 1. It's so good in the hands of Triple Deep. They know exactly how to play around it, and it's basically, again, like another tank on the side. Not in the sense of tanking for his teammates, but in the sense of self-sustain and being almost unkillable. Well,
the question of the game now is, we're in kind of the later stages, are Squid Squad going to be able to add a kill to the kill column? So they've not been able to do so yet through 6 minutes of this game. T-Mac is not going to be able to do so as Poison finds the important final shots as Apache moves his way back. Spike connects on Amos. 2 down now for Squid Squad. Hart moving himself in. Baller Steve very low, but Whirlwind is going to keep them topped off. I'm not sure they're going to be able to find anything. There was a single kill at the end. Triple Deeps, they roll this one through in 4-0. But I dodge bullets to the applause of the consortium of knowledge is able to grab a kill at the end.
Honestly, you got to be tilted if you're Triple Deeps at this point.
Yeah, right?
You gave up that kill.
It's a goalie in hockey. You're winning 6-0, and then you let one slide through.
And your team will never let you live it down.
Right, and maybe you shouldn't, but I still think that is such a dominant performance from Triple Deeps. Ice Mines has traditionally been so back and forth, but that composition, it works plentiful there for them. Finch, break it down.
Wow, not a whole lot to break down. Very, very little worked for Squid Squad in that game, and everything that Triple Deeps tried absolutely was met with success. And that's on Ice Mines, where it very rarely looks like what we just got to see just now, with only 1 kill coming through from Squid Squad. That is rough, man. They never got anything working.
1 death total throughout all of that. Who was it who dropped? Wadu. Oh, you know what? That's honestly if it's the one person that's supposed to die on your team that dies, that's perfectly fine for it. I don't know who to give more credit to on this team. I think Gogurt at the very beginning did a ton on this Cassie to open up a lot of doors.
Yeah.
Cool went huge in the second round. It's not like they gave me a lot of minutes to break down here. They all did incredibly well. But Cool is the one that I would probably look at the most, just because this was a pick that, in my eyes, I was just kind of like, I never know how I feel about Koga. Even when he's been like #1 pick, I'm still like, do I like him or not? And this was one of those things that justifies, not only does Triple DPS know what he's doing, but in the right hands, he can absolutely control a game.
Well, a really impressive game number 2 there. And if you're Squid Squad, you got to pull out all the stops for game number 3, as you're about to move into those picks and bans.
Yeah, you need it.
We're going to be at Jaguar Falls here for this one, I believe, too, Gormizer. So this is a nice map where you definitely can turn things around. You can kind of stay in those matches a little bit better. But so far, I mean, it's kind of hard not to just say what we've seen so far, right? Triple Deeps have just been the better-looking team so far. Squid Squad really got to show us something impressive to turn it around here.
And I think it's interesting to see them. The way they've adapted to this set has been just different than what I would expect from anything else, because Koga banned the first one, runs rampant in game 2, so yeah, makes sense, ban him. Zin did well enough and is good enough on this map as well that it's like, okay, wait, some things translate over. Let's get rid of this and deal with it. So you get a master and an apprentice band.
Yeah, I wonder if going into the pool of deeps is maybe the wrong idea. Should they maybe not?
Yeah, they kind of have a lot to choose from.
Yeah, should they not try and go to the other end and cut off the few good, viable solo tanks in the game, right? They've let Wadu play Barrick every game here so far, very comfortably, right?
And he's chilling. He's like, I've got
chilling.
2 games and 2 deaths. Count them on this Barrick. So he is perfectly fine picking it up for a 3rd one. This is one where, in my mind, I want to say he's more likely to die a little bit more often than once, but Jag Falls, the way the point fight is laid out, works well for him to place his turrets up and use them as healing stations for himself. It does set himself up to have a lot of self-sustain and a lot of cover for him, so I like it once again. Andro, Vivian, it looks good on them.
We've seen a lot of Grover support from Triple Deeps, but this time it'll be the Furia with Genos picked up first overall for Squid Squad. Add that Mave in there, and I kind of like this tool. Midnight might slow down some of those pushes that they've been looking for, but then they add in their own Sky to it, and they'll stick with the triple DPS in all 3 games.
You know, I want to say, like, my initial reaction to this, which is like I never know how I feel about Sky, but based on the way they just played Koga, I'm down with it.
And we'll see if it'll work. Game number 3, Dulcin, take it away.
Happy to do it, and Triple Deeps, they seem to like putting those 100% win rate champions to the test. They've done it twice with Grover and have made good on it. And now they got the Sky at a 13% pick rate, still at a 100% win rate. And I don't know, they've won 8 straight points. The solo tank has only been killed twice in 2 games, and one of those was the only kill that they were able to find in the previous game. I'm not sure, Krez. This is one that Triple Deeps, they're looking very comfortable in. Squid Squad, they have a lot of ground to make up.
Like Gore said earlier, this is a map where they're at least more likely to die, but they're going to have a lot of sustain, a lot of healing. It's going to be tough for them to do anything, but it looks like Wadu actually getting off the objective to try to pressure completely on an island alone, and he's below half.
A dodge on the Mave this time around. Apache does find first blood, and it's for Squid Squad. This time around, Triple Deeps now down 1 and their only tank. 2 members down. Squid Squad in a great spot to maybe start to establish some control in a good zone here as Triple Deeps back on the respawn are going to try to move themselves back in, but with Cool falling as well, things have gone from bad to worse.
Playing that Triple Deeps is really hard when you get people isolated and zoned out. That's what makes the composition fail, when the 2 tanks are just picking off the DPS one by one using the health pool to win. And that's what they're letting happen right now by playing so separate.
Wadu is mounted up at the I'm not sure he knew that he touched it. He's still mounted up back around. Witch is so confused. He doesn't know where the overtime touch.
Wadu!
He doesn't know where he is. Finally, they turn around and see him. I lost it. The panicked spins of that Genos looking for whoever was touching the point was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Witch finally gets the kill for a little bit of payback. Not only did they get the point, it's the first one of this set, probably the best we've seen Squid Squad look.
Yeah, for sure, because they just picked out the weaknesses of the team, and I think getting rid of that Koga's in, people who can run away, is a huge part of it. The grab actually got Amos caught completely in. They don't even get the kill for it.
Yeah, that's tough, and Sky's had a quiet start, but a good use of the ultimate. A nice double kill there from Wadu is going to start off this defense just fine for them, as Dodge still kind of lurking around the backside. Did a little bit of a flip-flop there, as now the Barrack on the killing spree. And they're going to get staggered out pretty heavily here, Chris.
Yeah, but they don't even want to stagger Apache. Just let him go down. It's hard to tell when Rom is going to be able to get away,
right.
So don't worry about that too much. And they don't want to move too far. They want to stay close because they don't want to let what just happened happen again. They don't want people to take unfair fights. And because there's a fair fight that Cool just lost.
T-Mac gets himself back in. They've been able to stall out this Vivian so well, and we've seen numerous times today what a free-firing, especially on Jack Falls, Vivian can do. And they've kind of stalled her out here, so well played to Squid Squad, and Flame is going to set up some ultimates perfectly here, but it's hard to hit that Mave with that mobility. Double kill now for the Sky. Apache's just going to run his way through, and I guess that's the risky run, trying to stagger out Rom. Just didn't have enough damage to take him down initially. But still, Triple Deep stands firm on this defense.
He tried to use it to peel for himself, but there was just too much damage there. But forced out the time and space at least, and Wadu actually finds Amos on cart.
This is probably the most unsettled I think Triple Deeps have looked throughout this set, and I don't think that's any sort of overstatement. They've won 4-0 both previous games. Squid Squad seemingly just feeling a bit more comfortable maybe here on Jaguar Falls in the composition they've drafted.
Definitely a lot easier to deal with Triple Deeps on this map, though. Not the team, but the composition. Oh,
Maybe
that's
both.
Maybe both.
Maybe they're one and the same, right?
It's entirely possible, but you can see that they're kind of still stuck in the same way that they want, that they have to draft because of the players they have. Jaguar Falls, Eevee's playable, not great. They still have to ban it because they can't deal with it. Only really Poison can, honestly.
That's the kind of difference maker here is Triple Deeps have been able to dig in those heals, and they are on defense. As Squid Squad, I'm not sure they're going to be able to even make it back to the payload here. They have plenty of mobility. Actually, Apache is in the back line. Very close to that. Has he gotten in range? Yes, he has. So contest is on, and he's bought his team just a little bit of time, but nobody is really back behind this Rom to keep him alive. Harvests some souls there, gets the kill onto Baller Steve, and not before Poison turns it around. Now with a few kills in the kill column, things looking a little bit more dire here for Squid Squad. But T-Mac, that's a nice double kill on the Cassie to keep things rolling.
Watching Poison play right there was actually crazy. I've never seen that Defiance gives you ammo card do quite that much. He literally didn't stop shooting because of that.
Whoa.
Good to see that used, but they get off the objective.
They
Not
move back.
communicated properly. No, you need to always have a second person set up to get on.
Okay, here we go. So he moves from the back. Oh, he just does it. He's just out of his field of view. This is where I lose it. He's starting to twitch around, wondering. He starts shooting aimlessly, and then it's the second
touch.
Oh, he gets it right. He didn't see him again. Oh, that is great. Well played out there by Wadu. He's able to get the reset on the point. They end up losing it regardless. But I still think the story, again, is a much better look from Squid Squad here in this game.
I mean, Wadu has tripled his deaths collectively through the set in this one game, so I would say definitely a better look for Squid, but they need to find kills, I think, with the execute here.
Sure.
Overpower has to connect, and then they can take this 5v4 one person at a time, and I think that's how they have to win this mid.
Well, and they did end up grabbing, I believe it was Wadu with that overpower, and he does go down for it. Still has Dome Shield maybe for the retake. Time Bomb is just going to delay them from getting back to the point. They were able to get 21% though in the meantime, and just now Squid Squad makes their way back. Lockdown is one through time and space, does not connect on anyone. Down goes Amos before T-Mac makes it a 1-for-1 trade here. Baller Steve has positioned himself well throughout this fight in this small right-hand room. It's the target of aggression from both sides, and Poison says, yes, please. That's a double kill from this Androxus. Triple deeps. They stagger out a little bit early, but they roar right back in and retake control.
Oh, T-Mac, he rolled into Poison. Poison held the Accursed Arm the whole time, and T-Mac decided to be the hero and roll in front of every member of Triple Deeps that was still alive, giving up that cap time, and Amos tries to be a hero on his own and also goes down on the side.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're going to be able to move back in. 99% will become 100. Triple Deeps, after not really getting all that much in that first mid fight, have seemingly figured it out here, elected to kind of fight along that right-hand side and made it work out.
It is so funny watching Apache try to pick fights here, as in like select which ones he wants to actually go into, because he knows he can't stand still and actually win the duel 1v1 or 1v2 versus any of them, so he has to leave. So it just, a fight's happening, they start losing it. Apache runs in, goes, nope, and leaves immediately before any fight could actually break out.
I'm going to sprint in and then immediately turn around because I don't want to fight any of you.
There
Payload has almost made his way in. Cool falls, but so does I dodge, so it's 1-for-1. Dome Shield drop down. They get Amos through it. He tried to drop down and maybe turn around the kill onto Barrack, but Poison dashes on through, is able to grab a little bit of punch damage here. Squid Squad starting to kind of get dismantled here. Apache, he's the victim of the most recent double kill from Poison. Doesn't have much more to get out of it. The reversal turns around some good damage. You're relying now on Amos to contest, but he elects for the commander's grab onto one instead. Now you're looking at a 3-1. What a turnaround from Triple Deeps. You lose your first point early on, and now you've won 3 straight.
I think Amos might have actually made the right play there. I think he was still contesting, and I'm assuming since he's running Vortex Grip, he's probably running Commander's Grab DR. Damage reduction there, so just trying to live longer, but 40% damage reduction in front of all those players is going to make a huge difference, especially since it's only for 2 seconds. So he wasn't able to accomplish much more after that. Damage charts. Triple Deeps, all their DPS have kind of gone up here, and even the tanks, even Wadu and the Fury on Triple Deeps are actually out-damaging the Mave and the Khan on the other side.
Yeah, that's tough to swallow. I mean, it's one thing, you know, if your Genos is towards the bottom, and you can maybe even argue the Khan or the Rom. You don't want to argue that, but then when it's effectively everyone kind of above some of those people that you need to be making the difference in some of these fights. That's a tough pill to swallow, and Squid Squad maybe having to swallow the last one here as Triple Deeps could be able to close out this set, or would be able to close out this set rather with one more point. And Flame used early by Baller Steve, and they are able to at least pull the health advantage back to their side, and the Rom ultimate used by Apache here, and he's going to knock aside just a few, but he's kind of gotten himself back out on an island, and he does regress. I dodge, and Apache kind of holding down this right-hand flank with the other 3 rotating all the way back through from Squid Squad. They're looking for a pinch.
They got zoned out so hard by Cool on the Vivian, though. They really just couldn't get through, and now that they're finally in, they're not going to get anything, basically. Well,
they do end up turning around 1 kill, and it's been T-Mac who's held down those damage charts, and Witch even is able to pull one back onto Poison. Apache finally falls after being a thorn in the side of Triple Deeps. over on the waterfall side of the map, and Amos goes down. So now at 54%, Triple Deeps, they're closing in on a win in this game, and maybe a win in this set if they can just find a few more kills.
The timing of the death, though, by Amos is disastrous. I think it has to be Apache touching now, and it's a 3v5.
Yeah, I don't know, Krez. 2 are down, soon to be 3. Gogurt, he might have just iced this cake with a triple kill. Overtime is going to take a minute to go down. But Apache, he's got nowhere to go. Time bomb drops, Triple Deeps. They grab themselves the win. And that's one of the more convincing wins we've seen today.
Yeah, I think so. And that just goes to show how well Triple Deeps has gelled so quick. This is a team that just formed. Yeah. I mean, who has coordination on that team from playing together before? Steve and Poison?
Yeah, that's about it.
That's basically it. It just shows how well they play together, because they play together all the time, and how they've just taken this composition to a whole new level.
Well, we'll get to see the final groups here for NA in just a minute. At some point, you got to start, if they make it through, and we'll see if they did in just a moment, you got to start prepping against triple DPS compositions, because they're good at it. So we'll go back to Finch to take us home.
That's a good point. They're not going to be catching anybody by surprise if they are indeed able to make it into the PPC proper with that Triple Deep strat. So you got to imagine that the best of the best will be getting prepared for the right ways to deal with that. Still, Finch and Gormeyes, we're going to close this day out for you as Triple Deeps just took a dominant win.
I'd like to argue that they shouldn't be taking anyone by surprise with a triple DPS strategy.
Not even now.
Given their name, where they're just kind of like, they just tell you up front, hey guys, this is what's going to happen.
Yeah.
You can deal with it. But it's kind of like, what is it? Those shows where it's like, you know, we can split, or like we can either split the money, or if one of us chooses steal.
It's like friend or foe.
Yeah,
right?
And it's just like they just right out of the beginning just go, okay, look, I'm playing triple DPS.
I'm going foe.
You can either play with me, play against me. Either way, you already know what's coming, and, well, hey, it works at least 100% of the time today.
That's right. Yeah, who was it earlier whose stats were that they win it 100% of the time, 25% of the time, something like that? Dave nailed it when he said it, however it went. What you're seeing here from Poison happening right now basically happened all day long. Gogurt as well sealed it off with a triple kill, I believe, and then a celebratory time bomb as well, as he had a monster performance here too. And this is how some of the sets went today. There were a couple of sets, I think they're a little bit one-sided, but I'd say for the most part, Gore, we had some really, really close sets today, especially in Brazil.
I was going to say, the 2 hours or so, it might have been longer, honestly. In Brazil, definitely attest to that. North America and Europe both had one set where it was one team that very firmly, and oddly enough, it was Group B both times, where one team was just kind of like, no, we win this one. But everything else, I mean, we had 3-1s, we had a 3-2 in there. They just pushed it to the limit. A lot of the games, even when you look at the score lines, maybe like 3-1 doesn't scream enough. They would be 7 points for all 4 maps, so they kept it incredibly close.
Well, let's take a look. These are the Group A results here in North America. Look like Invocal and the Idiots did quite well for themselves. I don't think I see them dropping a game anywhere in there where they played, to the surprise of just about no one. HP Office Jet did well too. Now we're taking a look at those round-robin groups for Group B, and looks like Triple Deep also had a pretty good day. We already saw them win at least one. That was the last one there against Squid Squad. It looks like they 3-0'd the other ones that they were in too. A lot of 3-0s happening in Group B.
Yeah, just all clean wins. 3-0s for literally everyone. That's actually incredible from North America.
Yeah.
And that makes me more excited for when we see them go up against each other, because there's no way in a round robin that everyone's going to end up lossless. Someone's going to have to pick up that mantle.
You're exactly right. Someone is going to have to come in and actually show what they could do when these teams do start to meet there in North America. So that's it. You have your teams that are going to be in the PPC for all 3 regions.
Yes.
It has been a grind to get here, but congratulations to every one of those teams that has made it. I do want to make sure I give a special thank you to the production staff as well. Been a real long day for those guys, and they nailed it the entirety of the day. We appreciate every one of you all for watching. We're not going to be broadcasting next week. It'll be a week off, but then the week back after that, the PPC going to be kicking off proper, Gore, so I'm sure you are ready for that one.
Excited.
For everyone that stuck with us throughout this long broadcast day, we'll appreciate you, and we'll see you next time.
To the back.